start from son-in-law to establish an immortal family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226 The Fire of Hope, Zhao Qing's recent situation. Hey, Lu Pingyan felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, his heart was beating boom boom boom, and he felt suffocated. Moreover, the light in his body was like a river, filled with an indescribable will oppression, almost pressing him down. But his father's words, the word persistence, made him grit his teeth and hold on. Because from childhood to adulthood, his father had never spoken to him in such a serious tone. This was the first time his father spoke to him in a serious tone, asking him to hold on. Although he was honest, he was not stupid. He knew that his father must have a deep meaning when he talked to him today. This is a test. His father's test of him. Therefore, he must hold on and not let his father down. It seems that at most, it is a 6th grade spiritual root. Lu Changsheng looked at the light ball in his son Lu Pingyan's body, which was getting brighter and brighter, and he exhaled lightly with a mysterious feeling. He could see that Lu Pingyan was almost at his limit. For Immortal to open his mind, a 6th grade spiritual root is already pretty good. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart. Knowing that when Hoku opens the mind, it is normal to have low-grade spiritual roots. Lu Pingyan is already good enough to have a 6th grade spiritual root. Moreover, through the system, he knows that the real power of Hoku is not to open the mind of mortals and give birth to spiritual roots. Rather, as long as there is hope, miracles will happen. As long as the fire of hope in the host's heart is not extinguished, Hoku can burst out with power, stimulate potential, and fight for a ray of hope. Whether facing desperate situations, strong enemies, or breaking through realms, it can play a certain role. Otherwise, a heavenly spirit Gu can only open the mind and give birth to spiritual roots for people, which seems ordinary. Hey, Lu Pingyan clenched his fists tightly, and on his cheeks and arms, blue veins bulging like little snakes emerged. As the spiritual roots were upgraded from low grade to medium grade, the light in his body was so bright that it was like the sun, almost penetrating his body. The bones all over his body were crackling. It seemed that the meridians, flesh and blood were all going to be destroyed, suffocating him and making it difficult to breathe in pain. It seemed that if he continued like this, he would die. At the same time, there was a gentle spring breeze blowing his body and mind. He was exhausted physically and mentally, and felt lazy. He wanted to empty his body and mind and choose to give up. Lu Pingyan. A girl in black appeared in his mind and shouted loudly. It seemed that she was asking him to give up and not to continue. The fear of death, instinctive laziness, began to fill and permeate his heart. I can't hold on any longer. The tense body and mind seemed to give up at this moment. But as soon as this thought came out, it woke Lu Pingyan up like a thunderbolt. No. I can't give up. This is a test from my father. I have to hold on. Hold on. This may be related to my fate as an immortal. Lu Pingyan gritted his teeth and persisted. At this moment, deep in his heart, his yearning for immortal cultivation was eager to be stimulated. Pain and laziness, persistence and obsession, made his body and mind constantly fight. Huh? Lu Changsheng was a little surprised to see Lu Pingyan still gritting his teeth and persisting. It stands to reason that the other party has reached the limit of being able to achieve the 6th grade spiritual root. Unexpectedly, he still gritted his teeth and persisted. It seems that his son has good perseverance. Boom. A mysterious throbbing spread. He knew that Lu Pingyan's spiritual root had been upgraded to the 5th grade. At this moment, the light in Lu Pingyan's body also exploded. It made him feel like he was soaking in a hot spring, warm, his heartstrings relaxed, his pores dilated, and a layer of dirt was discharged from his body. This process seems very long, but it is actually very short. The whole process took less than a cup of tea. Dad, what's going on? Lu Pingyan came back to his senses and was stunned. Looking at his palms and his father in front of him. It seemed that the pain and the picture before were all illusions. Now the whole person is light, comfortable and full of strength. He knew that his martial arts had just taken another step forward. From the innate master who had just broken through, he broke through to the innate grandmaster. That is the peak of martial arts. But he felt that what his father did to him just now should not be as simple as breaking through the realm of martial arts. Nothing, you actually have spiritual roots, but you just didn't detect it before. Come back to Qingzhu Mountain with me later. Lu Changsheng flicked his fingers and cast a cleaning spell to clean up the dirt on his son's body. Unexpectedly, using the hope poison also stimulated Lu Pingyan's potential, allowing him to take a step further in martial arts. Now, Lu Pingyan has reached the end of martial arts. However, the strength of this innate grandmaster is really ordinary. It is equivalent to a cultivator's small success in body refining. It's just that there is an extra innate key. What? I have spiritual roots. When Lu Pingyan heard this, he was stunned, with surprise and disbelief on his face. I didn't expect that he actually had spiritual roots. But thinking of the situation just now, he looked at his father and said, "Dad, is this my spiritual root, what you just said? It's that you have spiritual roots. When we get to Qingzhu Mountain, your father will teach you to cultivate immortals." Lu Changsheng stood up, patted his son's broad shoulders and said, "Yes, Dad, I know." Lu Pingyan heard this, pursed his lips, and said in a deep voice, although he didn't know much about cultivating immortals, "But I also know a thing or two. Giving birth to spiritual roots is an act against heaven. Today, no matter what, I have spiritual roots, but they have not been detected before. Well, the 5 elements of the spiritual roots are the same, which is not bad." Lu Changsheng's palm fell on Lu Pingyan's shoulder, and his spiritual consciousness and magic power wandered in his body to check his spiritual roots. Everyone's spiritual roots have all 5 elements, but most of them are high in one item. So everyone will choose to practice according to the spiritual root with the highest attribute. And Lu Pingyan's spiritual roots, all 5 elements are the same, all just reached the 5th grade. With a spiritual root attribute, if you practice the 5 stars and stars sword of life and death and the 7 stars great freedom sword sutra, the effect is very good. "Dad, what grade is my spiritual root?" Lu Pingyan looked at his father and asked curiously. He knew that spiritual roots are divided into 9 grades. So he was a little curious about his spiritual roots. "Well, your spiritual roots are 7th grade." Lu Changsheng thought about it and said aloud. Although the 5th grade spiritual root, in his opinion, is not high now. But relatively speaking, it is already quite high. So let's talk about a lower spiritual root. 7th grade. Lu Pingyan nodded when he heard this, and he didn't feel disappointed. In his opinion, having spiritual roots and being able to cultivate immortals is already very satisfying. His father only has 9th grade spiritual roots, and he has achieved what he has today step by step. I have 7th grade spiritual roots, what else can I not be satisfied with? As long as I work hard, I will definitely be able to make a name for myself in the world of cultivating immortals in the future. After resolving Lu Pingyan's affairs, Lu Changsheng did not publicize the matter. He just told his wife Lu Lanqiu that he had just seen that his son Lu Pingyan had spiritual roots. It should be that he didn't detect it when he was a child, or the spiritual roots were hidden, so he was going to take him back to Qingzhu Mountain. What? Pingyan has spiritual roots. When Lu Lanqiu heard this, she was stunned, and felt like she was hit by a big pie from the sky. She knew that her son didn't have spiritual roots, so she always wanted her son to take charge of the secular Lu family. But her son didn't care about this, and he was a little bit stubborn, which gave her a headache. Unexpectedly, Lu Changsheng told her that her son had spiritual roots. The whole person felt a kind of pleasant surprise. "Husband, what you said is true." Lu Lanqiu covered her mouth with both hands and said in a hoarse voice, "Of course it is true. I will let Pingyan come back often, and you will naturally see it when the time comes." Lu Changsheng said softly. Lu Lanqiu felt a burst of joy in her heart. She looked at her son and told him to listen to his father and Aunt Mayaoj. She knew that Lu Mayaoj was the eldest daughter of the Lu family and had an extraordinary status. If her son could be valued by the wives in the family, he would be able to live a better life in Qingzhu Mountain. "Mom, I know, don't worry." Lu Pingyan responded seriously. "You are so old now, and Mom won't say anything to you." Lu Lanqiu looked at her son with a smile, her heart full of joy. Knowing that her son has always been liked by Lu Changsheng. Now that he has spiritual roots, he will definitely not suffer in Qingzhu Mountain. After a while, she asked Lu Changsheng hesitantly, "My husband, Pingyan has spiritual roots. Will Ningjing, Enning, and Ren also have spiritual roots?" These are all her children. She gave birth to 6 children for Lu Changsheng in total. But none of these 6 children have spiritual roots. Let all the children gather in the backyard later, and I will check again. Lu Changsheng said after a moment of silence. It is impossible to hide the fact that Lu Pingyan has spiritual roots. He planned to take Lu Pingyan back to Qingzhu Mountain and tell Lu Lanshu about this, so he didn't want to hide it. In this case, he would check all the children in the family again. Just thinking of these children, there will be expectations at that time, and they will be disappointed in the end, so he sighed slightly in his heart. "Thank you for your hard work, my husband," Lu Lanshu said immediately, and went to inform the news excitedly. Since he returned to Ruiyi County, Lu Changsheng naturally met Huang Yi by the way and asked about his son Lu Quanzhong's situation. But Ruiyi Hao told Lu Changsheng that Huang Yi and Lu Quanzhong were out on a mission. I immediately sent a message to Huang Yi. The next day, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj checked the spiritual roots of all the children in the backyard of the Lu family. But after the inspection, no one was found to have spiritual roots. These children and several wives and concubines were disappointed. Seeing this scene, Lu Pingyan pursed his lips lightly, and his heart was heavy. It was almost certain that he had spiritual roots because of his father Lu Changsheng. Thinking of his father's preference for him, he felt a heavy sense of responsibility in his heart. Lu Changsheng stayed in Ruiyi County for 5 days. On this day, Huang Yi and Lu Quanzhong came to the Lu mansion in a dusty manner. Congratulations to Senior Lu for breaking through the foundation building. The child greets his father and congratulates his father for breaking through the foundation building. After the two arrived at the Lu mansion, they immediately bowed to Lu Changsheng. Haha, Brother Hong, we have known each other for so many years, why should we be so formal? When Lu Changsheng heard Huang Yi's address, he knew that the other party had received the information that he had broken through the foundation building. After all, the Red Leaf Valley Market is near Qingzhu Mountain, and the Ruiyi Marcus Mansion has a store in the Red Leaf Valley Market. After receiving such news, he would naturally send it back as soon as possible. I am being polite, please don't blame me, Brother Lu. Huang Yi smiled when he heard this. But his words and actions were still a little restrained, full of respect and awe. After all, this is a foundation building major. He really didn't expect that the farm boy who he looked down upon more than 20 years ago would now achieve foundation building. The 6 of them once went to Qingyun Sect to participate in the Immortal Gate assessment. 3 people joined Qingyun Sect, and 3 failed. Lu Changsheng is the person with the worst spiritual root talent among all people. But now, this person with the worst spiritual root has broken through the foundation building, which really makes him feel that the world is like chess, unpredictable. But he is also glad that he once chose to invest in Lu Changsheng. Take the pill. Lu Changsheng glanced at his son Lu Quanzhong. Seeing that his breath was a little disordered, he should have suffered a little injury. A bottle of healing pill popped out from the storage bag and asked his son to take it. Father, it's just a minor injury. It will be fine after 10 days or half a month of recuperation. Lu Quanzhong took the pill and said respectfully. Take it if I tell you to. You don't need to save this money at home. Lu Changsheng said. Brother Lu, this trip is my fault. I went out to capture a robber cultivator and thought it was a sure thing. But this person actually has a spirit pet, hiding in the dark, and attacked my nephew Quanzhong. Huang Yi said hurriedly. It's okay. How can you not get hurt at ordinary times? This kind of thing can also teach you a lesson. Lu Changsheng heard this and waved his hand. Then he asked Lu Quanzhong to go and treat his injuries. I'll take my leave. Lu Quanzhong heard this and knew that his father should have something to talk to Huang Yi, so he immediately said to take his leave. Immediately, Lu Changsheng took out the wine and chatted with Huang Yi, asking about his son Lu Quanzhong's performance in the past 2 years. He also asked about some of the Lu family's situation. In the face of this, Huang Yi naturally did not dare to hide it and told Lu Quanzhong all his performance in these years. He said that at the beginning, he did not dare to let Lu Quanzhong do anything dangerous, and only let him do odd jobs. But Lu Quanzhong was calm and did everything he was assigned in an orderly manner. Later, he began to be in charge of some affairs, and they were all in order and handled very properly. In the past 6 months, he would take Lu Quanzhong to participate in some tasks of arresting robbers and monsters. Lu Quanzhong also showed courage and strategy, and was decisive in killing. Brother Hong, don't deliberately only pick the good things to say. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He knew that his son was precocious and very opinionated. But he didn't expect that he would be evaluated like this by Huang Yi. Brother Lu, how could I deceive you about this kind of thing? My dear nephew Quanzhong is indeed very good in this regard. Huang Yi said with a wry smile. As he said this, he flattered him. I think it is because of your influence since childhood that my nephew Qingyun has this side. In that case, let him continue to hone his skills with you, Brother Hong, for a few more years. His mother is worried about him all day long. I was thinking that if he can't adapt, I should go back early and arrange for him to go to the market to take care of the business. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly and said. He originally thought that if his son Lu Quanzhen performed mediocrely, there would be no need to fight and kill here all the time. He would go back to Qingzhu Mountain with him and go to Hongai Valley Market to take charge of some affairs. However, his son does have this talent, so he will leave him here with Hong Yi to continue to train and experience. Brother Lu, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of my nephew Quanzhen. Hong Yi raised his glass and said respectfully. He originally wanted to marry his daughter with spiritual roots to Lu Quanzhen. But now that Lu Changsheng has broken through the foundation building, he is a little embarrassed to mention this matter. He planned in his heart that when the time comes, he would let his daughter work harder and let Lu Quanzhen mention this matter to his father. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Hong. Lu Changsheng nodded, raised his glass to drink, and asked about Huang Yi's current situation. Others helped him deal with trivial matters, and he would naturally help them solve some problems. In this way, the two chatted, and then talked about Li Feiyu, Han Lin, Zhao Qingqing, and Xiao Ziyu. Li Feiyu has now gone to Qingyun Immortal City. For so many years, except for writing 2 letters, there has been no contact. Except for Xiao Ziyu, Han Lin and Zhao Qingqing, Lu Changsheng has no contact. However, Hong Yi has always kept in touch with Han Lin and Zhao Qingqing, and even has a lot of business dealings with them. For example, if the two need to collect any materials and information in the sect, they can hand it over to Hong Yi to deal with. And if Hong Yi has any needs, he will also write to the two to ask, which is also mutually beneficial. In the process, Hong Yi told Lu Changsheng about their recent situation. Han Lin has a little talent in refining equipment. Now he is a top-grade equipment refiner with a cultivation level of the 8th level of key refining. Zhao Qingqing already has the 9th level of key refining and is preparing to build a foundation. It seems that in a few years, fellow Taoist Zhao will also be able to break through the foundation. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. She remembered that Zhao Qingqing had a plant body and was accepted as a disciple by an outer sect elder of Qingyun Sect. Maybe she can exchange for a foundation building pill and break through the foundation. How can it be that simple? A few years ago, fellow Taoist Zhao asked me to help pay attention to the news of foundation building spiritual objects. To show her contribution, she cannot exchange for a foundation building pill in the sect, and can only choose to exchange for a pulse protection pill. At that time, she can only rely on foundation building spiritual objects to impact the foundation. Hong Yi shook his head and sighed. Oh, doesn't she have a master? Won't a master help her? Lu Changsheng was a little surprised when he heard this. In the world of cultivating immortals, the relationship between master and apprentice is not as easy as the relationship between parents. So as a master, most of them will help their apprentices. I have heard a little about this. Fellow Taoist Zhao's master has a grandson who is an inner sect disciple of Qingyun Sect. She accepted fellow Taoist Zhao as a disciple in order to match fellow Taoist Zhao with her grandson. But fellow Taoist Zhao is unwilling, so the relationship between the two of them was not good. Otherwise, with the care of the master who is an outer sect elder, fellow Taoist Zhao might be able to exchange for a foundation building pill. Hong Yi said with emotion. Sure enough, you can't escape the worldly affairs wherever you are. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. He originally thought that Zhao Qingqing awakened a body of plants and was accepted as a disciple by the outer sect elder who was in charge of the Qingyun Sect's medicine garden, and that he would have a good chance of building a foundation in the future. Unexpectedly, he still couldn't get rid of the worldly affairs and was coveted by others. After the two chatted for a long time, Hong Yi said goodbye to Lu Changsheng. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng asked his son Lu Quanzhen whether he was going to go back with him or continue to stay here. If mother sees that I'm injured, I'm afraid she'll nag me again. After some time, I'll go back to Qingzhu Mountain to visit my father, mother. Lu Quanzhen said so. He was not afraid of anything else on weekdays, but he was afraid of his mother's nagging. If she saw that he was injured, she would definitely be worried and not let him go out. At that time, mother cried and said a few words to his father, and maybe his father would agree. Okay, you have always been sensible, you can do these things yourself. Lu Changsheng nodded, without forcing. After speaking, he continued, in the future, if there is anything unsafe, or if you go out to do any mission, you can take Jiu Iao with you to raid the battlefield. Jiu Iao. Lu Quanzhong was stunned. It's Xiao Hei. Lu Changsheng explained. Because when he brought Jiu Iao Mastiff home, he used it to play with the children, so he gave Jiu Iao Mastiff a cheap name Xiao Hei. So these children basically don't know the name of Jiu Iao Mastiff. Xiao Hei and I don't seem to be very close. Lu Quanzhong scratched his head and said after hearing this. He knew that the spirit pet raised by his father was very powerful. But Jiu Iao Mastiff was only close to Lu Pingyun, Lu Wu Iao, Lu Wuiyu and other children who grew up together. It was not very close to him. Okay, I'll go talk to it. Lu Changsheng said. Take Lu Quanzhong to see Jiu Iao Mastiff and let it listen to Lu Quanzhong's words. At the same time, he took a spirit beast bag and 3 bottles of spirit feeding pills to Lu Quanzhong. He told him to feed the 9 other mastiff and put it in the spirit pet bag when he went out. Thank you, father. Lu Quanzhong immediately bowed. After settling all the family affairs, Lu Changsheng drove the spirit boat and took Lu Miaoj, Lu Pingyun, and several children back to Qingzhu Mountain. Chapter 227 Family Reputation, Spiritual Land Investigation. 3 days later, a spirit boat landed outside Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Pingyun looked at Qingzhu Mountain in front of him, as if he was in another world. He still remembered that when he was 8 years old, he was sent to Ruiyi County by his father Lu Changsheng. Grand Elder, Miaoj, is back. The elder stationed at the mountain gate saw Lu Changsheng and bowed. He quickly opened the mountain gate formation and let Lu Changsheng and others in. Elder Yun. Lu Changsheng smiled at the elder of the Lu family and walked into the mountain gate. He didn't care because of his improved status. Lu Changsheng saw that Lu Miaoj looked a little surprised, and thought that he was wondering how he became the elder, so he explained. My family said before that I have broken through the foundation now, and I should be the ancestor of the family. But I felt awkward, so I declined this matter, so the family promoted me from the 9th elder to the great elder. Lu Changsheng said softly. Changsheng, you have now broken through the foundation building stage. According to the family rules, you should be the ancestor of the clan. There is nothing wrong with that. Lu Miaoj heard this and said softly. In her opinion, this kind of thing is very normal and natural. Not only the Lu family, but also the entire world of cultivation is like this. Because between cultivators, every major realm is a natural chasm. Foundation building cultivators are nobler than key refining cultivators. There is a difference in the essence of life between the two. Just like when mortals become cultivators, they are suddenly high above. And key refining cultivators, as long as they break through the foundation building, their lifespan, strength, identity, and status will be comprehensively improved. This is why countless key refining cultivators, knowing that foundation building is difficult and illusory, also pursue it hard, spend their entire lives, and fight for that ray of hope. Dad, you have become a foundation building cultivator. Lu Qingsong, who was next to him, heard the conversation between the two, and immediately widened his eyes and looked at his father with surprise. They had been with Lu Changsheng for so long, and they didn't know that their father had broken through the foundation building. Lu Pingyun next to him was also surprised. I didn't expect that my father was actually a great foundation building cultivator. Although he didn't practice immortal cultivation, he also knew that in the world of immortal cultivation, great foundation building cultivators belonged to the existence of the highest level. And his father, unknowingly, actually became a great foundation building cultivator. Question mark. This made him feel a sense of admiration in his heart. Admire his father, who was born in poverty and rose from obscurity. Now he has become a great foundation building cultivator who is high above in the world of immortal cultivation. Yet, Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded. Then he touched Lu Qingsong's head and said, regarding your brother's affairs, you will comfort and coax your mother later, understand. This time when he went home, he naturally had to tell his wife Lu Miaojun about Lu Qingshan's affairs. Lu Miaojun's temperament was not as strong as Lu Miaoj. Knowing that his son was accepted as a disciple by a Jindan's Henren, even if he would be very happy and proud of his son, he would definitely be sad and upset. I know, Dad. Lu Qingsong heard this and nodded as if he understood. Shouldn't it be a good thing that his brother was accepted as a disciple by the Jindan's Henren? Why should he comfort his mother? As they were talking, they returned home. Husband, Sister Mayaoj. When they learned that Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj had returned, the house suddenly became lively. Hey, Pinggan is here too, Chu Hansun said when she saw Lu Pinggan. She had taken care of Lu Pinggan when she was a child, and she had been to the secular world several times on weekdays, so she knew Lu Pinggan. Well, when I went back this time, I found that Pinggan actually had spiritual roots, so I brought him here. Lu Changsheng smiled at Chu Hansun. It turned out to be Pinggan. After so many years, Auntie doesn't recognize him a little bit. Lu Mayaoyan also saw Lu Pinggan and laughed out loud. Hello, Auntie. Lu Pinggan looked at the aunts in front of him, bowed respectfully, and was a little restrained. Husband, sister, where are Qingchen and Qingzhu? At this time, the second lady, who was wearing a golden and luxurious dress and had a tall and graceful figure, came over. She saw Lu Changsheng, Lu Mayaoj, Lu Qingsong, Lu Wangshu, but did not see Lu Qingchen and Lu Qingzhu. She looked around with her beautiful eyes and asked, Huan, I am taking Qingchen and others to Lu Hefeng City this time. On the way, Lu Mayaoj, with a gentle temperament like water, stepped forward to tell her sister. There was a bit of apology on her face. This kind of thing, although it is an opportunity, it is great. But Lu Qingchen was taken away by the Descendants Henrin as a disciple, and he did not say goodbye to his mother Lu Mayaohuan. Moreover, as Lu Changsheng took out the authentic level exercises, foundation building pills, and foundation building spiritual objects, she felt vaguely in her heart. Having children around may not be much worse than being a disciple of the Descendants Henrin. Qingchen has a Jingjin body, and was favored by the Descendants Henrin of the Yu Kingdom Immortal Gate and accepted as a disciple. And Qingchen asked this Henrin to accept Qingzhu as a disciple together. Lu Mayaohuan was stunned when she heard this. Her exquisite and beautiful face showed a look of astonishment. She never expected that her son actually had a spiritual body that is 1 in a million. And he was noticed by the Descendants Henrin, who accepted him as a disciple and took him to the Xianmen for cultivation. This made her excited. But the next moment, she thought of her son who was only 10 years old. He was naughty and playful on weekdays, and now he was taken to the distant Yu Kingdom Xianmen, and she couldn't help but worry. Congratulations to Sister Huan. Qingchen was accepted as a disciple by the Descendants Henrin. Congratulations to Sister Miaojet. Xiao Zuer was accepted as a disciple by the Descendants Henrin. I said that Qingchen looked extraordinary since he was a child, but I didn't expect that he actually had a spiritual body. It is said that there are only one cultivator with a spiritual body in 10,000. I think Qingchen will definitely become a foundation-building cultivator in the future. More than that, maybe he will become a Descendants Henrin in the future. Qingchen is really sensible. He has such an opportunity and knows to bring his sister with him. Lu Mayaoyan, Chu Hansun and others beside him heard the words, and they were extremely envious and congratulated him. In their opinion, although the separation was sad, but this is a great opportunity and a great happy event, and they are extremely envious. Humph, you are worthy of being my son, Lu Mayaohuan. When Lu Mayaohuan heard the congratulations from everyone, her delicate chin slightly raised, and her face suddenly showed a proud look. After all, her son has a spiritual body and was accepted as a disciple by the Descendants Henrin. It can be said that in the future, he will definitely be able to break through the foundation and become a great foundation cultivator. This kind of thing makes her, as a mother, feel proud and extremely proud. There is a saying that the disciple is better than the master. Maybe Qingchen will be more powerful than me as a father when he comes back. Seeing that Lu Mayaohuan was happy and not sad, Lu Changsheng stepped forward and held her white and slender hands, saying with a smile. Now that Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj have returned, there is such news, and the family is full of joy. At dinner, Sister Mayaoj, this is Zixio, Ling Zixio. Zixio, this is my wife, Lu Mayaoj. Lu Changsheng introduced Lu Mayaoj and Ling Zixio. One of them is a wife and the other is a Taoist partner. There is also the matter of healing afterwards, so naturally they have to get to know each other. Hello, Sister Ling. Lu Mayaoj knew that Ling Zixio in front of her was a foundation-building cultivator, and she had a gentle face and said politely, Dao Ialu. Ling Zixio's jade-like face was pale, her demeanor was dignified, and she smiled elegantly and greeted Lu Mayaoj. A pair of bright and beautiful eyes looked at Lu Mayaoj in front of her. Before, Lu Changsheng said that when Lu Mayaoj came back, her dragon roar body would have a chance to be solved. So he wanted to know how Lu Mayaoj, who was only at the 9th level of key refining, could solve her dragon roar body. It was just a simple chat. Seeing that Lu Miaoj did not mention healing, Ling Zixiao did not take the initiative to ask, waiting for Lu Changsheng to mention the arrangement. The two women's initial meeting was very dull, and Lu Changsheng did not care too much. After all, neither of them was a warm and familiar person. How could they hit it off at first sight and have a good chat? That night, in a small courtyard. Remember it? Lu Changsheng looked at his son Lu Pinggan and said aloud. He was teaching Lu Pinggan a 5 stars sort of life and death. Since Lu Pinggan had not yet started cultivating immortals, he could not concentrate on watching the jade slips. So he could only teach him little by little, telling Lu Pinggan the practice methods of the sword cannon, brain meditation, the operation of the technique, etc., little by little, until he was completely familiar with it and remembered the technique firmly in his heart. Dad, I remember it. Lu Changsheng nodded vigorously. As a martial arts master, his memory is different from that of ordinary people. Although this technique is extremely mysterious, he still remembered it all after Lu Changsheng's detailed explanation. Okay, in this case, you start practicing and try to draw the key into the body. Lu Changsheng heard this and nodded, indicating Lu Pinggan to start practicing. Yes, Dad. Lu Pinggan heard this and immediately closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, and began to practice according to his father's teachings. Time passed little by little. I don't know how long it will take. Forget it, you practice first, and tell me when you can get into the state. Lu Changsheng saw that his son had not been able to get into the state, and shook his head. As a side-level technique, 5 stars sword cannon of life and death is naturally not so easy to get started. The first step of cultivation, drawing ki into the body, requires coordination of body and mind, a clear mind, 5 hearts facing the sky, and visualizing the 5 stars, which is somewhat difficult. Unlike the basic cultivation method of Huinguang, which only requires meditation to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, Lu Changsheng is roughly sure that his son's comprehension is quite average. Before seeing his son's opening of the 5th grade spiritual root under the Hoku, he had a small expectation that he could surprise himself in other aspects. Now it seems that he thought too much? Dad, am I very bad? Lu Pinggan opened his eyes and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. This is normal. It usually takes 10 days and half a month to get the trick. Lu Changsheng did not hit his son and said aloud. Okay. Lu Pinggan nodded when he heard this. Prepare yourself for these days, and you must work hard to practice the method and not let your father down. Okay, if you have any questions, come to me at any time. Lu Changsheng patted him on the shoulder. Looking at the moonlight flowing, the hazy night, he exhaled lightly, walked out of the courtyard, and came to Lu Miaohun's courtyard. He could sense that Lu Miaohun had not rested yet. Huanghun. When he came to the courtyard, Lu Changsheng saw Lu Miaohun in a golden dress, sitting by the window with her hands on her knees, staring at the moonlight outside the window. Knowing that she must be missing her son Lu Qingxun, he stepped forward and hugged his wife's shoulders. Husband. Lu Miaohun saw Lu Changsheng, her eyes flushed, and her face showed a look of grievance and sadness. Why, do you miss Qingxun? Lu Changsheng hugged his wife in his arms and smiled warmly. Qingxun is still so young, and he likes to be naughty on weekdays. If he goes to Qingyun Sect, will he be disliked by the master, and will he be bullied? Lu Miaohun's eyes were red, and she muttered in her mouth. She was fine during the day. Facing the compliments and congratulations from others, thinking that her son was accepted as a disciple by the Jindan's Henren, her heart was full of joy and pride. But when it was late at night, he thought of his son who was only 10 years old. At this age, he was taken to the Qingyun Sect of Yu State to practice. I am afraid that we will meet again in the future, and I don't know how many years will pass. So the more a person thinks about it, the more he misses it, and there is a sadness in his heart. How could it be? Qingxun was able to let the Jindan's Henren personally accept him as a disciple, and even accepted Xiao Zuer for Qingxun. How could he not be liked by the master? Besides, although Qingxun is a little naughty, he is very sensible and will naturally please the master. With the support of the Jindan master, who dares to bully him? Lu Changsheng comforted in a gentle voice. Having said that, he couldn't help but worry about his 2 children. His daughter Lu Qingzhu is okay, she has a quiet personality, never makes trouble, and has conflicts with others. But his son Lu Qingxun still has a sense of pride in his bones, and belongs to the competitive temperament. With this kind of personality, I am afraid that fighting is inevitable after embarking on the immortal path. But I feel bad when I think of Qingzhu going so far away. When Qingzhu comes back, will he forget me as his mother? Woo woo woo. Lu Maihun said, her eyes red, sobbing softly. When children are young, they are sent to the Immortal Sect to practice, and the children and their families and parents often become indifferent. So when she thought that her son was not only going to the sect at this age, it might be difficult to see each other for more than 10 or 20 years in the future, she was extremely sad. It's okay, it's okay. In a few years, when the family is stable and we have time, we will go to Qingyun Sect to visit Qingzhu and Xiaozhi. In Qingyun Immortal City, there are spirit ships from Qingyun Sect every year. We can go to Qingyun Immortal City and take the spirit ship to visit them. Lu Changsheng comforted Lu Maihun. This was not just to coax Lu Maihun. Lu Maihoj said that Xianun's Henren said that after the two children have established their foundation, they will be allowed to go home to visit their relatives. But even if Lu Qingzhu is gifted, with a 6th grade gold spiritual root and a Zhengjin body, it will take at least more than 10 years to break through the foundation. After not seeing him for more than 10 years, he, as a father, was worried about his son being away. So when he had time, he planned to go to Qingyun Sect to check on his children. However, the journey to Qingyun Sect was long, and he might encounter danger. He had a lot of things on his hands now, so it was impossible for him to go. So he thought that after 3 to 5 years, when he had established his family, he would take Lu Maihoj and Lu Maihun to Qingyun Sect to have a look when he had time. At that time, he would melt the 9 treasures Jade Ruai into his life bone, and with a 3rd level talisman, he would have the absolute power to protect himself even when facing a Xianun's Henren. Really? When Lu Maihun heard this, her beautiful eyes turned red. With tears in her eyes, she looked pitiful, and looked at Lu Changsheng aggrievedly. When have I ever lied to my Huanhuan? Lu Changsheng looked at the aggrieved look of the second young lady, smiled softly, and gently wiped the tears from her eyes. He continued, Qingzhu and Xiaozhi are now going to Qingyun Sect. As a father, I naturally miss them very much and want to go see how they are doing. Wait a few years, when the family situation is settled, we will go to visit Qingzhu and Xiaozhi. Huanhuan, don't be sad. Lu Changsheng held his wife in his arms and whispered. Yet, hearing this, Lu Maihun turned from crying to laughing, and quietly snuggled in her husband's arms. Lu Maihacheng learned that Lu Changsheng had brought Lu Maihoj back, and began to arrange the family banquet, which made the Lu family lively. Congratulations to the elder for breaking through the foundation building. The future golden elixir is promising, and the reputation will spread all over the world. The elder is mighty, and my Qingzhu Mountain will surely reach a higher level. Congratulations to father for building the foundation. On this day, the family banquet began, and the entire Qingzhu Mountain was decorated with lights and colors, and there was a festive atmosphere to celebrate Lu Changsheng's foundation building banquet. Lu Changsheng, Lu Maihoj, Lu Maihun, Lu Maihun, Chu Zhenzhen, Ling Zixio and others sat in the main seats, accepting the congratulations and celebrations from everyone. Although it was a family banquet, people from several surrounding families and small families still sent people to give gifts and congratulations early. Among them, several families brought their women to toast, hoping to be favored by Lu Changsheng. Faced with this kind of thing, Lu Changsheng simply waved his hand and refused. One reason is that he is too busy now and has a lot of things to deal with. Another reason is that the quality of these women is average. Most of them are low-grade spiritual roots, which are no longer in the eyes of his ancestor Lu. He is now a 4th-grade spiritual root, with 153 children, and 39 descendants with spiritual roots. Among these children, except Lu Qingzhu, Lu Qingxun, Lu Wangshu, and Lu Pingyan who obtained the 5th-grade spiritual root by the Hoku, there are only 2 children with 6th-grade spiritual roots. The others are all low-grade spiritual roots. In this case, Lu Changsheng naturally wants to try his best to have good birth and good upbringing. The child's mother must have at least middle-grade spiritual roots, 4th-grade and 5th-grade spiritual roots. In this way, I have a 4th-grade spiritual root, and the child's mother has a 4th-grade spiritual root. The child born is likely to have a good spiritual root talent. Otherwise, if I give birth to children crazily, it will not only waste time, but also be bad for myself and the child. Besides, my children are getting older now. The matter of having more children and the responsibility can be handed over to the children. There is a system of many children and more blessings. Lu Changsheng's children's offspring, spiritual roots, and cultivation will also be added to him. Although it is not as much as the addition of having children, it will be reduced by 50% in each generation. But as long as the children start to be born, the snowball will start to roll. By then, the effect will be many times better than giving birth alone. I can really take off lying down. Immediately, Lu Changsheng said that his son Lu Xianzi is 19 this year. If there is a woman of the right age, they can arrange a marriage. Under normal circumstances, Lu Xianzi has a 9th grade spiritual root, a cultivation of the 4th level of key refining, and is a low-grade puppeteer. It is difficult for him to marry a good wife. But with Lu Changsheng, a 2nd-level talisman master and the father of a foundation-building master, these families were willing to marry their daughters to Lu Xianzi. In the end, Lu Xianzi and a daughter of a small family with a 7th-grade spiritual root took a liking to each other and nodded in agreement. In response, Lu Changsheng directly and generously gave 3 2nd-level spiritual talismans as a betrothal gift to settle the marriage. Faced with this, the small family was flattered. You know, 3 2nd-level spiritual talismans are worth thousands of spiritual stones. The value of such a betrothal gift is not low. But Lu Changsheng didn't care about it at all. He had many children, and most of them would marry wives or even concubines in the future. And there were only so many families of all sizes around. Where did so many female cultivators get married? In this case, as a father, he naturally had to manage his reputation well. Only in this way would other families around be willing to marry their female cultivators to his family. Even in the future, many female cultivators wandering outside would be willing to marry into his family after hearing about his family's reputation. Otherwise, with so many children, if everyone marries a fairy, it will be a big problem to start a family in the future. This scene made many people envious. As a 2nd-level talisman master and a foundation-building master, he is so willful. For his son's engagement, he actually gave a talisman worth thousands of spirit stones as a betrothal gift. This made everyone think that since Lu Changsheng, a foundation-building master, was unwilling to take a concubine, they could set their sights on Lu Changsheng's children. In this way, this foundation-building family banquet ended in a lively manner. However, many members of the Lu family were a little surprised to see that Lu Changsheng did not take a concubine or maid at this family banquet. Before this, they had made a bet, guessing in their hearts that this time Lu Changsheng would take a few concubines. At night, the night is like water, and the moon is like frost. In the pavilions, attics, and courtyards with swaying bamboos, goldfish are playing, and the moon reflected in the pond changes its shape at will. Hoo, ho, ho, the wind suddenly rose, whistling past, making the jade-green bamboo in the courtyard make a rustling sound with a very rhythmic sound. In the wing room, the warm light is hazy. In the incense burner at the bedside, thick white incense threads slowly flowed out, filling the room with a faint fragrance. Zixio, how is the effect? Lu Changsheng hugged Ling Zixio, whose hair was disheveled, cheeks were flushed, and her body was soft and weak, and asked in a warm voice. When he and Ling Zixio were practicing dual cultivation to heal injuries today, he suddenly thought that his yin and yang energy nourished a true elixir for Nanguang Mi Li, which had a healing effect. Then using yin and yang energy to warm Ling Zixio's foundation may also have an effect on her meridians and danshan. After all, the foundation of the Dao is the foundation of the foundation-building cultivator. If the foundation is nurtured, it may be good for the whole person. He did it right away. However, when Lu Changsheng was using the yin and yang qi to nourish Ling Zixio's foundation, he realized that because of the dragon yin body, when Ling Zixio broke through the foundation, the dragon yin body exploded, and the yang qi burned his body, causing the mana in his body to be disordered. The foundation was not solid, and the foundation was incomplete. He only condensed the incomplete foundation. It was still the worst kind of incomplete foundation. There were several obvious cracks and gaps, almost to the level of shattering the foundation. Thank you, my dear, I can feel that the cracks on the foundation have been nourished and repaired. Ling Zixio snuggled in Lu Changsheng's arms, her beautiful face flushed, and she said softly. Unexpectedly, Lu Changsheng actually had such a source of essence that could nurture and repair his foundation. She had originally thought that after the problem of the dragon roar body was completely solved, she would find a way to buy natural materials and treasures in this area to repair her foundation. Unexpectedly, Lu Changsheng could solve this problem directly for her. This made her have another understanding of the mystery of Lu Changsheng in her heart. Since it works, it's good. I have been paying attention to your dragon roar body problem and forgot to pay attention to the problem of the foundation. Zixio, don't worry, my original essence can warm your foundation once a month. If you keep doing this, one day your foundation will be restored. Lu Changsheng stroked her snow-white and smooth skin and said so. Ling Zixio replied softly. After a while, she raised her head and asked Lu Changsheng, my dear, you said you wanted to establish a family power. I wonder what preparations you have made now. When the two met, she asked Lu Changsheng what his purpose was for her. Lu Changsheng said that he was going to establish a family power and needed a master of formations to take charge. But now, the two have been back to Qingzhu Mountain for more than a month. Seeing that Lu Changsheng was busy all day and had no preparations to establish a family, she couldn't help but ask curiously. Although in her opinion, Lu Changsheng had a shortcut. He could take over Qingzhu Mountain by occupying the magpie's nest. But after such a long time of getting along, she knew that Lu Changsheng would not do this. I originally planned to come back this time and purchase a spiritual vein blessed land through Qingyun Sect as a family spiritual land. Or investigate the situation of the surrounding families to see if there are any family ancestors who died in the Battle of Blackwater Pond and want to sell the family spiritual land. But you also know that since I came back, I have been busy and have no time to investigate the situation of the surrounding spiritual land. And the current situation of the Lu family, I can't set up my own business. Lu Changsheng sighed slightly and said aloud. In fact, he still had a bit of urgency in his heart to establish a family. First of all, in Changsheng, he learned about the invasion of the Jin Kingdom's magic, which reminded him that he was worried that such a situation would happen again, which made him feel a little more urgent. He felt that he still had to improve his strength as soon as possible and break through the Jinden. But Lu Changsheng knew very well that it would not work if he cultivated by himself. Even if he was a 4th-grade spiritual root, had a Jingjin body, and had a top-grade condensed crystal pill, it would take decades for him to break through the condensed pill. Therefore, if he wanted to improve his strength quickly, he still had to marry a wife, take a concubine, have children, raise children, and have children. If he established a family power, the children would have a better environment to grow up in. Whether it was cultivation or starting a family, it would be simpler, which would be beneficial to raising children and having children. Secondly, in his system space, the Lingming Treasure Tree, the Zumi Tree King, and the Spirit Eye Spring, these things must have their own family spiritual land to be used. Otherwise, these things can only be left in the system space to eat dust. As for using them in Qingzhu Mountain, he didn't consider it at all. The Lingming Treasure Tree alone was okay. But the Zumi Tree King and the Spirit Eye Spring were of great importance. He would never easily reveal them to the outside world. So he had to build his own family spiritual land. Moreover, with the family spiritual land and the Zumi Tree King, his family is equivalent to having a Jinden's Henren sitting in charge, and there is also a sense of security. Third, after returning to Qingzhu Mountain, he realized a few problems. His current cultivation is in the middle stage of foundation building. If he uses all his strength to absorb and exhale the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at the spiritual eye, Lu Yuanzhuang will obviously notice something wrong. He knows that he has not just broken through the foundation building period. Then wait for Lu Miaoj to build the foundation, Ling Zixio to recuperate, and the two begin to practice. 4 foundation building cultivators will cause a certain burden on the spiritual energy of Qingzhu Mountain. In this case, if the Lu family has another foundation building cultivator, or wants to open a large formation, there will be a lack of spiritual energy, which will affect the turnover. So it is better to establish your own family as soon as possible. Purchase the spiritual vein blessed land through Qingyun Sect. Investigate the situation of the surrounding families. Ling Zixio heard this and nodded thoughtfully. As a formation master, she usually arranges formations and family formations for people, and has come into contact with many family forces. She has a lot of understanding in this regard. Naturally, if you want to establish a family, you first need a suitable family spiritual land. If there is no family spiritual land, establishing a family is completely nonsense. And buying spiritual land sold by surrounding families is naturally better than purchasing spiritual land from the Immortal Gate. She knew very well that these spiritual lands of the Immortal Gate were usually rented and sold to casual cultivators as caves for living. If you use it to establish a family, you need to build it bit by bit, which is very troublesome and takes time and money. If you don't have time, you can leave these things to me. It happens that I am at home and have nothing to do. I can go to investigate and understand the situation of the surrounding family spiritual land. See if there are any suitable spiritual lands and which families have spiritual lands for sale. Ling Zixiao thought for a moment and said softly. She asked about Lu Changsheng's establishment of a family, but it was not a boring mention. It was also through these days of observation. It can be seen that Lu Yuanzhong, the ancestor of the Lu family, has a short life, and Lu Changsheng is in the prime of his life, and he is also a foreign surname of the Lu family, with hundreds of descendants. In this situation, it is absolutely impossible for the Lu family members to have no thoughts or opinions about Lu Changsheng. In this case, why should they continue to stay in this small Qingzhu Mountain? In her opinion, Qingzhu Mountain is just a small pond. How can Lu Changsheng, a dragon, live here? Okay, in this case, I'll trouble you, Zixiao, for this matter. I really have a lot of things to do in the future, and I can't be distracted at all. Lu Changsheng heard this and immediately smiled and nodded in response. He has a lot of things to do in the future, and he has no time to be busy with these. As for asking other people to do it, he didn't know who to ask for a while. Since Ling Zixiao is willing to share his worries, he has no objection. My dear, in addition to the family spiritual land, do you have other things to prepare? If you have any questions, you can talk to me. When I was in Xiansheng, I came into contact with many family forces, arranged formations for them, and sorted out the veins, so I still have a certain understanding of the family. Ling Zixiao's pale face was flushed with a little red, and he said softly, Oh. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. I didn't expect Ling Zixiao to know about this. This was a pleasant surprise. Immediately, he told Ling Zixiao some of his thoughts, concerns. In fact, he can almost solve the main spiritual land, family formation, money, and even relationship channels for establishing a family. The final problem lies in people. At present, he has quite a few children. But there are only 5 children with spiritual roots and adults, including Lu Pangan. These children can't help the family construction at present. So I have to rely on my wives, concubines, and maids. But these wives, concubines, and maids can only be used to take care of family affairs. It is impossible to arrange other things, hard work. But after establishing a family, someone has to do the basic plate of the family, spiritual fields, and medicine gardens. Then, I envision building a puppet factory, which also requires a large number of people. These things cannot be solved in a short time. Ling Zixiao chuckled when he heard this. The white jade fingers drew circles on Lu Changsheng's chest and said, My dear, you really think too much, which makes things troublesome. Oh? Please give me some advice, Zixiao. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng hugged the warm and soft jade in his arms, changed to a more comfortable position, and asked, After Lu Lang established a family, why should he rush to deal with all the things and make preparations? Besides, how can so many things be done at once? All the things that Langjun said need time to be completed step by step. Langjun is not short of spiritual stones at present. He has the identity of a second-level talisman master and a good reputation. As long as he is willing, he can recruit spiritual plant masters and animal breeders. I think it won't take long before there will be people responsible for spiritual fields, medicine gardens, and raising spiritual beasts. As for spiritual farmers and chores, there are as many as you want. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are many people willing to do this kind of thing. As for the family business and resource mining, if there is no manpower, the worst thing is to cooperate with other family forces, let them mine, and we will take a share. When there is manpower at home, we will take over. Ling Zixiao shook her head and laughed softly. She didn't expect that Lu Changsheng was actually entangled in this aspect. It seems that I am overthinking and making things too complicated. Lu Changsheng heard this and suddenly realized that he was thinking too much and making things too complicated. Indeed. As Ling Zixiao said, I thought that after establishing the family, I would arrange everything at once. How could this be possible? These unimportant things will be regarded as the preparation stage in the first few years after the family is established. Anyway, during this period, I am not short of spiritual stones. I can use my current spiritual stones to invest and build spiritual land. As long as the family gradually gets on the right track and the children are almost grown up, these problems will be solved. My husband thinks these things too complicated. If Lu Lang dislikes trouble, let me do these things. Ling Zixiao continued. These days, she has been very bored in Qingzhu Mountain and wants to find something to do and do something for Lu Changsheng. At the same time, she can also see what Lu Changsheng's attitude towards her is through these. Whether he is completely confident in herself and is sincere. In that case, I'll trouble you, Zixiao. I have to change my cultivation method for Sister Mayaoj these days to prepare for a breakthrough in the foundation building stage, so I don't have much time. Lu Changsheng said with a happy face. Ling Zixiao was able to gain a foothold in Jixiao Immortal City alone, and I believe that these are not a problem for her at all. Change cultivation method. Ling Zixiao was a little surprised when he heard this. Under normal circumstances, immortal cultivators will not change their cultivation methods. Because changing cultivation methods not only wastes time, but also damages cultivation. The higher the strength, the greater the damage, which is a waste of time. Lu Mayaoj is now at the 9th level of key refining and is about to break through the foundation building stage. If she changes her cultivation method, not to mention the loss is too much, it will at least delay for a year. That's right, I happened to get a cultivation method suitable for Sister Mayaoj during my trip. And the opportunity to treat your dragon yin body is in this cultivation method. So I have to prepare for Sister Mayaoj to change this cultivation method these days. Lu Changsheng said. Directly tell her about Lu Mayaoj's change of cultivation method. After all, he said before that if Lu Mayaoj was brought back, there would be hope to solve Ling Zixiao's dragon roar body. Now that he is talking about the change of cultivation method, he should also explain it. Thank you for your hard work, Lu Lang. He Mayaoj. Ling Zixiao was slightly startled when she heard this. She didn't expect that Lu Mayaoj's change of cultivation method was actually related to solving her dragon roar body. This made her emotion slightly surging. It's okay. Lu Changsheng chuckled, and then said, by the way, if you need to spend spirit stones to investigate the situation of the surrounding families or recruit talents, Zixiao, you can tell me directly. Before leaving Jixiao Xiansheng, he met 5 kind-hearted robber cultivators who sponsored him, which made his storage bag rich again, so he was not afraid of spending money for the time being. I still have a lot of spirit stones. Besides, as a Taoist companion of Langjin, I should naturally contribute to the construction of the family. Ling Zixiao said with a light smile. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded after hearing this, and didn't be polite to Ling Zixiao. Everyone will be needed by others. Sometimes, asking them to help out more and do some small things can also help to enhance the relationship between the two. After handing over the establishment of the family to Ling Zixiao, Lu Changsheng focused on Lu Mayaoj's conversion to the Shangshan Ruishuju. In the previous Green River Market and Ruai County, Lu Mayaoj began to comprehend this method. But in the face of many of them, Lu Changsheng still needs to guide her, open up a little bit, and explain in detail. Thinking of his own independent family, Lu Changsheng felt that it was necessary to tell Lu Mayaoj about this. Otherwise, after Lu Mayaoj has just built the foundation, he will talk about this matter, which will make him seem to have been deliberately concealing it and affect the relationship between husband and wife. Establish a family. Lu Mayaoj didn't seem too surprised when she heard Lu Changsheng's words and prepared to establish her own family. She and Lu Changsheng have been married for so many years. In fact, she had long noticed that her husband did not completely regard Qingzhu Mountain as his home. Before, when she learned that Lu Changsheng refused to be the ancestor of the family, she had of a guess that Lu Changsheng probably had the idea of leaving or establishing his own family. But she would not take the initiative to bring up this aspect. Before, I heard that you, Changsheng, refused to be the ancestor of the family, so I had this guess. It's okay. Qingzhu Mountain is too small after all. If Changsheng wants to establish a family, you can just tell your father and the ancestors directly. I believe they can understand and give some help. Lu Mayaoj said in a gentle voice. If she said before, she just thought that her husband was not simple. But seeing Lu Changsheng giving her authentic level exercises, foundation building pills, and foundation building spiritual objects, she knew in her heart that Lu Changsheng was more complicated than she thought. Such a person would not be confined to Qingzhu Mountain forever. In the current situation of the family, How can I mention the matter of starting my own business to my father-in-law and the ancestors? Just let me know in advance, Sister Mayaoj, I have this idea. I think that after you break through the foundation building, Sister Mayaoj, you may be able to relieve the injuries of the Yuanzhuang ancestor and help sit in Qingzhu Mountain. In this way, I can go out and start my own business. Seeing that Lu Mayaoj didn't mind, Lu Changsheng was slightly relieved and said aloud. Yes. Lu Mayaoj nodded gently in response. She asked Lu Changsheng about his current thoughts and told him some precautions about establishing a family. She said that she would ask people to pay attention to which families in the surrounding area were ready to sell spiritual land. After the two chatted for a long time, Lu Changsheng continued to instruct Lu Mayaoj on the practice of the supreme good is like water. At the same time, he began to practice the Great Daoju and prepared to condense the Great Dao seed. Chapter 228, Taiyi Dao, the situation of the spiritual land. 1 month later. Condensate? Lu Changsheng's eyes suddenly opened, and his hands kept pinching seals. The blood and qi in his body surged, the mana flowed, and the yin-yang 5 elements Dao foundation kept trembling. Buzz buzz buzz, but in the dancing of the qi sea, the yin-yang fish formed by the yin-yang qi was frantically swallowing and exhaling the original essence in the body, and the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth gradually formed a crystal clear, semi-liquid and semi-solid, soybean-sized golden seed. Huh? It's finally done. Lu Changsheng saw this Taiyi Dao seed take shape, and he let out a long breath with a tired face. This Taiyi Dao seed is not easy to condense. Not only did it take him more than a month, it also caused a lot of damage to his essence, mana, and Dao basic source. It is estimated that it will take 3 or 4 months, or even half a year, to recover. However, this step is inevitable in practicing the Taiyi Sheng Shui Ju. If there is no Tao seed, Lu Mayaoj will not be able to practice the Shuangshan Ruo Shui Ju. So in his opinion, this price is not bad. It's just a loss of vitality, and it will recover after a period of conditioning. Lu Changsheng did not immediately give this Tao seed to Lu Mayaoj. He took out a pill and swallowed it, and used his energy to regulate his condition. 3 days later, Lu Changsheng walked out of the cave and came to the cave next to it. This cave was originally arranged by the Lu family for Ling Xiao to practice. But because of Ling Xiao's dragon body and meridians and Danshan, he could not use this cave for the time being. So Lu Changsheng talked to Lu Yuanzhong and asked Lu Mayaoj to practice here on weekdays. Changsheng. In the quiet and elegant cave, Lu Mayaoj, wearing a plain white dress, practiced cross-legged. From a distance, she looked like a shy ancient snow lotus, beautiful and extraordinary. Hearing the movement, Lu Mayaoj opened her beautiful eyes, looked at Lu Changsheng, and called softly. During this time, she had almost comprehended the Shangshan Rushuju. But because of the lack of the Taiyi Tao seed, she could not start practicing yet, and had been honing the spiritual power in her body. Now, her spiritual power of the Changsheng Shuai sword art has been polished to perfection, and she can attack the foundation at any time. Sister Mayaoj, I have condensed the Taiyi Dao seed, and you can start practicing the Shangshan Rushu art. Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Mayaoj, who was wearing high hair and was elegant and dignified, and stepped forward to hold her hand, smiling. Changsheng, thank you for your hard work. Hearing this, Lu Mayaoj saw that Lu Changsheng's face was a little off, and pursed her red lips, saying with some heartache. Although she only comprehended the Shangshan Rushu art, she also understood the Taiyi Dao art. Knowing that condensing the Taiyi Dao seed requires consuming the essence, spirit, and basic source of the Dao, there will be some damage to the seed cultivator. Haha, it's nothing serious, it will recover after a period of recuperation. Lu Changsheng chuckled, not caring at all. Looking at the beautiful face in front of him, he said directly, Sister Mayaoj, I will pass the Tao seed to you now. After saying that, he gently hugged the beautiful woman's shoulders, moved closer, and kissed her 2 bright red lips. It is very simple to pass the Taiyi Dao seed to others. The 2 of them can pass it on orally. A familiar breath came, and Lu Mayaoj's eyelashes trembled. Her 2 jade arms surrounded Lu Changsheng and responded gently. The sweet fragrance flowed between their lips and teeth. After a long time, Lu Mayaoj's face flushed, her body was a little soft, and her breathing was a little rapid. She wanted to remind Lu Changsheng that she should pass on the Tao seed. Hearing this sweet hum, Lu Changsheng stopped his hand wandering on his front and realized that he had forgotten to pass on the Tao seed. He immediately practiced a Tai Yi Daoju, and the soybean-sized Tai Yi Dao seed in his Qi Hai Danshan slowly rose and flowed, and passed it into Lu Mayaoji's mouth. As soon as the Tao seed entered her mouth, Lu Mayaoji immediately felt a vast and powerful energy in it. She felt that the energy contained in this Tai Yi Tao seed was much more powerful than her own spiritual power. Is this the perfect Tao foundation? Lu Mayaoji murmured in her heart. She knew that the strength of the Tai Yi Tao seed was determined by the spirit and Tao foundation of the Tao seeder. The Tao seed in her mouth was so extraordinary, which showed that Lu Changsheng's magical power foundation was even stronger than she had imagined. Sister Mayaoji. Lu Changsheng let Lu Mayaoji go and reminded her to fuse the Tao seed. Hearing this, Lu Mayaoji quickly came back to her senses and did not dare to neglect it. She sat cross-legged on the side and practiced the Shangsheng Rushuju. Lu Changsheng also came to the side and practiced a Tai Yi Tao Ju, slowly inputting his magic power into Lu Mayaoji's body to help her melt this Tao seed. Tai Yi Sheng Shui Ju. The two of them practiced a technique at the same time, turning it into Tai Yi Sheng Shui Ju. The Qi and energy merged, causing the Dao seed to slowly enter Lu Mayaoji's Qi Hai Danshan. As soon as the Tai Yi Sheng Daoju entered Lu Mayaoji's Danshan lake, a majestic and vast Qi and magic power surged, flowing and spreading in her body, washing her internal organs, meridians, flesh, bones, and spiritual power. Let her body and spiritual power match this Dao seed and Lu Changsheng's magic power. As the Qi of the Dao seed spread, Lu Mayaoji felt that she was full of power and could directly impact the foundation. Of course, she would not do this, and continued to practice the Supreme Good is like water Ju with a calm mind. During the process, the Supreme Good is like water Ju began to operate on its own under the influence of the Tai Yi Sheng Dao, and some subtle changes occurred. As the technique continued to operate, there were constant subtle improvements and changes, gradually forming a unique technique. Lu Mayaoji knew that this was Tai Yi Sheng Shui Ju, the most powerful part of this authentic technique. The practitioner of Shangsheng Rushuju will adapt according to the Tai Yi Dao seed condensed by the practitioner of Tai Yi Dao seed Ju. Thus, it possesses some of the characteristics of the Tao seeder and the characteristics of mana, forming a brand new method. Only in this way, the two of them can cultivate together in the future to nurture the mother energy of all things and cleanse the foundation of Tao. I don't know how long it took. Lu Mayaoji's breath in her body calmed down. She looked at the golden Tao seed in her Qi Hai Danshan. She could clearly feel that through this Tao seed, she and Lu Changsheng had a few more inexplicable connections. Through the Tao seed, she could vaguely feel the location of the two. Moreover, Lu Changsheng could replenish her mana through the Tao seed. She could also replenish Lu Changsheng's mana through the Tao seed. Changsheng. Lu Mayaoji opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Lu Changsheng tenderly. It means that the Tao seed and Shangsheng Rushuju are almost done. Next, what I have to do is to transfer all my spiritual power to Shangsheng Rushuju. Moreover, as Lu Changsheng said before, because the Changsheng Shuiao sword art and Lu Changsheng's cultivation method are of the same origin, his spiritual power should not be greatly depleted. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded after hearing this, and pointed out several issues that Lu Mayaoji needed to pay attention to in her cultivation. He told her to ask him any questions she encountered during her cultivation. After saying goodbye to Lu Mayaoji, he came to Lu Pinggan's courtyard to check on his son Lu Pinggan's cultivation. Pinggan, how is it? Lu Changsheng asked his son how he was practicing the 5 stars sort of life and death. Dad Lu Pinggan scratched his head and told his cultivation process with some embarrassment. It has been more than a month, and his cultivation method has naturally entered the door, and he can sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But when practicing, there is always a feeling of bumps, and it feels very strenuous. Strenuous. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly when he heard this. Why is it a bit strenuous to practice at the stage of drawing Qi into the body? You know, Lu Pinggan has a 5th grade spiritual root. Is there something wrong with the artificial spiritual root of Hopu? He said to Lu Pinggan, practice now, let me see. Yes. Hearing this, Lu Pinggan immediately sat cross-legged and began to draw Qi into his body. Lu Changsheng watched Lu Pinggan practice quietly on the side. After about a quarter of an hour, Lu Pinggan gradually entered the state. The spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth slowly gathered towards him and entered his body. Then, these spiritual energies accompanied the operation of the exercises, wandering through the meridians in his body, walking around the world. This wandering process is indeed slower than the average level of the 5th grade spiritual route. Immediately, Lu Changsheng came to a conclusion. Not suitable. Lu Pingyan is not suitable for this exercise. Side door exercises like 5 stars Sword of Life and Death have certain requirements for character, comprehension, and talent. If they are not in line, even if you get started, it will be a bit reluctant to practice, bumping. Pingyan, it's okay. Lu Changsheng's voice sounded in Lu Pingyan's mind. Dad, I disappoint you. Lu Pingyan looked at his father, knowing that he did not perform well, and said with some shame. His father had finally allowed him to embark on the path of immortality and start cultivating immortality. But he actually performed so poorly in the first step of cultivating immortality, which really made him feel ashamed. It's okay, it seems that you don't have much talent in sword skills. It's not suitable for this technique. Lu Changsheng waved his hand, but didn't care too much. When he first obtained the 7 stars Great Freedom Sword technique, he planned to use this technique as the future clan technique. But with his understanding of the world of cultivating immortals and the enrichment of his own techniques, his idea gradually faded. After all, not everyone is suitable for practicing sword techniques. For example, Lu Mioj practiced a Changsheng Shuiao sword technique, and the effect was also average in his opinion. Since Lu Pingyan was not suitable for this technique, he naturally changed it. I wonder what you think. Lu Changsheng said. I will listen to your arrangement, Dad. Lu Pingyan said in a deep voice. When Lu Changsheng first taught him the technique, he asked him if he liked the sword technique. When he heard this, he naturally nodded in response, indicating that he liked it. On the one hand, he had heard and read many stories about sword immortals since he was a child. On the other hand, he asked Qingyun why he wanted to become a great swordsman. The other party said that it was because sword cultivation was powerful. The largest immortal sect in Jiang country, Qingyun Sect, was a sword cultivation sect. So her dream was to join Qingyun Sect and become a peerless swordsman. This also made Lu Pingyan have a certain tendency to sword cultivation. But now, he has no talent in this area, and he doesn't force it. In this case, then, Lu Changsheng pondered and thought about giving his son a practice. The practice methods he currently has are the 7 stars Great Freedom Sword Sutra, the 100 Refinements Treasure Body Sutra, the Yin and Yang Harmony Guang, the 99 Mysterious Talisman Sutra, and the Tai Sheng Shuju. Among them, the 7 stars are definitely not suitable for Lu Pingyan. The 5 stars are not very compatible, so it is naturally impossible to practice the 7 stars. As for the exquisite level of the 7 stars split, he thinks it can be tried. For example, the Changsheng Tuiao Sword Ju. Lu Pingyan has a somewhat honest and straightforward personality, and practicing this sword tactic should be a lot better. But thinking that this practice is in the same vein as the 5-star Star Life and Death Sword Classic after all. Even if it can be a little better, it is estimated that it will not be much better. As for other exercises, such as the 99 Mysterious Talisman Scripture, it is obviously not suitable. This book of talismans requires a lot of comprehension. After spending time together, he knew that his son's comprehension was at most average. Tai Sheng Shuju. This is a Taoist practice, which requires 2 people to practice, and Lu Pingyan can't practice it. Yinayang Hagong. This is an evil practice. Although he doesn't mind passing this evil practice out, Lu Pingyan's personality is obviously not suitable. Why don't you try the Baolian Baotaju? Lu Changsheng paused in his heart. In fact, he has always wanted to pass the Baolian Baotaju to one of his children. Because if his children practice it, it can add to him. If he gives a magic weapon to his children to condense and assist in practicing the Baolian Baotaju, then it is equivalent to a magic weapon with double benefits. But this practice is not only difficult to practice, but also very dangerous. In the process, if you are a little radical, it is easy to make mistakes. It will cause the body to be unable to withstand the effect of the sacrifice, and thus collapse and die. Therefore, the son who practices this practice must have a calm personality and keep a tight mouth. In his opinion, Lu Pingyan is good in this aspect. Moreover, as a martial arts master, Lu Pingyan has a foundation in body training. However, 100 Refining Treasure Body Art is only a concurrent body training method, and it is not a real body training method. If you want to practice this method, you must first draw the key into the body. Lu Changsheng thought for a moment and knew that at this stage, Lu Pingyan had no way to practice 100 Refining Treasure Body Art. Immediately, he asked Lu Pingyan to choose from several methods he had obtained from robber cultivators. In the more than 20 years of cultivating immortals, he met many kind people and gained several good methods. The best one is naturally Red Luant Sutra, although this method only has the part up to the dam formation stage. But it is at least a side door level method. The second is the exquisite level method Purple Yang True Art obtained from the 5 robbery cultivators in Jixiao Immortal City before, and the exquisite level method Qingmu Yangayanju obtained before. As for advanced methods, there are also 4 or 5. Lu Pingyan saw these methods and scratched his head, not knowing which one to learn. Let's take this one. Seeing his son's tangled face, Lu Changsheng took out the Jiangzhenju directly. The reason for choosing this method is that this method belongs to the method of practicing both the arithmetic and the body. 7 points of key training and 3 points of body training. It is just right to use this method to see if Lu Pingyan has talent in body training. Okay. Lu Pingyan nodded immediately after hearing this. But because Lu Pingyan can't read the jade slips now, he, the old father, can only teach after reading the method. It took more than an hour for Lu Changsheng to explain the first level of practice of this method, the method of drawing qi into the body and running the meridians. Okay, you practice well, and if you have any questions, come and ask me then. If I'm not here, you can go to your aunt Zixio. Lu Changsheng thought about it and said aloud. He planned to let Ling Zixio take a look at this method later. If he is not here, let her help to point out 1 or 2. Yes, Dad. Lu Pingyan nodded seriously after hearing his words. He made up his mind that he must practice it this time. After resolving Lu Pingyan's situation, Lu Changsheng came to the backyard to accompany his wife, concubines and children. Lu Maiyuan brought a few letters, saying that many people had written to him during this period. Lu Changsheng took the letters and looked at them for a few times. His good friends Han Lin and Zhao Qingqing wrote to congratulate him on his breakthrough in foundation building. His brother-in-law Xia Chaoyuan also wrote to congratulate him on his foundation building. In addition to these 3 people, there are 2 good friends he met in Jiulongfang Market, Yu Mao Chang and Gao He. Among them, Gao He not only congratulated himself on his foundation building, but also reported on the situation of Pingyan Fudang. He said that because of Lu Changsheng's departure, the second-level talismans have not been replenished, and the business of the store has declined. If Lu Changsheng has time, he can replenish the talismans. After seeing these letters, Lu Changsheng replied to them one by one and asked Lu Maiyuan to send them back to him. At the same time, he took out a stack of talismans and gave them to Lu Maiyuan, asking him to arrange to send them to Hongai Valley Fangxi. One part is for Pingyan Fudang. The other part is for the Lu family. After all, as the eldest elder of the Lu family and a second-level talisman master, he still has to make some contributions. Anyway, these talismans will eventually turn into contribution points and be recorded in his name. After finishing these things, seeing that it was getting late, Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixio practiced together to smooth their relationship. Afterwards, Zixio, I may be busy in the future and I can't be here all the time. I will give Pingyan a Ziyangzhenju to practice. If he has any problems during the practice, you can give him some pointers. Lu Changsheng hugged Ling Zixio, whose skin was white and rosy, and said softly, Okay, please rest assured, my dear. Ling Zixio heard this and said weakly. Immediately, Ling Zixio and Lu Changsheng talked about the family's spiritual land. In the past month, she had a brief understanding of the Qingyun territory and the family's power. At the same time, she asked which families were ready to sell their family's spiritual land and move their entire families. Because the Qingyun Sect has a rule. That is, after the Battle of the Blackwater Pond, within 3 years, they will develop steadily and not invade or cause conflicts and wars. Therefore, many families whose ancestors died in battle are still struggling and preparing for the last fight. They hope to fight for a foundation and stabilize the family situation. Therefore, only 2 or 3 families are interested in selling their family's spiritual land. But Ling Zixio is not very satisfied with these families. Because the size, location, surrounding market, and other conditions of these families' spiritual lands are all poor. At present, the spiritual lands of these families who are interested in selling spiritual lands, or families whose ancestors died in battle, are very ordinary. My dear, you said before that you can buy a spiritual vein dojo through Qingyun Sect. If my dear has connections in Qingyun Sect, you can buy a good spiritual vein blessed land. Even if you have to build it yourself, you can still consider it in the long run. Ling Zixio said so. As a formation master of Qingzhu Immortal City, her vision is relatively high. In her opinion, the spiritual lands of these families who may sell spiritual lands are very ordinary and a little unattractive. Even Qingzhu Mountain is very ordinary in her opinion, and she looks down on it. I don't know about the spiritual veins and dojos in Qingyun Sect. I just have a Qingyun token. This token is a favor to Qingyun Sect, and I can make certain requests. I plan to use this Qingyun token to exchange for a qualification to buy spiritual land if there is no suitable spiritual land. Lu Changsheng said aloud, without hiding the Qingyun token. Qingyun token. Ling Zixiao nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. In this case, you can find out in advance which spiritual veins and dojos in Qingyun Sect are currently for sale. I will also continue to learn about the situation of the surrounding spiritual veins and blessed lands. Ling Zixiao continued. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Zixiao. Lu Changsheng nodded. I will write to Xiao Ziyu later to ask if she knows anything about this. After accompanying his wife, concubines and children, Lu Changsheng did not go into seclusion directly. Instead, he began to draw third-level talismans. He plans to draw some third-level talismans first to keep by his side. By the way, during this period, take care of the concubine who is preparing for pregnancy. During the second-level talisman master ceremony, he took in 2 concubines and 5 maids. All 7 of them only gave birth to 1 child. Now that they have rested for such a long time, they can have a second child. Although he planned to have good birth and raise children. But since the person is in the harem, naturally he still has to let the child get pregnant. Moreover, including Lu Pingyan, he now has 39 descendants with spiritual roots. If one more person is born, there will be 40 descendants with spiritual roots, and maybe the system can give him some money. Moreover, the spiritual roots of these 7 people are not bad. 2 of them have 5th grade spiritual roots, and 1 has 6th grade spiritual roots. But when thinking of the 40th child, Lu Changsheng thought of the child in Nangguang Milli's arms. As a Jinan's Henren, the other party's child is likely to have spiritual roots, and even good spiritual roots. If the child in the other party's belly is born, it is likely to be the 40th child with spiritual roots. Huh? Looking at the system's offspring column and seeing that the child is still there, Lu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. But in his heart, he couldn't help but think about Nangguang Mili and Meng Xiaoqin, how they are doing now. Chapter 229, Rong Lingdan, Lu Mioj builds the foundation of heaven. On the misty mountain peak, a hideous blood jade spider was entrenched, with a strange red light all over its body. In its pupils, a clear and mirror-like spiritual pond, and a girl in a white dress sitting beside it with her hands on her knees were reflected. The girl had a delicate face and an ethereal temperament. Her dark hair was scattered behind her. She looked at her reflection in the spiritual pond and was in a trance. After a long time, the girl came back to her senses and sighed slightly. Her white hands gently touched the water of the pond, causing ripples in the calm water. Then, the girl took off her embroidered shoes and silk stockings, revealing a pair of slender and round feet as white as unpolished jade. The tip of her toes gently dipped into the water, and the moment it touched the water's surface, her toes curled up slightly nervously and playfully, causing a little ripple. The water in the pond was sparkling, and the waves were flowing, gently wrapping the girl's white jade feet, covering her delicate and slender ankles, making the girl's face look a little comfortable. Immediately, the girl's 2 feet swayed in the water like a playful girl, splashing drops of round and translucent pearls on the water. Under the sunlight, the snow-white and delicate jade feet were like precious light flowing in the sparkling water, crystal clear. Xiaoqin. At this moment, not far away, a beautiful woman with a charming face and sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed opened her eyes, stood up, and whispered to the girl. She was wearing a gorgeous purple dress, with a graceful and charming figure, and her curves were extremely graceful. Her chest was tall and proud, and her clothes could not hide her edge. Her waist was slender and graceful, and she could hold it with both hands. And under the slender waist, the curve suddenly changed, showing her round and beautiful buttocks, which were tempting and hot. Although the woman was full of enchantment and charm, but between her eyebrows, there was a powerful and intimidating momentum. It gives people a kind of cold and domineering, majestic and noble, which makes people feel frightened and ashamed. Master. Meng Xiaoqin heard her master's words and immediately turned her head to look at Nangguang Mili. Looking at her master's proud figure, she couldn't help but feel a little envious. Xiaoqin, it's time to go. Nangguang Mili exhaled lightly, looked at the sky, and said aloud. In the narrow and long phoenix eyes, there was a magic that made people deeply trapped. Master, has your body recovered? Meng Xiaochen heard this, pursed her lips lightly, and said with concern. It has recovered 70% to 80%. If you want to fully recover here, it will take too much time. Nangguang Mili took a deep breath, his chest rose and fell proudly, and said softly. While speaking, his palm subconsciously stroked his flat belly. Knowing that if she continued to cultivate, the fetus in her belly would affect her strength at that time. Once in danger, it would be very troublesome. Moreover, she could clearly realize that the Love Gu had been influencing her subtly. Therefore, she must return to the Five Poison Sect of Jin as soon as possible. Only after returning to the Five Poison Sect can she give birth to this child with peace of mind. Only then can she have the conditions to make this child surpass others in the mother's womb. At the same time, the unique Gu of the Five Poison Sect, the Phoenix Gu, has the effect of rebirth in nirvana, washing away the lead. It can remove the effect of the Love Gu. Thinking of herself under the influence of the Love Gu, facing all kinds of humiliation and trampling by Lu Changsheng, she actually fell in love. Nangguang Mili couldn't help but feel ashamed, angry, and murderous, and wanted to cut Lu Changsheng into pieces. Even if she, Nangguang Mili, fell in love with someone, she couldn't fall in love in this way. This dogman should have some kind of peerless Taoist body. Otherwise, the mere foundation building cultivation will definitely not have such ability. Nangguang Mili narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, cold and clear, thinking of Lu Changsheng using the yin and yang energy to heal herself. Her true elixir was nurtured by Lu Changsheng, and a little golden elixir Taoism was born. She could not help but plan that after she completely recovered and solved the love-locking Gu, she would capture this bastard Lu Changsheng and bring him back to the Five Poison Sect. She would humiliate him in every way and make him warm up the golden elixir for her. This would not only allow her to take revenge, but also allow the real elixir to be promoted to the immortal golden elixir. But when she thought of the process of warming up the golden elixir, she thought of the time she did not want to recall. A bit of shame appeared in her narrow and long Danfeng eyes, and her heart was inexplicably throbbing, and her emotions were rolling. Huh? Nangguang Mili calmed down her emotions. Looking at the Mi Xian's Hu in her body, she pursed her lips, and a burst of light surged around her. She turned into a beautiful woman with a lot of charm. But her enchanting and charming temperament disappeared. Let's go. She glanced at her apprentice Meng Xiaochen and said softly. Although she knew that she was infected with a love-locking Gu and it was related to Meng Xiaochen. But she knew in her heart that Meng Xiaochen's love-locking Gu was deeper than hers. It was understandable to do such a thing. Moreover, under the effect of the love-lock Gu, Meng Xiaochen was able to tell her master about the love-lock Gu, which showed that his feelings for her master were not weaker than the effect of the love-lock Gu. In this case, she would naturally not blame Meng Xiaochen too much. Yes, master. Meng Xiaochen saw the change in her master and immediately put away the formation. Then she touched the purple bracelet on her wrist, which changed her appearance and temperament. Immediately, the two of them drove a cloud handkerchief, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared on the top of the mountain. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, half a year has passed. During these days, after Lu Changsheng made his 2 concubines and 1 servant pregnant, he began to practice in seclusion and forged the 9-9 mysterious true strategy. This talisman is very complicated, even more complicated than the natal magic weapon 7 Lights Heart Lamp. The real finished product is composed of 129,699 mysterious true signs. It can change its appearance according to the mind and form a talisman formation. However, what Lu Changsheng created is just a simplified version. It is composed of a total of 10,800 Zhuanzhan signs. For Lu Changsheng, 10,800 sticks were enough. At present, his spiritual power was not enough to control 129,600 Zhuanzhan sticks. Even 10,800 sticks were too many. 9-9 Zhuanzhan strategy, done. In the cave, Lu Changsheng's power was running, and he made a seal with his hands. But around him, black iron sticks engraved with spiritual patterns and flowing with mysterious light appeared, rotating around him and arranging neatly. He kept making seals with his hands and put the spells into the iron sticks. Finally, Lu Changsheng flicked his fingertips and a drop of blood flew out. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, All the iron sticks gathered towards the blood and turned into a black iron stick with flowing mysterious light. The iron stick changed its appearance in Lu Changsheng's hand, like a jade plate, like an iron pestle, like a round plate, and finally turned into a black folding fan. This is one of the abilities of 99 Zhuan's strategy. It can change the appearance of the talisman at will. Huh? With the talisman of 99 mysterious true strategy, if I set up another talisman array, the power and effect will be doubled. When the time comes, facing the fake Danzhenren, as long as I seize the initiative, I can directly trap him with the talisman array and kill him. And with this talisman, ordinary means will never be able to break my talisman array. Lu Changsheng looked at the folding fan in his hand with joy. When he went to Juxiao Xiansheng, he witnessed a fight between the Xiahao family's fake Dan ancestor and the Qingyun Sect's Qianzhenren. He had a general understanding of the strength of the fake Danzhenren. Knowing that he had this talisman, once he used hundreds of talismans to form a talisman array, his offensive power would be far better than that of the fake Danzhenren. He could directly kill the fake Danzhenren. Moreover, with this talisman, the effect of the talisman array trapping the enemy was greatly improved. Unlike before, when facing the attack of the talisman treasure, the talisman array was broken into a corner. But it's not easy to become a fake pill real person. If you don't seize the initiative, or if the other party takes action first, it's hard to say who will win. So if you can avoid crossing the border to fight the enemy, don't cross the border. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly, not arrogant. He knew that it was not easy to become a fake pill real person. The other party would not let him take the initiative. Once the other party seizes the initiative, although he can rely on the talisman formation to resist the enemy, or even defeat the enemy, it's hard to say who will win. After all, in the world of cultivating immortals, those who can cultivate to the level of fake pills have many means, and few are simple. Maybe the other party has some means that are hard to defend against. Next, it's this 9 treasures jade ruai. As long as I melt this spiritual treasure into my life treasure bone. When I get the 9 great magical powers, it won't be a problem to face the fake pill real person. Even the giant in real person can fight. Lu Changsheng gently stroked the 9 treasures jade ruai on his sternum. After breaking through the 5th level of the Balian Baodiju, he began to melt this heavenly spiritual treasure. But it is not so easy to refine the Tongshan Lingbao into the treasure bone of life. Moreover, he has not had time to refine this Tongshan Lingbao for so long. He can only rely on the automatic operation of the Balian Baodiju to refine this Tongshan Lingbao bit by bit. Lu Changsheng did not think much, and was anxious to refine this Tongshan Lingbao and walked out of the cave. He came to the next cave to see the situation of Lu Miaoj. The other party was still transforming her spiritual power into the Shangsheng Rushuju. Although the Changsheng Shuaiao sword Ju she practiced was in the same vein as the Dao seed, it would be much easier to transform. But it would take another 3 or 4 months to complete the transformation. After a moment of tenderness with Lu Miaoj, Lu Changsheng did not disturb her. He came to the backyard of his house, chatted with his wife, concubines, and children, and cared about the situation at home. During the chat, Lu Changsheng learned that he had been in seclusion for almost 5 months. 5 months, so, the child in Nanguang Millie's belly has been a year, why hasn't the child been born yet? Lu Changsheng paused in his heart and suddenly thought of something. Calculating the time, it has been a year since he learned through the system that Nanguang Millie was pregnant. But he did not feel the throbbing of the spiritual root bonus system. Lu Changsheng immediately muttered in his heart and opened the system panel to check. Offspring. 153/157, 157, so this child has not been born yet. The longer the child is pregnant, the more likely it is that the spiritual root talent is good. Wang Shu was also born a year later. It seems that this child should have a good talent. Lu Changsheng looked at the offspring column in front of him, let out a long breath, and felt relieved. He couldn't help but look forward to this unborn child. After all, this is the child of a Jiandan Zhenren. It is difficult to get pregnant at the level of Jiandan. Once pregnant, the child born will have a high probability of having spiritual roots, and the spiritual root talent will not be bad. Little Wang Shu. After chatting with his wife for a while, Lu Changsheng saw Lu Wangshu, who was eating lotus seed soup with a quiet face not far away, and walked up to him and called out in a gentle voice. This daughter is now 4 years old. She inherited his and Xiao Ziyu's looks, and she is naturally delicate and cute. However, In the face of Lu Changsheng's enthusiastic greeting, Lu Wangshu, who was eating lotus seed soup, just glanced at him and ignored him, picking up the spoon and continuing to eat. Little Wangshu, do you miss your daddy? Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Wangshu, who was eating with a cute face, squatted aside and continued. You can't talk while eating. Lu Wangshu said to Lu Changsheng in a baby voice with a spoon in his hand. Then do you miss your daddy? Lu Changsheng heard this and said with a face full of grievance. No, now. Lu Wangshu said with a smile when he heard this, and scooped another lotus seed and put it in his mouth. Wow, daddy is sad. Lu Changsheng heard this and immediately said with a look of discomfort. He couldn't help thinking that he didn't seem to accompany this daughter much. Most of the time he was busy and secluded, which led to the estrangement of the relationship between father and daughter. Think about it. Seeing Lu Changsheng like this, Lu Wangshu immediately raised his little face, showing a healing smile and little tiger teeth, and said, I was kidding you, teasing you, he. Lu Changsheng smiled. He was actually fooled by this 4-year-old girl in front of him. Huh? You actually teased daddy? Then tell me, how do you think about daddy? Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter who was eating lotus seed soup again, and asked softly, his voice gentle. Lu Wangshu tilted his head and thought about it, then put down the spoon in his hand. Then he held his chin with both hands, and said with a cute and well-behaved face, think about daddy like this. So good. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng rubbed his daughter's little head. Lu Wangshu laughed twice and said, no, I'm teasing you again. Level as he said that, he picked up the spoon and took another bite for himself. Oh woo. Okay, you bad guy, you only know how to tease daddy. Lu Changsheng said unhappily, and gently pinched her delicate and rosy face. Then he waited for Lu Wangshu to finish eating and took her to the kindergarten to play. Now that there is Lu Xianci, the puppet master, in the family, the equipment in the Lu family amusement park can be said to be much more complete, with everything complete. Many concubines are playing here with their children. It seems that Lu Changsheng brought Lu Wangshu here, and he immediately bowed and greeted him. After a while, Lu Wangshu came to a rocking car in the shape of a green jade phoenix. As the rocking car swayed, there was a beautiful song. Daddy, come too. Lu Wangshu sat on the rocking car, looking happy, and shouted to Lu Changsheng. Indicated for him to sit on the one next to him and play with her. Huh? Are you kidding? Your father is a great foundation building cultivator, a second-level talisman master, a second-level alchemist, a second-level puppeteer, and the dream of billions of fairies and witches in the world of immortal cultivation. How can he play with such childish things? After a moment, the two rocking cars began to rock together, and a duet sounded. Lu Changsheng sat on the carriage of the wrong size. As the rocking car began to rock, his frown slowly relaxed. To be honest, this thing is quite fun. I built this thing myself, but I have never experienced it in so many years. After the song ended, Lu Changsheng looked at the concubines and maids who were carrying children not far away, all staring at him in a daze. Their eyes were full of astonishment and surprise. Ahem, this thing is not bad. Kids usually like it when they play with it. Lu Changsheng coughed twice lightly, got off the rocking car, and said seriously to the concubines. I like it. I heard from Xianci that this was designed by my husband, and the children like it very much. Yes, I also experienced this before, and it was really interesting. Daddy, this is also fun. These wives, concubines and children said immediately. Haha, as long as you like it. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng said with a smile. It's not good to accompany Lu Wangshu, the little girl, alone. Although old fathers will have some favoritism. But he is not too partial. After playing with the children for a day, after dinner, Lu Changsheng came to the corner of the yard to take a look at his golden armor bean mother. This golden armor bean mother has been planted for 8 years and is in the stage of flowering and fruiting. A total of 8 flowers have bloomed, which means that 8 golden armor spirit beans will be produced. It is about the same as Lu Changsheng's previous estimate. Looking at the appearance of the flowers, Lu Changsheng estimated that in 2 years, spirit beans will be produced. This made him look forward to these golden armor spirit beans. Although there are only 8 golden armor warriors for 8 beans. But at least they are his first batch of Taoist soldiers. Chirp, chirp. At this time, Lu Changsheng saw Lu Miaoyan taking the green jade phoenix for a walk. This green jade phoenix has been raised for 2 years and has grown a lot. The feathers all over its body are like green jade, beautiful and full of fairy spirit. However, If Lu Changsheng wants to use this green jade phoenix as a mount, he will probably have to raise it for another 7 or 8 years. Seeing this green jade phoenix, Lu Changsheng remembered that he still had a cold green black turtle in his pet bag. When he was in Jixiao Fairy City, he extracted this black turtle from the system space. Then he kept throwing it into the pet bag. After all, in his opinion, this kind of thing is really not good to raise. But thinking that it would be better to let someone at home raise it instead of raising it in the pet bag with 1 meal full and 1 meal hungry. After all, if you raise a pet, a suitable environment and food and drink will be of great help to the growth of the pet. Lu Changsheng thought of his wife Lu Miaoj at the first time. This cold green-black turtle has water and ice attributes. Lu Miaoj practiced the supreme goodnesses like water art, which happened to be similar to the properties of this cold green turtle. But thinking that Lu Miaoj is busy now, she is still wholeheartedly practicing the technique and has no time to take care of the pet. Immediately, Lu Changsheng thought about it, came to Chu Zhensun's yard, and found his daughter Lu Wangshu. Since Lu Miaoj has no time now, this daughter is taken care of by Lu Miaoyan, Lu Miahun, and Chu Zhenzhen. Little Wangshu, do you want a pet? Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter and said in a gentle voice. Daddy, what pet? Lu Wangshu heard this and tilted his head, looking cute. Little turtle, take a look and see if you like it. Lu Changsheng took out a cold green turtle from the spirit pet bag. This cold green turtle is currently only the size of a pot lid, and its whole body is blue. The tortoise shell is a bit of ice blue, exuding a faint chill. Because it is still young, this little turtle looks naive and cute. After sensing Lu Changsheng's breath, the cold green-black tortoise immediately rubbed against Lu Changsheng's legs and feet. Little turtle. Lu Wangshu's little face showed novelty. He immediately squatted down and poked the cold green-black tortoise in front of him with his white and tender fingers. This cold green-black tortoise is a relatively human monster, and immediately rubbed against the little master intimately. Then he opened his mouth and spit out an oval ice cube that fell into Lu Wangshu's hand. Huh? Lu Wangshu looked at the ice cube with a surprised face, and subconsciously wanted to put it in his mouth to taste it. You silly thing, don't put everything in your mouth. Lu Changsheng immediately snatched the ice cube from his daughter's hand, and then knocked it against the cold green-black tortoise. Daddy, I want a little turtle. Lu Wangshu said in a baby voice. Okay, but let me tell you in advance that you can't eat anything randomly. Lu Changsheng said to Lu Wangshu. Then he told Chu Zhenzhen that he would let her help take care of this pet in the future. Otherwise, if Lu Wangshu really raised it, he would raise it to death. Don't worry, my husband. I will take care of Wangshu. Chu Zhenzhen responded softly, and squatted beside to look at the cold green-black turtle. Then she discussed with Lu Wangshu and named this heavenly monster Xiaobing. Half a month later. On this day, Lu Changsheng was chatting with Ling Zixio. They planned to wait for Lu Miaoj to break through the foundation building stage, and then they would go out to the several spiritual places they had decided on for field investigation, and take a look at the several spiritual veins for sale by Qingyun Sect. At this time, a gust of air accompanied by a system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for 20 offspring who have completed the process of drawing Qi into their bodies, entered the immortal path, and obtained the bloodline effect. The probability of the offspring's spiritual roots increased by 5%, and they received a chance to draw a lottery. Well, 20. Did Pingyan draw Qi into his body? Lu Changsheng paused when he heard the system prompt sound. Calculating the time, Lu Pingyan had almost completely drawn Qi into his body. He remained calm and continued to chat with Ling Zixio. Half an hour later, Lu Changsheng walked out of the courtyard and learned that it was indeed Lu Pingyan who had completed the process of drawing Qi into his body. It took a little more than half a year for a 5th grade spiritual root to complete the process of drawing Qi into his body. This speed was not fast, but it was not slow either. In this regard, Lu Changsheng let him continue to practice with peace of mind. He planned to try to teach him the 100 refining treasure body art when Lu Pingyan broke through the 4th level of Qi refining. System, draw a lottery. Lu Changsheng came to the study and said silently in his heart. Let's see what I can draw this time. The system's large turntable emerged, and a golden light emerged, rotating on it, and finally stopped at the pill column. Ling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3rd level wrongling pill. The reward has been distributed in the system space, and the host can check it at any time. Immediately, A pill pattern emerged from the large turntable, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Wrongling pill. Changsheng didn't know what kind of pill this was, although he was a second-level alchemist. But his understanding of pills was limited to the second level. He had never heard of this wrongling pill. However, with previous experience, he knew that this kind of pill that only gave one was generally good and was a rare pill. His mind moved slightly, and information about wrongling pill emerged in the system space. Pill, wrongling pill, quality, third level, description. After a woman is 3 months pregnant, taking this pill can guarantee that the child will definitely give birth to spiritual roots, and improve the quality of the child's spiritual roots. Taking the pill will definitely give birth to spiritual roots, and improve the quality. Changsheng looked at the pill description effect, and his eyes showed surprise. Although this pill has no effect on him, but it can ensure that one of his children has spiritual roots, and improve the quality of the child's spiritual roots. What a good thing. I wonder if I can refine this wrongling pill after I become a third-level alchemist. Changsheng looked at the pill and thought to himself. However, he also knew that this kind of third-level pill was probably made of very rare materials and was not so easy to refine. Who should I give this pill to? Changsheng paused in his heart, thinking about who to give this pill to. He now has 2 concubines and 1 servant who are pregnant. If he takes this wrongling pill, he can guarantee the birth of a spiritual root heir. Forget it, I'd better take out this pill later. Changsheng thought for a moment and decided to wait for a Taoist partner like Ling Zixio, or Lu Maoj, or Xiao Ziyu to get pregnant before taking out the pill. This will not only ensure that the child has spiritual roots, but also have a high probability of improving the quality of the child's spiritual roots. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, another 3 months have passed. During these days, although Changsheng did not close himself to death, he spent most of his time melting the 9 treasures jade ruai. The rest of his spare time was spent accompanying his wife, concubines, and children, and drawing talismans. After all, his own shop, the Lu family shop, needed a second-level talisman as a town talisman every month. He couldn't always use the talismans he had with him to subsidize his family. Once the talismans on his body were reduced and not enough to set up the talisman formation, he would lack a sense of security. Of course, Changsheng did not forget the remaining 4 pregnant maids in the family. Through the 5 elements Yanzhuang method, all 4 girls were pregnant. On this day, in the elegant and quiet cave, Changsheng and Lu Maoj were affectionate. When the 2 were affectionate before, Changsheng suddenly had an idea. His yin and yang energy had a warming effect on the foundation of Taoism and the true elixir. So could it be used to warm the Tai Yi Dao seed? After all, this Tao seed has the same root and origin as him, so theoretically it can be used. With the idea of trying, Changsheng experimented. As expected, Lu Maoj said that the foundation of Tai Yi Dao seed had been improved. Therefore, the yin and yang qi that originally belonged to Ling Zixio suddenly became equally divided between the 2 women. Afterwards, Lu Maoj leaned weakly in Changsheng's arms, quietly experiencing the yin and yang qi warming Tai Yi Dao seed. However, at the moment when the Tai Yi Dao seed refined the yin and yang qi, a feeling of impulse suddenly emerged in Lu Maoj's heart. The Changsheng Shuju in the body began to stir. It actually operated on its own and took the initiative to attack the second level of the practice. Changsheng sensed the fluctuation of spiritual power and immediately looked at Lu Maoj, asking what was going on. Is this self-foundation? Lu Maoj frowned slightly and immediately understood what was going on. There is a saying in the world of immortal cultivation that when the practice is practiced to the point where there is no more room for improvement, the opportunity to break through the foundation will emerge. This is the foundation of the heavenly way. As long as you follow this mysterious inspiration, breaking through the foundation will be a natural process, with a success rate of up to 50%. This probability is comparable to taking foundation-building pills and foundation-building spiritual objects. Even after the breakthrough, the power of the Tao will be more pure and powerful. This opportunity to build the foundation of the heavenly Dao should be because of the mysterious practice of the Tai Yi Sheng Shui Ju. Or maybe Changsheng's Tai Yi Dao Zhang is too powerful, causing the spiritual power foundation in my body to be extremely powerful, so the practice automatically impacts the second level. Lu Maoj murmured in her heart, and understood what was going on. She immediately spoke to Changsheng and expressed her current situation. Sister Maoj, You will break through the foundation immediately, and I will protect you. Lu Changsheng said immediately after hearing this. The foundation of the Heavenly Dao is an opportunity that can only be encountered by chance. Lu Miaoji's foundation building has been prepared long ago. There are foundation building pills and foundation building spiritual objects. Now there is an opportunity like the Heavenly Dao Foundation, which is icing on the cake. Naturally, you must grasp it well and break through the foundation in one breath. Only in this way can you have the greatest certainty and condense a perfect Tao foundation. Okay. Lu Miaoj responded softly after hearing this, no longer hesitating. Letting this impulse come, the internal skills automatically started to work, and began to impact the foundation building that she had always longed for and pursued. Her skills have almost been transformed into the supreme goodness like water art, but it has not yet been consolidated. But relying on this Taiyu Dao seed, the Heavenly Dao Foundation building no longer needs to spend time to consolidate. Boom! As Lu Miaoj released the suppression, the Taiyu Dao seed in her Dan Lake burst into golden light, causing her spirit lake to roll and surge, and the supreme goodness like water art was running wildly. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the cave was also like a whirlwind, rushing towards her like crazy, forming a spiritual energy vortex. Foundation building pill. Lu Changsheng reminded from the side. Even though Lu Miaoj's probability of breaking through the foundation building now is no worse than his original probability. There is a 70% to 80% chance. But in his opinion, this kind of thing should not be saved if it should not be saved. Well, Lu Miaoj took out the foundation building pill and 3 foundation building spiritual objects from the storage bag. Regarding matters concerning foundation building, pay attention to them. Lu Changsheng had already told her. Know when to take foundation building pills and use foundation building spiritual objects. She took out the foundation building pill first and swallowed it. Then she took the blood yang fruit in one gulp. Although she had no hidden injuries, she had never practiced physical exercises. Now she took this blood yang fruit to improve her ki and blood, spirit and energy. Boom! In an instant, the ki and blood in Lu Miaoj's body began to surge wildly, like a rushing river. Start the first stage of foundation building, the ki and blood stage. At the same time, in a cave in the distance, Lu Yuanzhong, who is meditating and regulating his breath, opened his eyes. What's going on? He frowned slightly and could feel that the surrounding spiritual energy was gathering in the direction of Lu Changsheng. But no matter what kind of exercises Lu Changsheng practiced, it was impossible for him to absorb and exhale such a large amount of spiritual energy. Lu Yuanzhong immediately stood up and flew towards the cave where Lu Changsheng was, wanting to see what was going on. Just as he approached the cave, a divine consciousness transmission sounded. Ancestor, Sister Miaoj is breaking through the foundation building stage. Please ask the family to pay more attention during this period. Lu Changsheng's voice sounded in Lu Yuanzhong's mind. What? Breaking through the foundation building stage? Lu Yuanzhong was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect it to be so sudden. He knew that Lu Miaoj had been honing her magic power in the cave for more than half a year, preparing to break through the foundation building stage. But he didn't expect that she would break through the foundation building stage without even mentioning it. Ancestor, please rest assured. I have prepared the foundation building pill. Sister Miaoj will most likely break through the foundation building stage this time. Lu Changsheng had the consciousness of the late stage of foundation building. He saw Lu Yuanzhong's facial expression clearly and continued to transmit the voice. He didn't tell Lu Yuanzhong about the foundation building pill before, but just told Lu Yuanzhong that he was prepared. At this time, Lu Miaoj had already started to break through the foundation building stage, so he naturally stopped hiding it. Have you prepared the foundation building pill? Lu Yuanzhong was shocked, as if he had set off a huge storm. Before, Lu Changsheng said that he had prepared it, and he thought he had prepared the vein protection pill and the foundation building spiritual objects. But he never expected that Lu Changsheng actually prepared a foundation building pill. He gave the foundation building pill to Lu Miaoj to break through. This kind of hand made him, the ancestor of the Lu family, extremely shocked. Okay, you keep an eye on Miaoj, I'll make arrangements here. Lu Yuanzhong didn't think much and immediately sent a voice message back. He ordered the family to block Qingzhu Mountain and put everyone on alert. In order to prevent any spies, demon cultivators, or other families from making trouble at this time. But when he thought of other families making trouble, he thought of what happened to Lu Miafeng before, and his face sank slightly. At this moment, in the cave, Lu Maoj has a beautiful face, icy skin and jade bones, and sits cross-legged with her eyes closed, like a Xiantian snow lotus, isolated from the world and independent. Let the majestic spiritual energy like a raging wave impact the body and meridians. Lu Changsheng, who was next to him, saw this scene. In order to avoid the lack of spiritual energy, he slapped his storage bag and flew out one by one medium-grade spiritual stones. Although this cave is around the spiritual eye, but Qingzhu Mountain is only a medium-grade spiritual vein after all. It was far inferior to the A-shaped cave he rented in Qingyun Market. And this time when Lu Maoj was trying to build her foundation, she would most likely condense a perfect foundation. The spiritual energy consumed would be far better than that of ordinary foundation building. Time passed little by little. No one knew how long it had been. The spiritual power in Lu Maoj's body began to transform into liquid mana. The second level of foundation building began, the mana level. Lu Maoj opened her beautiful eyes and saw Lu Changsheng crushing the middle-grade spiritual stones one by one to replenish the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for her. A warm current surged in her heart. But at this moment, she didn't dare to be distracted and think too much, and refined the Zuanine true water prepared on the side. She had water attributed spiritual power and practiced the water-like goodness art. This Zuanine true water just fits her. Boom 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 in Lu Maoj's Qi Hai Danshan, the Taiyudeo seed in the gaseous Dan Lake burst into brilliance, helping her compress her mana and transform the Dan Lake into a real lake. After the first drop of liquid mana took shape and wisps of mana mist filled her danshan, she immediately began the third stage of foundation building, the spiritual consciousness stage. All three stages of foundation building are not a problem, almost perfect. Lu Changsheng could vaguely sense Lu Maoj's current state through the Taiyudeo seed. He knew that for Lu Maoj now, with the assistance of foundation building pills and foundation building spiritual objects, the three stages of foundation building were very easy. What matters is whether she can condense a flawless foundation or a perfect foundation. Boom. On this day, the spiritual energy of the world in Qingzhu Mountain became more and more active, surging madly towards the cave where Lu Maoj was. Above the cave, the spiritual energy of the world slowly condensed, forming a huge spiritual energy vortex. What's going on? The spiritual energy vortex, is someone trying to build a foundation? Why is there another person in our clan trying to build a foundation? Is it Sister Maoj who is trying to build a foundation? But where in the clan can we find spiritual stones to supply Aunt Maoj with for building a foundation? Uncle Changsheng has returned from building a foundation. Maybe he has prepared a pulse-protecting pill or spiritual objects for Aunt Maoj to build a foundation. That's right, the elder is not only a great cultivator of building a foundation, but also a second-level talisman master, so he must be able to obtain natural treasures in this area. I'm so envious, if I could meet a man as ideal as the elder. In Qingzhu Mountain, many people looked at the spiritual energy vortex above Qingzhu Valley and talked about it. The first guess was that it was Lu Maoj who was trying to build a foundation. Because there are only 3 people in the Lu family who can build a foundation. Lu Maofeng failed to build a foundation before and is still recuperating. Another foundation building seed has just broken through the 9th level of Qi refining, and it will take a few years before he can break through the foundation. The only one left is Lu Maoj. Moreover, in the past year, Lu Maoj has not gone out to the Red Leaf Valley Market, and has been staying at home. Therefore, many Lu family members guessed that it was Lu Maoj who was trying to build a foundation. Sister Maoj in a courtyard in Qingzhu Valley, Lu Maofeng opened his eyes and looked at the spiritual energy vortex in the direction of the spiritual eye. He prayed in his heart that Lu Maoj could successfully build a foundation. Only in this way could he feel less guilty. This spiritual energy vortex is the foundation of the Tao that Maoj condensed. Lu Yuanzhuang looked at the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and vaguely guessed that Lu Maoj's foundation was not simple. Because the better the foundation of Taoism is, the more terrifying the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that is swallowed and exhaled. And the spiritual energy that Lu Maoj is swallowing and exhaling now is obviously better than him, and better than the previous Lu Maofeng. This made him wonder in his heart, what else did Lu Changsheng prepare in addition to preparing the foundation building pill for his niece, Maoj? Lu Yuanding had already known through Lu Yuanzhang that it was his daughter Lu Maoj who was trying to build a foundation. And he knew that Lu Changsheng had prepared a foundation building pill for his daughter. This made him extremely relieved and happy. He felt that the best thing he had done in his life was to bring Lu Changsheng back to the Lu family from the foot of Qingyun Sect. Is it finally going to break through the foundation building stage? It looks like this is at least a perfect foundation. In a small courtyard, Ling Xiao, whose face was still a little pale and bloodless, looked at the vortex of spiritual energy in the distance and said softly. He was a little curious about what kind of skills Lu Changsheng had taught Lu Mayaoj to practice. He had some expectations for Lu Mayaoj's breakthrough in the foundation building stage. After all, Lu Changsheng said that once Lu Mayaoj broke through the foundation building stage, her dragon singing body would most likely be solved. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 The Yu family attacks, and the Talisman Formation town builds its foundation. In the cave. It seems that there is hope for a perfect foundation. Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Mayaoj who was breaking through the foundation and nodded secretly. Through the Tai Yi Dao seed, he could roughly sense Lu Mayaoj's current situation. He knew that Lu Mayaoj was condensing the foundation at this time. This foundation should be the perfect foundation. However, through his own Yin-Yang 5 Elements Foundation and Xiao Ziao's Taiyan Yuanling Foundation, Lu Changsheng knew that there were different levels of perfect foundations. Like Lu Mayaoj's foundation, it was at most similar to his 7 Yao's foundation. It was impossible to compare with his Yin-Yang 5 Elements Foundation and Xiao Ziao's Taiyan Yuanling Foundation. Being able to condense a perfect foundation is already better than 99% of the foundation building cultivators. Speaking of which, with the Tai Yi Dao seed, Sister Mayaoj's foundation and my foundation will have some commonalities. Afterwards, I will use the Yin and Yang key to baptize her foundation. Can I make Sister Mayaoj's foundation go one step further like Xiao? Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Thinking of Xiao Ziao's perfect foundation, she was transformed under her Yin and Yang energy. Then, can Lu Mayaoj's condensed foundation of the Supreme Good as water transform again? Under normal circumstances, the Tai Water Art, the Supreme Good as Water Art, and the perfect foundation are already the limit. But his own Yin and Yang energy seem to be a bit against the sky. You can try it then. I don't know if anyone will come to make trouble this time. Lu Changsheng knew that at this stage, a vortex of spiritual energy had already condensed over Qingzhu Valley. This movement would definitely be known to others. I couldn't help but think that when Lu Maifang broke through the foundation building before, 3 foundation building masters came to interfere. At this time, Lu Mayaoj broke through the foundation building. Would these 3 people continue to come to harass? If they come, they come. Just 3 foundation building minor masters. As long as they dare to come, just kill them with the Talisman Formation. Lu Changsheng smiled lightly. If the other party dares to come and interfere with Lu Mayaoj's foundation building, he will naturally not be polite. Although he is not good at exposing his strength. But as a second-level Talisman Master, it is reasonable for him to rely on the Talisman Formation to kill the enemy, right? Lu Changsheng didn't think much, and quietly watched the situation of Lu Mayaoj in front of him. In order to prevent Lu Mayaoj from making any mistakes in the process of building the foundation. At the same time, a tall figure wearing a black brocade robe and a hood came to Qingzhu Mountain. Seeing this figure, Lu Yuanzhong immediately stepped forward to greet him. With a happy face, he said, "Nephew Yunang, you have worked hard to come this time." Knowing that Lu Mayaoj began to attack the foundation, thinking of Lu Maifang's previous situation, Lu Yuanzhong not only blocked Qingzhu Mountain and operated the formation, but also sent a message to the Bai family. I hope that the ancestor of the Bai family can help and come to Qingzhu Mountain to take charge. Seeing Bai Yunang, the ancestor of the Bai family, coming at this time, I was immediately overjoyed. Uncle Lu is polite. Our 2 families have been friends for generations. If we can help with this kind of thing, we should help. Bai Yunang untied his hood, revealing his heroic face, and said in a deep voice. He received a message from Lu Yuanzhong and knew that Lu Mayaoj had broken through the foundation. Although the Bai family didn't want the Lu family to be too strong. But they also understood the current situation. If the Lu family had no foundation building people, when Lu Yuanzhong died, only Lu Changsheng, a foreigner, would be left to build a foundation, and there would definitely be trouble. Moreover, the Yu family has always been eyeing their several major families. If the Lu family can have one more foundation building person, it will also be good for their Bai family. Moreover, the Lu family and the Bai family have been friends for generations. This time, it is Lu Changsheng's wife, Lu Miaoj, who is building a foundation. He came to help, and it was mainly a deterrent. Regardless of success or failure, Qingzhu Mountain and Lu Changsheng will owe him a favor afterwards. Don't worry, my Qingzhu Mountain Lu family will definitely remember your kindness this time. Lu Yuanzhong said in a deep voice. Bihu Mountain, Yu family. What? Someone from the Lu family is trying to break through the foundation. Yu Jinang, the ancestor of the Yu family, frowned and looked surprised when he heard the news. He knew very well that the Lu family had almost emptied their family funds to provide one person to break through the foundation. Now it has been more than a year since the last foundation building. Where did the Lu family get the resources to help people break through the foundation building? Yes, ancestor, this news has been verified by the ancestor Yuanshan himself. Now, there is a vortex of spiritual energy swirling above the Qingzhu Valley of the Lu family. It is obviously at the critical moment of foundation building. The head of the Yu family said respectfully. Where does the Lu family get the resources to help people build the foundation? Could it be that they rely on one or two spiritual objects for foundation building to directly break through the foundation building? Yu Ningjin said so. According to my investigation information, there is only Lu Miaoj in the Lu family who meets the conditions for breaking through the foundation building. As a Lu family talisman master, she is currently only one step away from becoming a second-level talisman master. Without the foundation building pill, the Lu family will never let her take the risk to break through the foundation building. I suspect that Lu Changsheng has the foundation building pill in his hand, so he helps Lu Miaoj break through the foundation building. Yu Ninghu next to him spoke, his eyes slightly condensed, and said in a deep voice, Lu Changsheng, foundation building pill. Yu Ningjin and the head of the Yu family heard this, and their faces showed solemnity. Before Lu Changsheng returned from building the foundation, the Yu family has analyzed Lu Changsheng's information. But the more they analyze, the more they feel that this Lu Changsheng is not simple. A mere 9th grade spiritual root of the Lu family has reached this point in more than 20 years. This is definitely an opportunity, a great opportunity. No matter what, we must not let the Lu family have another foundation building. If the Lu family has another foundation building, our Yu family's century-long plan will be completely shattered. Moreover, if this Lu Changsheng can really take out the foundation building pill, maybe there is a magic pill that can extend Lu Yuanzhong's life. Even if it is extended for another 20 or 30 years, with Lu Changsheng, a second-level talisman master, and Lu Miaoj, a second-level talisman master, sitting in, the Lu family can prosper for 100 years and cultivate several foundation-building masters. Yu Jinang, the ancestor of the Yu family, spoke in a deep voice. Before Lu Changsheng's foundation building, in their eyes, was still within the acceptable range. After all, Lu Changsheng is a foundation-building person from another family. But they are absolutely unwilling to sit back and watch the Lu family have another foundation-building master. Especially this foundation-building master is Lu Changsheng's wife. What the ancestor said is right. When we went to Qingzhu Mountain to harass them before, the Lu family must have guessed that it was our family's doing, but they were forced by the situation and did not dare to tear their faces apart. If Lu Miaoj breaks through the foundation building and Lu Yuanzhong's injury is stabilized, they might join forces with the Bai family and turn against our Yu family directly. Although the old man of the Zhang family has surrendered to our Yu family, he is still wavering in his heart. In this case, he might surrender to the Lu family. Yu Ninghu nodded and said immediately. In this case, Ningjun, you will go to Qingzhu Mountain with this ancestor again. We were able to make the Lu family fail in the first foundation building, so we can make them fail in the second foundation building. Yu Jinang immediately made the decision and said coldly. After speaking, he looked at Yu Ninghu and said, Ninghu, you stay at home and send a message directly if you have any news. Yes, ancestor. Yu Ninghu bowed and responded respectfully. Then he said to Yu Jinang, ancestor, if it is really as we guessed, this Lu Changsheng is very complicated, so you should be careful when facing him. Moreover, the Lu family has learned from Lu Miaofeng before, and now they dare to break through the foundation in Qingzhu Mountain. They must be prepared. Yu Ninghu said so. I know it naturally. The Lu family dares to continue to let people attack the foundation in Qingzhu Mountain, so they will be prepared. But in my opinion, Lu Yuanzhong can only invite the children of the Bai family at most. As for other foundation cultivators, he can't invite them, and he dare not invite them. Yu Jinliang snorted coldly, his voice was domineering. If it weren't for the face and family reputation, or he was worried that the Lu family, the Bai family, the Zhang family and his Yu family would be completely destroyed, he was confident that he could ambush and kill the three people by himself. After speaking, he took Yu Ningjin away from Bihu Mountain. At the same time, he sent a message to Yu Yuanshan, who was sitting in the Red Leaf Valley Market. Prepare to replicate the previous actions to interfere with Lu Mayaoji's foundation. One day later, a spiritual boat appeared in the sky above Qingzhu Mountain. On the boat stood three figures wearing bamboo hats and black brocade robes. This spiritual energy vortex. It seems that Lu Mayaoji is not simple. Yu Jinliang looked at the spiritual energy vortex above Qingzhu Mountain, his eyes slightly condensed, and he saw something wrong. Well, this spiritual energy vortex, why does it look so much bigger than mine at the beginning? Yu Ningjin next to him looked over and said, the Tao Foundation is divided into a broken Tao Foundation, a defective Tao Foundation, and a perfect Tao Foundation. The bigger the spiritual energy vortex, the better the Tao Foundation. Could it be that Lu Mayaoji has condensed a perfect Tao Foundation? Yu Yuanshan heard this and said in a deep voice, what about a perfect Tao Foundation? The better the Tao Foundation, the more spiritual energy of heaven and earth is needed. Now she is at the critical moment of breaking through the foundation. Once the spiritual energy is disordered, she will be disturbed and affected even more. So there is no need to hide your shortcomings this time. Go all out directly. You must not let Lu Mayaoji succeed in building the foundation. Yu Jinliang said in a deep voice. If it is said that before Lu Maifeng was building his foundation, their Yu family still cared about their reputation. But now, they no longer plan to care about their reputation. Because once Lu Mayaoji breaks through the foundation, 3 foundation building masters and 2 second-level talisman masters of the Lu family will be in charge. At that time, not only will their Yu family's plan be ruined, but they will also face revenge from the Lu family. Yes, ancestor. Yu Yuanshan and Yu Ningjin heard this and understood the importance of the situation. The 3 flew out of the spirit boat, turned into a beam of light, and came to the area of the spiritual energy vortex. They directly sacrificed the magic weapon, cast spells, and bombarded the formation in front of them. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the offensive of the 3 people bombarded the formation covered by the sky blue glass, causing a huge noise. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Damn, it's these 3 again. They affected Uncle Maya Feng's foundation building before, and now they come to interfere with Aunt Maya Oja's foundation building. Damn, damn, it's simply damn. The Lu family children who were patrolling and on guard saw this situation and immediately looked ugly and said angrily, who are you, and why are you attacking my Qingzhu Mountain? Lu Yuanzhong and Bai Yunyan exchanged a glance, soared into the sky, and shouted to the 3 people of the Yu family outside through the formation. I don't like your Qingzhu Mountain, what's wrong? Yu Ningjin, wearing a bamboo hat and covering his face, held a copper stick covered with patterns. Golden spiritual patterns like starlight condensed on the copper stick, and continued to bombard with his offensive. Every attack burst out with thick golden light, colliding with the family formation of Shi and King Liuli, causing the spiritual energy to be disordered. My Qingzhu Mountain has no grudges against you. You attack my family formation like this, don't you think my Qingzhu Mountain is easy to bully? If you retreat now, this matter can be dropped. If you continue like this, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Yuanzhong took a step forward, and the power of foundation building surged. Before Lu Maifeng's foundation building, he could only endure it. Now with Bai Yunyan and Lu Changsheng, he naturally couldn't weaken his momentum when facing the 3 people again, and wanted to force the 3 people to retreat. You're welcome. I want to see how you can be rude. Yu Jinliang didn't care about Lu Yuanzhong's threat. If no one in Qingzhu Mountain was attacking the foundation at this time, he would be really afraid of Lu Yuanzhong. After all, with a family formation, he didn't dare to fight head-on. But now, Lu Mayaoji is attacking the foundation, and he doesn't think Lu Yuanzhong dares to use the formation to resist the enemy. Once the formation is used to resist the enemy, the circulation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Qingzhu Mountain will definitely seriously affect Lu Mayaoji's foundation. At the same time, In the cave. Are you here again? Lu Changsheng raised his head slightly, looking outside through the cave. He looked at Lu Mayaoj on the side and said, Sister Mayaoj, you can rest assured to build the foundation. I'll be back soon. After the voice was finished, it turned into a light and came to the gate of the Lu family. Grand Elder Changsheng. The elders and Lu Yuanding who were guarding the gate saw Lu Changsheng and shouted immediately. Old Yun, father-in-law. Lu Changsheng, wearing a green robe and holding a black iron folding fan, nodded slightly when he saw the two. He immediately said to the garrison elders, Old Yun, please open the formation. Now that the Qingzhu Mountain formation is in operation and completely blocked, he needs to open the formation if he wants to go out. Open the formation. Changsheng, don't be impulsive. Old Yun and Lu Yuanding were stunned when they heard this. They immediately understood what Lu Changsheng was going to do and shouted immediately. Father-in-law, I'm not impulsive, believe me. Lu Changsheng said calmly. Lu Yuanzhong in the sky saw this scene and immediately sent a voice message to Lu Changsheng. Changsheng, don't be impulsive. Then he looked at the three people outside and continued to say coldly, Your Excellency is really going too far. You can't fight to the death. However, the three people from the Yu family ignored it and continued to bombard the Lu family's formation with all their strength. All the Lu family members were angry and aggrieved. Ancestor, let Elder Yun open the formation. Believe me, I am sure. Seeing that Lu Yuanzhong was still thinking about forcing the three people to retreat by intimidation, Lu Changsheng continued. He didn't want to waste time at all. If the formation in front of him was not the family formation of the Lu family, he directly used the talisman formation, the second level forbidden breaking talisman, to blast a gap. My dear nephew Yunayang. Lu Yuanzhong also saw that it was impossible for him to easily force the three people to retreat, and he couldn't help but look at Bai Yunayang next to him. Bai Yunayang's face showed a tangled look. He came here mainly to deter and raid the formation. Naturally, he didn't want to leave Qingzhu Mountain and fight with others. After all, as the ancestor of the Bai family, if he was seriously injured, the Bai family would be in danger. Moreover, he roughly guessed the identity of the three people outside. They were the foundation building of the Yu family. The ancestor of the Yu family, Yu Jinang, was a great cultivator in the middle stage of the foundation building, and his strength was terrifying. He and Lu Changsheng had both broken through the foundation building not long ago, and Lu Yuanzhong was still in a seriously injured state. It was impossible for him to be the opponent of Yu Jinang and the other two. Once he goes out, his life might be in danger. Ancestor. Lu Changsheng continued to speak, revealing an attitude that did not allow for doubt. Okay, Changsheng, I'll go out with you. If there's anything wrong, you will immediately return to the formation. Seeing Lu Changsheng's attitude, Lu Yuanzhong was tangled for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and said, if there is really danger, he will buy time for Lu Changsheng. Since Lu Changsheng is willing to give the foundation building pill to Lu Mayaoj, it means that he is wholeheartedly devoted to the Lu family. Regardless of whether Lu Mayaoj can successfully build a foundation, as long as Lu Mayaoj and Lu Changsheng are there, the Lu family will have no worries. Instead of sitting and waiting to die, it is better to drag someone down with him. Open the formation. Lu Yuanzhong sent a voice message to Yun Lao who was presiding over the formation. Immediately, the formation gate at the entrance of the mountain opened. Swish! Lu Changsheng directly turned into a beam of light and flew out, arriving above Qingzhu Mountain. How dare you! You don't take the road to heaven, but you throw yourself into hell. Lu Changsheng, you are simply courting death. The three members of the Yu family who were bombarding Qingzhu Mountain saw this and shouted. They felt that Lu Changsheng's behavior was simply arrogant and he didn't take them seriously. However, this behavior made the three people more vigilant. Changsheng, be careful. Grand Elder. Changsheng. Husband. In Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Yuanzhong, Lu Yuanding and other Lu family members saw this scene. Seeing that Lu Changsheng rushed out alone without waiting for Lu Yuanzhong, facing the three foundation building masters, his expression changed drastically and shouted. Lu Yuanzhong also immediately turned into a beam of light and flew out. Bai Yunayang next to him gritted his teeth and finally turned into a beam of light and flew out. However, at this moment, Lu Changsheng faced the three foundation building masters with a calm and indifferent expression. Swish, 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 hundreds of talismans came out from his sleeves, falling in all directions of the world, surrounding the three people. At the same time, the black fine iron folding fan in his hand flew out. It turned into 3,699 mysterious true signs, which fell according to the position of the talismans, blocking this side of the world. Not good. So many talismans, be careful. Not good. This is a talisman formation, break the formation quickly. Yu Jinliang and the other two were all shocked when they saw such talismans. Although they had never seen the means of talisman formation. But this time there were hundreds of talismans, arranged in the air. Apart from the legendary talisman formation, there were no other means to control so many talismans. 9 wind, fire, sky and thunder talisman formation. Lu Changsheng looked calm and indifferent, and his mind moved. In an instant, 9 second-level middle-grade talismans, 36 second-level low-grade talismans, and 256 first-level talismans were activated at the same time. These talismans and the 9 mysterious signs are connected by ki. As the 5 elements of wind and fire rotate, black light spreads, covering the sky and the earth, as if to blast the void into dust. Chapter 231, Want to seize Qingzhu Mountain as the family's sacred place. Red Sun Golden Wheel. Break. Yu Jinliang looked at the talisman array covered by black light and the 5 elements of wind and fire spinning in all directions. He did not dare to hide his weakness and immediately sacrificed his own spiritual weapon. His natal golden wheel was a red gold round wheel. This round wheel burst out with golden light, like the sun rising in the east, and smashed hard on the talisman array. Swish, swish, swish boom. The black light of 3,600 Zhuan's signatures spread and shot out, accompanied by the spiritual light of the talismans, and hit the golden wheel offensive hard, causing a heavy sound. Red Sun Golden Wheel, it is indeed you, Yu Jinliang. The upper sect has ordered that within 3 years of the war, all family forces must develop steadily and not invade or start conflicts and wars. Your Yu family has repeatedly violated my Qingzhu Mountain and despised the rules of the upper sect. I will definitely report this to Qingyun Sect. Lu Yuanzhong came to the sky and saw the Red Sun Golden Wheel. He immediately shouted to Yu Jinliang. He wanted to use the power of Qingyun Sect to intimidate the 3 people of the Yu family. This method. Bai Yunang, the ancestor of the Bai family, was shocked when he saw Lu Changsheng set up a talisman array and trap the 3 people of the Yu family by himself. He looked at Lu Changsheng with fear. Unexpectedly, Lu Changsheng had such an amazing method not long after breaking through the foundation. Now that Qingzhu Mountain has Lu Changsheng, when Lu Miaoj breaks through the foundation, the Lu family will probably rise completely. However, seeing the hundreds of talismans forming the talisman array, Bai Yunang couldn't help but smack his lips and feel pain. So many talismans are probably worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. This method is powerful, but it is simply a waste of money. Ordinary people can't afford it. However, the battle situation in front of him reduced his fear. He immediately sacrificed his spiritual weapon and prepared to take action. Get up. Lu Changsheng looked calm, looking at the 3 people in the array, pinching his hands, and his voice was indifferent. In an instant, hu, between heaven and earth, the talismans burst into light and kept running, narrowing the coverage area. A large area of raging fire surged, wind and thunder moved together, and they attacked Yu Jinliang and the other 2 with all their strength. Boom boom boom. Faced with such an attack, Yu Jinliang, Yu Yuanshan, and Yu Ningjin did not dare to underestimate the enemy. The 3 of them surged with their magic power, trying to break through the formation with all their strength. However, faced with such a surging attack, they could not resist at all. Sure enough, these 3 are all useless foundation building. Even if I lowered the talisman by 1 level, I still overestimated them. Lu Changsheng looked at the 3 people in the talisman formation and thought to himself. Fellow Taoist Lu, this matter is wrong for my Yu family. We are willing to apologize and leave, please stop. Yu Jinliang shouted loudly. Under the attack of this talisman formation, the 3 of them had no power to fight back and could only keep parrying. Once the magic power was exhausted, they would fall in this talisman formation. Even if they persisted until the talisman formation was exhausted, they would definitely be seriously injured and could not be the opponent of Lu Yuanzhong, Bai Yunang, and Lu Changsheng. What a terrifying talisman formation! Lu Yuanzhong and Bai Yunang, who were preparing to attack but unable to intervene, were horrified when they saw this scene. They thought that this talisman formation was only to trap the 3 people of the Yu family. But they did not expect that the talisman formation's offensive was so terrifying. In just a moment, Yu Jinang, the always domineering ancestor of the Yu family and a great cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, bowed his head and was willing to apologize. Hiss. This, the great elder is mighty. Uncle is mighty. When everyone in Qingzhu Mountain saw this scene, they first widened their eyes and could not believe it. But the next moment, they were all excited and shouted loudly. A year and a half ago, Lu Miafeng's foundation building made them hold their breath. Today, the Yu family attacked again, which made them extremely angry and aggrieved. Now seeing Lu Changsheng suppress the three people of the Yu family alone, making Yu Jinang, the ancestor of the Yu family, bow his head, they were simply happy and excited. My husband is so powerful. My father is so powerful. Father. Lu Changsheng's wives, concubines and children were a little confused when they saw this scene. They didn't expect their husband, their father, to be so powerful. After all, for them, foundation building is high and mighty, and they lack knowledge. Lu Changsheng is usually gentle, and he can't see the majesty of a great cultivator of foundation building at all. Lu Changsheng, if you dare to kill us, my Bihu Mountain will fight to the death with you Qingzhu Mountain. In the talisman formation, Yu Ningjin, holding a copper stick, roared miserably. However, Lu Changsheng turned a deaf ear to the roar in the talisman formation, pinched his hands, and continued to bombard. If he was not afraid that the noise would be too loud and affect Lu Miaoj who was building the foundation, he would have directly detonated the talisman formation to end the battle. My husband, leave them a whole body. At this moment, a gentle and crisp voice sounded. Ling Zixiao turned into a stream of light and flew out of Qingzhu Mountain. Foundation building. How come there is another great cultivator of foundation building in Qingzhu Mountain? Bai Yunayang was shocked. He didn't expect that there was an unknown great cultivator of foundation building in Qingzhu Mountain. He looked at Lu Changsheng, and his heart was filled with shock. Isn't this Changsheng's Taoist partner? The Taoist partner of the elder is actually a great cultivator of foundation building. The people of the Lu family who were watching the battle were all shocked when they saw Ling Zixiao flying in the air. They didn't expect that Ling Zixiao was actually a great cultivator of foundation building. Ling Zixiao usually stayed at home and rarely went out. Most of them had only seen Ling Zixiao once at the family banquet. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised when he heard Ling Zixiao's words. But the next moment, he immediately nodded, pinched his hands, and changed the offensive of the talisman formation. The remaining 7,200 Zuanzhan sticks of Jiu Zuanzhan Se shot out. Swish, 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 these Zuanzhan signs connected with the talisman energy, like a series of magic arrows, bursting out with amazing power. Puff puff puff, clang clang clang, the power was pervasive, and in the talisman array, sharp blades pierced the flesh, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. Ancestor. In the talisman array, Yu Ningjin, a newly promoted foundation building cultivator, was now covered in blood and charred, and he let out a shrill wail, and was about to fall from the air. Dao Ialu, as long as you are willing to stop and let us go, I, Bihu Mountain, am willing to compensate for this matter. Yu Jinayang shouted loudly. His voice was already a little weak. These words made Lu Yuanzhuang and Bai Yunayang look at each other, and they were speechless. Not long ago, they faced the three people of the Yu family, but they were still unconfident and afraid. But at this time, Lu Changsheng overwhelmed the three people alone. It made Yu Jinang, the ancestor of the Yu family, beg for mercy. This kind of fighting power, this kind of strength, even with the help of talismans, is amazing. However, seeing Yu Jinayang's attitude, the two of them couldn't help but feel happy. After all, the Yu family has been domineering to them on weekdays. Boom boom boom, Lu Changsheng said nothing, still indifferent, and made a seal with both hands, letting the talisman array attack continuously, trying to kill the two. Lu Changsheng, are you really going to do this extermination thing? Will you fight to the death with my Bihu Mountain? Seeing that Yu Ningjin and Yu Yuanshan were already dying, Yu Jinayang held the golden wheel, his eyes were bloodshot, and he roared. 9 mysterious truth, command. Lu Changsheng said coldly, making a seal with both hands. If he was not afraid of the big noise and wanted to keep the three bodies intact, how could Yu Jinayang continue to shout? Swish, 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 puff, puff, the 9 mysterious true signs connected with the talismans and shot out, piercing through Yu Jinayang's body in the talisman array, And finally his life was annihilated. I can't accept this. Yu Jinyang's eyes widened, his face full of unwillingness. He never thought that his decision would make himself, his nephew, and his great-grandson all buried in Qingzhu Mountain. Everyone in the field watched the talisman array dissipate, and Yu Jinyang, Yu Yuanshan, and Yu Ningjin turned into corpses, and they were all shocked and speechless. Foundation-building great monks. The 3 foundation-building great monks who are usually high and mighty were actually killed by Lu Changsheng alone at this moment. Even though he saw the talisman array suppressing the 3 people and bombarding them wildly. But seeing the 3 people turned into corpses at this time, he still couldn't believe it. After all, this is the ancestor of the clan, a foundation-building great monk who was usually high and mighty. My dear, aren't you planning to establish a family power? Now that Miao Jie has broken through the foundation building, there are people in Qingzhu Mountain. The Yu family of Bihu Mountain took the initiative to attack today. In this case, we can seize Bihu Mountain and make it the family's spiritual land. At this time, Ling Zixiao stepped forward, smiled slightly, and said in a crisp voice. Everyone else in the field was shocked. But she didn't feel anything about the death of 3 great foundation-building monks, and her expression was calm. Establish a family power. Seize Bihu Mountain and make it the family's spiritual land. Lu Yuanzhuang and Bai Yunayang were both shocked when they heard this, and looked at Lu Changsheng. They didn't expect Lu Changsheng to set up his own business and establish a family power. The 2 heard this, and their emotions were different. Ancestor, now that the crisis of the Yu family has been resolved, I want to seize Bihu Mountain and make it the family's spiritual land, and establish the Lu family of Bihu Mountain. Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Yuanzhuang and said calmly. Ling Zixiao had already told him this in a voice transmission. We can take advantage of the 3 people from the Yu family to take the initiative to attack, and use the righteousness to legitimately seize Bihu Mountain as the family's spiritual land. Bihu Mountain is a spiritual land with the mountains and water, elegant environment, and favorable conditions. It covers an area larger than Qingzhu Mountain. As a family spiritual land, it is very good. Moreover, if we seize Bihu Mountain, we can also take all the resources of Bihu Mountain into our pockets. This is better than buying a family spiritual land. Or it is several times better to buy a spiritual vein blessed land from Qingyun Sect. He also thinks this suggestion is good and is ready to do it. Okay, the Yu family is too bullying and has repeatedly invaded our Qingzhu Mountain. We will send troops to Bihu Mountain and seize Bihu Mountain. At that time, this Bihu Mountain will be your family's spiritual land. After hearing this, Lu Yuanzhuang thought for a moment and responded directly. Seeing Lu Changsheng's methods and knowing that Lu Changsheng wanted to establish his own family, he also knew that his own Qingzhu Mountain pond could not hold Lu Changsheng, a dragon. In this case, he would sell Lu Changsheng a favor. In the future, the 2 families will be on good terms for generations, which will benefit both parties. Dao Lu wants to seize Bihu Mountain. If you need any help, just ask. My Bai family is willing to help. At this time, Bai Yunayang next to him immediately spoke up. He knew that Lu Changsheng's seizure of Bihu Mountain had become a foregone conclusion. In this case, he stepped forward to express his position and help, which was also considered to be on good terms with Lu Changsheng. Moreover, he was also happy to see Lu Changsheng set up his own family. In the future, the 3 families will form an alliance and help each other. In this case, I will trouble Dao Bai. Lu Changsheng nodded and did not refuse. Since he wanted to seize Bihu Mountain and establish a family, he was naturally willing to maintain relations with the surrounding families. Without further delay, fellow Taoist Lu, fellow Taoist Bai, please make some preparations and we will go directly to Bihu Mountain. Ling Zixiao, with her hair tied high and wearing a blue dress, looked dignified. She looked at Lu Yuanzhuang and Bai Yunayang and smiled elegantly. Upon hearing this, the 2 could not help but look at Ling Zixiao in front of them. Xiu Ya's face was pale and bloodless, and her breath was weak and disordered, making her look extremely delicate. But her elegant and calm expression, her graceful manner, made the 2 of them instantly feel that this woman was not simple. Especially Ling Zixiao was too confident. It seemed that taking over Bihu Mountain would be easy. Okay. Lu Yuanzhuang did not hesitate when he heard this. He immediately turned into a stream of light and returned to Qingzhu Mountain to inform the news. He said that the Yu family was too bullying and repeatedly invaded Qingzhu Mountain. Today, he will attack Bihu Mountain together with the great elder, fellow Taoist Ling, and the Bai family. I'll go and inform Sister Mayaoj. Lu Changsheng said to Ling Zixio. Lu Mayaoj was still breaking through the foundation and couldn't be distracted. Now that he was going to seize Bihu Mountain, he had to inform Lu Mayaoj and told her not to worry. After saying that, he turned into a stream of light and returned to the Qingzhu Valley cave. Sister Mayaoj, now that the people from the Yu family have been dealt with by me, I want to go with the ancestor to seize Bihu Mountain and make it the family's sacred land. You can stay at home and build your foundation with peace of mind. Lu Changsheng saw Lu Mayaoj sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed in the cave, still concentrating on the foundation, and said, "It will take Lu Mayaoj a few days to condense the foundation and complete the breakthrough. Moreover, breaking through the foundation also requires time to stabilize the realm. He doesn't have time to stay here all the time. However, he can see that as long as no one disturbs her and there is any accident, it will be natural for Lu Mayaoj to break through the foundation. Okay, Changsheng, go with peace of mind, don't worry about me." Although Lu Mayaoj was surprised at what had just happened outside, she had no time to think about it. She concentrated all her efforts on concentrating the foundation and sent a voice message to Lu Changsheng's consciousness. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded, turned into a stream of light and left, and came home. He said that he was going to Bihu Mountain and take it. He also called several children in the family who were at the third level of key refining to go with him. It was not that he wanted these children to participate in the war. He simply wanted them to experience the cruelty of the world of immortal cultivation. Husband. Lu Mayaoyan, Lu Mayaoyan, Chu Hansun and others heard this and were a little worried about the children. They felt that they were still young and there was no need to go together. Yuner, Huanhuan, don't worry, you can go with me and take care of these children. Zhanzhun, Pingan, you can stay at home and take care of the other children. Lu Changsheng said directly. He immediately took out a spirit boat from the storage bag and gave it to Lu Mayaoyan. At the same time, he handed Lu Mayaoyan the second-level puppet he had built so that she could control the puppet when she was in danger. Brother, I want to go too. At this time, Xiao Bailing heard Lu Changsheng's words, plucked up the courage, and spoke out. Xiao Linger, aren't you afraid? Lu Changsheng smiled when he heard this. Although Bai Ling has the cultivation of the 6th level of key refining, in his opinion, Bai Ling's temperament is not suitable for fighting and experiencing such a scene. I want to help my brother. Bai Ling mustered up her courage, but her voice was still a little timid. Okay, in that case, let's go together. You and Sister Yun will go together later. Lu Changsheng heard this, smiled and nodded, and said. At the same time, Bihushan Yu family. Outside the Yu family ancestral hall, an old man with gray hair and a lake blue robe was leaning on a recliner, yawning boredly. Suddenly, a series of extremely crisp sounds came from the ancestral hall. Well, what's going on? The old man was startled when he heard the continuous sounds, and hurriedly got up and walked into the ancestral hall. As a foundation-building family, the Bihushan Yu family cannot equip every family member with a natal jade card and a soul lamp. But several core members of the family will still be equipped with a natal jade token. The broken jade tokens immediately made him panic. As soon as he entered the ancestral hall, he saw jade fragments all over the table in the quiet hall. There were originally 6 natal jade tokens, but only 3 were left. How is this possible? The old man looked at the 3 broken jade tokens, and the whole person was struck by lightning. He trembled all over, staggered, and fell to the ground, his face full of disbelief. Not good. Not good. The next moment, he rolled and crawled out of the ancestral hall to inform the news. Qingzhu Mountain. About half an hour later, the Lu family completed the assembly. There were not many people on this trip. In addition to Lu Changsheng, Lu Yuanzhang, Bai Yunang, Ling Zixio, 4 foundation builders. There were only 2 late key refining, 29 mid key refining, and Lu Changsheng's 4 children in the 3rd key refining. But in Lu Changsheng's opinion, it was enough. These people went there to deal with some things, to show off their strength and to go through the motions. Let's go. Lu Changsheng, Ling Zixio, and Lu Yuanzhang looked at each other and shouted, let's go. Immediately, 4 foundation-building spirit boats led the way in the front. The other 35 people followed in 3 spirit ships, transformed into a stream of light, and flew towards the direction of Bihu Mountain. Chapter 232, Use your Bihu Mountain spiritual land as compensation. The lights flickered in the Yu family ancestral hall. How is this possible? How is this possible? Yuning, who is usually steady, knelt on the ground with red eyes, looking at the 3 broken jade tablets in front of him. Yuning beside him also looked heavy-hearted, looking at the broken jade tablets, his face full of grief and sorrow. Now that Yu Jinayang and the other 2 have died, Yuning is the only one left in the Yu family who has established a foundation. Although a family with a great foundation cultivator is enough to stabilize the situation, but now that Yu Jinayang and the other 2 have died together, they are extremely panicked. They can't understand why their 3 ancestors suddenly died. How could the 3 of them, including the ancestor and Jundi, go to Qingzhu Mountain and die together? Even if Lu Changsheng has a chance to reach the sky, he is just a cultivator who has just broken through the foundation building. How could he kill the 3 ancestors? Even if Lu Yuanzhong risked his life and used all his strength to activate the Qingzhu Mountain family formation, it would be impossible to do it. Besides, Lu Yuanzhong is in his current state. If he uses all his strength to activate the formation to suppress the enemy, he will definitely die. Lu Miaoj, who is currently building the foundation, will also be seriously affected, and his foundation building will fail. So, the Lu family will never do this, and they have no ability to kill the ancestors. Yuning, whose mind was working quickly, analyzing the situation. In his cognition, the 3 of his ancestors would never die at the hands of the Lu family. His own ancestor, Yu Jinang, is a great cultivator in the middle stage of the foundation building, with amazing strength. The second ancestor, Yu Yuanshan, is a veteran foundation building at the 3rd level of the foundation building. And the Lu family, Lu Changsheng, Lu Yuanzhong, even if Bai Yunang, the ancestor of the Bai family, is counted, there are only 3 foundation building cultivators. Among the 3, 2 have just broken through the foundation building not long ago. Although Lu Yuanzhong, a great foundation cultivator, had broken through the foundation for many years, the corpse poison had entered his internal organs and he was dying, even worse than an ordinary foundation cultivator. In this case, how could he possibly kill his 3 ancestors? Could it be that the ancestors met a demon cultivator on the road? Yuning thought for a long time and thought of a possibility. If it was a demon cultivator, his face was solemn, and the more he thought about it, the more possible it was. Although the Xiahao demons were strange and elusive, their strength was beyond doubt. Moreover, their Yu family also participated in the Battle of the Blackwater Pond. If the 3 ancestors of their own family happened to meet the Xiahao demons on the way to Qingzhu Mountain and were killed by the poisonous hands, it would be reasonable. If it was really the work of the Xiahao demons, they might have attacked Qingzhu Mountain. Yuning said to himself with a heavy look. The Xiahao demons acted domineeringly, only for plunder and destruction. If they really killed their own ancestors, they might be able to sneak into Qingzhu Mountain with the identity jade card of their own ancestors. The news that Fang Jiabao was destroyed by the demon cultivators overnight is still vivid in my mind. Brother Yuan, you quickly pass the order to activate the formation, and completely block the Qingzhu Mountain. No one is allowed to go out or enter. At the same time, send people to Qingyun Sect to say that there are traces of Xiahao demon. Xiahao demon is likely to attack our Qingzhu Mountain. Yuning immediately stood up and said to Yuning, the head of the Yu family. Yes, big brother. Yuning eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth and replied, walked out of the ancestral hall and went to make arrangements. The vast heaven, how can you be so unkind to my Yu family? Yuning looked at the broken jade card, clenched his fists, and said with unwillingness on his face. His Yu family has fought for generations. Now there are 4 foundation building masters in the family, 2 of whom are in their prime, and the future is promising. The Zheng family of Centipede Ridge, the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, and the Bai family of Bainao Lake are all in decline. In just 10 years at most, his Yu family can annex the 3 families, and the family is expected to make further progress. But today, all the efforts of his Yu family have turned into ashes. Ancestor, don't worry, I will definitely support the family. Yuning looked at the jade card in front of him, took a deep breath, his eyes showed determination, took a step back, bowed, and said solemnly. Then he turned and walked out of the ancestral hall. Before that, he and Yu Jinayang went to Juxiao Immortal City to secretly build a foundation. In order to avoid too many foundations at home, other families would be afraid. So he has been practicing quietly at home. Except for the core members of the family, they have never revealed the breakthrough of the foundation. But from this moment on, he must stand up and take on the responsibility of the family. 5 spirit boats shuttled through the clouds. Changsheng, how are you going to deal with the Yu family? Although we are in a righteous position, if we destroy Qingzhu Mountain at this time, it may provoke people from Qingyun Sect. Besides, if you want to establish a family, you must consider the family's reputation. If we take Qingzhu Mountain, if we do things too radically, it may easily cause some criticism, which will make the surrounding families unhappy and will be detrimental to the future development of the family. Besides, there are many family members of the Yu family outside. If we can't cut the grass and eradicate it, we will also face the crazy revenge of the Yu family. On the spirit boat, Lu Yuanzhang said to Lu Changsheng, "Now Yu Jinang, Yu Yuanchen, Yu Ningzhen, the 3 foundation builders of the Yu family are dead. It is not difficult to take over Qingzhu Mountain in his opinion, it is just a matter of time. But it is an extraordinary period. If such a thing happens and it is too much, people from the Yu family outside, or other family forces, may sue Qingyun Sect. When people from Qingyun Sect deal with such things, they are not talking about justice or who is right or wrong. It is about the majesty of the upper sect. Moreover, many of the Yu family's cultivators are out there taking care of business. Once they take over Qingzhu Mountain, they will be completely at war with the Yu family and face the crazy revenge of the Yu family." Zixio, what do you think? Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment and asked Ling Zixio. He naturally thought of this aspect of the problem. It is naturally simple and convenient to rob and occupy other people's family spiritual lands, and it can be done in one step, which can save countless troubles. But at the same time, it is also accompanied by many troublesome problems. The first is morality and the reputation of the family. After all, a lone ranger can be unruly. But if you choose to establish a family and bring your family with you, you have to consider your reputation and the reputation of your family. Otherwise, if you act eccentrically and domineeringly, and your reputation is too bad, it will not only easily cause trouble, but also be detrimental to the development of the family. Now I have it in terms of justice. But if I kill all the Yu family, I am afraid that my reputation will be a little bad and it will seem too cruel. After all, except for the point of a life and death struggle, most people pay attention to leaving a line and doing things so that they can meet again in the future. Besides, most of the Yu family cultivators are away now. If he occupies Qingzhu Mountain and kills the Yu family cultivators in Qingzhu Mountain, he will be completely at war with the rest of the Yu family. If he is alone, he will not worry about these small characters. But he has 157 weaknesses. So he must take this into consideration. After all, he established a family power to give his children a better environment to grow up, rather than adding trouble to his children's future. When did we say that we would forcibly occupy Qingzhu Mountain? Ling Zixio chuckled when she heard this. She looked at Lu Changsheng and the other two, with an elegant smile on her face, and said in a gentle voice, "The 3 people of the Yu family have repeatedly violated Qingzhu Mountain. They caused the Lu family to fail in building their foundation before, and now they are harassing Miaoji's foundation. For such behavior, the Yu family can only make compensation and use Qingzhu Mountain as compensation. As for how to deal with the people of the Yu family," Ling Zixio said, and her voice paused slightly. With her bright and beautiful eyes, she looked at Lu Yuanzhang and said, "Daoialu, if I remember correctly, there is a spiritual land called Xiajing Mountain 100 miles away from Qingzhu Mountain. The Ji family in Xiajing Mountain is a vassal of the Yu family, a key refining family. We can buy Xiajing Mountain and give this spiritual land to the Yu family, so that the Yu family can settle down here. In this case, I think Qingyun Sect, the surrounding families, or the Yu family outsiders will have nothing to say." Ling Zixio said in a light tone, elegant and calm. "Xiajing Mountain. Let the Yu family settle down in Xiajing Mountain." When Lu Yuanzhang and Bai Yunayang heard this, they immediately understood what Ling Zixio meant. This is to draw a line on the ground and lock the Yu family in Xiajing Mountain. Yes, there is indeed a small key refining family 100 miles away from Qingzhu Mountain. Giving this Xiajing Mountain to the Yu family as the Yu family's land is not bad. Hearing this, Lu Yuanzhang smiled and nodded. To be honest, he was not willing to destroy the Yu family. After all, once this was done, Qingzhu Mountain would not be able to escape responsibility and would face the Qingyun Sect's accusation and the Yu family's revenge. Even though the Yu family lost the 3 great foundation-building cultivators Yu Jinang, Yu Yuanchen, and Yu Ningzhen, their overall strength was still greater than that of Qingzhu Mountain. If these Yu family cultivators targeted Qingzhu Mountain, it would make the Lu family's current poor situation even worse. But, then we'll do as Xiao said. Lu Changsheng responded after hearing this. He felt that Ling Xiao's proposal was indeed good. Use Qingzhu Mountain, a spiritual place, to trap these people from the Yu family. In this way, the cultivators of the Yu family outside would also be cautious and have concerns. As for the hatred between the two families? Revenge? To be honest, it would not be him who would have to worry about these, but the Yu family. After half a day, Changsheng, the Qingzhu Mountain is ahead. On the spiritual boat, Lu Yuanzhang pointed to the front and said to Lu Changsheng, Qingzhu Mountain. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng injected his magic power into his eyes and looked down at the sea of clouds. He had always known about the Yu family in Qingzhu Mountain, but he had never been to Qingzhu Mountain. As the spirit boat approached, he finally saw the general outline of Qingzhu Mountain by looking down from the sky. It is much larger than Qingzhu Mountain and covers an area of more than 10,000 acres. There are mountains on all sides, and in the center there is a vast, blue lake. Under the hazy formation, a tall mountain that soars into the sky can be seen. Qingzhu Mountain has lakes and mountains, and the lake is rich in spiritual fish. Lu Changsheng still remembers that he went to Jiulongfang City and went to his good friend Jumeo Chang's Yashintang with Lu Miaoj for dinner. The shop's signboard read blood carp is produced from Qingzhu Mountain. Not bad. Lu Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. This Qingzhu Mountain is about to become his own spiritual land. In the future, he can live here to make babies, plant trees, farm, raise fish, and raise babies. At the same time. Not good, everyone be alert. The formation is fully operational. Inside the Qingzhu Mountain, the Yu family had already received the order and were on full alert, patrolling in on alert. Seeing 5 spirit boats flying towards their home, their faces suddenly changed and they began to send signals to fully operationalize the family's blue water and sky blue formation. Hoo, the originally light mist on the Qingzhu Mountain became thicker at a speed visible to the naked eye, showing a blue color, with fish-like runes flowing, filled with powerful mana and spiritual pressure. This formation should be of the 2nd grade upper grade. Ling Xiao saw the grade of the Yu family's formation at a glance and said aloud, 2nd grade upper grade. Lu Changsheng looked at the formation in front of him. He knew that if he wanted to seize a family power, the most difficult thing to deal with was the family's formation. I saw a formation token in the storage bag of the 3 people in the Yu family before. I think it is the token of the Qingzhu Mountain formation. You can use the formation token to affect the operation of the formation later. If the Yu family does not have a formation master, the foundation building cultivator will be in charge and preside over the formation. At that time, my husband will use several forbidden breaking talismans to assist me and break the formation through the weak points of the formation. It should not be difficult. Ling Xiao said so. Okay. Lu Changsheng was relieved when he heard Ling Xiao say this. Huh? Lu Yuanzhuang and Bai Yunayang next to him looked at Lu Changsheng and Ling Xiao in surprise when they heard this. I didn't expect that the family formation of the Yu family would seem so simple in their mouths. Xiao is a formation master. Lu Changsheng introduced briefly. Because Ling Xiao is currently weak, he didn't introduce too much information before. I see. When the two heard this, they bowed slightly and looked at Ling Xiao with a lot of politeness. Among the 100 arts of cultivating immortals, formation can be ranked in the top 3. This skill is difficult to learn and master. It is difficult for children of powerful families to enter and achieve anything unless they are gifted. So when they heard that Ling Xiao was a formation master, they naturally showed more respect. I just know a little bit. Ling Xiao smiled and said lightly. As he spoke, 5 spirit boats landed in front of Qingzhu Mountain. Where is the head of the Yu family? Lu Changsheng and Lu Yuanzhuang looked at each other, stepped forward, and shouted. In an instant, the 4 people's foundation building power was everywhere. So many foundation building masters. It's the ancestors of the Lu family and the Bai family. Why did they come to our Qingzhu Mountain? When the people of the Yu family saw the 4 foundation building masters, they were not kind, and they were immediately horrified and panicked. The next moment, a beam of light flew out of Qingzhu Mountain. He looked at the situation outside and also widened his eyes. How is this possible? Yunning who looked at the formation outside and was shocked. He immediately understood that the 3 ancestors of his family did not die at the hands of the evil Zai Hao, as he had guessed. Instead, he died at the hands of Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng and others. I am Yuninghu. I wonder what the four of you are doing in my Qingzhu Mountain. Yuninghu took a deep breath, looked at the four people in front of him, and saluted. Regardless of whether his ancestor died at the hands of the four people in front of him, the current situation is stronger than people, and he has to bow his head. Huh? The Yu family actually has another great foundation building cultivator. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised when he saw Yuninghu. According to the information they learned, there are currently only 3 great foundation building cultivators in the Yu family. But now, 3 great foundation building cultivators have been killed, and there is still one. Yuninghu, I heard that he died young outside, but I didn't expect that he actually broke through the foundation building secretly and has been hiding at home. The Yu family hides so deeply. Lu Yuanzhong immediately recognized Yuninghu and introduced him to Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixiao through voice transmission. He didn't expect that the Yu family actually had a great foundation building cultivator sitting in charge. This made Lu Yuanzhong feel that it would be difficult to force the Yu family to hand over Qingzhu Mountain and imprison themselves in Qingzhu Mountain according to the previous plan. He looked at Lu Changsheng, stepped forward and said, "You, the Yu family of Qingzhu Mountain, have repeatedly offended my Qingzhu Mountain. A year and a half ago, your Yu family ancestors Yu Jinang, Yu Yuanshan, and Yu Ningjin took advantage of my Lu Maifang's attack on the foundation building and came to harass and attack Qingzhu Mountain, causing my Lu Maifang to fail in the foundation building. This time, my Lu Maioji attacked the foundation building, and your Yu family came to make trouble and interfere with the foundation building. So we came here to ask your Yu family for an explanation." Although Lu Yuanzhong's corpse poison had entered his body, his voice was full of energy and extremely deep under the blessing of magic power. "What did you say, Ancestor Lu? When has my Yu family ever done such a thing? Is there any misunderstanding?" Yuninghu suppressed his emotions, calmed his voice, and spoke out. Even at this moment, he was unwilling to believe that his 3 ancestors were killed by Lu Yuanzhong and his 4 companions. He thought that Lu Yuanzhong and his companions had learned about the death of his ancestors and wanted to take advantage of the situation to rob him. But the next moment, shua, 3 corpses flew out of Lu Changsheng's storage bag. They were the corpses of Yu Jinang, Yu Yuanshan, and Yu Ningjin. The 3 corpses were all bloody and had hideous faces. There were even burnt black spots everywhere, and it can be seen that they were very miserable and embarrassed before death. "Ancestor! Ancestor! Ancestor!" In an instant, everyone in Qingzhu Mountain looked at the 3 corpses. Their eyes were bloodshot, their expressions were horrified, and they shouted loudly, their voices mournful. Among them, only a small number of people knew that Yu Jinang and others had died. Many children of the Yu family did not know about the death of Yu Jinang and others. At this time, seeing the 3 corpses and the battle outside, anger and sadness, and panic in their hearts. Ancestor Yuninghu looked at the 3 corpses. His eyes were red, his hands were clenched into fists, and his whole body was trembling. The 3 corpses still had the aura of magic power. In addition, he saw his ancestor's red sun golden wheel, the second ancestor Yu Yuanshan's sun and moon wheel, and Yu Ningjin's 1000-jun stick appearing from Lu Changsheng's storage bag. These things were not fake, telling him that his ancestor died at the hands of Lu Changsheng and others. There are witnesses and evidences, so what do you, the Yu family, need to explain? Lu Changsheng, dressed in a green robe, said calmly. "Fellow Daoists, there may be a misunderstanding. We, Qingzhu Mountain, are allies with your Qingzhu Mountain and Bainao Lake, and we jointly run the Red Leaf Valley Market. How could we do such a thing? There must be some misunderstanding. But I have been practicing in seclusion, so I don't know what's happened. However, as long as Taoist Lu is willing to return the bodies of our ancestors and brothers, our Yu family is willing to compensate." Yuninghu clenched his fists in his sleeves, trying to keep himself calm, and said aloud. He knew that the Lu family came in such a formation, obviously well prepared. If the Yu family didn't bleed a lot today, this matter would never be resolved. In this case, let's use your Qingzhu Mountain spiritual land as compensation for this matter. Lu Changsheng spoke out, saying calmly. Chapter 233 The dust has settled. The 10-year agreement. What? Don't even think about it. You are simply going too far. Ancestor, at worst, we can just fight them. In Qingzhu Mountain, the Yu family cultivators were furious when they heard this. They killed their ancestor and wanted them to use Qingzhu Mountain as compensation. It was simply going too far. Dao Ialu, you are joking. Bihu Mountain is the foundation of our Yu family's ancestors. How can we give it up as compensation? Yuning, who raised his hand to quiet everyone down, suppressed the anger in his chest, and said with his hands clasped, "Ancestor. Big brother. Ninghu." Everyone in the Yu family looked at Yu Ninghu, who could only bow down in the face of such an aggressive force. They were angry and aggrieved, but they couldn't say anything. After all, their 3 foundation-building ancestors died in the hands of the 4 people in front of them. How could they be the opponents of the Lu family and others? This person is a talent. Lu Changsheng looked at Yu Ninghu, who was still calm, and said secretly in his heart. He felt that if he really took over the Yu family's spiritual land, this person could not be left. He looked at Yu Ninghu and said indifferently, "Are you kidding? I'm not kidding you. Today, your Yu family will either take the Bihu Mountain as compensation, or I will take it myself. Don't go too far, fellow Taoist Lu. My Yu family is not easy to bully. My Bihu Mountain is protected by a 2nd-level formation. Even if the 4 of you break the formation, it may not be possible." Yu Ninghu's face turned cold and he said in a cold voice. He knew that he couldn't give in blindly. Otherwise, it would appear that he was weak and could be bullied. However, the words were not finished. Ling Zixiao stepped out of the spirit boat, pinched his hands, and sacrificed 2 tokens and several small flags, circling in the air. At the same time, a silver-colored forbidden-breaking talisman was shot towards Bihu Mountain. Boom! In an instant, the Bihu Mountain formation immediately experienced a violent fluctuation, causing the hazy mist to roll and surge, and the scene inside Bihu Mountain could be vaguely seen. 2nd-level formation guard. You are now offering Bihu Mountain as compensation. My husband can give Xiajing Mountain to your Yu family as your Yu family's spiritual land to protect your family's safety in the future. Otherwise, once the formation is broken today, it will be the time for your Yu family to be destroyed. Ling Zixiao stepped on the void, wearing a blue dress that fluttered, setting off her graceful figure, with clear eyes and a cold voice. Breaking the forbidden talisman? Master of Formation. Yu Ninghu saw this scene and his pupils shrank. He immediately realized that Ling Zixiao in front of him was a Master of Formation. Only a Master of Formation can affect the operation of the formation through his own formation token. Instantly find the weak point of the formation, and then use the forbidden talisman to attack effectively, causing such a big commotion. Fellow Taoist Ling is actually a Master of Formation. Lu Yuanzhuang and Bai Yunayang were also surprised. They hadn't heard that Ling Zixiao was a formation master before. They thought he was at most a 1st-level top formation master. But at this time, Ling Zixiao took action, and it instantly showed that it was not that simple. Lu Maiyan, Lu Maiahun and other Lu family members on other spiritual boats also looked sideways and were extremely surprised when they saw this scene. Unexpectedly, Ling Zixiao, who is always elegant, calm, and indifferent on weekdays, was not only a great cultivator of foundation building, but also a master of formation. If you want to seize my Yu family's land, then forget it. Even if my Yu family dies, it is impossible to hand over the ancestral foundation. The worst-case scenario is that we will die together. Yu Ninghu's heart trembled, and he gritted his teeth and said coldly. Now the burden of the entire family is on him. It is naturally impossible for him to hand over the ancestral foundation with a few words from the other party. If so, how can he face his own ancestor in the future? He will live in self-blame and shame all his life. Everyone, form a formation. Yu Ninghu shouted, and the magic power surged, allowing the Yu family cultivators to integrate the aura into the formation, wanting to operate the formation to kill the enemy. A fight to the death. Since you won't listen to my kind words, then you will be buried with Bihu Mountain. Ling Zixiao said in a cold voice with a calm face. While speaking, she made a seal with both hands and slapped her storage bag. Swish, 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 a formation plate and hundreds of small formation flags appeared. She turned the formation plate, causing these small flags to fly in all directions and began to set up the formation. Dao Iao Bai, southeast. Dao Ialu, northwest. Sir, use the forbidden talisman to attack the mountain head-on. Ling Zixiao looked at the 3 people and said directly, indicating that they would attack Bihu Mountain. The 3 people were a little surprised by the words and the formation. They didn't expect Ling Zixiao to break the formation and attack the mountain without saying a word. However, the 3 people also understood that under the current circumstances, they must not show weakness. They must hold the initiative in their hands. Okay. The three people responded without hesitation. According to Ling Xiao's arrangement, they went to the corresponding directions and attacked the weak points of the formation. If it weren't for your Yu family's formation token, it wouldn't be so easy to break the formation today. Ling Xiao looked at Qingzhu Mountain, chuckled, then turned the formation plate and shouted coldly, "The formation starts." Boom boom, in an instant, the spiritual light was surging, causing the spiritual energy in Qingzhu Mountain to tremble violently. It was the formation that was shaking. What's going on? Not good. The other party used our family's formation token to interfere with the operation of the formation, and wanted to break the formation with the formation. Ancestor. Ancestor, what should we do? Faced with this situation, the cultivators of Qingzhu Mountain were suddenly a little panicked. Now, the family's protection formation is their only reliance. But now this only reliance has a flaw. You also take action, break the formation. Ling Xiao looked at the people on the other four spirit boats and said, "Let them attack the front of the formation." Her mind is limited. While controlling the formation, transmitting sound, letting Lu Changsheng and others break the formation, it is already the limit. There is no way to command the rest of the people, so they can only let them add pressure to the formation. Boom boom boom, under Ling Xiao's formation and the attacks of everyone, the blue water and sky blue formation of Qingzhu Mountain flickered, and the spiritual energy in the formation rolled and surged, making the entire Qingzhu Mountain seem to be trembling, and the blood and spiritual power of the cultivators inside were unstable. My spiritual power is out of control. No, she is trying to seize the control of the formation. Brother, what should I do? Ninghu. There was a panic in Qingzhu Mountain, and everyone looked at Yu Ninghu, waiting for him to make a decision. Although some of them were not afraid of death and wanted to fight with Lu Changsheng and others. But now the formation was interfered and affected by the other party, and even fought for control. If this goes on, they have no power to fight back, and they can't do it even if they try their best. Moreover, in Qingzhu Mountain, many of the Yu family's collateral branches and Yu family's outsiders do not have such a strong relationship with the family, and do not want to die here like this. Damn it. Yu Ninghu clenched his fists tightly, his face heavy and ugly. I didn't expect that his own formation would look so unbearable at this moment. He had realized before that his ancestor's identity token was a family formation token, which could affect the formation and allow someone to sneak into the family. But he never expected that the other party actually had a formation master. Directly using the formation token, he broke the formation with the formation, and interfered with the operation of his own formation from the outside. At this moment, he also guessed how his three ancestors fell. It must be that the Lu family had already set up a killing formation, lured his three ancestors into the formation, and killed his ancestors through the formation. What a cruel Lu family. They hid so deeply. This time, letting Lu Miaoj break through the foundation in Qingzhu Mountain is obviously to deliberately lead my Yu family there. Yu Ninghu clenched his fists in his sleeves, and his veins bulged. He deeply realized that he had fallen into a trap. He was so easily defeated by the Lu family. And now, the Lu family and others are asking for compensation from Qingzhu Mountain. I think they are also using the righteousness as an excuse to force their own family to surrender and attack their own family. Otherwise, with the current strength of the Lu family, it would be difficult for them to guard Qingzhu Mountain and Qingzhu Mountain at the same time. They have to face the covetousness and peeping of the surrounding hostile families. Lu Changsheng. He looked at Lu Changsheng and Ling Xiao. He knew that these two people were the real enemies. One was a second-level master of talismans, with many talismans. The other was a second-level master of formations, breaking formations with formations. Turn. Ling Xiao was wearing a fluttering blue dress, with a tall and graceful figure, and a slightly pale and elegant face. She was no longer as calm and elegant as usual, but had a bit more of aloofness and coldness. As she opened her red lips and threw the formation plate in her hand, in an instant, the formation flags in all directions burst into spiritual light, and the key was connected, causing the key in the entire Qingzhu Mountain to roll and the spiritual energy to vibrate. Puff. Not good. She is stirring up our Qingzhu Mountain formation, trying to use the power of the formation to suppress us. As the spiritual energy in Qingzhu Mountain vibrated, some Yu family cultivators who were only in the early and middle stages of key refining immediately had their key, blood and spiritual power in their bodies surging. Especially the children of the Yu family whose key was integrated into the formation. At this moment, all of them groaned heavily, their breath was disordered, or they vomited blood. Such a formation method. Who is this person? How could Lu Changsheng know such a formation master? Yu Ninghu suppressed the mana, qi and blood in his body, with a look of horror in his eyes. Although Ling Xiao's method could not have much impact on him, a foundation-building master, the ordinary mortals and key-refining cultivators in Qingzhu Mountain would all suffer heavy losses. The other party said that the entire Qingzhu Mountain would be buried with him, and it was not an empty threat. Moreover, as the other party operated the formation, he could feel that the power of Ling Xiao's formation was still rising, as if brewing a very terrifying blow. If you still insist on not changing your mind, don't blame me for overturning your Qingzhu Mountain and letting the entire Qingzhu Mountain be buried with your decision. Ling Xiao's eyes were like water, with a cold look. At this moment, the elegant and pale face was filled with an indescribable domineering aura, a peerless demeanor, and a soul-stirring feeling. This woman is not an ordinary second-level formation master, I'm afraid she is a second-level top-grade formation master. Lu Yuanzhuang and Bai Yunayang looked at Ling Xiao, and their throats were dry. They usually had contact with formation masters and learned some knowledge about formations. Knowing Ling Xiao's level, she is definitely not an ordinary formation master. The strength level is very high. At the same time, they were shocked that Lu Changsheng could actually become a Taoist partner with such a stunning woman. I didn't expect that Xiao would have such a domineering side. Lu Changsheng looked at Ling Xiao's peerless grace and thought to himself. Although Ling Xiao was a bit arrogant when she was with him, she was generally gentle, dignified and sensible, and it was very comfortable to get along with her. She had never been so high and domineering. But it was understandable if you think about it. Ling Xiao was gifted in cultivation and formation. At a young age, she not only broke through the foundation, but was also a second-level formation master. How could such a stunning woman not be arrogant? It was just because of the dragon's body that she was always weak. Then she came to Juxiao Immortal City and restrained her arrogance. But in Juxiao Immortal City, Ling Xiao also made a name for himself. Now that she has come to Qingyun, facing families like the Lu family and the Yu family, she probably looks down on them in her bones. In this situation, it is normal for Ling Xiao to be a little arrogant. Damn it. Big brother. Ancestor. At worst, we can fight them. Everyone in Qingzhu Mountain shouted at Yu Ninghu, with expressions of pain and anger, or panic and despair. Most of them, except for a few elders, are only in the early and middle stages of key refining. At this time, under the might of the formation, the blood and spiritual power in their bodies are rolling and surging. If it continues, they will surely die. Now, the ancestor of the family has died and his body is hanging in front of them. And when they face the enemy, let alone revenge, it is difficult for them to even fight back. How can they not be angry and desperate? Boom boom boom, the Bishu Shian King formation continued to rumble under the attack of Ling Xiao, Lu Changsheng and others. The thick mist above and the wandering rune were all dim. Under the increasingly turbulent attack, Yu Ninghu's mana began to surge. Looking at his own cultivators and descendants, all of them were pale, their ki was disordered, and they vomited blood under the power of such a large formation. His face was ferocious, and his palms were bleeding from the nails of both hands. He suddenly looked up and looked at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Stop! Dao, please stop! My Yu family is willing to give Qingzhu Mountain as compensation." Yu Ninghu's voice became extremely dry. He was unwilling to give up his ancestral foundation. But if the land is preserved and the people are lost, both the people and the land will be lost. If the people are preserved and the land is lost, both the people and the land will be preserved. As long as the Green Mountains are preserved, there will be no worries about firewood. If today, he can pull the other party to perish together, he will naturally be willing to risk his life. But now, facing Lu Changsheng and others, they have no power to fight back. At most, they can make the other party suffer some losses and be seriously injured. Such anger, hatred, and desperate efforts are meaningless. In this case, quickly open the formation. Ling Xiao heard this, his face clear and cold. Ninghu. Brother. Ancestor. The other Yu family cultivators all looked at Yu Ninghu when they heard this. Some were sad and angry. Some were happy and relieved. Please also ask all Taoist friends to make a heart demon oath. As long as my Yu family is willing to use Qingzhu Mountain as compensation, we will stop now. Yu Ninghu's face was bitter, and tears of unwillingness flowed out of his eyes. Lu Changsheng and Ling Xiao looked at each other. Lu Yuanzhuang and Bai Yunayang also stopped their offensive after hearing this. Immediately, the four made a heart demon oath. It means that the Yu family will use all the foundations of Bihu Mountain as compensation, and the previous hatred between the two families will be stopped. Release the formation. Seeing Lu Changsheng, Ling Zixiao and others make a vow, Yu Ninghu gritted his teeth and looked at everyone, shouting loudly. At this moment, even if there are still people who are unwilling, they can only obey orders. Boom! The formation of the gate of Bihu Mountain was opened. Immediately, Ling Zixiao stopped and took out a second-level spiritual contract. He made a treaty on it and began to sign a contract with Yu Ninghu. It means that the two families have all kinds of grievances. Today, the Yu family will give Bihu Mountain to the Lu family and Lu Changsheng as compensation. And the Lu family will provide the Yu family with a temporary place to settle down, Xiajing Mountain. The Yu family must settle down in Xiajing Mountain for 10 years. During the 10 years, the two families must not fight each other. In addition, the Yu family must cooperate to transfer all the industries under the name of Bihu Mountain. This is impossible. Yu Ningyin, the head of the Yu family, saw the spiritual contract and immediately said loudly, "Now that Bihu Mountain has been given up, they, the Yu family, are still expected to make a comeback with the family industry. But once all the industries under the name of Bihu Mountain are transferred, it will be extremely difficult for their Yu family to rise again. Dao, is this too much to ask of you?" Yu Ninghu also looked grim, and said to Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixiao that he was unwilling to sign such a contract. Not only did his family have to imprison themselves for 10 years. During these 10 years, they also had to cooperate in the transfer of the family industry. It was completely equivalent to letting go of their hatred and becoming a vassal of the Lu family for 10 years. How could he agree to such a thing? Dao, you have no choice now. Ling Zixiao said coldly. After that, he chuckled and said, "Of course, we won't ask of you too much to ask of you. As long as your Yu family can cooperate, we can keep some of the industries for your Yu family." Huh? Yu Ninghu closed his eyes, took a deep breath and exhaled. Knowing that at this moment, his family had no right to negotiate at all. In the end, the two sides signed a contract. Within 10 years, if the Yu family can cooperate, some of the industries under their names can be retained. Regarding the division of industries under their names, if they are too far away from Bihu Mountain or in some small markets, they will be given to the Yu family. But the industries around the Yu family, such as the Red Leaf Valley Market and the Nine Dragons Market, all belong to the Lu family. Just please give us some time to relocate. After signing the contract, Yu Ninghu handed over the control of the family formation. He seemed to be emptied and extremely weak. Even though he knew that his actions today were to preserve the family. But handing over the family's spiritual land and foundation to others still made him speechless in front of his ancestors. "I don't want you to do anything to destroy it when we move. After all, this Bihu Mountain, from today on, is the spiritual land of my husband." Ling Zixiao's pale and elegant face, the coldness dissipated, revealing a dignified and elegant look, and said softly. However, everyone saw her posture and delicate appearance, and did not dare to underestimate her. "My husband's spiritual land." Yu Ninghu heard the words and looked at Lu Changsheng suddenly. Suddenly, he realized that he had guessed wrong before. The Lu family did not use the request of Bihu Mountain as a spiritual land to occupy the righteousness, force their own family to submit, and seize their own foundation. Everything today was mainly caused by Lu Changsheng and the woman named Ling Zixiao. It was Lu Changsheng who wanted to seize his own spiritual land and set up his own business. At this moment, he felt a sense of regret in his heart. He knew that if Lu Changsheng wanted to set up his own business, he could have negotiated with Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixiao just now by taking advantage of the fact that the formation was not opened. Although he could not beat Lu Changsheng and others, but he could completely destroy his own fishing ground, medicine garden, spiritual field, and spiritual veins through the formation. Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixiao absolutely did not want to receive a dilapidated Bihu Mountain. But now, everything has been settled, and he has nothing to say. Chapter 234, The Lu Family of Bihu Mountain. Clouds are moving in all directions. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Lu. Since the matter has been settled, Bai will not stay for long and will go back first. As the matter was settled, Bai Yunayang bowed to Lu Changsheng and said goodbye, indicating that he was going back to Bainao Lake. "Thank you for your hard work this time, Fellow Taoist Bai. After the matter is settled, I will drink and chat with you again. Lu Changsheng bowed slightly to Bai Yunayang and said with a smile. Although Bai Yunayang did not do much on this trip. But in this kind of thing, people are willing to help and show their attitude, which is already very good. In this regard, he is also willing to return the favor. Besides, he has already thought about his family's route. The main point is to avoid fighting, make friends, and make money in harmony. Okay, when fellow Taoist Lu holds the clan ceremony, Bai will definitely come to watch the ceremony and drink and chat with you. Bai Yunayang heard this and immediately bowed and smiled. In his expression and words, he couldn't help but carry a bit of respect and awe. Although everyone is a foundation-building cultivator. But there are also differences between people. How could he not be in awe of Lu Changsheng, who killed 3 great foundation-building monks by himself? He was glad that he had made friends with Lu Changsheng this time. Otherwise, which family force in the surrounding area would not be afraid of the combination of Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixiao? Question mark. After speaking, he bowed to Ling Zixiao and Lu Yuanzhong and said goodbye. Fellow Taoist Bai, take care. Nephew Bai, take care. Ling Zixiao and Lu Yuanzhong nodded slightly. Cry. The next moment, Bai Yunayang released a black flying eagle in the late stage of key refining from his spirit pet bag and rode away on the flying eagle. Zixiao, are you okay? After watching Bai Yunayang leave, Lu Changsheng came to Ling Zixiao, held her fair wrist and checked the situation. He had always known about Ling Zixiao's physical condition. Although she had recovered a lot after more than a year of recuperation, her meridians and danshan were withered, but the problem of her meridians and danshan withering had not been solved. Once too much mana is used, the meridians and danshan will be injured. Just now, Ling Zixiao's move to break the formation would certainly cause a certain load on the meridians and danshan. My dear, it's okay. Ling Zixiao sent a voice message to Lu Changsheng and said softly. But when Lu Changsheng held Ling Zixiao's wrist and checked her condition, he immediately saw that her meridians and danshan were under severe load and in a mess. If she continued, she would be afraid that her meridians would be damaged. He instantly understood that Ling Zixiao had actually reached her limit just now and was deceiving Yuninghu. In her current state, it was difficult for her to continue to use her magic power to break the formation. Changsheng, someone from the family needs to be in charge. My Oj is still building the foundation. Should I go back first? At this time, Lu Yuanzhong said to Lu Changsheng. The matter of Qingzhu Mountain has been settled. In his opinion, it is enough to have Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixiao in charge. Now Qingzhu Mountain is in an empty state and can only be protected by the formation, so he must go back early. Okay, ancestor, thank you for your hard work. You take my Ayan and the others back first, and leave a few elders who are good at handling affairs to take over the affairs of the Yu family with me. Lu Changsheng nodded and said to Lu Yuanzhong. Ling Zixiao is not in good condition now, and needs to be properly recuperated and healed. So he plans to live directly in this Qingzhu Mountain. Wait for the Yu family to complete the relocation and deal with the affairs of the Yu family. But he is not very good at family affairs and needs a few people to help. Okay. After hearing this, Lu Yuanzhong immediately arranged a few people to stay in Qingzhu Mountain with Lu Changsheng. Yuner, Huanhen, you go back with the ancestor first, and I will come to pick you up later. Lu Changsheng stepped forward and said to his wife Lu Mayan and Lu Mayahuan. Husband, be careful. The two women nodded in response. Looking at Lu Changsheng's eyes, there was also a little more inexplicable awe. As Lu Changsheng's wives, they thought they knew Lu Changsheng very well. But today, Lu Changsheng's various behaviors made them realize that they didn't seem to know this husband very well. Well, you should also be careful. Huanhen, you should keep the puppet and use it as self-defense. Lu Changsheng said in a gentle voice, knowing that his wife had many doubts in her heart. But he didn't have much time to talk about this kind of thing now. After speaking, he looked at the children on the spirit boat and said, Xianzi, Yuner, Xiaoru, the three of you stay and follow the elders to deal with the affairs of Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng said to his son Lu Xianzi, Lu Yun, and his daughter Lu Xiaoru. After Qingzhu Mountain is completely taken over, he will naturally arrange for his own children. Now that Lu Xianzi and a few others have come, let them get familiar with them first. Yes, father. The three of them were all excited and happy when they heard it. Let the other children and children of the Lu family look at the three people with some envy. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng and others settled down in the Yu family. During this period, Lu Changsheng was not afraid that the Yu family would do anything else. After all, the family formation of Qingzhu Mountain is now in the hands of Ling Zixiao. And if he really wants to do it, he can kill all the people in the Yu family by himself. Immediately, Lu Changsheng brought Ling Zixiao to the room and began to heal her wounds and stabilize her physical condition. Yu family ancestral hall. Brother, are we really going to move? Ninghu. All the core children and elders of the Yu family looked at Yu Ninghu, their faces full of reluctance and indignation. Move. Yu Ninghu said calmly and indifferently. Now that the ancestor has died, the situation is stronger than the people. What else can we do if we don't move? Are we really going to fight to the death? If we fight to the death and can avenge the ancestor, Yu Ninghu, will naturally not be afraid. But this is just a meaningless sacrifice. According to the history of our Yu family, 300 years ago, our ancestors of the Yu family rose step by step from a small key refining family, broke through the foundation, sought to seize Qingzhu Mountain, and established the Qingzhu Mountain Yu family. No matter how bad we are now, can we be worse than before? As long as we are alive, there is hope for the future. Yu Ninghu looked at everyone and his voice was sonorous. Listening to Yu Ninghu's words, even though they were unwilling, they understood this truth. They all started to go back, pack up their things, and prepare for relocation. Big brother. Yu Ninghu looked at his big brother, his voice choked. As the head of the Yu family, he was extremely upset when he handed over the foundation of Qingzhu Mountain to someone else. Hold it. Keep the family hatred in your heart. Don't show it. Lu Changsheng drew a line on the ground and imprisoned our Yu family in Qingzhu Mountain for 10 years, just to make us forget the family hatred. But how can we forget the hatred of seizing the family and killing the ancestors? How dare we forget? Yu Ninghu patted him on the shoulder and said hoarsely. In the elegant room, Lu Changsheng used the yin-yang nirvana technique and life-crossing technique to warm up Ling Zixiao's meridians and danshan, and quickly stabilized his physical condition. Afterwards, Zixiao, there is no need to do this in the future. Lu Changsheng hugged Ling Zixiao, whose body was white and rosy, and sweating profusely, and said in a warm voice. Although he stabilized Ling Zixiao's meridians and danshan through the secret method, Ling Zixiao's body has been adjusted in vain for more than a year. If Ling Zixiao wants to recover, he can only hope for Lu Miaoji's Tai true water, or draw the natural treasures and elixirs in this area. My husband is not convenient to show his strength at the moment, and some things are inconvenient to do, so naturally I can only do it. Besides, now that my husband's family is just established, other families around will certainly be eyeing and coveting. Only by showing enough strength to the outside can we have a certain deterrent effect. Ling Zixiao nestled in Lu Changsheng's arms. Her plump body was as soft as a silkworm, almost limp like mud. Her pale and elegant face was still flushed, and she said softly. She followed Lu Changsheng to Qingzhu Mountain for more than a year. She knew that Lu Changsheng wanted to establish a family power, so she spent a lot of time to understand the situation here in her spare time. Knowing the Qingyun territory, this area, in addition to Qingzhu Mountain, Qingzhu Mountain, Banao Lake, and Centipede Ridge, there are many family forces. Now that a family power is established, it is natural to have a certain deterrent effect. This will allow the surrounding families to recognize it and facilitate future actions. And today, in her opinion, is a good opportunity to establish prestige and show strength. Of course, in addition to this aspect, there are other reasons. For example, as Lu Changsheng's Taoist partner, now that the family is established, she naturally has to establish a certain prestige. Only in the future can it be convenient to act in the family. What she did today is also to establish prestige for her and herself. On the other hand, the two knew each other in Jixiao Immortal City. It has always been Lu Changsheng who has given her unilaterally. She, Ling Zixiao, is still a proud person in her bones, so naturally she also wants to do something for Lu Changsheng. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Changsheng said in a gentle voice while holding the warm and soft jade in his arms. He naturally understood this truth. But seeing Ling Zixiao willing to give so much for himself, he was still a little moved. Knowing that his efforts for Ling Zixiao over the past year have had a certain effect. My dear, Yu Ninghu is not a simple person. And there must be many people in the Yu family who are jealous and vengeful towards us. We are naturally fearless, but the children in the family will eventually have troubles when facing this. My idea is to first find out the current situation and attitude of the Yu family. At that time, directly asked the Shadow Pavilion to take action and eliminate the Yu family. Ling Zixiao snuggled in Lu Changsheng's arms, raised her head slightly, and said softly. Through the brief contact before, she also saw that Yu Ning, who was not a simple person. And she didn't believe that the Yu family could really let go of the hatred of seizing land and killing ancestors. Or, ordinary Yu family children could let it go. But core members of the Yu family like Yu Ninghu and Yu Ningyun, who have deep family feelings, will never let it go easily. And these people are exactly the main fighting force of the Yu family. So these people must die. Shadow Pavilion. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard the name. Although he had never heard of this name, he vaguely guessed what this organization does. The Shadow Pavilion is an underground organization in Jixiao Xiancheng. As long as you can afford the spiritual stones, you can hire someone to do the assassination. When the storm of the past few years has passed, and the situation of the core personnel of the Yu family outside is almost clear, you can hand over the information to the Shadow Pavilion for processing. Ling Zixiao explained to Lu Changsheng. She was able to gain a foothold in Jixiao Xiancheng, so she was naturally not a naive person, and she had certain skills. Otherwise, she had a dragon body, but she couldn't even use the foundation building cultivation. How could she gain a foothold in Jixiao Xiancheng? We want to go together in this regard. Lu Changsheng smiled when he heard this. From Ling Zixiao's words that the Yu family was imprisoned in Qingzhu Mountain for 10 years, he guessed that Ling Zixiao would not let the Yu family go. He was the same. After all, this kind of family hatred, how can it be resolved? It's a pity that the beat of heaven was given to Nangguang Li, otherwise with a beat of heaven, it would be much easier to deal with this matter. At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of his own treasure, the beat of heaven. This treasure can not only deceive the spirit contract, but also perfectly disguise others. It's perfect to use it to do something shameful. Since my husband also thinks so, then it's naturally perfect. Ling Zixiao smiled when she heard this. After more than a year of getting along, Lu Changsheng gave her the feeling that although he was not a serious person, he was still a gentleman. She was worried that Lu Changsheng would not do such a thing after signing the spiritual contract. How can such a thing be resolved just like that? Lu Changsheng shook his head gently. As he said that, looking at the snow-white and crystal-clear plump body in his arms, he turned over and said, Zixiao, my yin and yang origin has recovered these days. Suddenly, the soft body like a silkworm completely turned into watery mud at this moment, and the sound was intermittent. 3 days later, a piece of news spread to many surrounding families, causing quite a stir. The owner of Qingzhu Mountain has changed. The Yu family of Qingzhu Mountain has repeatedly offended the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. A year and a half ago, Lu Maifang of Qingzhu Mountain broke through the foundation building, but failed to do so because of the harassment and interference from Yu Jinang, Yu Yuanshan, and Yu Ningjun of the Yu family. This time, Lu Maioj of Qingzhu Mountain broke through the foundation building, and the 3 people of the Yu family attacked again. Who knew that Lu Maioj's husband, Lu Changsheng, not only broke through the foundation building, but also obtained the top-level talisman inheritance. Facing the 3 great foundation-building monks of the Yu family, he sacrificed hundreds of talismans, refined the talismans into formation, and killed the 3 foundation-building monks alone. Immediately, the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain and the Bai family of Bainao Lake went to Qingzhu Mountain to ask for an explanation. During the process, Lu Changsheng's Taoist partner, relying on the formation token obtained from the ancestor of the Yu family, actually broke the formation with the formation and confronted the Yu family's Vishu Qiang Great Formation. In the end, the Yu family of Qingzhu Mountain was forced to use their ancestral foundation, Qingzhu Mountain, as compensation. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng notified the surrounding families and held a clan establishment ceremony in Qingzhu Mountain. 3 months later, established the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. The Zhang family of Centipede Ridge. Lu Changsheng of Qingzhu Mountain seized Qingzhu Mountain and established his own family, the Qingzhu Mountain Lu family. When the ancestor of the Zhang family saw the news, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. For a moment, he didn't know whether to be happy or worried. He had a short lifespan, and now he only had 2 or 3 years left. So he joined the Yu family of Qingzhu Mountain early. But unexpectedly, the Yu family was destroyed by the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain and Bainao Lake. The family spiritual land of Qingzhu Mountain has become the family spiritual land of Lu Changsheng, the son-in-law of Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng, Lu Changsheng. I thought this person was not simple at the beginning, and he was gifted in the way of talismans, but I didn't expect that this person not only broke through the foundation, but also obtained the top-level inheritance of the way of talismans. I heard that Weiner is pregnant with Lu Changsheng's second child. I don't know how talented these two children are. Can they help my Zhang family in the future? The ancestor of the Zhang family looked haggard, his eyes were dim, his face was full of wrinkles, and he fell into deep thought. After a long time, he sent a message to someone outside the cave, "Let Mingling and the others come to see me." Lu Changsheng has a big hobby, marrying a wife, taking concubines and having children. But now that he has broken through the foundation, he no longer looks down on ordinary women. Otherwise, my Zhang family will marry a few more women to Lu Changsheng as concubines, and give birth to talented heirs in the future, which can also keep my Zhang family safe. The ancestor of the Zhang family murmured in his heart. Now that the Yu family of Qingzhu Mountain has fallen, he must find a new support for the Zhang family before he dies. And the new owner of Qingzhu Mountain is worth investing in him. He has read the news about Lu Changsheng and knows that Lu Changsheng is very loyal, especially when it comes to treating his wives, concubines and children. If a few women in his family can marry Lu Changsheng, please Lu Changsheng, and give birth to talented heirs, even if Lu Changsheng wants to see Centipede Ridge in the future, he will treat his Zhang family well for the sake of his own women and their descendants. But thinking that if he sent his daughter to Lu Changsheng as a concubine, he would have to give birth to children one after another, which was equivalent to half of his path to Taoism was abandoned, he sighed deeply again, his face wrinkled and his eyes dimmed. Yunshan Market. Lu Changsheng, how is this possible? How is this possible? When Yu Ningyun heard the news that his ancestor was killed and Qingzhu Mountain was taken away by Lu Changsheng, he was furious and his face was full of disbelief. Thinking back to the time when he went to Jinglong Market to recruit Lu Changsheng, he was still high and mighty. Now, he has just broken through the 9th level of key refining and is sitting outside. And Lu Changsheng not only broke through the foundation building, but also killed his ancestor and took away his spiritual land. Jinglong Market. Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng killed 3 ancestors of the Yu family, took over Qingzhu Mountain, and wanted to establish the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. Yu Maocheng and his wife Yu Ningguang looked at each other when they heard the news, and didn't know what to say for a while. Lu Changsheng and the others naturally knew that they had a good relationship at the beginning. Because the two families were in a door-to-door relationship, Yu Ningguang also married her best friend's daughter, Yun Qianqian, to Lu Changsheng as a concubine. However, after Lu Changsheng left Julongfang City, the relationship between the two gradually faded. Yun Qianqian and Yu Ningguang occasionally exchanged letters and met a few times. When she heard the news about Lu Changsheng again, she learned that Lu Changsheng had killed 3 ancestors of the Yu family and became the master of Qingzhu Mountain. Sister wrong. Yu Maocheng looked at his wife, hesitant to speak. He wanted to comfort her, but didn't know what to say. Husband, now we are all this age, the family has such a disaster, what can I do? Yu Ningguang naturally knew what her husband wanted to say, and said with a bitter smile on her face. Although she is a collateral branch of the Yu family. But after all, she grew up in Qingzhu Mountain. Now that she heard that her family was destroyed and the ancestors were beaten and killed, how could she not feel it? But she was just a young cultivator at the 6th level of key refining. Now her children have all started families, what can she do and what can she participate in? A valley filled with miasma. Lu Changsheng, son-in-law of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain, born as a son-in-law, broke through the foundation and obtained the inheritance of the talisman. Not long after breaking through the foundation, he relied on the talisman formation to kill 3 foundation-building cultivators alone. In the cave, a middle-aged man in black brocade robe, with a dark face and a slightly stiff face, saw the information in his hand. It seems that this talisman inheritance is extraordinary, and it can also give others foundation-building pills. This Lu Changsheng's opportunity should be great. There is also a formation master. If we can control them, these 2 people will be of great use to our clan. The black-robed man's eyes were dark, with a few spots of scarlet, and he muttered to himself. Chapter 235, The Spiritual Vein of Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Maoj successfully established a foundation. It took 3 days for the Yu family to complete the relocation. Yu Ninghu took the family cultivators and children to move to Xiaojing Mountain. As for the Ji family in Xiaojing Mountain, they naturally had nothing to say about the relocation of the Yu family, and they dared not say anything, so they could only accept it. However, Lu Changsheng did not do anything to use his power to pressure others. He spent 16,000 spirit stones to purchase the property rights of Qingzhu Mountain. He accepted the Ji family as a vassal and let the Ji family and the Yu family live together in Qingzhu Mountain. After the relocation, Yuning arranged 10 children of the Yu family according to the contract to cooperate with Lu Changsheng to hand over the property rights of Qingzhu Mountain and family affairs. Qingzhu Mountain is about 31 miles long and 25 miles wide. There are 4 spiritual veins in total: Bian Peak, Bishu Lake, Lake Island, and Linka Cliff. Among them, Bian Peak is a second-level middle-grade spiritual vein, and the others are all first-level top-grade, upper-grade spiritual veins. Because the spiritual veins are crisscrossed, many areas do not have spiritual veins, but because they are close to the spiritual veins, they are nourished by spiritual energy and can be reclaimed as spiritual fields to grow some spiritual crops. Lu Changsheng looked at the information about Qingzhu Mountain. My dear, since the Yu family has moved, we can also take a good look at Qingzhu Mountain. Ling Xixiao, who was wearing a blue dress and had a beautiful face, said. Due to her injury, the Yu family moved, and she has been recuperating in her room these days and has not gone out. Okay, in that case, let's go and take a look. Lu Changsheng smiled when he heard this, put down the jade slip in his hand, and walked out of the courtyard with Ling Xixiao. Then he called a child of the Yu family to be a tour guide to introduce the situation of Qingzhu Mountain to him. This is the spiritual field of Mayu Qingzhu Mountain. Since Qingzhu Mountain is mainly produced by fish from Bishu Lake, there are not many spiritual fields that have been reclaimed. These spiritual fields are ordinary spiritual crops that can be cultivated by mortals. These 1,000 acres of spiritual fields are all first-level spiritual fields, and they are planted with first-level top-quality jade marrow rice. These 180 acres of spiritual fields are second-level spiritual fields, and they are planted with Mayu family's exclusive spiritual rice Bishu rice. Lu Changsheng and Ling Xixiao inspected the entire Qingzhu Mountain, and a Yu family member next to them kept speaking to introduce the situation. Well, are there any exchanges between the methods of planting and cultivating these two kinds of spiritual rice? Ling Xixiao looked at the spiritual rice in the spiritual fields and asked. Each spiritual land has different soil, climate, and environment. Therefore, the planting and cultivation of crops are not universal. For example, the jade spirit bamboo and jade bamboo rice in Qingzhu Mountain may not survive if they are placed in Qingzhu Mountain. Even if they can survive, their growth effect is not ideal. For example, the chalcedony rice and the green water rice were the results of the Yu family's exploration over hundreds of years. It can be said that they are most suitable for planting in the Green Lake Mountain, which can maximize the benefits. Now that they have taken over, they will naturally not easily change and say that they want to plant other crops. Therefore, Ling Xixiao will certainly not let go of these planting and cultivation methods and let the Yu family stay. All the planting and cultivation methods of chalcedony rice and green water rice have been handed over. The Yu family member said in a dull voice. Now that his spiritual land has been taken away by others, he can only live in Qingzhu Mountain. He still has to be here to introduce the situation of his spiritual land to others, which makes him feel very depressed. Yet, Ling Xixiao nodded slightly. After inspecting the spiritual field, the three of them came to the Green Water Lake. In addition to some fish and shrimps in the Green Water Lake, the most famous are the red blood carp and the green blood carp. The Yu family member introduced the situation of the Green Water Lake. There is a water spiritual vein under the Green Water Lake. So spiritual fish and shrimps can be born stably. The most famous among them are the red blood carp and the green blood carp, two kinds of spiritual fish. The Yu family disciple also said that almost every 10 years, a dragon carp will be born in the Green Water Lake. This dragon carp is also called the little dragon species. Eating it not only has the effect of strengthening the body and prolonging life, it can also enhance the potential of dragon species monsters such as snakes, pythons, and giano, and is very rare. Dragon carp. Lu Changsheng heard this and looked at the Green Water Lake. He had eaten the red blood carp and green blood carp of the Yu family. But the dragon carp, the Yu family does not sell it to the outside world, and he has only heard of it but has not tasted it. How long was it when the dragon carp appeared last time? Lu Changsheng asked. It seems to be 6 years ago. The Yu family disciple replied. Yet, Lu Changsheng heard this and did not ask any more questions. Then he came to the island in the middle of the green water lake. The island in the middle of the lake is not big, covering an area of more than 10 acres. A green lake villa was built for the Yu family's collateral branches and outsiders to live in. After a simple walk, the three of them came to a fish farm along the water veins. This fish farm was reclaimed through the second-level middle-grade spiritual vein of Bihayan Peak, connected to the water vein of Bishu Lake, and full of spiritual energy. It is specially used to raise red blood carp and green blood carp, and cultivate carp king. This carp king is a second-level spiritual fish, and one is worth hundreds of spiritual stones. Lu Changsheng looked at the fish farm in front of him. There are not many carp in it now. It is estimated that the Yu family has just harvested, or the fry are not yet mature. Of course, it is also possible that the Yu family moved and secretly salvaged the carp. After seeing the spiritual field, Bishu Lake, the island in the middle of the lake, and the fish farm, the three came to Linka Cliff. Linka Cliff was reclaimed by the Yu family and used as a spiritual medicine mountain to plant and cultivate spiritual medicine. But now Linka Cliff is bare, with only some ordinary spiritual medicines and immature spiritual medicines. There is not a single mature high-level spiritual medicine. This is the mature high-level spiritual medicine that the Yu family contracted with the Yu family before, and the Yu family can take it away. After all, this aspect still requires the cooperation of others for the handover. Just packing up the high-level spiritual medicine and taking it away is within the acceptable range. This Linka Cliff is connected to the second-level spiritual vein of Bihayan Peak, and has second-level spiritual energy. When the time comes, the Lingming treasure tree can be planted here. Lu Changsheng thought to himself after taking a general look at the situation of Linka Cliff. After taking a general look at the situation of Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng asked the Yu family member to leave, and came to Bihayan Peak with Lingzixio. There are many pavilions, manors, and halls here. They are all inhabited by the legitimate sons, clan elders, and family heads of the Yu family. At this time, the buildings are empty. Looking at the plaques of these buildings, Lu Changsheng was not in a hurry to replace them immediately. He planned to have someone deal with them uniformly when the time comes. The two walked all the way from Bihayan Peak to the top of the mountain. There is an ancient and magnificent hall built here, with the words Jinyang Hall written on it. I think it is the ancestor of the Yu family, Yu Jinyang, who lives there. Entering along the main hall, they came to the deep spiritual eye retreat cave, where the spiritual energy was extremely rich, almost reaching the level of the second-grade upper grade. It seems that the second-grade spiritual vein of the Yu family is only one step away from being promoted to the second-grade upper grade. Lu Changsheng chuckled as he sensed the abundant spiritual energy. He felt that this was a little surprise. If he wanted, he could use the spiritual eye spring to upgrade this place to the second-grade upper grade spiritual vein. If you have abundant spiritual stones, you can buy a few spiritual source beads. Then you can set up a formation to upgrade this spiritual vein to the second-grade upper grade. Lingzixio sensed the spiritual energy and smiled. The spiritual source beads belong to the lowest level of spiritual eye objects. It is also the spiritual eye object that they can currently access at this level. Well, you can pay a little attention to this aspect in the future. Lu Changsheng nodded. At present, he will definitely not use the spiritual eye spring to upgrade the spiritual vein. If he can buy spiritual source beads, he can use it to upgrade the Bihayan Peak spiritual vein. However, this spiritual source bead is also very rare. It can only be seen at large auctions or private trade fairs. When the time comes, you can consider planting the Zumi Tree King here. After leaving the Jinyang Palace, Lu Changsheng looked at the surroundings and thought that the Zumi Tree King could be planted on this mountain. This mountain belongs to the forbidden area of Qingzhu Mountain. Only the ancestors of the family can come here. However, if it is planted here, Lingzixio also needs to set up a formation so that people cannot easily see it. My dear, the Yu family has been in Qingzhu Mountain for hundreds of years, and its layout and planning have been perfect. The second-level main vein is in Bihayan Peak, for the direct descendants of the family to practice. The main vein extends into two branches, one connecting Linka Cliff and the other connecting Bishu Lake, to build a fish farm to grow spiritual medicine and raise spiritual fish. Ordinary family members and children from other families live on the island in the middle of the lake and Linka Cliff. In my opinion, this layout and planning does not need to be changed. At that time, we only need to rearrange a few spiritual veins and the overall formation. Lingzixio stood on the top of Bihayan Peak, overlooking Qingzhu Mountain, and said aloud, Well, the current layout and arrangement of the Yu family is indeed reasonable, and there is no need to make too many changes. Lu Changsheng nodded. He also felt that there was no need to make any changes. But I just took a rough look. Although the Yu family has an alchemy room, it is very simple. It will need to be rearranged when the time comes. Lu Changsheng said aloud. The Yu family may never have a second-level alchemist. Therefore, there is only a simple alchemy room, and the ground fire can only refine first-level elixirs. No problem, I will set up the formation on Bian Peak and nourish a fire vein. But the spiritual veins of Qingzhu Mountain are mainly water veins. It takes some time to nourish a fire vein. Ling Zixiao heard this and said softly. She knew that Lu Changsheng was a second-level alchemist. It is necessary to have enough ground fire to refine the elixir. There is no rush for this. Wait until your body recovers a little before doing these. Lu Changsheng said. Ling Zixiao's current physical condition, he will not let the other party too busy. My dear, there are still many mortals and some non-surname cultivators in Qingzhu Mountain. My dear is short of manpower, and these people can be used. But spiritual farmers and fishermen still need to be recruited again. Ling Zixiao looked down and continued to speak. Although the Yu family moved away, but a large number of mortals could not be taken away. Moreover, some non-surname cultivators of the Yu family were unwilling to leave with the Yu family because of the changes in the Yu family. These people theoretically belong to Lu Changsheng, the master of Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixiao discussed and adopted a moderate policy towards these people. If they have a skill and are willing to stay, they can stay. If they don't have a skill, then sorry, you have to leave within a month. Well, Zixiao, you can arrange these things directly if you have time. If you don't have time, let Yuner and others arrange it. Lu Changsheng said so. He could see that Ling Zixiao was more concerned about family matters. If the other party was willing to do it, he would be happy and comfortable. If not, then let other wives, concubines and children do it. Let Mayan and others do these things. With Qingzhu Mountain's help, it will be convenient for her to do these things. Ling Zixiao smiled slightly. She didn't have much interest in family affairs. The reason why she cared about the family was simply that Qingzhu Mountain was boring. She hoped that Lu Changsheng could establish his own family power as soon as possible. Now that she had obtained Qingzhu Mountain, she was naturally willing to spend time and effort to build it well. But she didn't want to worry too much about family affairs. Okay, I'll bring Yuner and the others over in a few days and let them do this. Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded, and looked down at the entire Qingzhu Mountain with Ling Zixiao. You can see the vast Bishu Lake and the vibrant and verdant Linka Cliff. From now on, this is my family's spiritual land. At this moment, Lu Changsheng felt a sense of satisfaction. Now he is no longer living under someone else's roof. He has his own family's spiritual land. He can settle down. Not only will I bring Mayan and the others over. When the time comes, if there are children in Ruai County who want to come to Qingzhu Mountain, they can also be brought over. Even if they live in ordinary areas, they can be nourished by spiritual energy. Relatively speaking, it is easier to give birth to spiritual root offspring. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. In addition to the spiritual veins and spiritual fields everywhere, the Yu family also opened up an area for mortals in the family who do not have spiritual roots to live. Although there are no spiritual veins in the mortal area, it also has a certain amount of spiritual energy, which is much better than the secular world. If you live there for a long time, you can strengthen your body and prolong your life. And relatively speaking, in this environment, the probability of having children with spiritual roots will be a few points higher. So he planned that if his children were willing to live in Qingzhu Mountain, he would settle them in Qingzhu Mountain. If they were unwilling, or wanted to go to the secular world, he would start a family in Ruai County. Calculating the time, Sister Mayaoj has almost finished building her foundation, right? At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of Lu Mayaoj who was still breaking through the foundation. According to the time of breaking through the foundation, Lu Mayaoj has almost completed the breakthrough now. Qingzhu Mountain. These days, all the Lu family members have been discussing the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain and Lu Changsheng's self-establishment. They are mixed about this matter, and they are very conflicted. On the one hand, they are excited and happy about the amazing strength shown by Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixiao. But they are also afraid and worried that they will become the host. But when he saw Lu Changsheng set up his own family and leave Qingzhu Mountain, he felt lost. He felt that if Lu Changsheng and Ling Xiao continued to stay in the Lu family, the future rise of their Qingzhu Mountain would be unstoppable. At this moment, the spiritual energy vortex above Qingzhu Valley began to slowly dissipate, accompanied by a burst of colorful clouds like the sky clearing after the rain. Look, the spiritual energy vortex above Qingzhu Valley began to dissipate. The spiritual energy vortex dissipated, and there was a colorful cloud. This means that the foundation was successfully built. Sister Mayaoj successfully built the foundation. Now that Uncle Changsheng wants to establish the Lu family in Bihu Mountain, Aunt Mayaoj will not go to Bihu Mountain as well, right? It shouldn't be. Even if she goes to Bihu Mountain, she will be in charge of both sides. Many Lu family members were excited when they saw this scene. But the next moment, some people thought about whether Lu Mayaoj would go to Bihu Mountain if Lu Changsheng set up his own family. Mayaoj has successfully established her foundation. Outside the cave, Lu Yuanzhong and Lu Yuanding saw this scene, looked at each other, and saw joy on each other's faces. These days, they have been paying attention to Lu Mayaoj's foundation building, and they are worried. Although Lu Changsheng has prepared for the foundation building pill, they still can't help but worry about it after all. Seeing the vision of successful foundation building, their hearts finally settled down. Daddy, ancestor. The next moment, they heard a gentle voice as warm as water. The voice was like the warm breeze in spring, which soothed their worries and emotions. Then, a figure with white clothes whiter than snow, beautiful face, slender figure, and extraordinary temperament walked out of the cave. Mayaoj. Lu Yuanzhong and Lu Yuanding saw Lu Mayaoj in front of them, and they were surprised. Although Lu Mayaoj still looked the same, but she seemed to have changed into a different person. 3,000 black hairs fell vertically like a waterfall, simply scattered, releasing soft light. Her skin was as white jade, flawless and white. Her face was as beautiful as snow, with a hazy and beautiful beauty. Especially her pair of beautiful eyes, which seemed to contain a whole galaxy, giving people tolerance, tranquility, holiness, and transcendence. Mayaoj, have you broken through the foundation? Lu Yuanding looked at his daughter in front of him, and was a little at a loss for a moment. Because Lu Mayaoj had changed so much? It made him, as a father, feel ashamed. Well, Daddy, I broke through the foundation. Lu Mayaoj pursed her lips and said softly. There was a bit of joy in her calm voice. After all, this is the foundation. She had always dreamed of and longed to break through the foundation. It was just that the surprise that Lu Changsheng had prepared for her early made her not so excited now. Good, good, good. When Lu Yuanding and Lu Yuanzhong heard this, they all cheered and were overjoyed. Soon, the three of them started chatting, and Lu Yuanzhong told Lu Mayaoj about Lu Changsheng. Chapter 236, Zhang Family Vassal, Moving. Talisman Inheritance, Killing 3 Foundation Builders. Master of Formation, Breaking Formation with Formation. Lu Mayaoj was extremely surprised when she heard Lu Yuanzhong tell her about what happened in the past few days. Especially when she heard that Ling Xiao was a master of formation, breaking formation with formation and shaking the Yu family formation, she was extremely surprised. Because Lu Changsheng told her about Ling Xiao's situation. The body of dragon chanting, the meridians and Danshan withered, and the mana was only 1/10 of it. In this state, Ling Xiao still has such combat power. How amazing it would be if he was in his prime. Unconsciously, the women around Changsheng are so outstanding. At this moment, Lu Mayaoj couldn't help but feel a little inferior to Lu Changsheng. She felt that her husband was not only getting better and better. The women around him, such as Xiao Xiao, Ling Xiao, and Meng Xianjun, were all amazing. And if it weren't for the skills, foundation building pills, and foundation building spiritual objects given by Lu Changsheng, she would still be wasting time at the 9th level of key refining. How could she break through the foundation and condense a perfect foundation? Huh? She took a deep breath and exhaled gently. Then she looked at Lu Yuanzhong and said, Uncle, Changsheng told me about the matter of establishing a family. It's just that I haven't mentioned it because of the family situation. I plan to wait until I build my foundation and the family is stable before preparing for this, so I haven't had time to tell you yet. Lu Mayaoj said this with a watery temperament. When Lu Yuanzhong was talking about these things just now, she heard some emotion in his words. Knowing that Lu Yuanzhong didn't inform Lu Changsheng in advance about the establishment of his own family, she felt a little uncomfortable. She immediately told Lu Yuanzhong some of Lu Changsheng's previous ideas and things. She said that Lu Changsheng had the idea of purchasing a suitable spiritual land and establishing a family. It's just that Lu Yuanzhong was seriously injured, and the Lu family lacked a foundation building person to sit in, so he planned to wait until he broke through the foundation building. Now that the Yu family attacked, it just happened to be an opportunity, and she also built a foundation, so she took over Qingzhu Mountain and established a family. So that's how it is. Changsheng has a plan. Lu Yuanzhong and Lu Yuanding smiled when they heard this. It's not that they are worried about Lu Changsheng or uncomfortable with this matter. But in Lu Yuanzhong's opinion, the initiative has always been in Ling Zixiao's hands. Ling Zixiao knew that Lu Changsheng was going to establish a family and took the initiative to plan this matter. If Lu Miaoj knew nothing and was kept in the dark, wouldn't it mean that Lu Miaoj's importance was not as good as Ling Zixiao? At this time, hearing that Lu Changsheng had made so many preparations for Lu Miaoj and considered so much for the Lu family, they were relieved. Miaoj, now that you have broken through the foundation, what are your plans? Lu Yuanding looked at his daughter and asked. The reason why the Lu family agreed to marry Lu Miaoj to Lu Changsheng was largely because Lu Changsheng, the son-in-law, had taken root in Qingzhu Mountain. Now that Lu Changsheng has set up his own family, it is understandable that Lu Miaoj wants to go to Qingzhu Mountain. Dad, Changsheng has already talked to me about this. I will temporarily stay in Qingzhu Mountain. Besides, the two families are only a few thousand miles apart now. If there is anything, you can come and go at will. Lu Miaoj naturally understood the meaning of her father's words and said softly. Now the ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Yuanzhong, has corpse poison in his body, and his lifespan is not much, and his condition is extremely poor. After breaking through the foundation building, the family naturally hopes that she will be the ancestor of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain and stay in Qingzhu Mountain. When Lu Changsheng mentioned the establishment of an independent family, she was entangled with this issue. After all, Qingzhu Mountain is where she was born and raised. Lu Changsheng is her current family. Whether it is Qingzhu Mountain or Lu Changsheng, she can't let go. Fortunately, Lu Changsheng is very considerate and didn't make it difficult for her. He said that the family to be established in the future will not be too far away, and the two sides can go back and forth. Now, Lu Changsheng has established a family in Qingzhu Mountain. The two families are only a few thousand miles apart, and it is very convenient to go back and forth. Uncle, I changed to the technique that Changsheng gave me. Mana has a healing effect, maybe it will help your injury. Lu Miaoj didn't talk much about this, and said to Lu Yuanzhong. Now that she has broken through the foundation, her mana can condense Tai True Water, which has the effect of healing and rejuvenating. The technique given by Changsheng. Lu Yuanzhong and Lu Yuanding nodded slightly when they heard this. They roughly guessed that Lu Miaoj changed to other techniques based on the aura phenomenon when Lu Miaoj broke through the foundation, and the changes after breaking through the foundation now. Because only some rare natural treasures, or top-level techniques, can make a person have such a reborn change. Okay, Miaoj, thank you. Lu Yuanzhong said. Since his niece said so, he naturally would not refuse. Tai True Water. Lu Miaoj's mana was activated, and her right hand, which was surrounded by a blue halo, was placed in front of Lu Yuanzhong's chest. The condensed Tai True Water was used to nourish Lu Yuanzhong's internal organs. Lu Yuanzhong was stunned, and his eyes showed shock. Through this Tai True Water, he instantly sensed that Lu Miaoj's mana was more powerful than that of the second-level Lu family ancestor. He was surprised at what level of skills Lu Changsheng gave Lu Miaoj, and what kind of Taoist foundation he condensed. He had just broken through the foundation building stage, and his mana was so powerful and amazing. As the Tai True Water penetrated into his body, he immediately felt his internal organs being nourished and slightly numb. Originally eroded by corpse poison, he could only rely on his own mana to stabilize his internal organs, and suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of relief. After a while, Uncle, how do you feel? Lu Miaoj let go of her white hand, and a layer of fine sweat beads appeared on her white jade forehead. Although she had broken through the foundation, she condensed into Tai True Water and treated people, which consumed a lot of mana. In just a moment, most of her mana was consumed. If he continued, he would hurt his vitality. Much better, Miaoj, thank you for your hard work. Lu Yuanzhong said to Lu Miaoj. He said that his internal organs had been significantly relieved. If he could receive treatment once a month, living a few decades longer would not be a problem. Good, 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 today is a double happiness, no, a triple happiness, we should celebrate. Lu Yuanding, who was standing next to him, laughed heartily when he heard this. Today, my daughter broke through the foundation. And my eldest brother received treatment from my daughter, his injuries were alleviated, and he could live a few decades longer. For him, it was naturally a great joy. Counting Lu Changsheng's establishment of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain, it was a triple happiness. That's right, we should celebrate. But there's no need to disclose my injury to the public. Now that my age has broken through the foundation, my injury has improved, and some people will immediately speculate that it is related to my age and Changsheng. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Changsheng killed the 3 foundation builders of the Yu family and established the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain. He is in the limelight. If too much news spreads, it may cause unnecessary trouble to Changsheng. Lu Yuanzhong took a deep breath and said so. That's right, Changsheng is in the limelight now. I'm afraid that many family forces are paying attention to him. It's better to keep a low profile. Lu Yuanding also nodded and said solemnly. It has been more than a year since Lu Changsheng returned from the foundation building, and he killed 3 people from the Yu family, seized Qingzhu Mountain, and established his own family. And many people know about the situation in Qingzhu Mountain. It is possible to guess that Lu Mayaoji's foundation building is related to Lu Changsheng. In this case, if there are too many shocking news, it is easy to cause trouble to Lu Changsheng. After all, in the world of immortal cultivation, there are always people who want to plot against others' opportunities. After the 3 of them chatted for a while, they announced to the family that Lu Mayaoj had broken through the foundation. Suddenly, the whole Qingzhu Mountain was bustling with joy. Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixiao explained that they were going to Qingzhu Mountain to pick up Lu Mayaoyan and other wives, concubines and children. At this time, he heard a letter from his son Lu Xianzi, saying that the Zhang family ancestor came to pay a visit. He had a great impression of this Zhang family ancestor. When he was at the 2nd level talisman master ceremony, this Zhang family ancestor actually personally gave him a direct descendant of the 5th grade spiritual root as a concubine. I'll go and see. Lu Changsheng said to Ling Zixiao. Then he came to the gate of the mountain. Ancestor Zheng. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised to see the Zhang family ancestor with white hair, a haggard face, and a twilight look outside the formation. 4 years ago, although the other party was old, he was not so old. A foundation building cultivator who can be so old, it is estimated that his lifespan is not much, just in the next few years. Dao Ialu, please forgive me for coming here today. The wrinkled face of the Zhang family ancestor showed a slightly flattering smile and said with a bow. Haha, it is a great honor for the Zhang family to visit us. Please come in. Lu Changsheng vaguely guessed why the Zhang family ancestor came. In the past, the Zhang family and the Chen family had a good relationship. But the Chen family in Hongai Valley was destroyed, and the Zhang family ancestor had a short lifespan, and the family was in a period of transition, so he took refuge with the Yu family in Qingzhu Mountain. Now that Qingzhu Mountain has changed its owner and the Yu family no longer exists, the Zhang family ancestor naturally has to reconsider his way out. Arriving at a hall, Lu Changsheng took out the spiritual tea from the storage bag and entertained the Zhang ancestor. Dao Ialu, I won't keep you in suspense. I think Dao Ialu also knows the situation of my Zhang family. The Zhang family ancestor chatted for a few words, then got straight to the point and told about the situation at home. He said that he didn't have much time left and would be sitting in the next few years. The only thing he couldn't let go of after his death was the descendants of his family. So he was willing to become a vassal of Qingzhu Mountain, asking for protection from Qingzhu Mountain, and offering 30% of his own centipede ridges income to Qingzhu Mountain. Ancestor Zhang is joking. Now that we are close to each other, we can help each other. Why talk about vassalage? Lu Changsheng refused immediately after hearing this. He had talked with Ling Zixiao these days. He knew that he had killed 3 foundation builders of the Yu family and seized Qingzhu Mountain. He was in the limelight and was being watched by many people. If he accepted the Zhang family of Centipede Ridge as a vassal now, it would be completely pushing himself to the forefront. Besides, his family understood his own affairs. He now had more than 100 children, all of whom were in the growth stage. The entire family depended on him alone. In this case, how could he have the time and energy to worry about other families? Accepting the Zhang family as a vassal, in addition to a few more percent of the benefits, would make the marriage between the two families much more convenient in the future, but the other disadvantages outweighed the advantages. Lu Changsheng knew very well that what his family needed now was to keep a low profile and develop steadily. With a system by his side, he only needs to farm, plant trees, raise fish and raise children. Then he will slowly build the reputation of Master Lu of Danfu Shuangju and build the puppet factory he envisioned. In the future, his family will not lack income at all, and there is no need to get involved in trouble. Hearing Lu Changsheng's refusal, the eyes of the Zhang family ancestor were a little gloomy. He took a sip of tea and smiled. Daoialu, my Zhang family has a daughter named Zhang Zhuyan. Zhang Liaozhu, if this girl is a concubine, I can agree to this marriage. But if it is a wife, I'm sorry. Lu Changsheng heard that the Zhang family ancestor wanted to marry a family girl with a 4th grade spiritual root to him as his wife, and he pondered for a moment. He thought that the current situation of the Zhang family might as well sell Centipede Ridge. With a 4th grade spiritual root, he was sent to Qingyun Sect and fully supported, and it was not impossible to build a foundation. But he chose to marry such a family genius to himself. With a 4th grade spiritual root, Lu Changsheng was naturally very happy. But he still refused out loud. In his opinion, once she becomes a wife, she will have a certain weight. In the future when the Zhang family is in crisis, will he help or not? If he does not help, he will appear too heartless and affect his reputation. If he helps, he will be asking for trouble. What is the difference from the previous vassalage? Alice, I am sorry for disturbing you. Seeing Lu Changsheng's decisive refusal, the ancestor of the Zhang family sighed deeply and stood up to say goodbye. He also roughly understood Lu Changsheng's attitude towards the matter of vassalage and marrying his daughter. The other party is unwilling to get involved in too many troublesome things now. At most, considering the affection of marrying his daughter as a concubine, he will help a little. Take care, Ancestor Zheng. Lu Changsheng said to see him off. When he reached the mountain gate, Lu Changsheng looked at the old man with white hair, haggard face and slightly hunched body in front of him, and sighed. The ancestor has worked hard for the family, which is a blessing for the family, but the children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Alice, the younger generation in the family is not useful, and I am really worried. Besides, how can I easily give up the ancestral foundation? I am sorry to make you laugh. When the Zhang family ancestor heard this, he paused slightly, smiled bitterly, and sighed. Then he drove a spirit boat and left Qingzhu Mountain. Alice. Lu Changsheng looked at the Zhang family ancestor who was leaving and shook his head. After saying something to Ling Zixio, he drove the purple shuttle to Qingzhu Mountain to pick up Lu Miaoyan and others. Half a day later, Lu Changsheng came to Qingzhu Mountain. Grand Elder, Uncle. When these Lu family children saw Lu Changsheng, their eyes were full of respect and awe. After all, Lu Changsheng is no longer the great elder of Qingzhu Mountain. He is the master of Qingzhu Mountain who killed 3 great foundation-building monks. Yet, Lu Changsheng nodded gently in response to these greetings. When he returned home, it was naturally lively. Yuner, Huanhuan, Qingzhu Mountain is still short of a few mistresses. Are you willing to go to Qingzhu Mountain with me? Lu Changsheng smiled at Lu Miaoyan and Lu Miaoyan. There is no need to say more about other concubines and maids. But Lu Miaoyan and Lu Miaoyan grew up in Qingzhu Mountain and are his wives. So he would still ask to show his respect for his wife. Yuner listens to your husband's arrangements. I want to go. I haven't been to Qingzhu Mountain yet. The 2 women said. One is gentle and well-behaved. The other is excited. Okay, you pack up and get ready. We will go back to Qingzhu Mountain later. Lu Changsheng nodded and said in a gentle voice. Then he told the other wives, concubines and children about this. Prepare to send his wives, concubines and children to Qingzhu Mountain in 2 trips. After explaining the family affairs, Lu Changsheng knew that Lu Miaoj had broken through the foundation and came to the cave in the back mountain. Sister Miaoj. Lu Changsheng came to the quiet and elegant cave. He immediately saw Lu Miaoj, who had a beautiful face, extraordinary temperament, and white clothes, like an orchid in the valley and a snow lotus in Changsheng. Lu Changsheng was also a little surprised at the changes in Lu Miaoj. He didn't expect that Lu Miaoj would have such an obvious change after breaking through the foundation. It was comparable to his own practice of the immortal body art for several years. Changsheng, you are back. Lu Miaoj opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Lu Changsheng in front of her. Her beautiful face couldn't help but show a happy smile. Sister Mayaoj, congratulations on breaking through the foundation. Lu Changsheng stepped forward and held Lu Mayaoj's slender hand, laughing out loud. No matter how she changed, she was still his wife, and her little hand was still so soft. Thanks to you, Changsheng. Lu Mayaoj said softly, and the stars in her beautiful eyes always flowed on him. After experiencing the breakthrough of foundation building, she clearly realized the difficulty of foundation building. Under normal circumstances, without foundation building pills and Teidao seeds, the probability of breaking through the foundation building is very small. Even if the foundation building succeeds by chance, the foundation that can be condensed is estimated to be a broken foundation, with a lack of foundation. There is absolutely no achievement like now. You and I are husband and wife, why bother talking about this? Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Then the two of them expressed their thoughts and feelings to each other. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng said that he was going to take all his wives, concubines and children to Qingzhu Mountain this time. Ask Lu Mayaoj what plans to make next. Since everyone is going, I will naturally go over to take a look. But given the current situation of the ancestor, I still need to stay here. And in half a month, the family will hold a family banquet to celebrate. Lu Mayaoj's voice was soft and warm like water. Okay, let's go to Qingzhu Mountain first. We'll come back when the time comes. Lu Changsheng heard this and said aloud. When the Lu family holds a banquet for Lu Mayaoj, he will naturally participate. Yes, Lu Mayaoj responded softly after hearing this. By the way, Sister Mayaoj, how is the effect of your Tei True Water? Lu Changsheng asked about Tei True Water. Although he had a thorough understanding of this technique through the system inheritance. But he was still unsure about the specific effect. After all, this is also related to each person's magic power and Tao foundation. Upon hearing this, Lu Mayaoj placed her soft hands on Lu Changsheng's chest, her magic power circulated, and a blue halo lingered. Is this Tei True Water? Lu Changsheng felt the Tei True Water that penetrated into his chest. He just felt very comfortable all over, with a warm current surging, and his spirit was restored. Changsheng, you are not injured, and your magic power foundation is extremely powerful, so Tei True Water has no obvious effect on you. I used Tei True Water to treat the ancestor's injury before, and it had an obvious effect. Lu Mayaoj said softly. I have checked the old ancestor's injuries before. My sword energy can remove the corpse poison for him, but his corpse poison has entered his internal organs, causing serious corruption of his 5 internal organs. I dare not remove the poison at will. If the old ancestor's 5 internal organs recover a lot, I can try to remove the poison for him at that time. Lu Changsheng said after hearing this. He had checked Lu Yuanzhong's condition before. Because his 5 internal organs were deeply corrupted by corpse poison, he did not dare to use the 7 stars sword key to remove the poison. Yet, Lu Mayaoj nodded gently after hearing this. By the way, I will trouble Sister Mayaoj to take a look at Zixiao when the time comes. Before, Zixiao broke the formation of Qingzhu Mountain, and his mana was too much, causing the meridians and Danshan to suffer considerable damage again. Lu Changsheng continued. Okay. Lu Mayaoj responded softly. After a moment of tenderness with Lu Mayaoj, Lu Changsheng came to pay his respects to Lu Yuanding and said that he was going to take his wives, concubines, and children to Qingzhu Mountain. During the family banquet, he would come with Lu Mayaoj, Lu Mayahan, Lu Mayawan and others. At the same time, he said that the formation of Qingzhu Mountain needed to be rearranged, and some formation masters were needed. He hoped that the Lu family would help arrange it. After all, rearranging a family formation was a very large workload, and it was not something that could be solved by one person and completed in a short time. Especially since Ling Zixiao was in a weak condition now, he needed to ask some formation masters to help arrange it. Okay, Changsheng, leave these things to me, and I will arrange the contact for you when the time comes. Lu Yuanding responded directly after hearing this. Although the Lu family had no senior formation masters in the family for so many years, they still knew quite a few. After explaining everything, Lu Changsheng remembered that he had not yet visited the 4th elder. He immediately called Lu Mayawan and his daughter Lu Yu to visit the 4th elder. Changsheng, Qingzhu Mountain will always be your home. Come back more often when you have time. The 4th elder had an old face, held Lu Changsheng's hand, and said lovingly. Of course, Grandma, if you want to come to Qingzhu Mountain, you can come anytime. By the way, Grandma, you should keep this longevity pill. When you are well, you can often visit both sides. Lu Changsheng heard the old man's words and said so, taking out the longevity pill from the storage bag. At the beginning, he asked his children to give the longevity pill to the fourth elder. But the old man insisted on not accepting it and asked Lu Changsheng to keep it for himself. Since it is your heart, Changsheng, Grandma will accept it. The fourth elder looked at the longevity pill in front of her and saw Lu Changsheng's sincere face, and she was very relieved. She was unwilling to accept the longevity pill before because she felt that it was a waste for her to take it. Now Lu Changsheng's various performances obviously have a great opportunity, and this longevity pill is not bad. If I continue to refuse, I will seem hypocritical. Grandma, this is Daddy's intention. You should have accepted it a long time ago. You have not accepted it. Daddy said that my brother and I are useless and can't even do this. Lu Yu, who was next to him, took the arm of the fourth elder and pouted and said coquettishly, "It's Grandma's fault. My little Yu has been wronged." The fourth elder heard this and rubbed the girl's head. The little girl is complaining. Lu Changsheng heard this and smiled and flicked his daughter's forehead. "Grandma." The girl covered her forehead with both hands and acted coquettishly to the fourth elder with a wronged face. "Grandma, I heard that in the Bishu Lake of Bihu Mountain, there is a dragon carp almost every 10 years. Wait a few years, I will catch a dragon carp. Please don't be polite to me anymore." Lu Changsheng saw the old man accept the longevity pill and continued. Okay, then thanks to you, Changsheng, Grandma can also enjoy the delicious food. The fourth elder said with a smile on his face when he heard this. "Dad, I want to eat too." Lu Yu, who was next to him, heard this and immediately became interested. He looked at his father and said, Eat, everyone has a share." Lu Changsheng patted the little girl's head and laughed. "I don't know how big the dragon carp in Bihu Mountain is. If it is about the same size as the red blood carp, with so many people in the family, I'm afraid even the soup can't be divided equally." After visiting the fourth elder, it got dark, and Lu Changsheng stayed in Qingzhu Mountain for one night. The next day, he took his wives, concubines, and children to Bihu Mountain. At the same time, a middle-aged man in black brocade robes, with a dark face and a slightly stiff look, came to the outside of a valley built along the river, Qingzhu Mountain. "I heard that the people of the Yu family in Bihu Mountain were driven here by Lu Changsheng. Sure enough, this is the right way. We must consider dignity in everything we do." The black-robed man looked at the Qingzhu Mountain in front of him, sneered, and his eyes turned red. Then he turned into a black mist and flew towards Qingzhu Mountain. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237, The Devil's Will and Family Rules. Yu Ninghu returned to the cave with a somewhat tired face. These days, he not only had to appease the clansmen who moved to Qingzhu Mountain, but also had to stabilize the clansmen who lived outside. He was exhausted physically and mentally. Moreover, when he was meditating and practicing, the death of his ancestor always appeared in his mind. Thinking about the things in his own spiritual land, he felt that he was ashamed of his ancestors. He knew that if this continued for a long time, his mind would definitely be affected, and even the inner demon would invade. But even if he realized it, he couldn't let it go. This Qingzhu Mountain is only a first-level medium-grade spiritual vein, with thin spiritual energy, which is not enough for him to practice. If he practices every day and inhales and exhales spiritual energy, it will seriously affect the practice of the children of the family. And he and his family will be trapped here for 10 years. In these 10 years, his path will be half-wasted. If this goes on, how can his family have hope of revenge? Moreover, he knew in his heart that these 10 years were just Lu Changsheng's delaying tactic. The other party did not kill him and did not touch his family just to look decent. In order to stabilize his clansmen who lived outside and be able to take over his own industry safely. Once the other party stabilizes the situation and has time to spare, they might attack his family. But even if he realizes this, there is nothing he can do. The second-level spiritual contract and the inner demon oath will not kill him, but the backlash will cause him to fall from foundation building to key refining. Moreover, Lu Changsheng took the Ji family as a vassal, and some people continue to stay here to pay attention to his family. Once there's any unusual movement in his family, they will send a message to Qingzhu Mountain. Damn it. Thinking of this, Yuninghu couldn't help but feel agitated again. Huh? As soon as he entered the cave, Yuninghu saw the distorted shadow on the ground and suddenly noticed something unusual. The next moment, shoo! A black shadow appeared and came to Yuninghu in an instant. This speed was extremely fast. In the closed cave, Yuninghu had no time to dodge. He could only use his magic power to hastily form a protective magic shield. Bang! The black shadow broke Yuninghu's magic shield with a palm and hit his chest, causing his body to bend, spit blood, and his whole body to numb. Puff! At the same time, a series of dark chains appeared, piercing and binding Yuninghu's limbs. Who are you? Yuninghu looked at the middle-aged man in black brocade robe in front of him, his pupils condensed, his body bound and unable to move. The black-robed man showed a ferocious smile and stuffed a gray-black meatball into his mouth. Ah! Yuninghu screamed immediately, feeling a force eroding his flesh and blood. Soul-stealing. The black-robed man grabbed Yuninghu's head, his dark eyes glowing with scarlet. He looked at Yuninghu, whose face was dark blue, eyes were dull, and a little dazed, and said, "Tell me about Lu Changsheng and the situation in Qingzhu Mountain that day." Lu Changsheng is from Qingzhu Mountain. Yuninghu was a little excited when he heard the name Lu Changsheng. Then he spoke without emotion and told about Lu Changsheng and the situation in Qingzhu Mountain that day. You said that apart from the talismans, there is nothing special about Lu Changsheng's cultivation strength? The black-robed man touched his chin when he heard this. That's right, when Lu Changsheng broke the formation that day, he did not show anything special. It was my formation token that was obtained by Lu Changsheng, so that the formation master could use it to break the formation and shake my mountain protection formation. Otherwise, with Lu Changsheng and 4 foundation builders, it would be impossible to easily shake our clan's formation. Yuninghu said with a dull face. What about the formation master named Lingzixio? How is her cultivation strength? The black-robed man had a dark face and dark eyes, and continued to ask. This woman should also be in the early stage of foundation building, but I suspect she should be injured. One is that her complexion is not very good. The other is that after breaking the formation and entering Qingzhu Mountain, she has been staying indoors. After going out, her complexion has worsened a bit. Yuninghu said. Yes. The black-robed man nodded after hearing this. It seems that, just as the rumors say, this Lu Changsheng has a great opportunity, has obtained the top-level talisman inheritance, and has obtained a lot of natural treasures and foundation building pills. But this talisman array technique is indeed difficult to deal with. Unless you kill him with one strike, no one knows how many talismans he has in his hand. The black-robed man's eyes were dark, and he muttered to himself. He then looked at Yuninghu and said, I remember that all newly established families must go to Qingyun Sect to register for filing. Qingyun Sect has this rule. In the jurisdiction, all immortal cultivation families must go to Qingyun Sect to register for filing as soon as possible and pay tribute every year. Yuninghu said, expressionless. As long as Lu Changsheng goes to Qingyun Sect, I will take the opportunity to sneak into Qingzhu Mountain and capture Lingzixio. By then, I can peek into the secret of Lu Changsheng's opportunity through her and take him down. The black-robed man's dark eyes glowed scarlet, and he laughed grimly. Wake up. Then he looked at Yuninghu and snapped his fingers. This. Yuninghu, with a dull face, came back to his senses, and his eyes immediately showed horror. Although he was in a daze just now, he still had a general memory. Unexpectedly, his family was still in the wolf's den and fell into the tiger's mouth. The man in front of him was obviously a demon cultivator. Because of the commotion caused by Lu Changsheng, he targeted Lu Changsheng's opportunity. He wanted to seize Lu Changsheng's opportunity through his family. He was naturally happy with this kind of thing. But once he colluded with a demon cultivator, I'm afraid that Qingyun Sect would order a wanted order and kill his family. You have the corpse of this seed in your body, so don't think about breaking free. As long as you work hard for this seed, you will get the benefits. When this seed solves Lu Changsheng, your family can also take the opportunity to take back Qingzhu Mountain. The man in black robe smiled grimly, patted Yuninghu's shoulder, and said. After speaking, he turned into a black mist and disappeared. Xianhao family, or. After watching the black-robed figure leaving for a long time, Yuninghu, who was stiff all over, clenched his fists with a gloomy and ugly face. He was thinking whether to go to Qingyun Sect to report the other party. Now Qingyun Sect has always hung a wanted bounty for the Zhao family. But thinking that the other party is elusive and has planted a corpse seed by the other party, he is afraid that he will be retaliated by the other party as soon as he reports to Qingyun Sect. At that time, the entire Yu family will not be able to escape. Damn it! Yuning, who gritted his teeth, clenched his fists tightly, and felt a deep sense of powerlessness. When the ancestor died, he had to give up Qingzhu Mountain, the ancestral foundation, in order to save the family. Now, he has been targeted by the demon cultivators again, and is in a dilemma, putting the whole family in a life and death crisis. Now I have no choice. Instead of waiting to die, I might as well fight hard. As long as I can get revenge and break the situation, even if I join the demon path, what does it matter? Yuning, whose face was gloomy, and his pupils were a little dark. It took Changsheng 3 days to bring all his wives, concubines and children from Qingzhu Mountain to Qingzhu Mountain. At present, Qingzhu Mountain is extremely empty for the people of the Lu family, so they all moved into Bayan Peak. The wives, concubines and children were very happy to move to their new home. They chose their own houses and courtyards, repaired them and rearranged them. The Jinyang Palace on the top of Bayan Peak was also changed to Changsheng Palace by Lu Changsheng and simply renovated. He planned to renovate it according to his own aesthetic taste when he had time. At this time, in the Changsheng Palace, in the cave, Ling Zixio lay on the white jade bed with a pale face. Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj sat beside him. At this time, Lu Mayaoj stretched out her white palm, which was surrounded by a blue halo, and pressed it against Ling Zixio's lower abdomen. Through the Tai True Water, she treated her and warmed her withered meridians and danshan. This Ling Zixio, who was lying flat, immediately felt a warm current containing infinite vitality, penetrating into her danshan. Her withered and fragile danshan, under this trickling warm current, was nourished like a withered branch and began to glow with new life. After a while, Lu Mayaoj's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. She gently withdrew her palm and exhaled lightly. Zixio, how do you feel? Lu Changsheng, who was watching this scene, asked. Under the Tai True Water, I feel that my danshan has regained vitality. Ling Zixio's pale and bloodless face was filled with joy. It is very difficult to regulate and treat a meridians and danshan. It can only rely on the daily conditioning of precious medicines. And her meridians and danshan, due to the long-term burning of Longai and Yangqi, were withered and fragile. Unless it is a third level or higher healing holy medicine, or some natural treasures, there is no effect. But at this time, the Tai True Water condensed by Lu Mayaoj's magic power made her feel that her danshan was obviously nourished. I feel that as long as I don't use my magic power recklessly and continue to nourish like this, I estimate that in about 10 years, there will be hope for recovery. 10 years, this time sounds very long. But for a cultivator, it is not very long. Especially for someone like Ling Zixio who can see hope. Moreover, Lu Changsheng will also warm up her physical foundation and meridians and danshan for her on weekdays. When the meridians and danshan recover to a certain degree, she can start practicing again and cultivate on her own. So this time will be greatly shortened. Mayaoj, thank you for your hard work. Ling Zixio sat up slightly and thanked Lu Mayaoj beside her. She could see that this kind of treatment was not a small consumption for Lu Mayaoj, and it greatly delayed her practice. Sister Ling, you are polite. Lu Mayaoj gently wiped the sweat and smiled softly. In such a short time, there can be such a big change. Looking at Lu Mayaoj, who had a beautiful face, a graceful and elegant temperament, Ling Zixio was amazed. I don't know what Lu Changsheng did to Lu Mayaoj and what kind of practice he gave her. It actually made Lu Mayaoj have such an amazing change after the breakthrough. At least it's a side door level, or even a genuine level. Ling Zixio thought to herself. Through the Tai True Water treatment just now, she could sense that Lu Mayaoj had a very solid foundation. There was a breath of nature in the magic power, which nurtured all things and cleansed the dust. It was guessed that the technique Lu Mayaoj practiced was at least a side door level technique. Or even a genuine level technique. Only in this way could Lu Mayaoj have such an amazing change in a short period of time. Otherwise, through her previous contact, she knew that if a girl from such a small family did not have a great opportunity in this life, her foundation building would be almost over. It's good to be useful. Sister Mayaoj, Zixio will trouble you in the future. Lu Changsheng laughed when he heard this. We are all family, so there is no trouble. Lu Mioji's voice was soft and her temperament was as peaceful as water. Since practicing the supreme goodness like water, she has become more peaceful and natural. A family. Ling Zixiao murmured in his heart when he heard this. Her pale and elegant face smiled, bright and charming. By the way, Sister Miaoj, take these key combining pills and Yangyun pills. At this time, Lu Changsheng seemed to remember something and took out several bottles and jars from his storage bag. Back in Jixiao Immortal City, he refined a lot of pills for himself to increase his cultivation in the early stage of foundation building. But before he could take them, he broke through the middle stage of foundation building. Although it can be taken in the middle stage of foundation building, the efficacy is relatively reduced. It is better to give these pills to Lu Mioji for cultivation. In this way, Lu Mioji's treatment of Ling Zixiao will not delay her cultivation too much. So many pills. Lu Mioji looked at these bottles and jars, a little surprised. She knew that second-level pills were very rare and difficult to buy on weekdays. I had a chance before and obtained the alchemy inheritance. Unknowingly, I became a second-level alchemist. These pills are all made by myself, so don't worry about taking them. Lu Changsheng laughed out loud. He told her about his status as a second-level alchemist. He planned to gradually reveal his alchemy skills to the outside world. So he no longer hid it from Lu Mioji and told her directly. Although it was a bit abrupt. But through the previous exercises and foundation building pills, I think Lu Mioji has already had a certain degree of acceptance. What? A second-level alchemist? Changsheng, you said you became a second-level alchemist, and you made these pills yourself. Lu Mioji's face showed surprise and astonishment. Even though she knew that her husband had many opportunities and secrets, and was more powerful than she thought, she couldn't help but be surprised. After all, this is an alchemist. A second-level alchemist. Lu Changsheng actually became a second-level alchemist without knowing it. This is simply amazing. But thinking of Lu Changsheng's various performances over the past year, she was slightly relieved. She felt that the second-level alchemist seemed okay. After all, the authentic level exercises, the perfect Taoist foundation, and the killing of 3 foundation-building monks, which one is not more amazing than the second-level alchemist? It was just that she had a clear understanding of the second-level alchemist, so she was surprised. For example, the authentic level skills and the perfect foundation of Taoism were beyond her understanding before. Yes, Sister Mioji, I never had the chance to tell you before. Lu Changsheng said a little embarrassedly. When you told me before, I would have thought you were joking. Lu Mioji's beautiful eyes were full and she said softly. Knowing that she had no strength, it would be troublesome to show such amazing talent early. Moreover, if Lu Changsheng had not demonstrated it to her in person before, she would not have believed that Lu Changsheng was a second-level alchemist. At this time, she seemed to think of something, and looked at Lu Changsheng and said, Changsheng, your talisman-making skills have reached the second level very early. Not very early. Lu Changsheng said embarrassedly. Then doesn't it mean that when I taught you to make talismans, you actually knew it a long time ago, but you were just pretending? Lu Mioji said in a delicate voice. Thinking of how she had taught Lu Changsheng to make talismans with a serious face and exchanged talisman experience with Lu Changsheng. Thinking about it now, it's really embarrassing. How could it be? I didn't know so much when I was self-taught. If it weren't for Sister Mioji's guidance and teaching, I wouldn't have made such rapid progress in the way of talismans. Lu Changsheng held his wife's hand and said with a smile. Humph. Lu Mioji snorted tenderly, not believing it at all. She knew that Lu Changsheng was trying to make her happy. Ling Zixiao, who was standing next to him, saw this scene and felt a little funny. He felt that Lu Changsheng was really hiding this. But seeing the couple so close, he felt a few different emotions in his heart. It's all your husband's fault. I should have kept it from you. I will make amends and apologize now. Lu Changsheng took Lu Mioji into his arms, kissed the beautiful woman's plump lips, and said softly, prepare to try the dual cultivation of Changsheng water art to see how effective the mother energy of all things is. Lu Mioji snorted tenderly, looking very embarrassed. She lightly hit Lu Changsheng with her pink fist to show that Ling Zixiao was still here. Ling Zixiao saw this scene and chuckled. Although she didn't mind watching a spring play here. But it can be seen that Lu Maoji's personality is relatively conservative, so she stood up and walked out of the cave. Seeing Ling Zixiao leave, Lu Maoji's tense body gradually softened. After a while, "Sister Maoj, practice the exercises," Lu Changsheng said softly to Lu Maoj. The two practiced the exercises. Under the intersection of yin and yang, a wisp of the mother energy of all things was gradually born. Lu Changsheng tried to practice the exercises and let this wisp of the mother energy of all things baptize his Tao foundation. It really doesn't work. Seeing that this wisp of the mother energy of all things did not have much effect on his Tao foundation, Lu Changsheng sighed slightly. Knowing his Tao foundation, I am afraid that it has reached a limit. Well, can the yin-yang fish transformed by the yin-yang two energies refine this wisp of the mother energy of all things? Lu Changsheng suddenly thought of the yin-yang two energies of his yin-yang five elements Tao foundation, which can devour the origin of the spirit body and thus transform. In this case, can it devour the mother energy of all things? However, his yin-yang two energies have not recovered after warming up Ling Zixiao's Tao foundation a few days ago, so he can only try again next time. Immediately, he and Lu Maoj continued to practice the technique, using this strand of the mother energy of all things to temper Lu Maoj's foundation. This strand of the mother energy of all things has a certain effect on Lu Maoj. If the two practice together for a long time, it is estimated that Lu Maoj's foundation will also undergo a transformation. Then, Lu Changsheng asked about the characteristics of Lu Maoj's foundation. A perfect foundation, in addition to being more powerful than an ordinary foundation, will also have certain characteristic effects, such as the yin and yang energy of his foundation. Xiao Ziayu's foundation, the speed of absorbing and refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has been improved. My foundation makes the magic power majestic, vast and long. In a breath, it can restore magic power at a speed several times faster than ordinary people. Lu Maoj said softly, describing the effect of her foundation. It's similar to the record in the art of being good as water. Although it is affected by my Taiyudeo seed and has a few more commonalities, the technique has not changed significantly in general, but the strength of the foundation effect is different. Lu Changsheng heard this and nodded slightly, and had a general understanding of Lu Maoj's situation. Lu's mansion. Shi'er, you are great. You got pregnant after being married to my Lu family for half a year. This top-grade robe and 3 top-grade talismans are rewards from your father. That day, Lu Changsheng learned a piece of news. His son Lu Xianxi's wife, Su Shi'er, was pregnant. The other party was the first daughter-in-law in his family with spiritual roots. Now that she was pregnant, he would not be stingy. He gave her a very generous reward. Su Shi'er was shocked when she saw such a generous reward. She was born in a small key refining family. Although she was the eldest daughter of the family, her conditions and treatment were okay. But it was only 10 spirit stones a month. At this time, she was just pregnant, and her father gave her a top-grade robe and 3 top-grade talismans, which made her a little overwhelmed for a while. A top-grade robe is worth 600 or 700 spirit stones. Add 3 top-grade talismans, that is to say, this move is worth 1,000 spirit stones. This kind of gesture really shocked her. Shi'er, this is a gift from your father, just accept it with peace of mind. Seeing this, Lu Maoan, who was standing next to her, stepped forward and said to Su Shi'er, "Thank you, father." Su Shi'er then bowed to thank him. She was originally sent by her father to Lu Changsheng as a maid. But in the end, she married Lu Xianxi as his wife. She originally thought that Lu Changsheng had hundreds of descendants, and her husband was only a 9th-grade spiritual root, and was not favored and valued by Lu Changsheng. But after marrying into the Lu family, she realized that her father was so good to his children. As a daughter-in-law, this was her first time to benefit from his kindness. Xianxi, since Shi'er is pregnant, you should take good care of her on weekdays. There's no need to be so busy with affairs. Lu Changsheng said. He knew his son's character very well. Although he didn't have a good talent for spiritual roots, he was very serious about doing things. I asked him to learn puppetry, so he devoted himself to studying puppetry. I asked him to consider starting a family, so he followed the arrangements of his family. These days, I asked him to take over family affairs and understand the affairs of Qingzhu Mountain, so he was busy with them most of the time. Yes, father, I know. Lu Xianxi immediately bowed. Well, Lu Changsheng gave his son a few more instructions, and then asked him to take Su Shire away. Yuner, in terms of the family system, you should also sort out a set of rules when you have time. At this time, Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Maiyue next to him and said, "Today, Su Shire is pregnant, which makes him feel that the family system needs to be improved. In the past, he was very casual in Qingzhu Mountain. He let Lu Maiyue manage and dispatch the Red Leaf Valley Cave, the Lu family's 100-acre spiritual field, and his own contribution points. There was only a rough idea about the cultivation of children and spiritual stones, and there were no strict rules. If it was just a small family, this would be natural. But now that a family has been established, as the children grow up and gradually start a family, there must be rules and regulations in this regard. Husband, can you take a look at the family rules and regulations of Qingzhu Mountain?" Hearing this, Lu Maiyue took out the set of rules and regulations of Qingzhu Mountain and showed it to Lu Changsheng. Everyone's welfare benefits will be slightly improved. Then, when a female cultivator marries into our Lu family, she will be a member of our Lu family, and the treatment will be the same. The same applies to marrying into the family. Then, encourage more childbirth. As long as you have the child, there will be a reward. If the child is tested to have spiritual roots, give extra rewards. And before the child is 20 years old, all expenses will be paid by the family. After reading it, Lu Changsheng thought about it and said a few points. In his opinion, having children is a must, and it is the tradition of his family. However, he did not urge marriage. But through rewards, he encouraged and compensated for childbirth. After all, the childbirth of immortal cultivators would affect their cultivation in certain situations. It was also through this welfare policy that female cultivators were willing to marry into their own family and have more children. After saying that, he added, there should also be a general rule on the secular side. If there are rewards, they can be slightly changed to give spiritual rice, spiritual objects, etc. You can understand the children's wishes in this regard and ask Sister Maiyue and Zixiao for any suggestions. Lu Changsheng said so. Okay, I will talk to Sister Maiyue and Sister Zixiao later, and then ask the children's wishes. Lu Maiyue said so after hearing this. She thought to herself that her husband, no matter how he changed, he had never changed in his love for children. Now that she had fewer children, she began to encourage her children to have children. By the way, Yuner, I plan to hold a wedding for Chu Hansun and others after the clan establishment ceremony. Lu Changsheng said, saying that after the clan establishment ceremony, he would hold a wedding for Chu Hansun and others. This was a promise he had made to Chu Hansun, Lu Lanchu and others. He also said that all the maids in the family would be promoted to concubines. Then, for concubines, there would be 9 grades. Each grade had different treatment. As for the grade division, it would start from the 9th grade for now. For future promotions, it would be based on the family's contribution, the children's success, and the mother's status. At the same time, Lu Maiyue would not have to do everything by herself. Some affairs could be arranged for the concubines and maids in the family. For example, for the enlightenment of the children, or spiritual plants, the cultivation of spiritual medicines, the raising of spiritual fish, and so on. Okay. Lu Maiyue nodded immediately after hearing this. It is known that these maids in the family now have basically given birth to 5 or 6 children for Lu Changsheng. Many of these children have spiritual roots. Now that he has established his own family, Lu Changsheng is also willing to give the child's mother a status. Otherwise, it would be a bit unpleasant to be a maid all the time. By the way, Yuner, keep these techniques. Lu Changsheng handed over the Ziyang Zhenju, Qingmu Yang Yanju, Taiyang Riao Jianju, Taiyin Yu Yago Jianju, Taibijin Yago Jianju, Sui Zing Yu Yago Jianju, Chenzing Shui Yago Jianju, Yingho Ho Yago Jianju, Zhenzing Tu Yago Jianju, 9 exquisite techniques, or 5 advanced techniques, to Lu Maiyue, asking her to take charge and arrange techniques for the children. Among the children in the family, except Lu Pinggan, the others are still practicing Wei Yuangong. In the past, he thought it was inconvenient to teach, but now that the family has been established, Lu Changsheng will naturally not continue to hide these techniques. As for the side door and authentic techniques, this depends on the understanding, so he will teach according to the situation. So many techniques. Lu Maiyue was shocked when she saw these techniques. You know, in the world of cultivating immortals, the inheritance of techniques is extremely rare, and ordinary people can hardly obtain the way to practice techniques. Otherwise, Qingzhu Mountain would not have only a few advanced techniques. Your husband got some opportunities at the beginning. These skills will be the family skills of our Lu family in the future. Yuner, you must keep them well. If the children have natural comprehension, you can let them practice these books. If their comprehension is average, they can practice basic skills. Lu Changsheng introduced these skills to Lu Miaoyan. He said that if the wives and concubines at home want to practice, they can also choose skills from them. If you are not sure about the choice of skills, you can ask Lingzixio to help you. Yes, don't worry, my husband, Yuner will try her best. Lu Miaoyan nodded hard and seriously. After all, Lu Changsheng gave so many skills to her, and his trust was beyond words. You know, a skill basically determines the upper limit of a person's practice. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed. The family banquet held by Qingzhu Mountain for Lu Miaoja is about to begin. Lu Changsheng accompanied Lu Miaoja and took Lu Miaoyan, Lu Miaohun, and Chu Hansun to participate. This family banquet was very lively. Although it was a family banquet, most of them were his own people. But there would always be family forces coming to give gifts and congratulations. Especially not long ago, the incident at Qingzhu Mountain made Qingzhu Mountain also flourish. Since the establishment of a family requires going to Qingyun Sect to register within a month, after the family banquet, Lu Changsheng and Lingzixio explained it and set off for Qingyun Sect. Chapter 238 Yunwan Sheng, why did he come to Qingyun Sect? 3 days later. Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng looked at the Qingyun Sect in the mountains ahead, which was filled with mist and clouds, and exhaled a sigh of relief. Since he failed in the Qingyun Sect's Immortal Gate assessment, he has never been to Qingyun Sect in the past 20 years. When he was immortal, he felt that Qingyun Sect was a fairyland on earth, which was extremely shocking. Now that he has been in the world of immortal cultivation for so many years and has seen small families, large and small markets, and immortal cities, Lu Changsheng can feel the magnificence of Qingyun Sect. Under the bright sunshine, a large formation that looks like an inverted white jade glass bowl blooms with thousands of rays of light and auspicious colors, covering dozens of peaks. On the peaks that soar straight into the sky, you can vaguely see palaces, pavilions, and towers built, and several waterfalls like jade dragons pouring down from the peaks, which are magnificent. In the deepest part of the mountain, amidst the mist, there was a floating palace, like a city in heaven, which made people feel awed and oppressed, as if they were as small as ants. Most family forces and markets use large formations to cover up the internal situation, making it difficult for people to see clearly. The Qingyun Sect is openly allowing people to see it as a deterrent. Lu Changsheng sighed. Then he drove the shuttle, slowed down, and flew towards the Qingyun Sect's mountain gate. Who is coming? In front of the Qingyun Sect's mountain gate, there were 2 mountain guarding disciples. When they saw Lu Changsheng, they immediately stepped forward to ask. They were all key refining cultivators, and seeing Lu Changsheng's foundation building aura, they were still relatively polite. Lu is preparing to establish a family under the rule of Qingyun, and has come to the sect to register for the record. Lu Changsheng said with a bow. Establish a family and register for the record. The 2 nodded when they heard this, and immediately asked Lu Changsheng to tell them all the information one by one and report it to him. Lu Changsheng, Qingzhu Mountain. Senior, you are Lu Changsheng who killed 3 foundation building cultivators. One of the disciples was surprised when he heard Lu Changsheng mention Qingzhu Mountain. The news that Lu Changsheng killed 3 foundation building cultivators of the Yu family and established Qingzhu Mountain caused quite a stir. Qingzhu Mountain is not far from Qingyun Sect, so this disciple has heard of it. It is Lu. Lu Changsheng replied with a smile. Okay, Senior Lu, please wait patiently, I will report it now. After hearing this, the Qingyun Sect disciple became more polite. After all, there is a gap between foundation building and foundation building. People like Lu Changsheng are obviously not ordinary foundation building cultivators. Although they are disciples of the Immortal Sect, they don't have much hope of breaking through the foundation building in the future. If they can get to know such a person and have a good impression of him, it may be helpful in the future. Thank you for the trouble. Lu Changsheng heard this and took out 2 medium-grade spirit stones and bowed slightly. He asked how long this kind of thing usually takes. The other party said that this matter was under the jurisdiction of the recorder's hall. If the recorder's busy, it may take 2 or 3 days. If he is not busy, it can basically be done on the same day. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng nodded, and then waited at ease. During the process, he saw some disciples of Qingyun Sect going out or returning. He wondered in his heart whether Han Lin and Zhao Qingqing were in the sect. Although he did not interact with them much, but since they came to Qingyun Sect, he should meet and reminisce about the past. And his brother-in-law Xia Chaoyong. Before, his concubine Xia Xiaoyu told him that Xia Chaoyong had broken through to the late stage of key refining. After the registration is completed, let's send a letter to talk. Lu Changsheng let out more breath and planned to finish his business first. At the same time, Qingzhu Mountain. In a cave. I received news that Lu Changsheng has arrived at Qingyun Sect. Don't worry, as long as you practice the technique I gave you, this second-level spiritual contract will be resolved by itself. At most, there will be a small backlash, which will not cause your cultivation level to fall. As long as I can deal with Lu Changsheng and gain his opportunity, I will help you recover at that time. The black-robed man looked at Yu Ninghu in front of him, grinning with a dark and stiff face, looking ferocious and terrifying. Yes. Yu Ninghu took a deep breath and said softly. He knew that he had no choice. The other party was not talking to him, but ordering him. Moreover, since the day when the other party took the corpse seed, he felt that his body had changed and was somewhat out of control. Activate the technique. Seeing this, the black-robed man slapped Yu Ninghu on the back with a palm, and his palm was filled with black air, asking him to start to activate the technique. Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Peak. In the steamy spirit pool, a fairy with snow-white shoulders and long black hair was bathing. After a long time, Yun Wanchang opened her beautiful eyes and stood up from the spirit pool. Her long black hair, soaked in spring water, was attached to the frosty skin on her back and fell to her round, snow-white waist and hips. The snow-white, delicate, and fragile skin formed a sharp contrast with the black hair. Her perfect and graceful body was slender, and if it was a little more, it would be fat, and if it was a little less, it would be thin. It was in harmony with the crystal spring water sliding down her snow-white skin, exuding a holy and noble atmosphere everywhere. Her slender and round legs were straight and slender, and she walked out of the spirit pool gracefully. Her pair of exquisite jade feet were like jade carvings and snow-laid, white as jade, and the crystal nails on her toes were stained with impatience juice, moist and attractive. She raised her hands lightly and put on a plain white tube top, put on a pair of trousers on her beautiful legs as smooth as white jade, and put on a colorful dress with cloud pattern embroidery, showing her elegance and beauty. When she came to the bedroom, Yun Wanchang saw a palm-sized jade pendant with a cloud pattern painted on it on her dressing table. She looked at the jade pendant, frowned slightly, and paused in her heart. This jade pendant is a pair with the Higuangtongchen jade that she gave to Lu Changsheng. There is a sense between the two jade pendants. This is why she gave the Higuangtongchen jade to Lu Changsheng, indicating that in the event of a life and death crisis, he could activate the jade pendant to ask for help. Otherwise, like ordinary communication tools, there is a distance limit. If it is too far, it cannot be sensed at all. Why did he come to Qingyun Sect? Looking at the flowing light of the jade pendant, Yun Wanchang knew that Lu Changsheng should be within 100 miles of Qingyun Sect, or come to Qingyun Sect. Only at this distance, her Jiayu Qingfang jade will be able to sense something. Yun Wancheng didn't care and put the jade pendant into the stored ring. Ever since she knew about her apprentice Xiao Ziyu and Lu Changsheng, she didn't want to have anything to do with Lu Changsheng. She gave up the idea of cultivating Lu Changsheng, and the two of them becoming Taoist partners to practice spiritual energy together. Yun Wancheng sat in front of the dressing table, tied up her hair, and inserted a hairpin diagonally. Then she walked out of the hall with a fragrant step, turned into a divine rainbow, and came to the law enforcement hall. As a Jinan's Henrin of Qingyun Sect and the master of Qingyun Peak, she also served as the master of the law enforcement hall. Due to the incident of the demon Dao, Qingyun Sect has captured many demon cultivators in recent years. For demon cultivators, Qingyun Sect naturally does not kill them directly. Like these cultivators, they all have many secrets, relevant information, or skills, formulas, and treasures. These are all tortured by the law enforcement hall. When the value is completely squeezed out, these demon cultivators will choose to be killed or serve as coolies according to the situation. Qingyun Sect. Recorder Hall. Meng Xianggu held a jade book and looked at the sect affairs one by one. Lu Changsheng of Qingzhu Mountain established a family in Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng, Qingzhu Mountain. At this time, Meng Xianggu saw a piece of information in her hand, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Then she took out a jade book and opened it thoughtfully. But she saw that a vivid map appeared in the jade book. She moved her mind slightly, causing the map to change, and Bihu Mountain appeared. There was information about the Yu family of Bihu Mountain on it. Looking at the information about the Yu family of Bihu Mountain, she asked the disciple next to her, why did the Yu family of Bihu Mountain change its owner? Reporting to Elder Meng, as far as I know, the ancestor of the Yu family of Bihu Mountain took advantage of the breakthrough of the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain to make trouble. This Lu Changsheng killed 3 foundation-building ancestors of the Yu family alone, and then joined forces with the Bai family of Beiniao Lake to ask for an explanation, and finally forced the Yu family to give Bihu Mountain as compensation. The recorded disciple spoke up and said so. Lu Changsheng killed 3 foundation-building cultivators by himself. When Meng Xianggu heard this, her face immediately darkened and turned cold. Because of her grandson Meng Yibei's matter, she had people secretly pay attention to Xiao Ziyu. During this period, she learned that Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu had an unusual relationship, so she investigated Lu Changsheng. Seeing that he was just a son-in-law of a small family who had just broken through the foundation, she didn't care. At this time, she heard that Lu Changsheng had killed 3 foundation-building cultivators by himself, and she immediately became suspicious. She suspected that Lu Changsheng killed her grandson Meng Yibei. After all, she had people pay attention to Xiao Ziyu for so many years, and she only saw Lu Changsheng and the casual cultivator Han Li getting closer to Xiao Ziyu. Especially Lu Changsheng. My daughter can actually recognize Xiao Ziyu as her godmother. Originally, Lu Changsheng was just a son-in-law of a small family who had just broken through the foundation, and she didn't take it to heart. But now, she immediately suspected that Lu Changsheng had hidden his abilities. The person who had broken through the foundation with Xiao Ziyu might be Lu Changsheng. Otherwise, how could a son-in-law of a small family have such a skill? Just after breaking through the foundation building, he was able to kill 3 foundation building masters. Immediately, Meng Xianggu looked cold and said, Qingyun Sect has a rule that within 3 years, all family forces under its rule shall not have conflicts or wars. What's wrong with this Lu Changsheng? He is so bold that he dares to openly violate the rules and rob and occupy the spiritual land of other clans. Meng Xianggu's old face was full of majesty, and she said in a cold voice. Although it was just a suspicion, she was unwilling to let it go because it was related to the revenge of her grandson. Moreover, she had always been afraid of revenge. She was afraid of the fake pill and the master of the giant behind Lu Changsheng. She was worried about offending Xiao Ziyu. But now, Lu Changsheng fell into her hands, and she could completely use the name of Qingyun Sect and the rules to capture Lu Changsheng on the grounds of this matter. At that time, she would naturally know whether Lu Changsheng did it. If it was not Lu Changsheng, then it was not. If it was really Lu Changsheng who did it, she would not only be able to avenge her grandson. There was no need to worry about the real person behind Lu Changsheng. After all, do they dare to come to Qingyun Sect and act so presumptuously? Oh, when the disciple heard this, he was surprised and wanted to say that it was the Yu family who violated the rules first. But looking at the appearance of Meng Xianggu, he swallowed the words in his mouth. After all, there is no boundary for such things. As long as it is not too big or too exaggerated, Qingyun Sect usually doesn't bother to deal with such things. Even if they want to deal with it, it is not the turn of the recorder hall to deal with it, but the law enforcement hall to decide. Elder, this disciple doesn't know either. The disciple lowered his head and said, Humph, the law enforcement hall actually did nothing about such things. I will report to the law enforcement hall now and let the law enforcement team take this person down to set an example. Meng Xianggu snorted coldly. Then she turned into Divine Rainbow and went to the law enforcement hall to tell the matter. Could it be that this Lu Changsheng had offended Elder Meng before? Or is this Elder Meng a friend of Bihu Mountain? Seeing this scene, several disciples of the recorder hall looked at each other and speculated in their hearts. They knew that since the grandson of this Elder Meng was killed for no reason, his personality has changed. So how dare they, the disciples, mess with him? Besides, no one would offend their elders for a foundation-building cultivator. They just felt sorry for Lu Changsheng. He finally got the opportunity, achieved something, and was ready to establish his own family, but ended up offending Meng Xianggu. Outside the Qingyun Sect's mountain gate, Lu Changsheng was still waiting for a reply. At this time, two foundation-building cultivators with dignified bearing and wearing Qingyun robes came to the mountain gate and said, "Who is Lu Changsheng?" "I am Lu Changsheng," Lu Changsheng said with a bow after hearing this. But looking at the two people, he was a little confused. Both of them had a sharp aura, which was extraordinary. Especially on the disciple's uniform, there was a word law. It didn't look like someone who was registering for someone else. "You are Lu Changsheng, come with us." One of the foundation-building cultivators heard the words, looked at Lu Changsheng with a cold look, nodded, and said, "I wonder who the two Taoists are." Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, realizing that something was wrong. Because the words and actions of these two people were completely different from the previous disciples. There was a taste of judgment in their eyes, and their tone seemed a bit domineering. Chu Xianj from the Law Enforcement Hall of Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Sect has a rule that within 3 years of the war, all family forces under its jurisdiction are prohibited from having conflicts and wars. Someone reported you for robbing other clans' spiritual land, so come with us. One of the foundation-building cultivators said. Someone reported me for robbing other clans' spiritual land. Lu Changsheng's face sank slightly. He seized Qingzhu Mountain in the name of Qingzhu Mountain and occupied the righteousness. In order to avoid the Qingyun Sect from coming, it was against the rules, and he also used a soft approach. Let Yuning who give him the property rights contract of Qingzhu Mountain spiritual land in the name of compensation. This set of procedures can be said to have no problems, and it is legitimate and there is no problem. But at this time, Qingyun Sect actually said that someone reported him for robbing. Lu Changsheng immediately suspected that there was a member of the Yu family in Qingyun Sect who reported him through some connection. Otherwise, this matter did not comply with the regulations, and Qingyun Sect should have sent someone long ago. How could such a thing happen when he came to Qingyun Sect and registered for record? Let's go. The two law enforcement disciples looked at Lu Changsheng and continued. At the same time, a chain magic weapon appeared in their hands, as if they would take action if Lu Changsheng dared to make any unusual movements. Okay. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng nodded. Entered Qingyun Sect with the two law enforcement disciples. In this case, it was obviously irrational to fight with Qingyun Sect disciples. He also looked to see if someone reported him or what. If it was really the other party who reported him, Qingyun Sect would punish him. At that time, with a Qingyun order given by true man Qian, he thought he could resolve the matter. Chapter 239 Yun Wansheng, are you a breeding pig? In a side hall of the law enforcement hall. Don't worry, Elder Meng, this matter will be carefully verified and handled by the law enforcement hall. Once verified, it will be severely punished. A middle-aged man wearing a jade crown, white as jade, and dressed in a dark black robe, smiled and said to Meng Xianggu in front of him. Haha, don't worry, Steward Yan, I will not lie about such things. Meng Xianggu heard this and smiled on her old face. Although the law enforcement hall represents the punishment and rules of Qingyun Sect. But where there are people, there are human relations. As an outer sect elder of Qingyun Sect, it is natural for her to ask the law enforcement hall to be a little strict on such ambiguous matters. After all, Lu Changsheng is just a cultivator from a small family. In such matters, the law enforcement hall is willing to give her a face. At the same time, at the highest point of the law enforcement hall, in a solemn and majestic hall, Yun Wansheng was holding the jade book in her hand and checking the affairs. At this moment, she suddenly felt something. With a flip of her hand, the jade of clear moon and breeze appeared. The 9-colored rays of light on the jade pendant were flowing, extremely gorgeous, indicating that the jade of Heguang Tongchen was in the law enforcement hall. Huh? Yun Wansheng frowned slightly, a little surprised. She wondered why Lu Changsheng came to the law enforcement hall. In the law enforcement hall, except for disciples and prisoners of the sect, outsiders were generally not allowed to approach. Could it be that the other party had lost the jade pendant? She scanned the outside with her spiritual sense and immediately saw two law enforcement disciples, with a handsome face, upright posture, and extraordinary demeanor, walking into the law enforcement hall. Although Lu Changsheng's appearance and temperament had changed a lot. She had only met Lu Changsheng twice, but she still recognized him at a glance. Is this a crime? And was brought to the law enforcement hall by the law enforcement team. Yun Wansheng frowned slightly, and her beautiful eyes showed a bit of coldness. The law enforcement hall controls the punishments and rules of the Qingyun Sect. It specializes in punishing traitors, disciples who violate the sect rules, and dealing with evil cultivators, robbery cultivators, and demonic cultivators under its jurisdiction. Now that Lu Changsheng was brought into the law enforcement hall, it meant that he had committed a crime under Qingyun's rule. But looking at Lu Changsheng's appearance, he was dressed neatly, not caught by the soul-binding chain, and it didn't seem like he was arrested by the law enforcement disciples. Thinking of the relationship between Lu Changsheng and her disciple Xiao Xiao, Yun Wansheng took out a token and prepared to ask about the situation. In the side hall of the law enforcement hall, the white-faced man in black robe who was drinking tea and chatting with Meng Xianggu saw the token on his waist. He immediately stood up and bowed to Meng Xianggu and said, "Elder Meng, the hall master summoned me for something, so I'll excuse myself for a moment." "Elder, don't worry, I will definitely verify the situation in the law enforcement hall," Yan Wuyan said with a polite smile. "Since Hall Master Yun has something to do, Steward Yan is busy first, so I will go back first." Meng Xianggu heard this and said, then stood up and left. As soon as she walked out of the side hall, Meng Xianggu saw Lu Changsheng walking into the main hall. She paused and an idea came to her mind. Qingyun Henren just happened to be looking for Yan Deacon for something? Could it be related to this kid? As soon as this thought came out, Meng Xianggu shook her head and chuckled. She wondered why she had such a thought. What kind of status is Qingyun Henren? Question mark. How could she know and pay attention to Lu Changsheng, a child from a small family? Even if the other party had a great opportunity and knew Xiao Xiao, a disciple of Qingyun Henren, and had a good relationship with him, it was impossible for Yun Wansheng to catch her eye. Qingyun Henren was looking for Yan Wuan just because he happened to have something. Meng Xianggu walked out of the law enforcement hall and turned into Divine Rainbow and left. "Your subordinate greets the hall master." Yan Wuan came to the top floor of the law enforcement hall and bowed to Yun Wansheng, who was flipping through the jade book. Even though he had seen his own hall master many times. But every time he saw the other party's beautiful face like a banished immortal, and the peerless demeanor, he still couldn't help but be amazed. He didn't dare to look at it for too long, and hurriedly lowered his head and bowed, fearing that he would blaspheme this goddess in the sky. What did Lu Changsheng do wrong? Yun Wansheng didn't look at Yan Wuyan in front of her, still looking at the jade book in her hand. The cold voice was mixed with a noble majesty that only the superiors had. "Lu Changsheng." Yan Wuyan was stunned when he heard this. He didn't react to who Lu Changsheng was. But the next moment, he thought of what happened to Meng Xianggu just now. It means that there is a family cultivator named Lu Changsheng who forcibly occupied other people's spiritual land. As the chief deacon of the law enforcement hall, he naturally knew whether Lu Changsheng's behavior was against the rules. But when an elder like Meng Xianggu came to visit, he would naturally give her some face. He never expected that such a small matter would alarm his own hall master, and he was suddenly panicked. Yan Wuyan swallowed lightly and asked carefully, "The Lu Changsheng that the hall master is talking about, is it the Lu Changsheng that elder Meng Xianggu just reported?" Meng Xianggu. Yun Wansheng raised her eyebrows, and her soft and moist lips opened slightly, and said in a cold voice, "It is the cultivator who is now being brought to the law enforcement hall." Yan Wuyan was extremely panicked when he heard this. He didn't expect that his own hall master would really pay attention to such a small figure as Lu Changsheng. He didn't dare to think too much, and hurriedly bowed and said, "Hall master, Elder Meng came to report just now, indicating that this person. You brought people to the law enforcement hall without verifying the facts. When did it become her turn as a recorder elder to take care of the affairs of our law enforcement hall? She asked you to arrest someone, so you arrested him." Yun Wansheng's beautiful face showed an indescribable coldness, and her voice was cold and majestic. As the master of a peak and the hall master of the law enforcement hall, she was naturally not a naive person. After listening to Yan Wuyan's words, he instantly understood what was going on. It must be that Lu Changsheng had offended Meng Xianggu in some way. Otherwise, how could the other party, a fake Danzhenren, have nothing to do to report a foundation-building cultivator? And Yan Wuyan would naturally give face to the report of Meng Xianggu, such a harmless matter. As the Lord of Law Enforcement Hall, she probably knew about this kind of thing, and usually turned a blind eye. But now, she, the Lord of the Hall, was actually bent on the head of partiality. "Lord of the Hall, it was all my confusion for a moment, I will go to verify and investigate." Hearing these cold and majestic words, Yan Wuyan immediately knelt down and said. At this moment, He was almost certain that his Lord of the Hall knew Lu Changsheng. Otherwise, how could his Lord of the Hall pay attention to such a small matter, such a small person? He couldn't help but curse Meng Xianggu in his heart, saying that she was simply harming people. This Lu Changsheng knew his Lord of the Hall, and you actually came to the law enforcement hall to report him, and let yourself bend the law for partiality. Isn't this an old man hanging himself, tired of living? I'll give you a quarter of an hour to verify the whole cause and effect of the matter, Yun Wancheng said in a cold and majestic voice. As a sect, Qingyun Sect has its own intelligence information agency. All events under Qingyun's jurisdiction will be recorded. For things like Lu Changsheng, you only need to call up the information and you will know at a glance. Yes, Palace Master, I will verify it now. Yan Wuyan heard this and responded quickly, getting up to deal with the matter. However, when he thought of Lu Changsheng just being brought into the law enforcement hall, his heart suddenly paused. The law enforcement hall controls the sect's rules and penalties, and the power of life and death. It is normal for them to use some means at ordinary times. Immediately, he quickly came to the hall and saw Lu Changsheng brought in by Chu Xianzhi and the others, and hurriedly stepped forward and said, "You are Lu Changsheng, right? Grand Deacon. Grand Deacon." Chu Xianzhi and the others immediately bowed to Yan Wuyan. "I am Lu Changsheng. Lu obtained the spiritual land legitimately, with a property rights contract of Qingzhu Mountain, and there is no robbery or occupation. May I ask the Great Deacon, who reported me for robbery?" Lu Changsheng looked at Yan Wuyan in front of him and said in a deep voice. Just on the way here, he asked Chu Xianzhi and the others about the situation, and both of them said that they would know when they arrived at the law enforcement hall. Let him realize that it is not as simple as the children of the Yu family reporting him. There are several children of the Yu family in Qingyun Sect, but they are only in the key refining stage. How could such a disciple's report have such an effect? Haha, I'm just going to retrieve the information and verify the situation. Dao Ialu, please wait a moment on the side. Don't worry, we in Qingyun Sect have always been rigorous in doing things. There is absolutely no favoritism or fraud, and no one will be wronged. Yan Wuyan said so. Guessing that his own hall master has a relationship with Lu Changsheng in front of him, how dare he deal with this matter? Naturally, he transferred the intelligence information and waited for his own hall master to deal with it. As for Lu Changsheng, he did not dare to be disrespectful. He was afraid that it would be easier to invite the gods than to send them away. Lu Changsheng was slightly stunned when he saw Yan Wuyan's polite appearance. Just now, Chu Xianzhi and the others were a little arrogant, so why was this great deacon of the law enforcement hall so polite? Could this be the so-called "it's easier to see the king of hell than to deal with the little devils"? Lu Changsheng felt that something was a bit strange. Dao Ialu, please have some tea. Yan will be back soon. Yan Wuyan invited Lu Changsheng to the side, and after politely serving tea, he immediately turned into a stream of light and went to Luoyang Hall to retrieve intelligence information. Chu Xianzhi and the other two next to him saw this scene and looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Others did not know what kind of personality this great deacon of theirs was, but they did not know it either. He was a smiling tiger on weekdays. Just a moment ago, he asked the two of them to go and get the person directly. Now he is so polite to Lu Changsheng. This is definitely a problem. However, in the face of this situation, the two of them naturally did not say much, and waited on the side. Half a minute later, Yan Wuyan retrieved all the information about Lu Changsheng and Qingzhu Mountain from Luoyang Hall. It turns out that Lu Changsheng and Fairy Xiao are close friends. Yan Wuyan took a quick look and let out a sigh of relief after understanding the cause and effect. He roughly understood why Yun Wancheng paid attention to Lu Changsheng. After all, his own hall master was famous for protecting his shortcomings. Since Lu Changsheng was Xiao Xiao's good friend, Yun Wancheng naturally couldn't bear to see such a thing happen. He returned to the top floor of the law enforcement hall and bowed to Yun Wancheng and said, "Hall master, I have already found out all the causes and consequences of the matter." "Speak," Yun Wancheng said without looking up. The voice was still cold and majestic, which made Yan Wuyan tremble in his heart. This matter was caused by the Yu family of Qingzhu Mountain. Yan Wuyan spoke and told this story. The art of the talisman formation. One person killed 3 foundation builders, and let the Yu family of Qingzhu Mountain use the clan land as compensation. Yun Wancheng listened to the news and narrowed her beautiful eyes. In her eyes, most of the casual cultivators and family foundation builders outside are fools. But it is not simple for Lu Changsheng to kill 3 people alone. However, after hearing what happened, Yun Wancheng frowned slightly because Lu Changsheng's wife was trying to build a foundation and he was also a master of formations and a Taoist partner. Although she cut off her relationship with Lu Changsheng in her heart, she still felt a little unhappy when she heard about this. She wondered if the other party was only thinking about his wife, concubines and Taoist partners having children. At the beginning, because of Xiao Ziyu, she went down the mountain and saw Lu Changsheng, and learned a little about Lu Changsheng. She learned that Lu Changsheng had many wives, concubines and children. Now she heard about the other party, and it was his wife, concubines and Taoist partners. Could it be that he couldn't live without women? Do you have detailed information about Lu Changsheng? Yun Wancheng pursed her red lips and asked. She wanted to see how many women Lu Changsheng had connections with. Palace Master, I have already taken the relevant information about Lu Changsheng. Yan Wuan took out a jade slip and said. Yun Wancheng raised her hand lightly, and her spiritual sense checked the information on the jade slip. Lu Changsheng, son-in-law of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain, a foundation-building cultivator, and a second-level talisman master. He has a total of 7 wives, 1 Taoist partner, 13 concubines, and 153 children. Yun Wancheng looked at the news about Lu Changsheng, and a frosty look appeared on her face. She knew that Lu Changsheng should have many wives, concubines, and children. So she wanted to see the detailed information and see the specific situation of the other party. But she didn't expect that the other party's situation was so outrageous. 7 wives, 1 Taoist partner, 13 concubines, and 153 children. This number of wives and concubines is fine. This number of children made her want to curse. Are you a pig? If she didn't know that this was the intelligence information of Qingyun Sect, it wouldn't be wrong. She would have suspected that it was wrong. In this case, he still broke through the foundation building stage. Yun Wancheng was a little confused. Although the intelligence information said that Lu Changsheng broke through the foundation building stage a year ago. But she knew that Lu Changsheng broke through the foundation building stage with her disciple Xiao Ziyu in Qingyun Market 8 years ago. With this kind of spiritual root talent, he indulges in women every day. Not only has he broken through the foundation, but also at such a fast speed? Yun Wancheng was very confused and couldn't figure it out. If it was the devil's way or the evil way, she could barely understand it. But she still remembered that when she checked Lu Changsheng's situation, he practiced both the law and the body, and his foundation was magnificent and magnificent. Obviously, he was not an evil way of collecting and replenishing. Damn it! Yun Wancheng thought that she had a night of pleasure with such a man, and was taken away by the other party. Moreover, her apprentice Xiao Ziyu and Lu Changsheng still had an unclear relationship, and she was annoyed and unhappy. The hand holding the jade slip was shaking with anger. I wish I could kill Lu Changsheng with a sword. Let someone throw him into the Xiangsingte and suffer all kinds of torture. Why did Meng Xianggu report Lu Changsheng? Yun Wancheng thought in her heart, and couldn't help but think of one thing. 8 years ago, Meng Xianggu's grandson, Meng Yibei, the core disciple of Qingyun Sect, was killed. At that time, the law enforcement hall sent people to investigate, but in the end it was fruitless. As the head of the law enforcement hall, she knew that this matter should be related to her apprentice Xiao Ziyu. At that time, she also asked Xiao Ziyu, but Xiao Ziyu said she didn't know. At this time, she knew about Lu Changsheng's combat power, and Meng Xianggu attacked Lu Changsheng. At that time, Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu built their foundation together in Qingyun Market, and she immediately had a guess in her mind. If that's the case, it makes sense. But this little thief, who had just broken through the foundation, how could he be Meng Yibei's opponent, not to mention killing Meng Yibei? Yun Wancheng frowned slightly. Meng Yibei is the core disciple of Qingyun Sect, and he's expected to compete for the position of a true disciple in the future. This kind of person died in the hands of a family cultivator who had just broken through the foundation, which made her difficult to understand. The only explanation is that Lu Changsheng has an extraordinary opportunity, secret, or there is a peerless master behind him. If there was no Ziyu incident, this person would be a good candidate. At this moment, an idea emerged in Yun Wancheng's mind. She thought that Lu Changsheng had little hope of even building a foundation. But now, the other party has grown to this point in just 17 years. In the future, there is hope that he will form a pill, a real pill. At that time, Relying on their spiritual energy, the two of them may both be promoted to the golden pill, and have the hope of the nascent soul. But the next moment, thinking of Lu Changsheng's behavior of breeding pigs, Yun Wansheng instantly dispelled this idea. If I really become a Taoist partner with him, won't I be pestered to have a few children? Huh? What am I thinking? How could I have anything to do with such a man? Yun Wansheng let out a long breath and discarded the random thoughts in her mind. Yan Wuyan, who was next to him, looked at the changing face of his own hall master, and a breathtaking invisible power was all over his body, and he trembled all over. You take the blame for this matter yourself. Go to Zuanayan Cave and reflect on your mistakes for 3 years. Meng Xianggu, as an elder of the sect, you are corrupt and violate the law. You will be imprisoned in Zuanayan Cave for 10 years and reflect on your mistakes. As for Lu Changsheng, Yun Wansheng said Lu Changsheng with a frown, thinking about how to deal with him. Although she was very unhappy with Lu Changsheng's behavior and felt very suffocated, he really didn't offend her much. Not only did he save her, but he also helped her disciple Zhao Ziyu to overcome the emotional tribulation and complete her foundation. In this case, the other party did not make obvious mistakes. If she punished him just because she was unhappy with him, it seemed unreasonable. Moreover, if the punishment was too small, it would seem like a joke, and if it was too heavy, it would be too much. Afterwards, when her disciple Zhao Ziyu learned the news, she was afraid that she would come to beg for mercy again, and it would be difficult to explain. Since this Lu Changsheng did not violate the rules, he should just do things according to the rules. Yun Wansheng pondered for a moment and said so. I obey your command. Yan Wuyan said bitterly when he heard this. I didn't expect that I would be sent to Zuanayan Cave today to reflect on my mistakes because of such a small matter. Zuanayan Cave is one of the 10 major punishments of Qingyun Sect. Every day, I have to endure the pain of the cold wind scraping my bones and refining my soul in the cave, which is very tormenting. But at this time, Yun Wansheng, the Lord of the Law Enforcement Hall, has given the order, and he naturally has nothing to say. After all, Meng Xianggu, the fake pale elder, was sent to Zuanayan Cave for 10 years. Even in his heart, he still couldn't figure out what the relationship between his lord and Lu Changsheng was. Just a close friend of Zhao Ziyu, he shouldn't be so concerned and cared for, right? Chapter 240 Yun Wansheng, could it be that he possesses an unparalleled Taoist body? Dao Ayalu, we have verified your situation in the Law Enforcement Hall. There is no problem and it complies with the rules. So I'm sorry to bother you. Regarding your family establishment and registration, I will notify the recording hall and handle it for you as soon as possible. Yan Wuyan came to the Law Enforcement Hall and said to Lu Changsheng. Because he was punished to go to Zuanayan Cave and meditate for 3 years, he had a bit of depression on his face and no longer had the smile he had before. Huh? It's all right. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised when he heard this. Yan Wuyan's attitude just now made him feel weird and wrong. Now after this back and forth, he didn't believe it at all if he said there was no problem in the middle. Great Deacon, I heard that someone reported me for robbing other people's spiritual land. May I ask who reported it? Lu Changsheng asked. This. Yan Wuyan's face froze when he heard this. It's not good to say that the elders of his own sect are doing things for personal gain. Besides, he was also involved. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly and he said, Dao Ayalu, this matter is confidential and will not be disclosed to the public. However, our Qingyun Sect will punish this kind of unverified and random reporting behavior, please rest assured, Dao Ayalu. Yan Wuyan spoke with a bitter voice. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Great Deacon. Hearing this, looking at the other party's face, Lu Changsheng did not continue to ask more questions. He roughly guessed that someone in the Qingyun Sect should have reported him. But what should have happened in the process? With the idea of less trouble than more, Lu Changsheng was too lazy to get entangled and planned to ask Zhao Ziyu later. Chu Xianj, Zhang Tian, you send Dao Ayalu to the guest house to rest. Seeing that Lu Changsheng did not rely on his relationship to make trouble, Yan Wuyan also breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Lu Changsheng would come to invite the gods, but it would be difficult to send them away. He immediately asked Chu Xianj and the others to send Lu Changsheng away. Dao Ayalu, please. Chu Xianj and the others, who were originally a little arrogant, had a completely different attitude towards Lu Changsheng. The two were also thinking in their hearts, who exactly is this Lu Changsheng? How could he make their own chief steward so polite? Thinking of Yan Wuyan going up and down in the law enforcement hall, the two paused in their hearts, and had some guesses, and their hearts were like a storm. Unbelievable. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng politely bowed and left the law enforcement hall with the two. Although the two had a bad attitude just now, they were law enforcement officers after all. Can you expect them to have a good attitude towards such people? At the same time, at the highest point of the law enforcement hall, Yun Wansheng, dressed in a palace dress, was elegant and noble. Looking down from a high place, she looked at Lu Changsheng and Chu Xianzhi walking out of the law enforcement hall. Swish! An ordinary eyeball appeared. Break the delusion. Yun Wansheng pinched her hands together, and the eyeball began to glow, with ripples flowing, showing a golden glow, reflecting Lu Changsheng's figure. This. After seeing through the golden eyeballs and the cover of Lu Changsheng and Guangtuang Chenayu, Yun Wansheng's beautiful face showed shock. She just thought about it and felt that there was something wrong with Lu Changsheng. It was hard to believe that an 8th grade spiritual root could achieve such an achievement in a few years. So she wanted to use the golden eye of breaking void to check Lu Changsheng's situation. Confirm whether the other party has practiced a magic way or the evil way. If the other party really practiced a magic way or the evil way, and did the behavior of taking yin to replenish yang, then don't blame her for being ruthless. But when she saw it, she was shocked. Through the golden eye of breaking delusion, she saw that Lu Changsheng's body was flowing like precious light, and his body was full of blood. His magic power was magnificent, revealing a fierce and domineering, unparalleled. How is this possible? Both the magic and the body have broken through the foundation. And the foundation of cultivation is vigorous, and the magic breath is in the middle stage of foundation building. Yun Wansheng looked at Lu Changsheng's situation and was shocked. 8 years ago, Lu Changsheng broke through the foundation. 8 years later, he broke through from the initial stage of foundation building to the middle stage of foundation building. And he practiced both the Dharma and the body. If Lu Changsheng had a heavenly spiritual root or an earthly spiritual root, she could understand it. But she clearly remembered that Lu Changsheng had an 8th grade spiritual root. Could it be that he has a top-level spiritual body, or a peerless Taoist body? Yun Wansheng guessed in her heart. Apart from the top-level spiritual body or the legendary Taoist body, she really couldn't imagine how a low-grade spiritual root could have such a cultivation speed. Especially since the other party was obsessed with men and women all day long. Although he may have obtained an opportunity. But what kind of opportunity can allow an 8th grade spiritual root to have such a growth rate in a few years? Wait, the middle stage of foundation building. At this time, Yun Wansheng's beautiful eyes condensed slightly, and she suddenly thought of something. Her eldest disciple Chu Qingyi once went out on a mission to investigate the demonic incident. During the process, he was chased by the Ziyahao family and was poisoned by corpses. During that time, he was rescued by a casual cultivator named Han Li. As a master, she naturally knew about this. At that time, she also learned about the information of this casual cultivator Han Li, and knew that he was in the middle stage of foundation building and was a good friend of her apprentice Xiao Ziyu. Now, seeing Lu Changsheng's cultivation in the middle stage of foundation building, thinking of Lu Changsheng's magnificent and domineering mana, she immediately suspected that this casual cultivator Han Li was most likely Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng went out to build his foundation and was away for a year and a half. This time is exactly when Qingyi had an accident, so Lu Changsheng's trip is likely to be incarnated as a casual cultivator Han Li, riding the Qingyun spirit ship to Juxiao Immortal City. Yun Wansheng murmured in her heart, almost certain that this casual cultivator Han Li was Lu Changsheng. At this moment, she was a little confused. Unexpectedly, Lu Changsheng was not only related to her, but also to her apprentice Xiao Ziyu. He also saved his life for her eldest apprentice Chu Qingyi. What a sin! Yun Wansheng's emotion surged, and it was hard to describe. I was originally hit by the red Luan karma fire, but it was because of Lu Changsheng that I was able to untie the karma fire and save my life. My younger disciple Xiao Ziyu practiced the supreme forgetting love art, and because of Lu Changsheng, she overcame the emotional catastrophe and completed her Tao foundation. My older disciple Chu Qingyi was also on a mission outside, and was rescued by Lu Changsheng when she was dying. No, Qingyu must be allowed to have less contact with this person. No, Qingyu must not be allowed to have any contact with this thief. Yun Wancheng's beautiful eyes revealed a resolute look. Chu Qingyu was adopted by her since she was a child, and her sword heart was clear and her heart was only for the sword. Although the sword heart made her see through people and things, she was very simple in some places. She clearly remembered that Chu Qingyu had told her that the sword energy of the casual cultivator named Han Li actually resonated with her sword heart and Qingyun sword art. She didn't care at the time. She felt that the other party had such a talent for swordsmanship and could resonate with her disciple's sword heart. If the two of them communicated more, it would be good for Chu Qingyu. But now, she immediately gave up this idea. She was really afraid that her disciple would have some relationship with Lu Changsheng, and some emotional disputes. If Chu Qingyu had any disputes with Lu Changsheng again, she, as a master, would not know how to deal with it. Oh, what is this matter? Yun Wancheng felt inexplicably irritated. She thought about killing Lu Changsheng with a sword, so that she would not have to worry about such things. But she only thought about this matter. Not to mention the inexplicable relationship between herself and Lu Changsheng. Now the other party has saved the life of her eldest disciple. Although true man Qian gave Lu Changsheng a Qingyun order. But in her opinion, a Qingyun order is not as precious as her disciple's life. Lu Changsheng had just walked out of the law enforcement hall, and there was a faint throbbing in the dark. It seemed as if someone was observing him. Although he didn't have any obvious feelings, he would rather believe it than not believe it. Someone must have been observing me just now. Lu Changsheng was sure. His spiritual sense had already reached a late stage of foundation building. This kind of vague feeling could not be wrong. It can be difficult for me to detect it now, unless it is a Jiandan's Henren. Jiandan's Henren, wait, could it be Ziyu's master? Lu Changsheng paused, and it seemed that an electric current passed through his mind, as if he understood what happened just now. He felt that what happened in the law enforcement hall just now was very strange and wrong. The attitude of the chief deacon towards him must be problematic. But he couldn't figure out what was going on. First, he didn't ask Ziyu for help. Second, he didn't take out the Qingyun order. Why is the other party so contradictory before and after? But if it is related to Ziyu's master, Qingyun's Henren, then it makes sense. If this Qingyun's Henren happened to be in the law enforcement hall and recognized him, or in other words, as long as he knew him, the problem would be solved naturally. He knew that there were only 8 Jiandan's Henren in the Qingyun Sect. Through this number, we can know the status of Jiandan's Henren and Qingyun Sect. After a moment. Dao Ayalu, please forgive me for offending you just now. After your registration and filing are completed, someone will come to notify you. Chu Xianzhi and the others sent Lu Changsheng to a small courtyard with a waterside pavilion and let him wait here with peace of mind. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Changsheng heard this and bowed his hands. He thought that Qingyun Sect. Obviously there is a place to entertain guests. But when he came to Qingyun Sect before, he registered and reported, but there was not even a reception, just waiting outside the mountain gate. Dao Ayalu, you are polite. Chu Xianzhi's face was no longer so cold, and he bowed his hands. After speaking, he asked Lu Changsheng, has Dao Ayalu offended elder men? Offended elder men? Lu Changsheng was a little surprised when he heard this, and didn't know what the other party meant. It's elder men, the fairy men. Chu Xianzhi continued. He thought of his previous guess, so he hinted out loud that he wanted to make friends with Lu Changsheng. Meng Xiangu, elder men. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, he had never heard of this name. But the next moment, he paused in his heart. He remembered that he had killed a Qingyun Sect disciple named Meng Yibei. The other party had a fake Dan elder in Qingyun Sect. Because so many years have passed, he almost forgot about this matter. When he heard the elder surnamed Meng, he immediately remembered it. He suspected that this Meng Xiangu, elder Meng, was the elder of Meng Yibei. Haha, we have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Chu Xianzhi saw Lu Changsheng like this, and immediately said goodbye with a smile. Thank you, both of you. Lu Changsheng knew that the other party was hinting to him that it was this Meng Xiangu who reported him. But he still couldn't figure it out. How could this Meng Xiangu suspect him? If the other party suspected him, why did she wait until now to attack him? Could it be that my behavior this time was noticed by this elder Meng? Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and thought in his heart. But I don't think the act of seizing Qingzhu Mountain this time is related to Meng Yibei's affairs. Forget it, I'll think about it when I go back and ask Zixio and Ziyu. After thinking for a while, Lu Changsheng let out more breath and planned to go back later to analyze it. At the same time, Yan Wuyan, wearing a jade crown and a black robe, with a stern face, came to the recorder's hall to find Meng Xianggu. Deacon Yan, what's the matter? When Meng Xianggu saw Yan Wuyan, she thought that the other party came to tell him that Lu Changsheng's affairs had been dealt with. She thought that the other party's efficiency was indeed good. Elder Meng, I have reported to the hall master about your secret communication with Yan. So the hall master has an order. The elder Meng Xianggu of the recorder's hall, as an elder of the sect, has been corrupt for personal gain, using the elder's power to secretly communicate and frame others. You will be imprisoned in Zuan'an Cave for 10 years and reflect on your mistakes. Yan Wuyan said in a loud voice with a stern face. What, Steward Yan, you can't say anything nonsense. When Meng Xianggu heard this, her face darkened and she stood up suddenly. Several disciples of the recorder hall nearby were shocked and looked at each other. Not long ago, the elder Meng Xianggu scolded Lu Changsheng for openly violating the rules and robbing and occupying other people's spiritual land. How come the law enforcement hall has sent people to arrest Meng Xianggu now, indicating that the other party is secretly colluding? What the hell is this? The Qingyun Sect disciples who came to the recorder hall to handle business saw this scene and were also confused, thinking that today's incident was really new. The palace master's decree is here. Elder Meng, do you want to resist law enforcement? Yan Wuyan took out a law enforcement order and said coldly. Although he was only in the late stage of foundation building, he had the sect's laws and orders, so he was naturally not afraid of Meng Xianggu. I don't believe that Meng Xianggu dared to take action against him in the sect, disobeying the order. The palace master's decree. True man Qingyun Meng Xianggu saw the decree in Yan Wuyan's hand and her face was gloomy and ugly. Unexpectedly, Yun Wanshang knew about the fact that she had only reported Lu Changsheng to the law enforcement hall. She was directly ordered to be thrown into the Zuan'an cave. She was now over 200 years old, and she only had about 30 to 40 years left to live. If she was thrown into the Zuan'an cave for 10 years, not only would it waste 10 years of her life, with her current physical condition, she would probably lose several years of her life. Meng Xianggu, why don't you accept the order? Yan Wuyan shouted. Because of Meng Xianggu's matter, he was also thrown into the Zuan'an cave for 3 years, so he was very upset with Meng Xianggu and was no longer polite. If the other party really dared to disobey the order, the crime would be aggravated, and she could be directly thrown into the Zuan'an cave for 30 years. Meng Xianggu, accept the order. Meng Xianggu took a deep breath and responded. Although she didn't know why Yun Wanshang was concerned about this matter, but now that Yun Wanshang was concerned about it, with Yan Wuyan in front of her as a witness, she could only choose to plead guilty. Because she did privately find Yan Wuyan and ask him for help. So, don't say that Yun Wanshang only threw her into the Zuan'an cave for 10 years. Even if the other party punished her more severely, she had no choice but to admit defeat. Although she was a fake pill real person and an elder of the recorder hall. But her identity, strength, and status were not enough in front of Yun Wanshang, the master of Qingyun Peak and the master of the law enforcement hall. Perhaps, the identities and status of the two did not seem to be big. But this gap, like the real pill and the fake pill, has a natural chasm. The 9th grade of Jinden, even the lower grade float pill, is only weaker in mana, potential, and foundation than the middle grade real pill and the upper grade golden pill. At least they recognized each other that they were all Jinden cultivators. But fake pills, in the eyes of some high-level cultivators, are not considered Jinden real people at all. You, who rely on external objects to condense fake pills, have a broken road ahead, and only have a lifespan of 300 years, are you worthy of being compared with me? Give me face, call you a real person, Taoist friend. If you don't give me face, just call me a junior. This is also the reason why Meng Xianggu, who is obviously a fake pill real person and an elder of the outer sect of Qingyun Sect, is afraid of Xiao Ziyu. Because the other party is not only a core disciple of Qingyun Sect, but also a disciple of Qingyun Tenren. In that case, please come in, Elder Meng. Yan Wuyan said when he saw this. After making a gesture of invitation, Yan Wuyan spoke to a disciple of the recorder hall next to him. He said that there was a matter called Lu Changsheng, and asked them to deal with it as soon as possible. After handling it, he would send it to the guest house. Lu Changsheng Several disciples of the recorder hall were shocked when they heard this. They knew before that Meng Xianggu went to report this Lu Changsheng. But at this time, Meng Xianggu was beaten into Zuanayan cave, and Yan Wuyan actually urged them to deal with Lu Changsheng's affairs as soon as possible. Who is this Lu Changsheng? Everyone was in doubt. Okay, senior brother Yan, I will definitely handle it as soon as possible. The disciple of the recorder hall said immediately when he heard this. Yes. Yan Wuyan heard this, and without saying much, he took Meng Xianggu to Zuanayan cave. Chapter 241, Friends Gather Together, the Evil Cultivator Attacks. Dao Ialu, you have already registered and filed the matter of establishing a family in Qingzhu Mountain. Here is your family token. A disciple of the recorder hall handed a token to Lu Changsheng in the reception hall and said, Thank you, Dao Iao. Lu Changsheng took the token and looked at it. It was made of green gold, with the 3 characters Qingyun Sect engraved on one side and the 5 characters Qingzhu Mountain Lu family engraved on the other side. Dao Ialu, since you have established a family under my Qingyun, there are some things you need to know. The recorded disciple said politely to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng nodded and said, Dao Iao, please speak. First of all, the nobles must remember the resources required by the sect every year. Secondly, the sect has an order, and the families under its jurisdiction need to obey unconditionally. Of course, our Qingyun Sect generally does not have any affairs or orders. Even if there are, we will give rewards afterwards. The recorded disciple spoke and introduced the obligations and benefits of the families under its jurisdiction. Basically, they need to pay tribute every year and obey the orders of the sect. But at the same time, if you encounter any troubles or disputes, you can seek help from Qingyun Sect. You can also exchange some natural treasures, elixirs, and skills that are rarely circulated in the market through Qingyun Sect. I wonder how much resources are offered every year. Lu Changsheng asked. He has long known that these families under Qingyun have to offer tribute to Qingyun Sect. For example, Qingzhu Mountain's annual tribute accounts for almost 40% of the family's income. This is why the families in Qingzhu Mountain are so poor. Because after the annual income is paid, there are very few spiritual stones that can be saved after deducting the family expenses. The resources for offering are evaluated according to the spiritual land and the family situation. At present, the resources for offering in Qingzhu Mountain are the same as before, which is 12,000 spiritual stones. However, our Qingyun Sect will issue some tasks to the families under its jurisdiction, or purchase some natural treasures. The nobles can reduce the tribute in this way. And if the nobles have children who worship in Qingyun Sect and perform well in the sect will also give the family a reduction in tribute. The recorded disciple said. As he said that, he took out a jade book and showed it to Lu Changsheng. It contained the tributes paid by the family forces under the rule of Qingyun Sect. Then he found Qingzhu Mountain and said that Qingzhu Mountain's annual tribute was 12,000 spirit stones. Afterwards, he showed Lu Changsheng the task issued by Qingyun Sect to purchase natural materials and treasures. He said that Lu Changsheng was interested and could learn more. If there were family members in Qingyun Sect, they could let the family members send the task back to the family. Lu, I understand. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Lu Changsheng nodded. More than 10,000 spirit stones a year, although not a small amount, was not bad in his opinion. He could earn this money by spending more than half a month making talismans or refining pills. Does fellow Taoist Lu have any questions? If there are no other questions, Su will take his leave. The disciple of the recorder hall spoke up and said politely. If ordinary people registered and established a family, he would naturally not say so much about these things and introduce them in such detail. But the previous incident in the recorder hall made them all wonder who this Lu Changsheng was. He actually caused all the elders of their family to be thrown into the Zuanayan cave. So when facing Lu Changsheng, they were naturally very polite. No doubts, thank you for your hard work, fellow Taoist. Lu Changsheng said with a bow. He had already understood almost everything about this aspect. Now he just went over it again. Okay, in that case, Su will take his leave. Hearing this, the disciple of the recorder hall said no more and went out. Huh? Seeing the other party leave, Lu Changsheng looked at the token in his hand and let out a light breath. With this token, the matter of establishing his family was settled. At that time, he could build and create the Qingzhu Mountain in a stable and worry-free manner. Then, he took out the communication talisman of Han Lin and Zhao Qingqing and sent a message to the two of them. He said that he was in the reception courtyard of Qingyun Sect. About half an hour. A woman who looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, with a beautiful face, a graceful and slender figure, and wearing a green long skirt, flew over on a flower vine and landed slowly. Dao Zhao, how are you? Lu Changsheng looked at the newcomer, smiled, and bowed his hands. Dao Lu. Zhao Qingqing looked at Lu Changsheng in front of her and was slightly startled. The two had not seen each other for almost 10 years since they met on a 10-year agreement. At that time, Lu Changsheng was handsome and elegant, like a lily and jade tree, and he was like a spring breeze. Now 10 years have passed, and Lu Changsheng's appearance has not changed significantly, but his temperament has become more extraordinary, like a banished immortal. And the whole person has a calm and confident demeanor, which makes people feel impressed. Lu is preparing to establish a family, and this trip to Qingyun Sect to handle some things. So I thought about chatting with Dao Zhao and Dao Han. Although the two rarely communicated, now that they met, Lu Changsheng would naturally not let the conversation go cold and took the initiative to chat. Establish a family. Zhao Qingqing was a little surprised when she heard this. Although she was in Qingyun Sect, she rarely paid attention to information from the outside world. So she didn't know that Lu Changsheng had taken over Qingzhu Mountain and was preparing to establish a family. But after hearing this, she thought of the number of children Lu Changsheng had, and felt that it was normal for him to establish a family. Where is the family established by fellow Taoist Lu? Zhao Qingqing asked. She knew that to establish a family, you first need a spiritual land. And spiritual land is rare, and there are limited ways to obtain it. Qingzhu Mountain, Lu will hold a family establishment ceremony in Qingzhu Mountain in 2 months. Fellow Taoist Zhao, if you are free at that time, you must come to participate. Lu Changsheng asked Zhao Qingqing to sit down, and like a host, he took out spiritual tea and dessert from the storage bag. Qingzhu Mountain. Zhao Qingqing was stunned when she heard this. She had heard of the name of the Yu family in Qingzhu Mountain. She knew that this family had several foundation building masters. But now Lu Changsheng said that he would establish a family in Qingzhu Mountain, and she was full of doubts. However, Zhao Qingqing did not ask more questions, but smiled and congratulated him. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Lu. Not only has he broken through the foundation building, and has achieved success in the Great Dao, but now he has also established a family. I will definitely come to participate at that time. Her voice was quite emotional. Among the 6 people at the time, except for Xiao Zhao, she had the best conditions. She has a 6th grade spiritual root and a plant body. She was also accepted as a disciple by the elder of the medicine garden. But now, she is still at the 9th level of key refining, and her future foundation building is uncertain. Lu Changsheng will not only break through the foundation building, but will also establish a family. He is many times better than her. It's just a bit of luck that I broke through the foundation building by chance. Lu Changsheng chuckled. In this way, the two chatted. Zhao Qingqing didn't talk much, and most of the time it was Lu Changsheng who was talking. But she basically answered every question, and when she talked about some interesting topics, she would say a few more words. Knowing that Zhao Qingqing was a spiritual plant husband, she was good at cultivating various spiritual medicines. So Lu Changsheng took the initiative to talk about this topic. He said that his family was now building a family, and there was a lot of work to be done. He had to plant many spiritual medicines. Did Zhao Qingqing have any suggestions? Faced with this topic, Zhao Qingqing immediately became interested. Asked Lu Changsheng what needs he had, such as whether the spiritual medicines were to be used or sold, and the environment and conditions for planting spiritual medicines. Although Lu Changsheng was not a spiritual plant husband, as a 2nd-level top alchemist, he knew a lot about spiritual medicines and immediately told him what he needed. Zhao Qingqing was a little surprised when she heard Lu Changsheng's words. She didn't expect Lu Changsheng to know so much about spiritual medicines. The two of them chatted a lot. If you have this need, I can get some spiritual medicine seeds and cultivation methods. After a long time, Zhao Qingqing took the tea, took a sip, and said in a soft voice. She was responsible for taking care of the Outer Gate Medicine Garden on weekdays. So she was able to get a lot of rare spiritual medicine seeds on the market. In this case, I'll trouble you, Zhao Dao. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng did not refuse, and smiled. According to his many years of experience, when men and women get along, Occasionally asking each other to do some decent little favors for themselves will help to enhance their friendship. And adhering to the principle of reciprocity, with the first reciprocity, there can be more reciprocity in the future. His family is just beginning to be established, and there are many things to be rebuilt. If he can invite Zhao Qingqing, a top spiritual plant husband, back home, it can solve many problems. The two chatted for almost an hour before Han Lin hurried over. He said that he was refining weapons before, so he was delayed. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng naturally didn't care and asked Han Lin to sit down. Talking about his plan to set up a family. He said that if Han Lin was free, he could come to attend the ceremony with Zhao Qingqing. I guess that Taoist Changsheng would set up a family in the future, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. I will definitely come to participate then. Han Lin said with emotion after hearing this. He had a very good relationship with Lu Changsheng at the beginning, and always called Lu Changsheng brother Changsheng. But one of them was in the Immortal Gate and the other in the Immortal cultivation world. After not seeing each other for many years, they were a little unfamiliar. Moreover, both of them were in their 30s and 40s, and had experienced a lot, and were no longer as simple as before. Haha, okay, call Hong Yi and Taoist Ziyu at that time, and let's get together. Lu Changsheng nodded with a smile. Then he asked about the two's recent situation and life in Qingyun Sect. Although he knew the general situation of the two from Hong Yi. But now that they meet, they can talk about this matter face to face. I am now at the 9th level of key refining, far inferior to fellow Taoist Lu, and my hope of building a foundation is slim, Zhao Qingqing said with emotion. She only has a 6th grade spiritual root. Without the foundation building pill, the probability of breaking through the foundation building is less than 20%. Moreover, she knows very well that she is not a person with a very firm heart of Taoism, and lacks the spirit of hard work and enterprising. If she does not go out to experience, sharpen her heart of Taoism, and get opportunities, there is basically no hope of building a foundation. However, knowing is knowing, and such things, after all, are not willing to try. Haha, things like building a foundation are too far away, I don't want to think about it. Han Lin's face is dark and ordinary, and he said with a smile, looking very optimistic. He said that he was very satisfied to be able to embark on the immortal path. He was ready to accept the sect's external mission in a few years and go to the market to take charge. With his skills as a top-grade weapon refiner, he can live a very good life. I used to have similar ideas to Han Dao. I never thought about building a foundation, but things are unpredictable. Maybe one day the opportunity will come. Lu Changsheng said. Haha, thank you for your good words, Dao Changsheng. Han Lin bowed his hand in response. The three chatted casually. During the process, Lu Changsheng thought of Meng Xianggu's affairs and asked about some situations in Qingyun Sect. For example, about the situation of the Law Enforcement Hall and the Recording Hall. Is Zhenren Qian the master of the Law Enforcement Hall? At this time, Lu Changsheng heard a piece of news and was a little surprised. That's right, Xiao Daoyao's master, Zhenren Qian, is the master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Zhao Qingqing said, with a bit of awe and admiration in her words. As I guessed, the previous spying and investigation came from Xiao's master, Zhenren Qian. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. When he walked out of the Law Enforcement Hall before, he felt a vague spying, and guessed that it was related to Master Xiao. Now hearing this, he can basically be sure. It should be that Fairy Meng suspected that he had killed Meng Yibei for some reason and reported him. But Master Qian happened to see him and saved him. It seems that I have to express my gratitude to Xiao at that time. I don't know if Master Qian can see my cultivation in the middle stage of foundation building. Lu Changsheng paused. Although he has the jade pendant given by the giant's sister, which can conceal the breath of mana. But Lu Changsheng is not sure whether this jade pendant can block the divine sense of Master Jianden. At this moment, Lu Changsheng missed his own Mi Xiansu again. If he had the Mi Xiansu, he would not be afraid of the observation of Master Jianden. Thinking of the Mi Xiansu, Lu Changsheng thought of Nangguang Mili and the child in Nangguang Mili's belly. It's been a year and a half, why hasn't a child in Nangguang Mili's belly been born yet? Lu Changsheng thought to himself. He is very much looking forward to the child in the belly of Nangguang Mili, Master Jianden. But if you calculate the time, Nangguang Mili has been pregnant for a year and 7 months. Even if the child is gifted, it won't take so long to be pregnant, right? After the three chatted for a long time, the gathering dispersed. Lu Changsheng originally wanted to meet his brother-in-law Xia Chaoyong. But it was getting late, and he didn't have the communication talisman for his brother-in-law yet, so forget it. He would ask Xia Xiaoyu to write him a letter later. After leaving Qingyun Sect, Lu Changsheng did not delay. He drove the purple shuttle, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards Bihu Mountain. It was late at night. Outside Bihu Mountain. Sir, this is one of the weak points of my Bishu Qiang formation. It's only been a month now. Lu Changsheng and the others must not have changed the formation or rearranged it. Yuning, whose face was dark and his eyes were dark, and he spoke to the black-robed man beside him. Well, this is it. The black-robed man looked at the hazy and misty formation in front of him, pinched his hands, and sacrificed a fist-sized black bead. Buzz, the black bead glowed dimly, and black auras flowed like little snakes towards the weak points of the formation in front of him. Since he dared to sneak into the family secretly, he naturally had means. This bead, called the Breaking Forbidden Bead, is a rare treasure. Facing an ordinary first-level formation, it can be broken silently. Facing a second-level formation, as long as the weak point is found and a certain amount of time is spent, a crack can also be broken. This is why he was able to sneak into Qingzhu Mountain silently before. Because the first-level formation of Qingzhu Mountain was like non-existent in front of his Breaking Forbidden Bead. Buzz buzz buzz, as the 9 black little snakes and the Breaking Forbidden Bead surged on the formation and kept gnawing, the formation trembled slightly, and the flowing mist gradually dissipated, revealing the situation inside Bihu Mountain. In Bihu Mountain, Bian Peak, Changsheng Hall, Ling Xiao, with a pale face, suddenly opened her eyes. A formation plate appeared in her hand. Seeing the array disc trembling lightly and the pointer spinning, Ling Xiao immediately realized that someone was disturbing the Bihu Mountain array. She quickly walked out of the Changsheng Hall and looked in the direction of the array disc pointer. She saw 2 figures in the dark night, doing something to the Bihu Mountain array. Start. Ling Xiao immediately turned the array disc and put the Bihu Mountain array into full operation. In an instant. The light mist that originally enveloped Bihu Mountain immediately flowed rapidly and became thick, and a powerful spiritual power wave emanated. Let the array appear blue in the night, and many colorful runes, like fish swimming in the blue sea, carry a dangerous breath. It seems that it has been discovered. In this case, just break the array directly. As long as we break a crack, it will be enough for us to get in. The black-robed man saw that the array began to operate at full capacity and knew that his secret infiltration had failed. He immediately made a hand gesture and used all his strength to activate his Breaking Forbidden Pearl. Suddenly, the black beads glowed, sweeping the snake-like black aura all over the body, turning into a black snake, bombarding the weak points of the formation in front of him. Seeing this, Yuning, who on the side also sacrificed a scimitar magic weapon and chopped in the formation in front of him. Boom boom boom. The entire Bihu Mountain formation rumbled, breaking the silence of the night. Well, what's the noise? What's going on? Why is the formation running at full power? People who were practicing or sleeping in Bihu Mountain woke up instantly when they heard the noise. When they walked out of the room, they saw the Bishu Qiang formation running at full power in the sky, showing a blue color, and their faces showed a bit of helplessness. They knew that the formation would only run at full power when something big happened. Now the formation suddenly ran at full power, and there was a violent noise, which obviously happened. Everyone, don't worry. Just stay at home and comfort the children. Don't walk around. Ling Xiao saw this scene, his pale and elegant face showed a bit of solemnity, and he spoke loudly with amplification magic. Then he took out the message talisman from the storage bag and sent a message to Lu Miaoji and Lu Changsheng. His family had just captured Bihu Mountain and made a deterrent to the outside world. Now someone dared to come to Bihu Mountain to make trouble and break the formation. It was obvious that the other party was not well-intentioned and came prepared. Moreover, the other party's method of breaking the formation made Ling Xiao realize that it was not simple. So he directly used the message talisman to hope that Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoji would come to help as soon as possible. After all, his family knew about his own business. She was weak and her magic power was only 1/10 of hers. She broke the formation before and injured her meridians and Danshan, and the whole person was in an extremely weak state. Although she was treated by Lu Miaoji's Tai True Water. But this kind of thing requires long-term treatment, and it will not be effective once or twice. Boom boom boom. The weak points of the Qingzhu Mountain formation were constantly bombarded. The man in black robes was obviously well prepared, and he also prepared a second-level forbidden-breaking talisman. The talisman bombarded down, emitting waves and twisting the operation of the formation. Turn. Seeing this, Ling Xixiao immediately soared into the sky, sat cross-legged on the Bian Peak, pinched his hands, moved the formation plate, presided over the formation, and tried his best to strengthen the weak points that were attacked. Mayan, you go to appease the island in the center of the lake and keep an eye on the monks with foreign surnames on the island. At this time, Ling Xixiao looked at the island in the center of the lake, then looked at a small courtyard, and said to Lu Mayan in a voice transmission, "There are still some monks with foreign surnames left by the Yu family on the island in the center of the lake, and the Lu family members who came from Qingzhu Mountain to help deal with affairs." Ling Xixiao naturally doesn't take these people with foreign surnames like the Yu family seriously on weekdays, and doesn't think they can do anything. But at this moment, you must be on guard. "Okay, Sister Ling." Lu Mayan responded immediately after hearing this. Faced with this situation, she was a little nervous and at a loss. But knowing that her husband was not at home, she, as the mistress, had to keep the situation stable. She immediately controlled a flying sword and flew towards the island in the middle of the lake. "Miao Yun, what's going on?" An elder of the Lu family saw Lu Miao Yun and immediately asked. "I don't know either. Someone should want to sneak into Qingzhu Mountain." Lu Miao looked at the situation of the formation and said, "Is Changsheng not at home?" The elder of the clan was shocked and a little panicked when he heard this. After all, those who dared to attack Qingzhu Mountain by surprise were basically well prepared. Now that Lu Changsheng was not there, Qingzhu Mountain would be in danger. Grandpa Tuang, Uncle Fei, with Sister Ling in charge, nothing will happen. Lu Miao looked at Ling Xixiao on Bian Peak, bit her lips lightly, and said. At the same time, she said in a voice transmission, "Grandpa Tuang, Uncle Fei, you stay at the lake island and watch over these non-family cultivators." Okay. Several elders of the Lu family heard this and looked at Ling Xixiao on Bian Peak. Although they could see that Ling Xixiao was not in good health, they had seen Ling Xixiao's style of breaking the formation. Knowing that the other party was a foundation-building cultivator and a second-level formation master, in this situation, with the other party in charge, it would definitely be fine. Two foundation-building masters. Two foundation-building masters dare to come and break the formation. They must be well prepared. Which family force are they? Ling Xixiao sat cross-legged on Bian Peak, presiding over the formation, looking at the black-robed man and Yuninghu who were breaking the formation. Although she had seen Yuninghu, the other party concealed his appearance and aura at this time, and his aura changed drastically, so she couldn't see it. I'm afraid that Langjin and Maya Oj won't be able to come back in a short time. I'm not sure I can hold on until the two of them come in my current state. Ling Xixiao looked at the two people who were breaking the formation and began to think in her heart. She knew her situation. It was okay to preside over the operation of the formation in a short period of time. Over time, the meridians and Danshan would be underloaded and it would be difficult to continue. In this case, we can only turn defense into offense. With a second-level formation to suppress the enemy, and with a third-level talismans, it's no problem to kill two people. I just don't know what these two people's methods are. Ling Xixiao thought in her heart, and a solemn look appeared in her bright and beautiful eyes. Although she had 3 third-level talismans given by Lu Changsheng and several second-level talismans in her hand. But in her current situation, if she wants to control the formation and activate the third-level talisman, she must kill them with one strike. If she fails to kill the two, it will be troublesome. Let's test it first. These two dare to break the formation, so they must be well prepared. Not only can they find the weak point of the formation in the first time, but they also have a forbidden treasure. Ling Xixiao thought for a moment and gave up the idea of taking such a risk. If her plan fails, everyone in Qingzhu Mountain will be in danger. She can try her best to hold on with the formation, maybe Lu Changsheng can come back. But seeing that her and Lu Changsheng's yin-yang communication talismans did not move, it means that Lu Changsheng is still far away from Qingzhu Mountain and will not be unable to come back for a while. Break. 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 Outside the formation, the man in black robes activated a break the forbidden pearl and bombarded the formation continuously. Yuninghu next to him also drove the magic weapon and bombarded the formation. She is running the formation with all her strength to reinforce the weak point here. You boy, take these 3 forbidden breaking talismans and go to another weak point to attack. If she is seriously injured, she can't keep presiding over the formation and consume it. At this time, the black-robed man also saw that Ling Xiao was reinforcing the weak point of the formation in front of him, and said, "Yes, sir." Yu Ninghu's face was dark and gloomy, and he nodded in response. As a foundation-building person of the Yu family, he naturally knew that there were many weak points in his own formation. On weekdays, they would arrange more people to patrol at these weak points. But Lu Changsheng obviously didn't have the conditions now. In addition to arranging one person to guard the mountain gate, no one patrolled other places. Boom boom boom, Yu Ninghu took the forbidden breaking talisman, turned into a stream of light, and came to a weak point on the other side, and began to bombard the formation, trying to create a crack. How is it possible? They actually know the weak points of the Qingzhu Mountain formation so well. Ling Xiao looked at this scene, and his beautiful eyes condensed slightly. He looked at Yu Ninghu, who was covered by a black robe, and wanted to see who the other party was. The weak point of the formation is the secret of each family's power, and it will never be leaked to the outside world. Except for the Yu family, no one else can be so familiar with the weak point of the Qingzhu Mountain formation. And only some core senior officials of the Yu family know this secret. Could it be Yu Ninghu? But Yu Ninghu made a heart demon oath and signed a second-level spiritual contract. If he dared to do such a thing, he would be invaded by the heart demon, and the spiritual contract would backfire. His cultivation would be half-wasted and he would fall into the key refining stage. Ling Xiao thought in his heart, wondering if this person would be Yu Ninghu. But thinking that Yu Ninghu had made a heart demon oath before and signed his own second-level upper-grade spiritual contract. If the other party dared to violate the agreement, the spiritual contract would backfire and would definitely cause a disaster. Although there are many means in the world of cultivating immortals, the heart demon oath and the spiritual contract are not unsolvable. But the Yu family is just a foundation-building family. There is absolutely no way to bypass the heart demon oath and the second-level spiritual contract without paying a price. No, we can't go on like this. As time went by, the surge of mana in her body gradually overloaded her. Ling Xiao knew that she couldn't continue to waste time with the other party like this. Otherwise, she would be the one who suffered in the end. Turn. She activated her mana and flicked the array plate, instantly reinforcing the weak point where Yu Ninghu was. Then, her pale lips, which lacked blood, uttered softly, "Get up." Who, in an instant, the blue sea-like array rolled and surged, and the runes that were like small fish swimming gathered and turned into small golden blue balls, shooting towards Yu Ninghu. These small golden blue balls looked inconspicuous, but each one was equivalent to a full-strength attack from a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. Boom, boom, boom. However, the moment Yu Ninghu saw the spiritual pressure of the array rolling, he immediately turned into a stream of light and ran away. As the original owner of Qingzhu Mountain, he not only knew where the weak points of the array were, he was also very clear about the powerful attack of the array. He knew that he was only in the early stage of foundation building. He could never confront the offensive of the array head-on. It seems that they not only know that my husband is not in Qingzhu Mountain, but also know that I am injured. Ling Xiao took a deep breath when she saw Yu Ninghu's behavior. She knew that the other party was really well prepared this time. Not only did they prepare means to break the formation, but they also knew their current situation very well. Otherwise, it would definitely not be 2 people who came to break the formation, and it was obvious that they would fight a war of attrition with me. I can only rely on the talisman to kill one unexpectedly. Ling Xiao thought to herself and made a decision immediately. She planned to use the third-level talisman to kill the other party unexpectedly. She didn't believe that the other party even knew that she had a third-level talisman. You know, when Lu Changsheng gave her the third-level talisman, she was extremely surprised. I don't know where this young man of hers got the third-level talisman. Array up. Ling Xiao turned the array plate and directly turned from defense to offense, allowing the clouds and mist of the large array to continue to roll and surge. Countless forbidden runes gathered and turned into golden blue balls, which were accurately bombarded towards Yu Ninghu and the black-robed man. Swoosh! Yu Ninghu, who was attacking the formation with magic from a distance, saw this scene and immediately fled far away. The black-robed man was not afraid of such an attack and sacrificed a bronze bell. Buzz! The bronze bell roared, and a bronze light shield burst out, covering the black-robed man, directly confronting the attack of the blue water and sky formation. Boom boom boom, the golden blue ball fell on the bronze bell, and immediately burst into a series of violent roars. Late foundation building. Ling Xixiao saw the black-robed man's behavior, and this bronze bell spirit weapon immediately knew that the other party had the late foundation building cultivation. Otherwise, it would be impossible to easily confront so many attacks from the formation. Since you want to break the formation, I will let you break it. Ling Xixiao's pale and elegant face was cold. She sat cross-legged, pinched her hands, and the formation plate in front of her was humming. But on the Qingzhu Mountain, the Bishu Qiang formation suddenly rippled a lot, and the runes on it kept flowing, condensing into a colorful spear filled with a terrifying aura. At this moment, Ling Xixiao directly let go of the defense of the formation and let the two attack and break the crack. Well, are you finally anxious? Want to fight to the death? It's just wishful thinking. The black-robed man saw this scene, his dark eyes glowed with scarlet luster, and his hands made a seal. Boom boom boom, suddenly, the light of the breaking forbidden pearl in front of him burst to the extreme, like a roaring dragon, crashing into the formation. Break it for me. At this moment, the black-robed man had a second-level breaking forbidden talisman in his hand. Boom. In an instant, a huge crack appeared in the formation in front of him. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the black-robed man saw this crack and immediately turned into a black mist, tearing through the air like a gust of wind and rushed into the formation. Kill. Ling Xixiao was wearing a blue dress, sitting cross-legged, with a clear face and beautiful eyes in the dark night, looking bright and spiritual. Swish. The colorful spears condensed by countless forbidden runes on the formation suddenly rushed towards the black-robed man at this moment. Buzz, the bronze bell above the black-robed man's head roared, and it rose into the air, bursting out a light shield to block the colorful spears. Boom. But facing the formation running at full power, the colorful spears that were comparable to the full force of the foundation building peak, the bronze bell instantly let out a wail, the light shield broke, and a crack appeared on the spiritual weapon itself. You want to kill me? Do you think I'm not prepared at all? The black-robed man looked at the colorful spears that were coming at him, grinned, and the mana in his body surged, allowing the bronze bell to continue to surge with light to block the colorful spears, and at the same time slap the storage bag. Bang! A black coffin appeared. Inside, a zombie with a dark body, knotted muscles, scarlet eyes, and a gloomy aura appeared. Roar! The zombie roared like a wild beast and rushed directly towards Ling Xixiao. Second-level yin corpse, not good. Ling Xixiao's face changed. She originally wanted to suppress the black-robed man through the formation, and then use the third-level talisman to kill him. But now, the other party actually resisted the attack of the formation by himself, allowing a second-level zombie to kill him. This is yin corpse. Not good. This person is Xiahao Demon. How could it be? How could Xiahao Demon set his eyes on Qingzhu Mountain? On Bian Peak and the island in the middle of the lake, everyone saw this scene and immediately guessed the identity of the black-robed man, looking panicked. Before, the Xiahao clan of the Black Water Pond was a hidden son of the Qingyun Sect of the Jin State, and it was already known that they raised and refined corpses. In the past 2 years, Xiahao Demon has been in the Qingyun territory, causing chaos everywhere and slaughtering some small families. Now the black-robed man broke the formation for no reason and sacrificed a second-level yin corpse, which can be said to have confirmed the identity of Xiahao Demon. My husband said that when in danger, the golden potato can be transformed into a puppet. Seeing this scene, Lu Maiwen thought of what Lu Changsheng had said to her before. But the golden bean mother was planted by her at Linky Cliff. Looking at the situation in front of her, she gritted her teeth, and immediately controlled the flying sword and flew towards Linky Cliff. It is indeed the Xiahao Demon. Outside the formation, Yu Ninghu, who is attacking the formation, saw the black-robed man offering the coffin and releasing the yin corpse, and his dark face sank slightly. He had guessed before that the black-robed man was the Xiahao Demon. Now seeing this yin corpse, he was almost certain. Since he has fallen into the devil's way, what is the difference between the Xiahao Demon and other demons? Yu Ninghu's eyes were dark, and without thinking too much, he bombarded the weak points of the formation in front of him with all his strength. At present, the formation has given up defense. He only needs to break the formation and join forces with a black-robed man to capture Ling Xixiao. Sister Ling. On the Bian Peak, Lu Maiwen saw the yin corpse rushing towards Ling Xixiao, and quickly took out a 2-meter-tall, black metal puppet from her storage bag. It held a knife in one hand, a shield in the other, and carried 5 black javelins on its back. Go. Lu Maihun used the puppet control technique taught by Lu Changsheng to control this second-level puppet with her mind and went to intercept the yin corpse. Swish, swish, swish. The moment the second-level puppet rushed towards the yin corpse, the 5 javelins behind it were like thunder and lightning, all shot towards the yin corpse, mighty and domineering. Lu Maihun did not have much combat experience, and her understanding of this puppet was limited to Lu Changsheng's previous introduction and playing with it afterwards. So when facing this yin corpse, she directly attacked with all her strength. Clang, clang, clang. Each of these 5 javelins, like a foundation-building strike, bombarded the yin corpse, and immediately caused a sound like the sound of metal clashing. How could this happen? Lu Maihun saw that the full-strength attack of the second-level puppet only left scars on the yin corpse, but failed to penetrate it. Roar. Facing this attack, the yin corpse was immediately enraged, roared, and the yin ki around it surged, and it rushed towards the second-level puppet. Suddenly, the second-level yin corpse and the second-level puppet started fighting. But it can be seen that this second-level puppet is obviously no match for the yin corpse. Every fierce attack of the yin corpse caused a groove to appear on the second-level puppet. Second-level puppet, now. Ling Zixiao watched this scene and immediately operated a formation with all his strength to suppress the man in black robe. Then a purple talisman appeared in his hand and flew towards the man in black robe, trying to kill him with the talisman. Not good. Seeing this scene, the black-robed man immediately guessed that Ling Zixiao should have some kind of backup plan. Immediately, he pinched his hands, and the magic power around him surged, and he sacrificed a black bowl. At the same time, boom! Yuning, who broke through the formation, turned into a stream of light, rushed in, holding the flowing moon scimitar, and killed Ling Zixiao. Damn it! Seeing Yuning Hu suddenly coming, Ling Zixiao's face sank slightly. He immediately turned the formation plate, and the formation was running, forming a force of suppression on Yuning Hu, and at the same time a talisman appeared in his hand. The second-level top-grade talisman, the Thunder and Fire Wu Wang talisman. In her current state, she can use at most 1/3 level talisman. And she can see that Yuning Hu's strength is in the early stage of foundation building. With this strength, there is no need to use a 3rd level talisman. Boom boom boom, the talisman in Ling Zixiao's hand soared into the sky, turning into endless thunder and fire, surging, sweeping towards Yuning Hu, with amazing power. Not good. Yuning Hu's whole body sank suddenly, and seeing the talisman attack in front of him, his dark blue face suddenly changed. He quickly sacrificed several talismans to form layers of barriers, trying to escape. But at this time, the invisible force of the formation suppressed him like a mountain, and his legs sank into the swamp, unable to move. Boom boom boom, Yuning Hu was swallowed by endless thunder and fire. Puff. Ling Zixiao spurted out a mouthful of blood, and her pale face looked as pale as paper at this moment. She had just operated the formation for so long, which had already caused a serious burden on her. Now she was fully operating the formation, suppressing Yuning Hu, and activating the 2nd-level spirit talisman, causing damage to her fragile meridians and danshan. Good opportunity. The black-robed man was delighted when he saw Ling Zixiao spitting blood. As for Yuning Hu's situation, he didn't pay any attention to it. After all, Yuning Hu was just a puppet that he trained into a corpse slave. Although it was a waste of a corpse species, compared with the opportunity of Ling Zixiao and Lu Changsheng in front of him, it was simply incomparable. Kill them all. The black-robed man resisted the colorful spear, slapped the storage bag, and 3 more coffins appeared, and 3 zombies walked out. However, these 3 zombies are not as powerful as the previous one, and are only 1st-level zombies. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, the 2nd-level puppet controlled by Lu Maihun was almost deformed by the yin corpse and flew backwards. Roar. The yin corpse roared and continued to kill Ling Zixiao. No, if I use the 2nd-level talisman again, I can't use the 3rd-level talisman at all. Ling Zixiao looked at the 2nd-level yin corpse that was coming to kill him, holding the 3rd-level Xingxiao Thunder talisman in his hand, his face solemn. However, at this moment, swish. On Linka Peak, a golden light shot towards here. Bang! The golden light directly knocked the 2nd-level yin corpse away, revealing a tall figure, wearing golden armor, with a magnificent and powerful force. What is this? Ling Zixiao was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. How come there are so many backups at home? If he had known that there was a second-level puppet at home, why would he have calculated so much about this unknown golden-armored man in front of him? What is this again? The black-robed man was also shocked when he saw this scene. His yin corpse had been raised to the middle stage of the second stage, but at this moment, it was directly knocked away by the golden-armored man. This Lu Changsheng's family actually has so many backups. The opportunity he got is definitely not simple, it is a great opportunity. And this Ling Zixiao must have talismans in his hand. There is no need for me to fight hard. It is better to go back and tell the ancestor this news. The black-robed man saw this scene and thought that Ling Zixiao had just rushed towards him and must want to kill him with his second-level top-grade talisman. The situation in front of him made him unsure of how many backups the other party had. Immediately, the black-robed man chose to give up and bombarded the formation with a breaking forbidden pearl and prepared to leave. Want to leave? Ling Zixiao saw this scene. How could he let the other party leave? In his current situation, once the other party left, what should he do if he came back to kill him? Suppress. Ling Zixiao moved the formation plate to block the formation and prevent the other party from escaping. Liquid mana was continuously injected into the third-level talisman in his hand. Buzz! The purple talisman flew into the air, emitting a powerful humming sound and spiritual pressure. Then it turned into 9 sky divine thunder that penetrated the sky and the earth. The third-level lower-grade talisman, the Qingzhu Thunder Talisman. The power of this talisman is comparable to the attack of a giant's Henrun. Boom! The purple lightning flashed, and endless lightning filled the air, illuminating the entire night, as bright as day. At this moment, Qingzhu Mountain was like a world of thunder and lightning. The violent thunder shone brightly, turning into a sea of thunder, drowning the man in black robes. Then countless thunderstorms filled the air, making every inch of space a terrifying brilliance. Boom boom boom, even the power of the lightning did not decrease, and it blasted open a corner of the Qingzhu Mountain formation where the man in black robes was. Under the purple thunder, the entire land turned into charred black, pitted, and filled with a breath of thunder that destroyed everything. This, what a terrible power! Is this the legendary third-level talisman? Everyone on Bian Peak and the island in the middle of the lake was speechless when they saw the thunder that was as bright as daylight and destroyed the world. Puff! Ling Zixiao spat out another mouthful of blood after seeing this scene, and her whole body was limp and powerless. At this moment, her mana was almost exhausted, and her meridians and danshan were tingling. The mana required for the third-level talisman was beyond her imagination, and it almost drained all the mana in her body. Sister Ling. Seeing this, Lu Miaohun immediately controlled the flying sword, rushed out from Bian Peak, and hugged Ling Zixiao. From the storage bag, she took out a bottle of elixir and fed it to Ling Zixiao, and then took out a healing talisman and used it on Ling Zixiao. Roar! The second-level yin corpse roared when he saw this scene. Bang! The golden armor warrior punched out again, knocking the second-level yin corpse away. The rest. I'll leave it to you. Ling Zixiao said in an extremely weak voice. Don't worry, Sister Zixiao. Hearing this, Lu Miaohun gritted her teeth and said. They immediately took out several talismans and killed the 3 first-level yin corpses. They all had many talismans given by Lu Changsheng. At this time, Lu Miaoyan also came from Linka Cliff, took out several talismans, and blasted the 3 first-level yin corpses. After a while, the battle was over. The 3 first-level yin corpses were killed by the 2 women, and the second-level yin corpses were suppressed by the golden armor warriors. Xianzhun, Xiaoyu, Linger, Xianzi, Yuner, Xiaoru, you watch the surrounding situation. At this time, Lu Miaohun took a deep breath and said to the other children in the family. Now Ling Zixiao is almost unconscious, and they must stabilize the situation. Immediately, Lu Miaoyan asked the golden armor warriors to guard the cracks in the formation. The other women and children in the family took the talismans from Lu Miaoyan and Lu Miaohun, and they were ready for battle. Time passed little by little. This night was a sleepless night for Qingzhu Mountain. It was unknown how long it had been, but when the sky was turning pale, a figure dressed in white and with a beautiful face landed outside Qingzhu Mountain. Sister Miaoj. Sister. Auntie. Seeing this figure, Qingzhu Mountain and the others immediately showed joy. At this moment, Ling Zixiao in Lu Miaohun's arms also completely fainted. Chapter 242's Ihawu will make sure he never comes back. Bihu Mountain. Yuner, what's going on? Lu Changsheng looked at the situation at home and the effects of the Xingxiao Thunder Talisman. His face was a little gloomy. On his way back, he received a message from Ling Xiao and immediately realized what Bihu Mountain should be facing. But he didn't expect that the battle was so fierce that the family formation was broken. Husband. Lu Maiyuan immediately stepped forward and told Lu Changsheng what happened the night before. Zia, how evil. Lu Changsheng heard this and his eyes showed a fierce look. Unexpectedly, when he went to Qingyun Sect, his family would encounter Zia, how evil. And according to Lu Maiyuan's description, this Zia, how evil was obviously well prepared and had long been eyeing his family, just waiting for him to leave Bihu Mountain, and then take action. How is Xiao? Hearing that Ling Xiao is unconscious, Lu Changsheng immediately asked. Sister Maiyuan is treating Sister Ling, and I don't know the specific situation. Lu Maiyuan said with a light pursed lip. After Lu Maiyuan arrived and Ling Xiao fell into coma, she brought the Golden Armor warriors and her children to guard here the whole time to prevent any further problems. Okay, Yuner, thank you for your hard work. I'll go see Xiao. When Lu Changsheng heard this, he immediately turned into a beam of light and flew to Baiyan Peak. When he arrived at the Changsheng Palace, Lu Changsheng immediately saw Ling Xiao, who was lying on the white jade bed with a pale face. Lu Maiyuan was beside her, treating her with Tai True water to warm her body. Sister Maiyuan, how is Xiao? Lu Changsheng asked. Changsheng, you're back. Sister Ling is out of danger, but she has several meridians that are too fragile and have ruptured. She is not in a good condition now. Lu Maiyuan said in a soft voice. Her face was also a little pale, and it was obvious that she had consumed a lot of vitality to treat Ling Xiao. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Maiyuan. Lu Changsheng looked at the two women and felt a little heavy in his heart. He immediately took out a bottle of healing pills from his storage bag and handed it to Lu Maiyuan. Then he reached out and held Ling Xiao's wrist to check on her. He immediately saw that Ling Xiao's body was in a mess. Several withered and fragile meridians were broken, and his Danshan Dao foundation was dim. He felt that if it weren't for Lu Maiyuan's treatment, Ling Xiao would be in danger of his life. This made Lu Changsheng feel a little more heavy in his heart, and he had a murderous intention towards Zia Haomoxi. Sister Maiyuan, you go and rest, watch outside, leave this to me. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath, looked at Lu Maiyuan, and said. Prepare to treat Ling Xiao through the yin-yang nirvana method and life-crossing technique. Okay. Lu Maiyuan heard this and knew that Lu Changsheng was going to heal Ling Xiao, and responded softly. Huh? Lu Changsheng looked at Ling Xiao's pale and bloodless face in front of him and let out a light breath. He felt that he was indeed not thoughtful enough about this matter. Although he gave Ling Xiao, Lu Maiyuan, and others some means. But these means can only deal with ordinary dangers, ordinary foundation building cultivators. He didn't think too much about it. For example, he killed 3 foundation building masters and seized Bihu Mountain. He was so popular that he wondered if he would be targeted by the evil Zia Hao. Since I broke through the foundation building, I have more and more means. I gradually lost the cautious state of mind I had at the beginning. Now I am not a person, but a whole family. I must consider everything. Just like this trip to Qingyun Sect, I thought Meng Yibei's matter was over and didn't take it to heart. But if it weren't for Master Xiao, I might have caused a lot of trouble. Lu Changsheng muttered to himself. He realized that he lacked the vigilance he had at the beginning. Before, his wife, concubines and children were all in Qingzhu Mountain, and the Lu family helped to look after them. But now that he has left Qingzhu Mountain and come to Bihu Mountain, he must consider everything carefully. He didn't think much, untied Ling Xiao's skirt and took off her clothes. Looking at the curvy and plump body in front of him, Lu Changsheng only felt distressed, without any desire. He undressed himself, gently embraced Ling Xiao, and entered the sea like a dragon, using the yin-yang nirvana technique to treat Ling Xiao with yang yuan, warming up the meridians and danshan. A few days later, Ling Xiao's eyelashes trembled under Lu Changsheng's treatment, and a soft moan came out of his mouth. Xiao, you're awake. Lu Changsheng heard the movement and immediately looked at Ling Xiao with joy. My dear. Ling Xiao's beautiful eyes gently opened, looking at Lu Changsheng, and her pale face barely squeezed out a smile. Xiao, don't talk first, stabilize your breath. Lu Changsheng said gently and in a warm voice. Increase the effect of the life-saving technique to stabilize Ling Xiao's current condition. Ling Xiao's pale face was faintly flushed, and he hummed softly and weakly. Time passed little by little. I don't know how long it took. Ling Xiao's face was no longer so pale. Xiao, thank you for your hard work this time. Lu Changsheng embraced the warm and soft body in his arms, and said with an apologetic look, if Ling Xiao hadn't risked his life to help this time, the consequences would be disastrous. My dear. Ling Xiao smiled gently and snuggled in Lu Changsheng's arms. She could feel the concern and guilt in Lu Changsheng's eyes. She said in a delicate voice, my dear, don't blame yourself. This is not your fault. In her opinion, Lu Changsheng did have a problem. He didn't know that the treasures prepared by the family were too scattered, and he couldn't make the best arrangement. However, Xia Haodiman was obviously prepared. This kind of thing is really hard to predict. If I had been more careful, this wouldn't have happened. Lu Changsheng sighed slightly. My dear, Xia Haodiman was obviously prepared for this matter. Ling Xiao gently held Lu Changsheng's hand and said softly. It means that they know everything about Lu Changsheng's whereabouts, their own physical condition, and the weak points of the Qingzhu Mountain formation. This is obviously a problem. It seems that this matter is related to the Yu family. Lu Changsheng's face was slightly condensed, and he said in a cold voice. Although he was concerned about his dignity and kept the Yu family. But if the other party really participated in such things, he would naturally not care about his dignity. I also suspect that this matter is related to the Yu family. But Yu Ninghu is a smart man. Now the entire Yu family depends on him. He can't take risks and cooperate with the devil. What's more, there is the bondage of the heart demon oath and the second-level spiritual contract. But there is also a possibility that this person is coerced by Xia Haodiman. Ling Xiao said softly. In her opinion, Yu Ninghu would not do such a thing. But it is not certain that he would be coerced by Xia Haodiman. After all, his own formation was broken by Xia Haodiman. Qingzhu Mountain is only a first-level formation. If Xia Haodiman wants to attack Yu Ninghu, it can be said to be easy. And Xia Haodiman wants to attack his own family, and it is normal to understand his own situation through the Yu family in Yu Ninghu. I will send a message to the Ji family later to see what is going on in Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng nodded and said. He originally accepted Qingzhu Mountain as a vassal to keep an eye on the Yu family. If the Yu family is related to this matter, you can directly hand it over to Qingyun Sect to deal with it. Ling Xiao said softly. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded after hearing this. He knew that once the Yu family and the Xia Haodiman were colluding, Qingyun Sect would deal with the Yu family without having to do it himself. My lord, the matter of Xia Haodiman must also be reported to Qingyun Sect. And, as far as I know, among the Xia Haodimans, the ancestor Xia Haowo is away and has no trace. Now that they have lost a late foundation-building cultivator in our family, they may take revenge. Ling Xiao continued to speak. Xia Haowo. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes when he heard this name. He said coldly, if he dares to come, I want to see how he retaliates. With a 9-9 mysterious true strategy and more than 10 third-level talismans. If the other party dares to come, he will be able to make him come and never return. As a demon cultivator, this man has been able to escape for so long under the wanted list of Qingyun Sect. He must have many means. My dear, you should be careful. Even if my dear is not afraid, there are so many children at home. You should be careful in this situation. Ling Xiao saw Lu Changsheng like this and knew that he was confident and not afraid of fake pills, but he still reminded him. In the world of immortal cultivation, everyone who can break through the fake pill is not simple. Especially people like Xia Haowo. Not only is he a fake pill real person, but he also brought many treasures of the Xia Hao family in the Battle of Blackwater Pond. He must have many means. At this stage, I think all the children should practice at home and wait until the storm is over. There is no need to go out. As for the family business outside, just hand it over to others to take care of it, or share it with other family forces. Lu Changsheng heard it and said directly. Now that the family is in the limelight, maybe someone will do something to his children. That's fine. Ling Xiao heard this and nodded slightly. Knowing that Lu Changsheng is not like other families. He does not need to rely too much on family business to make money. At present, the output of Qingzhu Mountain is enough for everyone in the Lu family to eat and drink. After chatting with Ling Xiao for a while, Lu Changsheng asked her to have a good rest. Huh? Walking out of the Changsheng Hall, Lu Changsheng looked at the vast Bishu Lake, took a deep breath, and exhaled gently. The Zumi Tree King must be planted as soon as possible. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. He originally thought that after the family had arranged everything, he would release the Zumi Tree King. After all, with a third-level demon king sitting in the family, safety is guaranteed. But once the matter of the third-level demon king is leaked, it will also cause great trouble and danger. So I thought about preparing as much as possible. Sister Mayaoj. Lu Changsheng came to the front of the mountain gate and shouted to Lu Mayaoj. This weak point of the formation was directly broken because of the power of the black-robed man's forbidden bead and the third-level talisman, causing problems with the Barrett formation flags, and it was necessary to ask the formation master to repair it. Otherwise, there would be an obvious weak gap in the entire formation, which could be easily broken. Changsheng, how is Sister Ling? Lu Mayaoj smiled gently when she saw Lu Changsheng. She's awake, nothing serious, but she can only recover slowly. Lu Changsheng sighed. Ling Xiao's health had finally improved. But because of this incident, it got worse. After talking to Lu Mayaoj for a while, Lu Changsheng came to check the items left by Xia Haomo Nai. Under Ling Xiao's talisman, both of them were dead. Only a second-level yin corpse, a few treasures and storage bags were left. Lu Changsheng looked at the two storage bags with a slightly narrowed eye. One of the storage bags contained a lot of things, natural treasures, and a few magic tools. The other storage bag was very clean. In addition to a few bottles of elixirs, a few talismans, and a spiritual tool, there was nothing else. Lu Changsheng asked Lu Mayaoyan who the two storage bags came from. Yu family, early stage of foundation building. This storage bag clearly looks like it is telling about the afterlife. Could this person really be Yu Ninghu? Lu Changsheng looked at the storage bag in his hand and thought for a while. Immediately, he took out a message talisman and sent a message to the Ji family, asking about the Yu family in Yu Ninghu. Then he wrote a letter to Ruiyi County, asking Hong Yu to see how many people from his family were going to Qingzhu Mountain, and he would arrange someone to pick them up at that time. Thinking of Ling Xiao's current situation, Lu Changsheng wrote a letter to Xiao Xiao. Asked Xiao Xiao if he could invite a formation master from Qingyun Sect to come and set up a large formation for Qingzhu Mountain. Originally, he was thinking of asking Ling Xiao to come. After all, he would feel at ease if he could arrange a large formation for his family. But Ling Xiao's current situation made it very difficult to set up the formation, which affected his health. It would be better to invite a formation master from Qingyun Sect to repair the formation. When Ling Xiao's body is better, he can arrange it again. After finishing the letter, he wrote another letter to Qingyun Sect about his family's encounter with a demonic path. After finishing these things, Lu Changsheng began to settle the situation at home. The next day, someone from the Ji family in Qingzhu Mountain came. They told Lu Changsheng that everything was normal in Qingzhu Mountain during this period, and nothing had happened. Yu Ninghu was still in Qingzhu Mountain, but he rarely showed up on weekdays. As for the other Yu family cultivators, due to the large number of people, they had no way to count and see them all. Everything is normal. Yu Ninghu is still in Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes when he heard this. He immediately slapped his storage bag, and a second-level mantra talisman appeared to test the truth of the conversation. Through this talisman, Lu Changsheng confirmed that the other party was not lying. This made him frown. According to previous speculation and analysis, he believed that the person with Xia Haotiman was most likely Yu Ninghu. But now the Ji family told him that Yu Ninghu was still in Qingzhu Mountain. No, this Yu Ninghu is not necessarily Yu Ninghu. Lu Changsheng paused in his heart and had a guess. In the world of immortal cultivation, disguise is very normal. If the Yu family disguises, the Ji family may not be able to see it. Sister Mayaoj, you stay here with the family, I'm going to Qingzhu Mountain. If there is any situation, send me a message immediately. Lu Changsheng immediately said to Lu Mayaoj. It's only 100 miles from Qingzhu Mountain to Qingzhu Mountain. He rushed as fast as he could and arrived in a quarter of an hour. But he was suspicious. Even with a family formation, he still took out 10 second-level top-grade talismans and 3 third-level talismans for Lu Mayaoj. And asked her to take the golden armor bean mother and send a message to him if there is anything. Changsheng, be careful. Lu Mayaoj said softly. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded. He took out the purple shuttle and turned into a stream of light, cutting through the air and shooting out. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Changsheng came to the outside of a valley built along the river. Greetings to Ancestor Lu. Greetings to Ancestor Lu. At Qingyun Mountain, the Ji family's mountain guarding disciples saw Lu Changsheng and immediately bowed respectfully. Let someone who can speak come. Lu Changsheng asked. Ancestor, wait a moment. A Ji family disciple immediately said, taking out the message talisman. After a while, the head of the Ji family came and bowed respectfully, saying, Greetings to Ancestor Lu, I wonder what the matter is. Take me to see the Yu family. Lu Changsheng said directly. Yes, Ancestor Lu, please come this way. The head of the Ji family immediately took Lu Changsheng to another valley. A spiritual place like this can accommodate hundreds or thousands of people. But the main problem is that there is not enough spiritual energy to support so many people to practice. Let Yu Ninghu come out. Lu Changsheng said when he came to the villa where the Yu family lived. At the same time, his spiritual sense probed out and searched for Yu Ninghu's foundation-building aura. Lu Changsheng, our two families made an agreement at the beginning that as long as we were in Qingyun Mountain, we would not interfere with each other. You come here now, do you want to break the agreement? An elder of the Yu family looked at Lu Changsheng, with a bad face, and said in a cold voice. Pa. Lu Changsheng slapped his palm, and the palm condensed by his magic power directly slapped the other party away. We signed a contract, and the two families complement each other and do not invade each other. But it does not mean that you can bark in front of me. Lu Changsheng said indifferently. Then the magic power amplified the voice and shouted coldly, Yu Ninghu, come out. Lu Changsheng, what do you want to see me for? After a while, Yu Ninghu walked out of the villa, looked at Lu Changsheng and said. Such a little trick dared to appear in front of me, and simply did not take me seriously. Lu Changsheng's late foundation-building consciousness saw at a glance that this Yu Ninghu is a fake. At this moment, he was almost certain that his guess was right. One of the two Xiahao demons before was Yu Ninghu. While speaking, a binding talisman appeared in his hand, directly binding the fake Yu Ninghu in front of him. Then the magic power grabbed the other party in his hand. Peel off a thin veil from the other party's face, and there was also a crystal pendant. Suddenly, Yu Ninghu in front of him turned into a middle-aged man in his 40s with a slightly rough face. Your Yu family is indeed colluding with the devil. Now there are witnesses and evidences. What else can you say? Lu Changsheng said coldly. As he said that, he said to the head of the Ji family next to him, Yu Ji family, take down all the people of the Yu family now. Yes, Lu Laozu. Hearing this, the head of the Ji family did not dare to disobey and immediately notified the family members to come. Lu Changsheng, you are slandering me. Lu Laozu, there may be some misunderstanding. Laozu, Ninghu. When the Yu family members saw this scene, some roared, some were surprised, and some could not believe it. I have reported this matter to Qingyun Sect. The truth and falsehood will be determined by the upper sect. Lu Changsheng said in a calm and indifferent voice. If it were not for the signing of the spiritual contract, the matter would have to wait for Qingyun Sect to deal with it. He would have killed all the Yu family members in front of him. This Lu Changsheng must have deliberately murdered us. Let's fight him. Someone from the Yu family shouted loudly, and used magic weapons to kill Lu Changsheng. Bang! Faced with this method, Lu Changsheng slapped him directly and sent him flying. There is a qualitative difference between spiritual power and magic power, just like stone and tofu. Facing this kind of key-refining young cultivator, Lu Changsheng did not need to use magic weapons or spells, and could suppress him directly with his magic power. Not long after, people from the Ji family came and cooperated with Lu Changsheng to capture all the people from the Yu family. Sure enough, Lu Changsheng looked at the people from the Yu family in front of him, counted them, and counted them. Including Yu Ninghu, there were 6 people missing. Among these 5 people, Lu Changsheng did not remember the others. But there was one person he clearly remembered, the head of the Yu family, Yu Ningyu. It seems that Yu Ninghu knows that he is colluding with the demons and is courting disaster, so he has sent some people away. And by colluding with the demons, he has come up with some ways to violate the oath of the inner demon, the second-level spiritual contract. No, not necessarily. For these people, escaping also has a glimmer of hope, and at most their life will be half ruined. If they continue to stay here, once exposed, they will die. Lu Changsheng looked at this scene and thought to himself. Take these 3 spiritual boats, and escort these people back to Qingzhu Mountain with me. Lu Changsheng didn't think much, and took out 3 spiritual boats for the Ji family, asking them to accompany him. Prepare to escort the Yu family back to Bihu Mountain and wait for the Qingyun Sect to come and deal with them all. Yes, Ancestor Lu. When the Ji family heard this, they all nodded respectfully. Before, they had heard that Lu Changsheng, the ancestor of Bihu Mountain, was average in strength and completely relied on talismans. But just now, when they saw Lu Changsheng suppressing the Yu family and others, they immediately knew that the rumors were false. This ancestor Lu's strength was extraordinary. The speed of the spirit boat was much slower than Lu Changsheng's flying shuttle. It took half an hour. 4 spirit boats landed outside Bihu Mountain. Changsheng, is the Yu family really related to the Xiahao demon? Lu Miaoj was surprised when she saw Lu Changsheng escorting so many Yu family cultivators. Even if she had guessed it long ago, she could not believe that the Yu family was really related to the Xiahao demon. After all, in Jiang country, colluding with the demons is basically a dead end. That's right, Yuning, who is no longer in Qingzhu Mountain. Yuning and several core members of the Yu family are also not in Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng said so. Immediately, Lu Changsheng called Lu Pingan and Lu Xianzi. He asked them and the Ji family monks to detain all the Yu family monks. Thank you for your hard work. This is a reward for you. After the work was done, Lu Changsheng took out 5 medium-grade spirit stones and a second-level talisman and said to the head of the Ji family. The Ji family also made a lot of efforts on this trip. As the head of the family, he naturally had to show some respect and not let people work in vain. Thank you, Ancestor Lu. Thank you, Ancestor Lu. Several Ji family monks immediately thanked him. It took less than an hour to go back and forth, and they earned 500 spirit stones and a second-level talisman. For them, it was very generous. After dealing with the affairs of the Yu family, Lu Changsheng waited for the Qingyun Sect to come at home. Chapter 243, 40 Spiritual Root Descendants. Lottery. 10 days later, 3 monks from the law enforcement hall of the Qingyun Sect came to Bihu Mountain. One of them was Chu Xianj, whom Lu Changsheng had seen before. After receiving Lu Changsheng's letter, they came to Bihu Mountain to investigate the situation. It is indeed the Zuanine evil corpse cultivated by Xiahao Monai. This evil corpse has been cultivated to the middle stage of the second stage. A middle-aged man with a square face and a dignified face examined the second stage yin corpse in front of him. After a while, he stood up, cast a cleansing spell on himself, and asked Lu Changsheng, Lu, can you tell me the general situation of that day? Zixio, tell Deacon Wei about the situation that day. Lu Changsheng said to Ling Zixio next to him. That night, Ling Zixio's face was pale and elegant, and she looked weak and powerless, but her demeanor was still dignified and elegant. She spoke softly and slowly told the situation that night. It was just that she had performed some kind of secret technique to show her physical condition. Then she relied on her life-saving third-stage talisman to desperately suppress and kill this person. The great array of blue water and blue sky, the third-level talisman. Wei Sheng nodded thoughtfully. Before coming here, he had a general understanding of the situation of Bihu Mountain, Lu Changsheng, and Ling Zixio. He knew that Ling Zixio in front of him was a master of formation. The other party could indeed kill Xiahao demon through the second-level formation and the third-level talisman. Moreover, Ling Zixio's current situation and the traces of the aftermath of the battle made him think of the fierceness of that battle. Friend Lu, I already know the general situation. This person is most likely one of the Xiahao demons wanted by our Qingyun Sect, Xiahao Wuxiu. As for the matter of the Yu family colluding with the demonic path, we will investigate this matter, verify it clearly, and give you an explanation. Considering that Xiahao demon may retaliate against your family because of this matter, if friend Lu needs it, I can apply to the sect for you to arrange someone to sit in Bihu Mountain. Wei Sheng's face was majestic and a bit serious, but his words and deeds were very polite. This courtesy was due to the identities of Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixio. On the other hand, it was because of the relationship between Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu, his own hall master. After all, he knew about the previous incident in the recorder hall and knew that his own hall master knew Lu Changsheng. This relationship alone was enough to change his attitude. Arrange someone to take charge. Lu Changsheng heard this and didn't expect to receive such treatment. He asked, is this arrangement for someone to take charge? Even in our Qingyun Sect, there are only a limited number of fake Danzhunren, So we can only try to arrange disciples in the foundation building period. Wei Sheng shook his head and said, Fake Danzhenren, even for Qingyun Sect, is a high-level combat force. They need to take charge in important markets or territories to handle affairs, and it is impossible for them to run around for such a small family. He applied for Lu Changsheng to take charge because of the relationship between Lu Changsheng and his own hallmaster. Otherwise, normal families would not have such treatment unless they spent a lot of money. Lu happens to have a good friend in Qingyun Sect. I wonder if it can be arranged. Lu Changsheng asked calmly. If it was an ordinary foundation building cultivator, he would naturally not want to invite him to take charge. But he thought that if he could let Xiao Ziyu take charge, it would be the best. When Wei Sheng heard this, he wanted to say no at the first time. It is already a great treatment to apply for someone to take charge for you, and you chose him? But when he heard Lu Changsheng mention a friend, he immediately guessed Xiao Ziyu. Thinking of the inexplicable relationship between Lu Changsheng and his own hall master, he pondered slightly and said, Wei can't make the decision on this matter. Fellow Taoist Lu can ask your friend and ask her to apply to the sect to try. Okay, I'll ask her when the time comes. Lu Changsheng said so after hearing this. Okay, fellow Taoist Lu, if there is any news about Xiao Iman in the future, you can send us a message at any time. And I will send you a message if I have relevant news here. Regarding this incident, if it is confirmed that this person is Xiao Wuxiu, then our Qingyun Sect will also issue a wanted reward for him. Wei Sheng nodded and said aloud. Sorry to bother fellow Taoist Wei. Lu Changsheng said after hearing this. After the matter was almost settled, Wei Sheng and the other two took the Yu family and others away. With this, the Yu family's matter is almost settled. Even if there are still Yu family cultivators hiding outside, they can only hide their names. Ling Zixio said softly. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded. But in his opinion, the Yu family cultivators hiding outside are still a problem after all. After all, there are so many children in his family. It is impossible for them not to go out and stay in Qingzhu Mountain. This is also the case with most family forces. On weekdays, they rarely tear each other apart and fight to the death. Because this kind of thing, if you want to do it, you must do it thoroughly and cut the grass and root it out. But in the Jiujiu Zuanfu Sutra, there are several life-saving talismans like the life-saving talisman. Wait until I draw the third-level talisman more safely and collect relevant materials. I can use it for the children. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Immediately wrote a letter to Xiao Ziyu, talking about the families sitting on the vast and misty Bishu Lake. Lu Changsheng and Chu Zhensong were riding on a small boat, holding a bamboo fishing rod and fishing. Beside the boat, Lu Wangshu, wearing a pink brocade skirt, squatted on a cold blue turtle, also holding a mini fishing rod, fishing in a serious manner. Seeing the fishing rod in his hand begin to fall, Lu Wangshu immediately shouted happily, Daddy, Zhensong mother, there are fish again. Little Wangshu is really amazing. Seeing this scene, Chu Zhensong immediately smiled and encouraged, and lifted the fishing rod for Lu Wangshu. Then she put the spirit fish on the hook into the fish basket beside her, and said to Lu Changsheng, Husband, look, Wangshu has caught more than you. Haha, fishing is mainly to cultivate sentiment, just have fun, why bother about whether you catch fish or not? Lu Changsheng heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he said stubbornly. Then he looked into the distance, and on a large boat, brothers Lu Pinggan, Lu Xianzi, and Lu Yun, who were fishing with a fishing net, shouted, Keep quiet, stay away, and scare my fish away. Dad, we are so far away, can you still blame us? Lu Yun heard this and shouted indignantly. Stinky boy. Lu Changsheng said unhappily. Then he looked at his hook, puzzled, why didn't the fish bite? Husband, Fifi is about to give birth. At this time, Lu Maiwen flew over on a cloud handkerchief and said to Lu Changsheng. It means that the baby in the concubine by Fifi's belly is about to be born. Okay. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng immediately went to see it with Chu Zhensong and Lu Maiwen. But his daughter Lu Wangshu was still very interested in fishing. Lu Changsheng immediately called Lu Xianzi over and asked him to look after his baby daughter and not let the fish catch her in the lake. Arriving at Bian Peak, the Lu family mansion, Lu Changsheng and several wives and concubines were chatting and waiting outside the delivery room. He still had some expectations for the child in Bai Fifi's belly. If this child has spiritual roots, then it will be his 40th child with spiritual roots. The system will most likely give a share of the money. Time passed little by little. About half an hour later, a mysterious throbbing sounded along with the system prompt. Congratulations to the host for reaching 40 spiritual root offspring and getting a chance to draw a lottery. This child not only has spiritual roots, but also has good spiritual roots, which should be 5th grade spiritual roots. Changsheng immediately judged the spiritual roots of this child through this spiritual root throbbing. This made him feel very happy. Not long after, the door of the delivery room opened. Congratulations, Master, it's a little master. The midwife walked out of the room with a baby wrapped in swaddling clothes and carved with pink jade, and said respectfully to Changsheng with a smile on her face. Changsheng is a foundation-building cultivator, and by Fifi is also a cultivator of the 6th level of key refining, so this baby is pink and tender when he is just born, very cute. Okay, there's a reward. Changsheng took out 10 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag as a reward. Thank you, Master, thank you, Master. The midwife's face was as bright as a chrysanthemum. She was originally just a cultivator from another family in the Lu family. But since she was arranged to be a midwife in Changsheng's family, her life has been prosperous. Not only is her work much easier, she only needs to deliver babies for Changsheng's family, and she often gets red envelopes and wedding money. This time when Changsheng moved to Qingzhu Mountain, she also followed him. Now the whole family depends on her for their lives. Fei, thank you for your hard work. After Changsheng held his son and looked at him for a few times, he came to the room and said to Bai Fei in a gentle voice. Although he has more than 100 children, he has not had much fluctuation in his heart about such things. But for such things, attitude is still necessary. What's more, this child not only has a 5th grade spirit root, but also has system membership money, which makes him feel very good. Husband, it's not hard. Bai Fei was flattered to see Changsheng comforting her like this. When she gave birth to her first child, Changsheng was not at home. Now, Changsheng has become a great foundation-building monk and the master of Qingzhu Mountain. He actually waited outside the delivery room when he gave birth to baby, and came in to visit her and comfort her as soon as possible. She was really flattered. After chatting with Bai Fei for a while and letting her have a good rest, Changsheng left. System. Changsheng came to the top of Baiyan Peak, his mind moved slightly, and he found his newly born child through the system. Name, Yanfei, lifespan 1/78, talent, 5th grade spiritual root, cultivation, none, it is indeed a 5th grade spiritual root. Now, in addition to Ping and, my Lu family finally has a second child with a 5th grade spiritual root. Changsheng exhaled lightly with a faint smile on his face. Having a 5th grade spiritual root means that this child has the potential to build a foundation in the future. But if my 4th grade spiritual root wants to be promoted to the 3rd grade, I still need a child with a 4th grade spiritual root. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to slowly pile up. Changsheng thought of his spiritual root. He was looking forward to the next 6 girls and the baby in Nangguang Millie's belly. Bai Fei's baby was born. What's going on with Nangguang Millie's baby? At this moment, Changsheng thought of the baby in Nangguang Millie's belly again, wondering what was going on. System. Draw a lottery. He didn't think much, and started to draw a lottery silently. He wanted to see if he could draw some precious elixir or natural treasures in this lottery to solve Ling Xiao's physical problems. Although Ling Xiao began to recover under the treatment of himself and Lu Miaoj. But he still felt a little indebted to Ling Xiao, and wanted to compensate her well and let her recover as soon as possible. The familiar system turntable appeared, and then the golden light flowed and turned quickly. Under Changsheng's expectant eyes, the golden light stopped on skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 2nd level winemaking skills. The reward has been issued to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A ball of light in the shape of a wine pot emerged from the turntable, accompanied by the sound of the system. 2nd level brewing skills. After using, you can directly comprehend the 2nd level full level brewing skills and the corresponding wines. Brewing. Changsheng frowned when he saw the reward for this lottery. With the improvement of his strength and status, he gradually lost interest in the 100 arts of cultivating immortals. Because even if these skills are mastered, it is very time-consuming to use them. Just like he now masters the 2nd level talisman making, 2nd level puppet, 2nd level spirit butcher, and 2nd level alchemy. But he alone can't be distracted to do so many things. As for passing it on and teaching it to children. But skills are not so easy to teach and are very time-consuming. Let's brew wine. It's a second-level skill anyway. And wine can be used as a product of the factory assembly line. With a second-level brewing skill, I can not only brew second-level wine for myself, but also add a wine industry to the family. Lu Changsheng thought about it and thought to himself. Then he looked at the light ball looking at the system space and used it on himself. Suddenly, a stream of knowledge and information poured into his mind out of thin air. Introduction to Winemaking, Basic Winemaking Encyclopedia, First Level Winemaking Encyclopedia, Second Level Winemaking Encyclopedia. Drink the strongest wine, love the one you love the most, drink different wines, enjoy an elegant life for a long time. The knowledge and information about winemaking poured into Lu Changsheng's mind like a revelation. He knew everything about the brewing, purification, fermentation, storage, etc. of spirit wine. It's worthy of being a second-level skill. Even if it's just a small path among the 100 arts of cultivating immortals, it's so complicated. Spiritual fruit wine, spiritual rice wine, spiritual grain wine, spiritual medicine wine, special spiritual wine. Lu Changsheng quietly digested the knowledge about winemaking in his mind. At the beginning, he often drank the Lu family's jade bamboo wine and white jade 100 flowers wine, so he knew a lot about winemaking through the 5 elders of the Lu family. But now with his second-level winemaking skills, Lu Changsheng realized how simple and rough the Lu family's winemaking was at the beginning. This winemaking can actually be considered a branch of alchemy. Compared to elixirs, spirit wine tastes good and can be used to entertain guests and adjust the atmosphere. And the effect is milder than elixirs, basically non-toxic, without sequelae, unlike elixirs that have elixir poisoning, and even antibodies will appear if eaten too much. Zizio's physical condition now can only be adjusted slowly, and no strong medicine can be used. If I can brew a spirit wine suitable for her, it may help her recovery. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, thinking that as a second-level top winemaker, he can completely tailor wine for her according to her physical condition. This will definitely help her physical recovery. Immediately, Lu Changsheng thought about Ling Zixio's situation and sorted out his thoughts. Then he took out a pen and ink, wrote down various spirit medicines, materials, and tools, and asked the Ji family to purchase them for him. With the lessons learned from the past, he naturally wouldn't run around now. If there was anything, he would just hand it over to the Ji family next door. And the Ji family was also very happy about this kind of thing. Half a month later, after receiving Hong Yi's reply, Lu Changsheng asked Lu Miaoj to take Lu Pinggan to Ruyi County and take some of the Lu family's children to Qingzhu Mountain. Considering the safety situation and taking care of so many family members, Lu Changsheng directly spent 3,000 spirit stones and used a second-level top-grade talisman as the price to ask the foundation building escort leader of the Xianwei escort agency to escort them. 2 foundation building great monks, 3 late-stage key refining monks, and a martial arts grandmaster escorted mortals throughout the journey. This kind of hand is not small. Let Lu Changsheng have another name of being rich and powerful. However, Lu Changsheng did it on purpose. In this way, he revealed to the outside world that he had become a second-level top-grade talisman master. And in the Red Leaf Valley market, his own Pinggan Fu Hall adds a top-grade talisman every 3 months. It's not far from Ruyi County to Qingzhu Mountain. It takes about 4 days to take a spirit boat. This trip can be said to be very safe and did not encounter any danger or trouble. Faced with this situation, the escort leader was also very polite. He said that he encountered no danger on this trip and the mission was too simple, so he returned 2,000 spirit stones to Lu Changsheng. "Captain Lu, how can you be so embarrassed?" Lu Changsheng said. He knew that his family had a second-level talisman master and a second-level formation master, and the other party was making friends with him in this way. Master Lu is too polite. If you need this in the future, you can get in touch with him more often. Lu Heijin looked to be in his 40s, tall, and not only had the foundation building cultivation, but was also a body refining cultivator. The cultivators who could open an escort agency and serve as escorts generally had good combat power. Of course, in a month, my Lu family will hold a clan building ceremony. If Captain Lu is free, you can come to participate. Lu Changsheng said politely. He knew that he would have to deal with this kind of escort agency in the future. After all, his family currently lacked high-end combat power except for himself and Lu Miaoj. In the future, many things and external businesses will require escorts. Okay, Lu will definitely come to participate. Lu Haijin said. They are bodyguards who are responsible for bodyguards and escorts. Naturally, they have to prepare a lot of life-saving methods on weekdays. And talismans can be said to be one of the best choices for cultivators. It is a great thing for them to get to know Lu Changsheng, a second-level top-grade talisman master, and obtain a stable source of talismans. After sending LV Haijin away, Lu Changsheng will bring his wife and children to settle down. Although his wife, concubines and children are here this time, not many people plan to stay in Qingzhu Mountain in the end. Because many children have grown up in Qingzhu Mountain since childhood and probably know the situation in Qingzhu Mountain. Now they are used to the prosperous world outside and have started a family outside. Many are unwilling to stay in Qingzhu Mountain. Or they feel that they have no spiritual roots and are out of place in Qingzhu Mountain. After all, facing this situation, Lu Changsheng has long been clear, so he let them choose for themselves. On this day, Lu Changsheng received a reply from Xiao Ziyu. It means that it is difficult for him to invite the formation master in Qingyun Sect. If he wants to invite the second-level top formation master, Lu Changsheng can only take the Qingyun in order to invite people. However, she said that she could invite a first-class top formation master. If Lu Changsheng needed it, she could invite him when she attended the clan establishment ceremony of Lu Changsheng in a while. Use the Qingyun in order to invite someone from the Qingyun sect. Lu Changsheng thought about it. He didn't mind using the Qingyun in order to invite a formation master to come and redecorate the Qingzhu Mountain inside and out. But this Qingyun order was obtained by him through the identity of Han Li, a casual cultivator. Once used, he didn't know if it would cause trouble again. Let's wait for Ziyu to come and confirm it then. Lu Changsheng thought about it and wrote back to Xiao Ziyu. He planned to wait for the clan establishment ceremony and Xiao Ziyu to come before confirming this matter. At that time, he would ask Meng Yibai and Meng Xianggu about this matter and thank her master. As for the families sitting in the letter, it was not mentioned. It should be that Xiao Ziyu has not received the letter he sent. Lu Changsheng was not in a hurry and planned to ask together when the time came. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 Family Function, Lu Family Genealogy. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. As the Lu family clan ceremony of Qingzhu Mountain is about to begin, the entire Qingzhu Mountain is extremely lively. Many family forces have sent people to watch the ceremony and congratulate. After all, Lu Changsheng, the lord of Qingzhu Mountain, relied on the inheritance of the Tao of Food to kill 3 great foundation-building monks of the Yu family alone and establish the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. He is so famous. His Taoist partner Ling Zixiu is a master of formations. Not long ago, when Lu Changsheng went to Qingyun Sect, he killed the attacking Xiahao demon alone. This news also shocked many surrounding family forces. The biggest event that Xiahao demon did at the beginning was to destroy Fang Jiabeao overnight and kill 2 foundation-building ancestors. However, such a terrifying Xiahao demon fell in Qingzhu Mountain, which was really shocking. The reputation and prestige of the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain has also reached a full swing. Centipede Ridge, the Zheng family ancestor is here. By Niao Lake, the Bai family ancestor is here. Qingzhu Mountain, the Lu family ancestor is here. On this day, the founding ceremony of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain officially began. At the gate of the mountain, Lu Pinggan and his brothers and others welcomed the guests who came to attend the Lu family celebration. Ordinary casual cultivators and surrounding key refining family forces were received by Lu Pinggan and his people and arranged to sit in the villa. For the well-known foundation-building cultivators, Lu Mioj came out and led the way in person to the hall and took a seat. Qingyun Sect, Zhao Qingqing, is here. Qingyun Sect, Han Lin, is here. Qingyun Sect, Xiao Chaoyuang, is here. At this time, several friends of Lu Changsheng arrived. Hearing this voice, Lu Changsheng went out to greet them in person. Dao Yao Lu, brother-in-law. Dao Yao Zhao, Dao Yao Han, Chaoyuang. Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded, and took them to their seats. Many people in the hall saw this scene and were surprised. I didn't expect Lu Changsheng to have so many friends in Qingyun Sect. Fairy Xiao of Qingyun Sect congratulates the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain on their establishment of a clan. At this time, a shouting voice rang out, shocking many small clan forces that had come. Fairy Xiao of Qingyun Sect. Fairy Xiao, could it be Xiao, the disciple of true man Qingyan of Qingyun Sect? She actually came to attend the clan establishment ceremony of Qingzhu Mountain. I didn't expect that this patriarch Lu actually had such a relationship with Qingyun Sect. I heard that this mountain master Lu not only has great luck, but also has extraordinary peach blossoms. Could it be that he has an extraordinary relationship with Fairy Xiao of Qingyun Sect? Hiss, you can't say that nonsense. When these clan forces heard this, they were shocked and had a better understanding of the network of relationships in Qingzhu Mountain. After all, for people like them, being able to establish a relationship with the foundation-building disciples of Qingyun Sect and having some friendship with them was a big deal. Now, there was actually a disciple of true man Qingzhu who was willing to come to attend the clan establishment ceremony of Qingzhu Mountain. Dao Xiao. Inside the hall, Lu Changsheng smiled when he heard Xiao coming and went out to greet her. Dao Lu. Xiao was wearing a white dress, like a bright moon in the sky, cold and noble, which made several people who wanted to greet her in the audience all feel attracted by her. Dao Xiao, please take a seat. The relationship between the two was not easy to show to the outside world, so they were like normal guests. However, Ling Xiao, who was standing by, couldn't help but look at Xiao a few more times. Hey, how come Xiao Wangshu's eyebrows and eyes are a bit similar to this Fairy Xiao? Chu Hansun looked at Xiao and was also a little surprised. As time passed, the guests were almost all present. Lu Changsheng saw that the auspicious time had arrived, and he, Ling Xiao, and Lu Mioj stood up, picked up the wine glasses, and said, "Thank you all for your kindness and coming to attend the founding ceremony of my Bihushan Lu family. Today, I officially announce that the Bihushan Lu family has been established." Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and said loudly, "Congratulations, Master Lu. The Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, congratulate the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. I wish the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain will prosper and be promoted to Golden Elixir family in the future, and be famous in the southern wilderness. The Bai family of Bainao Lake, congratulate the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. The Ji family of Xiajing Mountain, congratulate the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. The Zhang family of Centipede Ridge, congratulate the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain." All the guests and family forces, hearing this, all raised their glasses and congratulated Lu Changsheng. At this moment, suddenly, a system prompt sounded. "Congratulations to the host for reaching a total of 100 descendants, establishing a cultivation family, opening the family function, and obtaining the only treasure Lu family tree." Well, family function, Lu family tree. Lu Changsheng was slightly startled when he heard the system prompt. I didn't expect to open a system panel before. Now that I have established my own family and held a ceremony, there is actually a family function, and I have obtained the Lu family tree. He didn't look at these more, his expression remained unchanged, and he drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. My fellow Taoists, I, Lu Changsheng, hereby promise that my Qingzhu Mountain will adhere to an independent and peaceful foreign policy and will always follow the path of peaceful development. Our Qingzhu Mountain Lu family is willing to work with major families and forces to create a bright future of mutual benefit, win-win and common development. Lu Changsheng continued to speak. His founding ceremony is not only a family ceremony. It is also a way to express his attitude to the outside world and seek enough partners. My Qingzhu Mountain is willing to be with Qingzhu Mountain, and create a better future together. My Bai family of Bainao Lake is willing to form an eternal alliance with Qingzhu Mountain. My Centipede Ridge Zhang family is willing to form an eternal alliance with Qingzhu Mountain. My family is the same. When these family forces heard this, they expressed their opinions one after another. It's good to have a warm-up. Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Yuanzhong. Bai Yunayang always expressed his opinions first, set off the atmosphere, and nodded secretly. Then he drank and chatted with the monks in the hall. During the process, he said that his family was in a state of disrepair and that many things could not be done because of the lack of manpower. Therefore, there were many shops that were rented out, and there were also several spiritual minds that needed cooperation with others. Originally, Lu Changsheng planned to slowly take over the industries under the name of the Yu family. But because of the matter of Xiahou Demon, now almost all the members of the Yu family were taken away by the Qingyun Sect, and there was no way to hand over the business smoothly. And with so many industries, the people in his family obviously could not manage them. So after keeping some of the industry shops, he sold the others and leased them to Qingzhu Mountain, Pineao Lake, and other families. It was also the first friendly cooperation of his Lu family. As for these shops and businesses, he planned to take them back when the children of the family were able to support them. Moreover, in Lu Changsheng's view, his family's mastery of the four major industrial lines of talisman making, alchemy, puppets, and winemaking was enough. The opening of markets, foreign trade, and sales could be done through cooperation with surrounding family forces. Seeing that Lu Changsheng sold and leased so many high-quality industries at prices lower than the market price, these families were also very happy and were willing to take over the cooperation, saying that the two families would have more exchanges in the future. Later, Lu Changsheng also said to the public that he now had many children, and he could let the younger generations communicate more in the future. Hearing this, many small families directly said that they had younger generations and could have some contact with the children of the Lu family. Before Lu Changsheng's foundation building family banquet, Lu Xianzi married Su Shiao, which made many small family forces envious. Not only did they receive a generous gift, but they also hugged the thigh of Lu Changsheng, the master of Qingzhu Mountain. Now that there is such an opportunity, naturally they don't want to miss it. Moreover, through these days of understanding, the surrounding families all know that Lu Changsheng treats his children well. Previously, he directly spent thousands of spirit stones and second-level talismans to pick up and drop off mortal children without spiritual roots. After the founding ceremony, Lu Changsheng will hold the wedding he prepared. At the beginning, when he married Lu Maiyuan, he promised Lu Lanshu, Lu Qinger, Lu Zier, Chu Zhensun and others that he would hold a big wedding for them in the future. Now that the family is established, he will naturally not forget these wives and concubines. After all, without his wives and concubines who carried their babies for 10 months and raised children for him, he would not have grown to where he is now in just 20 years. My virtuous wife helped me to reach my lofty ambitions, and I took my virtuous wife to the clouds. Although it was held together, the wedding was very grand. All the guests were filled with emotion when watching the wedding banquet. I thought that Lu Changsheng was really a sentimental seed who valued love and righteousness. After becoming a foundation-building great cultivator, he not only did not abandon his wife, but also because he was a son-in-law and a son-in-law of the family, he could not give his wives and concubines a perfect wedding, so he reheld it. Even the maids who were once bought by Lu Changsheng are now all given status and become concubines. This behavior made many family forces and female cultivators feel very emotional. She was thinking whether to give Lu Changsheng a concubine or a maid. After all, Lu Changsheng was not only a foundation-building master, the master of Qingzhu Mountain, a second-level talisman master, but also handsome. Under such circumstances, he was still so loyal and righteous, just like a dream lover. The only shortcoming was that he was a little more amorous. But compared with the above advantages, this shortcoming seemed unimportant. Besides, isn't it normal for a foundation-building master and a second-level talisman master to have more wives, concubines and maids? The next day, the clan-building ceremony was over, the wedding was over, and the guests went home. The entire Qingzhu Mountain suddenly seemed much quieter. Xiao, don't worry, one day, I will definitely get the approval of your master, go to Qingyun Sect, propose to the real person, and hold a grand Taoist couple ceremony with you. After spending the wedding night, Lu Changsheng immediately came to the courtyard where Xiao Ziyu lived and said aloud. Yesterday, he held a wedding for his wives and concubines again, but he was unable to reveal his relationship with Xiao Ziyu, which made him feel very guilty. Qingyun Sect proposes marriage. Xiao Ziyu, who had a somewhat cold face, pursed her lips and softened her eyes when she heard this, revealing a bit of yearning. Even though she practiced the supreme forgetfulness art, she also felt a bit of yearning when she saw Lu Changsheng marrying these wives and concubines yesterday. She thought that one day she would be able to be with Lu Changsheng legitimately. But thinking of her own supreme forgetfulness art and the great Dao of golden elixir, she said softly, Changsheng, there is no need to do this, I will not. Xiao, this is my promise, don't worry, before you form the elixir, I will definitely find a way to have both. Before Xiao Ziyu finished speaking, Lu Changsheng held her white and tender hands and said firmly, It will take at least 30 to 50 years for Xiao Ziyu to prepare for the elixir. He believed that during this time, he would definitely be able to solve Xiao Ziyu's situation. If it really doesn't work, he will form the elixir before Xiao Ziyu, and then go directly to Qingyun Sect to propose marriage. With her peerless talent, once she forms a pill, she will be invincible in the same realm. It shouldn't be difficult, right? By then, she won't have to live like this in Zhang country, and can be a little bolder. Changsheng. Xiao Ziyu's heart trembled, and before she could continue to speak, Lu Changsheng had already bullied her. Xiao, I miss you. He embraced the graceful figure wrapped in the moon-white dress and held the two slightly opened laurel lips. The fairy's delicate body trembled slightly, and she hummed, then slightly closed her eyes and responded warmly. The cold and noble Jiushin Mingyu on weekdays, at this moment, bloomed with her unique tenderness. With a slightly hurried breathing, Xiao Ziyu's dress was messy, her jade face was as red as clouds, and she collapsed in Lu Changsheng's arms. Ziyu's beauty is as good as before. Lu Changsheng's palm wandered between her plump and full body, and said softly, "You have so many beautiful wives and concubines at home, but you were not satisfied last night, and you flirted with me as soon as we met." Xiao Ziyu's face flushed, and her voice was a little angry, not like the fairy she usually is. If others saw this scene at the banquet, they would probably doubt their lives. "I can't help my love for Xiao." Lu Changsheng looked at the charming face of the fairy in front of him and said so. While speaking, his hands skillfully untied the fairy's skirt. "Don't stay here, go to the room," Xiao Ziyu said in a slightly hurried voice. Immediately, Lu Changsheng hugged the fairy's jade body and entered the room, and the two of them talked about their love. Afterwards, "Xiao, will the sect agree to come to Qingzhu Mountain to take charge? If it is possible, we don't have to say goodbye like this." Lu Changsheng hugged Xiao Ziyu's icy and jade-like fairy body, gently wiped the fragrant sweat on her white and smooth skin with his palm, and said in a warm voice, "I will go back to the sect for this matter. If the master agrees, it should be possible." Xiao Ziyu pursed her lips and said softly, "Compared with Green River Market, she naturally wants to stay in Qingzhu Mountain. This way, she can not only be with Lu Changsheng, but also accompany her daughter. The previous few times she spent time with her daughter, they were not as close as mother and daughter, which made her feel guilty." "Okay, don't force it." Lu Changsheng heard this and said softly, not wanting to embarrass Xiao Ziyu. "By the way, Xiao, when I went to Qingyun Sect to handle the registration and filing last time," Lu Changsheng told Xiao Ziyu what he had encountered when he went to Qingyun Sect before. Meng Xianggu. Xiao Ziyu frowned slightly when she heard this, and said softly, "I have heard a little about this matter. I learned that Meng Xianggu was thrown into Zuan'an Cave for 10 years by the master to reflect on her mistakes." Thrown into Zuan'an Cave for 10 years to reflect on her mistakes? Lu Changsheng was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that there would be such a follow-up to this matter. This Qingyun Zhenren actually asked Meng Xianggu, a fake Dan Zhenren, to go and reflect on her mistakes because of such a small matter. "Well, I just heard about it, but I don't know the specific reason. But it seems that Meng Xianggu should be suspicious of you. I guess it was because you came to Lu Market before and killed the Yu family's foundation building people, which made Meng Xianggu suspicious." Xiao Ziyu thought for a while and spoke out. But she was a little confused in her heart. Why did the master send Meng Xianggu to Zuan'an Cave for 10 years for such a small matter? You know, Zuan'an Cave is one of the 10 major punishments of Qingyun Sect. Moreover, as a fake Dan Zhenren, even if Meng Xianggu violated the rules of the sect, she would mostly be arranged to be stationed in a bitter and cold place, and would not be allowed to reflect on her mistakes. Moreover, after hearing Lu Changsheng talk about her master's investigation, she suspected that her master had guessed what was going on. It's possible. Lu Changsheng nodded. He had the same suspicion before, and felt that apart from these 2 points, he didn't know where else Meng Xianggu could suspect him. "Changsheng, are you planning to use the Qingyun in order to invite a formation master from the Qingyun sect to set up the formation in Qingzhu Mountain?" Xiao Ziyu asked. "Yes, I was going to let Zixiao do it, but Zixiao's body was damaged because of the previous incident with Xiao Harmony, and he can't be busy with a formation in a short time." Lu Changsheng sighed slightly. Although this Qingyun order is only used to invite a formation master, it is a pity. But the matter of the family formation can't be delayed any longer. Changsheng, give me the Qingyun order, and I will go to the Qingyun Sect to ask the formation master for you. Xiao Ziyu said. She felt that her master suspected that Lu Changsheng killed Meng Yibei. So she thought that if she took the token to Qingyun Sect, she could implicitly tell her master that Lu Changsheng was the independent cultivator Han Li. In this way, her master might not pursue the matter because Lu Changsheng had saved her sister. Although her master's current attitude made her very confused, she was still prepared to do so. Okay, in that case, I'll trouble you, Ziyu. Lu Changsheng said after hearing this. After the two chatted and spent a few moments together, they put on their clothes, walked out of the yard, and prepared to visit their daughter. Chapter 245, Family Talent, Immortal Spirit. Changsheng, Ziyu, you are here. In the courtyard, Lu Miaoj, with her hair tied up in a bun and wearing a snow-white dress, had a beautiful and graceful face. She was quietly watching Lu Wangshu eating with big mouthfuls. Seeing Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu coming, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Sister Miaoj. Miaoj. Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu nodded slightly, and then looked at Lu Wangshu on the side. The little girl was holding a big bowl and a small spoon, eating seriously. Her cheeks were like hamsters, bulging and chubby, very cute. Is it so delicious? Seeing his daughter's cute face full of happiness, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but feel a little hungry. Delicious. Oh, I'm eating, don't disturb me, Lu Wangshu said vaguely. Okay, you eat slowly. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng smiled. He knew that his daughter didn't like to talk when she was eating and was disturbed. Immediately, the three great foundation-building monks watched Lu Wangshu eat seriously. After eating almost everything, the little girl narrowed her eyes into a line, with a comfortable and lovely expression on her face. She touched her belly and called out sweetly to Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu, Daddy, Mommy. You still remember Daddy and Mommy? Wangshu, Daddy asks you, if Daddy falls into the clear water lake, would you eat lotus 8 treasure rice, white jade steamed bun, or jade lotus seed soup first? Lu Changsheng said to his daughter. Lu Wangshu thought for a moment, raised his little head and said, eat jade lotus seed soup first. What if Daddy falls into the clear water lake? Lu Changsheng teased his daughter. Lu Wangshu tilted his head, looked at his childish old father, and said, you are still here, how did you fall into the lake? Daddy said if Daddy falls into the lake, will you save Daddy? Lu Changsheng asked. No. Lu Wangshu's little head was curtly lying on the table, and he said directly. Why? Lu Changsheng continued to ask. Daddy, you can fly by yourself, and I'm too young to save Daddy. Lu Wangshu said with a little contempt. My Wangshu is really smart. Daddy can fly, and Wangshu is so young, so he saved him. Xiao Ziyu next to him had a motherly smile on her face. She rubbed her daughter's little head and said happily. Hey, mother, let's go fishing. Lu Wangshu said to Xiao Ziyu with a smile. After fishing with Lu Changsheng several times, she has fallen in love with fishing. She rides the cold green black turtle to the Bishu Lake to fish every day. But because of the ceremony these days, no one went with her. Wangshu can fish. Xiao Ziyu was a little surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect that her daughter, who was only 5 years old, could actually fish. Lu Wangshu was so young, wouldn't a fish in the Bishu Lake catch her and drag her into the lake? I'm really good at fishing. Unlike Daddy, he can't catch any fish. Lu Wangshu said with his little head tilted up. How can you talk like that, Daddy? I wasn't serious. Lu Changsheng was immediately dissatisfied when he heard this. Lu Wangshu smiled and made faces. Daddy had prepared golden honey candied haws for you, but now, there's none. Lu Changsheng snorted and said. I knew that Daddy was the best and loved me the most. Lu Wangshu immediately held his chin with both hands and said with a cute face. Huh? Lu Changsheng snorted. Daddy, please, Daddy is the best, Lu Wangshu said coquettishly. You just had a full meal, you can't eat any more. Lu Changsheng laughed out loud after hearing the coquettish words. No. Lu Wangshu jumped down from the chair, hugged Lu Changsheng's thigh and said coquettishly. You are so grown up, why are you still like a child? Xiao Ziyu looked at this scene, glared at Lu Changsheng, and asked him to give her daughter a candied haws. Okay, you are such a little foodie, but there's only one string. Lu Changsheng took out a food box from the storage bag, opened it in front of Lu Wangshu, and the little girl drooled. He took out a string of candied haws from it and gave it to his daughter. Then he took out another string for Lu Maoj and Xiao Xiao. The two girls smiled when they saw that they also had a share. But they still smiled and took the candied haws and tasted it. Mom, can I taste your taste? Lu Wangshu licked it twice, looked at Xiao Xiao and Lu Maoj, and said with hope in his eyes, "Haven't you tried them all?" Lu Changsheng said unhappily, looking at his daughter's foodie appearance. "But I haven't tried 3 flavors at the same time," Lu Wangshu said confidently. The two girls smiled when they heard this. He gave the candied haws in his hand to his daughter to taste. After tasting it, Lu Wangshu smacked his lips, revealing a satisfied look. Then he handed his candied haws to the two girls and said, Mom. Well, it's so sweet." Xiao Xiao took a simple bite, her beautiful eyes full of pampering. "Mom, I'll take you to see the little turtle that Daddy gave me." After eating the candied haws, Lu Wangshu took Xiao Xiao to see the cold green turtle in the backyard pond. Haha. Lu Changsheng looked at this scene with a smile on his face. Then he saw Lu Maoj beside him, with a dazed look and a look of longing in his eyes. He knew that she missed Lu Qingzhu. He immediately held Lu Maoj's hand and said in a gentle voice, "Sister Maoj, wait a few years. When the situation stabilizes, we will go to Qingyun Sect to visit Qingshan and Qingzhu." Originally, he thought that after a few years, when the family situation stabilized, he would go to Qingyun Sect of Yu State to visit his children. But now, he is worried about going far away until the matter of Xiaoiman is resolved and the family formation and the Zumi Tree King are planted. Lu Maoj came back to her senses and responded softly. More than a year has passed, and she does miss her daughter a little. I don't know how Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu are doing in Qingyun Sect. But she also knows that under the current situation, she and Lu Changsheng really have no time to go out. Xiaobing, go. After a while, Lu Wangshu, carrying a fish basket on his back and holding a fishing rod, sat on the shell of the cold blue turtle and walked out slowly from the backyard. Xiao Xiao on the side had a doting smile on her face. In addition to facing Lu Changsheng, only Lu Wangshu can make this cold and noble fairy do this all the time. Daddy, Mommy, are you going fishing? Lu Wangshu sat cross-legged on the tortoise shell and shouted to Lu Changsheng and Lu Maoj. Daddy has something to do, you go with Mommy first, Daddy will come later. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. The family function activated by the system, as well as the Lu family tree, he has not studied it because he has been busy until now, and he is going to take a look now. Mommy also has something to do, Lu Maoj said softly. Now it is Xiao Xiao who is accompanying her daughter, so it is not good for her to be by her side. That's good. Lu Wangshu's little face showed some regret, then pointed in the direction of the Bishu Lake and said to Xiao Xiao, Mommy, fly. Okay. Xiao Xiao smiled dotingly, and then raised her hand. Immediately, the happy black turtle and Lu Wangshu flew up and flew towards the Bishu Lake. Xiao only shows this expression when facing Wangshu. Lu Maoj looked at Xiao Xiao who was leaving and said with a chuckle. Although she has a good relationship with Xiao Xiao. But this is because there is Lu Wangshu between them. If Xiao Xiao meets alone, her cold temperament like the moon in the sky is really 1,000 miles away. This also makes her sigh that Lu Changsheng can actually make such a fairy fall in love. Xiao rarely sees Wangshu, so she is more doting. But Wangshu is smart and sensible, and very likable. Lu Changsheng said. Although this daughter is a little naughty, in his opinion, she is still lively, cute and likable. The family should hold a spiritual testing ceremony this year, and Wangshu can also participate then. Lu Maoj said. For example, Qingzhu Mountain holds a spiritual testing ceremony every year to test the spiritual roots of children aged 5 or 6. Now Bihu Mountain is no exception. Well, when I finish my work later, I will pick a good day to hold the spiritual testing ceremony. Lu Changsheng nodded and said. Although he has long known the spiritual roots of his children, he still has to have a sense of ritual. What's more, this year, his son Lu Qingxun and his daughter Lu Wangshu can both test their spiritual roots. At that time, the two of them were tested to have 4th grade spiritual roots, which was also a great and encouraging event for Bihu Mountain. After chatting with Lu Maoj for a while about family matters, the two came to Bihan Peak in Changsheng Hall. Ling Xiao was resting in the hall. Lu Maoj came to the cave and used Tai True Water to warm Ling Xiao's body. Lu Changsheng came to his own talisman room. System. Lu Changsheng muttered silently. Name, Lu Changsheng. Identity, Lord of Qingzhu Mountain. Cultivation, 4th level of foundation building. Lifespan, 41/279. Talents, 4th grade spiritual roots. Zhengjin body, medium spiritual body. Blood talisman spiritual body. Superior spiritual body. Skills, 100 refining treasure body art. 7 stars great freedom sword sutra. Yin and yang harmony art. 9 mysterious talisman sutra. Immortal posture art. Tai Sheng Shui art. Spells, 7 stars sword light. 7 stars sword shield. 7 stars sword escape. Items, Lu family tree. Rongling pill. Fountain of spirit eyes. Zuanin pearl. Demonic curse book. Lingming treasure tree. Golden armor bean mother. Life substitution talisman. Condensing crystal pill. Magic weapons, 9 treasures jade ruai. Black dragon magic pearl. 100 horses pagoda lock. Skills, alchemy. 2nd order, talisman making. 2nd order, puppet. 2nd order, spirit slaughter. 2nd order, wine making. 2nd order, spiritual pets. Zumi tree king. 9 nether mastiff. 6 winged golden silkworm. Frost jade black turtle. Peach blossom goo. Blood effect. Probability of offspring spiritual root plus 25%. Reproduction of offspring plus 10%. Family. 226. Yes, family. Lu Changsheng saw the system interface, and the original offspring column disappeared. But there was an additional family column. His mind moved slightly, and he clicked on the family interface. Suddenly, the relationship network of his entire family emerged. At the top was himself. Then there were his wives and concubines. The offspring born by himself and these wives and concubines. Then among these offspring, those who have already started a family and given birth to offspring continue to be arranged below. Now, he himself has 7 wives, 2 Taoist companions, 43 concubines, 155 children, 10 daughters-in-law, and 8 grandchildren of the Xuan generation, a total of 226 people. As long as they are counted as my Lu family, can I view the information like the offspring before? Lu Changsheng looked at the family network in front of him, his heart moved slightly, and looked at Lu Miaoj. Name, Lu Miaoj. Lifespan, 49/261. Talent, 5th grade spiritual root. Cultivation, 1st level foundation building. Talent, talisman making compatibility, 56%. Talent. Lu Changsheng looked at this prompt, somewhat surprised. The next moment, he understood what this talent was. This is the system's prompt for everyone's growth direction. Everyone has different talents. Some people are suitable for business management, some are suitable for alchemy and talisman making, and some are suitable for refining array formations. The system will give prompts based on the current situation of the family members, telling them the best growth direction at the moment. For example, Lu Miaoj's talisman making compatibility is 56%, which means she is suitable for the talisman path. Immediately, Lu Changsheng looked at the talents of other people. Name, Lu Miaoyan. Lifespan, 37/99. Talent, 7th grade spiritual root. Cultivation, 6th level key refining. Talent, management compatibility, 42%. This talent can be cultivated and developed through acquired training. Yun'er has been managing the family affairs for many years and has kept the backyard in good order, so she is talented in management. Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Miaoyan's interface and murmured in his heart. In that case, Zixiao is the formation. Lu Changsheng opened Ling Zixiao's and took a look. Name, Ling Zixiao. Lifespan, 42/69. Talent, 3rd grade spiritual root. Dragon roar body, top spiritual body. Cultivation, 1st level foundation establishment. Talent, formation compatibility, 81%. Formation compatibility 81%. But Zixiao's lifespan is only 69 years. Lu Changsheng looked at Ling Zixiao's lifespan and paused. He knew that Ling Zixiao's physical condition was not very good. But he didn't realize that Ling Zixiao's lifespan was so short. However, this lifespan is based on Ling Zixiao's current situation. As long as Ling Zixiao recovers under the treatment of himself and Lu Miaoj, with a foundation building cultivation, he will have a lifespan of at least 100 or 200 years. However, Ling Zixiao's talent made him smack his lips. 3rd grade spiritual root. Top level spiritual body. If the dragon yin body is only useful for men and not for women, with Ling Zixiao's 3rd grade spiritual root, top level spiritual body, and a Ray talent, he will definitely be able to form a pill in the future and become a giant. With this talent, I can teach Ping and Xianzhi, and all of them according to their aptitude and make arrangements. Lu Changsheng clearly realized that this talent would be the greatest help to his family. His mind moved slightly, and he looked at his son Lu Pingyan's panel again. Name, Lu Pingyan, lifespan 22/91, talent, 5th grade spiritual root, cultivation, 1st grade key refining, talent, body refining compatibility, 44%, body refining compatibility, 44%. Pingyan is really suitable for body refining? Is he really talented in this area, or is it because of his many years of martial arts training? Lu Changsheng looked at his son Lu Pingyan's talent and was surprised. He had originally thought of passing on the 100 refining treasure body art to this son. Now that he saw that Lu Pingyan really had this talent, he immediately felt very good. He then looked at his son Lu Xianzhi. Name, Lu Xianzhi, lifespan 21/99, talent, 9th grade spiritual root, cultivation, 4th grade key refining, talent, puppet compatibility, 27%. The highest puppet compatibility is only 27%. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly when he saw his son Lu Xianzhi's talent. He didn't expect Lu Xianzhi's talent to be so poor. But thinking of his son Lu Xianzhi, who has been under his influence and taught for so many years since childhood, he is still only a first-class low-grade puppeteer. Speaking of hard work, Lu Xianzhi has indeed worked hard in this regard and spent a lot of thought. Ah, that's right, where can there be so many geniuses? Lu Changsheng sighed slightly. He understands that sometimes, the gap between people is greater than that between people and baboons. If hard work is useful, then what is the meaning of talent? He also took a rough look at the talents of his other children. Except for a few, most of them have ordinary talents, within 30%. But through this talent, at least he has a general direction for training. Name, Lu Wangshu, lifespan 4/89, talent, 4th grade spiritual root, blood talisman spirit body, superior spirit body, cultivation, none, talent, fishing compatibility, 30%, fishing? 30%. Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter Lu Wangshu's talent and was stunned and a little confused. As a blood talisman spirit body, should his daughter be gifted in making talismans? How can she have such talent in fishing? But the next moment, he thought of his daughter's blood talisman spirit body that had not yet awakened. Once the blood talisman spirit body awakened, her talent in this area would probably be greatly improved. After taking a general look at the talents of his children, Lu Changsheng looked at the system space. In addition to the crystal condensing pill, the soul fusion pill, the spiritual tree, the Zumi tree king, the 100-horse pagoda lock, and the spiritual eye spring, there was also a golden jade book. Lu family tree, description, unique treasure, bound to the host Lu Changsheng. Such a concise description. Lu Changsheng looked at the Lu family tree and raised his eyebrows. Then he took out the Lu family tree. Suddenly, a golden jade book appeared in his hand. At the same time, the relevant information about this Lu family tree flooded into his mind, letting him understand the effect of this family tree. This Lu Changsheng looked at the Lu family tree in his hand, his eyes widened, full of surprise and disbelief. This Lu family tree has 3 functions. First, the genealogy can check whether family members are dead. Second, the genealogy can sense whether family members have betrayed. Third, the genealogy records the names, and the true spirit is immortal. Chapter 246. The first guest official. Lu Changsheng looked at the Lu family tree in his hand with a pleasant surprise. The 3 effects of this family tree are very powerful. The first effect is to check the life and death of family members. Most of the immortal cultivation families will prepare soul lamps, natal tablets and other things to show the fortune, misfortune, life and death for the family members. But the cheapest natal J tablets are worth thousands of spirit stones. It's okay to prepare for only a few people. But if you want to prepare for everyone in the family, it will be a huge sum of money. With a Lu family tree, Lu Changsheng doesn't need any soul tablets or soul lamps to know the fortune, misfortune, life and death of family members. The second effect is that as long as the family members do something harmful or betray the family tree will be able to sense it. This effect can perfectly prevent spies and traitors from appearing in the core of the family. After all, when a family grows up, there is no way to avoid spies or traitors. Especially now, When the family is just established and the children gradually start their own families, this situation is very likely to occur in the family. With a Lu family tree, this situation can be avoided in the first place, ensuring the stability of the family and no problems. As for the third effect, the family tree records the name, and the true spirit is immortal, which is against the will of heaven. As long as Lu Changsheng is immortal and the family tree is immortal, even if the family members encounter irreversible disasters outside and their bodies and souls are destroyed, they can still keep a little true spirit through the family tree. When Lu Changsheng becomes an immortal, he can use this sacrificial ceremony to bring the dead back to life with natural materials and treasures. However, the rebirth of people is a matter of changing the world and turning the world upside down. The requirements are very harsh. Only when you become an immortal can you just step into the threshold. Therefore, Lu Changsheng does not need to consider the effect of resurrecting the dead at present. But this effect makes Lu Changsheng feel a little more relieved. After practicing for so many years, he knows very well that even if he has a system, he can't be perfect on the road to immortality. He can't take care of his mortal wives, concubines, and children at home. Even many wives, concubines, and children with spiritual roots, he can't take care of them. In the future, he will have many wives, concubines, and children who will gradually leave him and become a regret on the road to immortality. Now, with this Lu family genealogy, at least he has a little thought. When he cultivates to a certain level and becomes an immortal, he can redeem these regrets and revive the people he is reluctant to part with. This is also one of my motivations for cultivating immortals. Lu Changsheng looked at the family tree in his hand, chuckled, and put away the Lu family genealogy. According to general customs, family trees are worshipped in the ancestral hall. But thinking that he is the first line of the family tree, it would be weird if it is worshipped in the ancestral hall. Why not worship the three pure ones in the ancestral hall? Maybe it can lead to the luck in the dark. Lu Changsheng touched his chin. As he said, he smiled, put these things behind his mind, walked out of the talisman room, came to the main hall, and visited Lu Miaoj and Ling Zixio. After Lu Miaoj finished treating Ling Zixio, Lu Changsheng talked about family matters with the two girls and made general arrangements. There are quite a few children in the family now. There are also quite a few children who have grown up and have spiritual roots. The family function that has just been obtained can see the talents of children. Therefore, Lu Changsheng planned to start the education in Qingzhu Mountain. First, he would build a school to teach knowledge such as formation, alchemy, talisman making, puppetry, wine making, planting, medicinal food, spiritual butchering, business, management, etc. Afterwards, he would arrange it according to the interests and talents of his children. As for things like refining, beast control, poisonous insects, spiritual mirror, etc., Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixio could also get some corresponding inheritance. If the children are interested, they can study it by themselves. It would be best if they can achieve something and become self-taught. If not, they can just treat it as a hobby. When the family has the conditions, they can make up for all the arts of cultivating immortals. Let every child combine interest and talent and take fewer detours. After talking about the general ideal with the two girls, Lu Changsheng brought Ling Zixio, Lu Miaoj, and several children to Bishu Lake to play and relax. At this time, there were many fishermen fishing in Bishu Lake. And Xiao Ziyai was fishing with her daughter Lu Wangshu with a happy face. Whenever Lu Wangshu caught a fish, Xiao Ziyai would cheer him up like a child. It seems that this fairy Ziyai was Lu Wangshu's mother. Ling Zixio thought to herself when she saw this scene. When she first saw Xiao Ziyai, she felt that she and Lu Wangshu had similar eyebrows and eyes, and she was suspicious. Now that she saw the scene in front of her, she was basically sure. In this regard, she just glanced at Lu Changsheng. She was curious about how many other women like Xiao Ziyai there were out there. Ziyai. After playing for half an hour, Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyai communicated with each other and talked about the gathering with Hong Yi, Han Lin, Zhao Qingqing and others. Xiao Wangshu, mother has something to do, and will come to accompany you later. Xiao Ziyai heard this and said to Lu Wangshu reluctantly, "Yes, mother, don't worry, I will be good." Lu Wangshu sat cross-legged on the cold green turtle, holding a fishing rod, immersed in fishing, without any reluctance, and sold cuteness to Xiao Ziyai and continued his fishing. Soon, Xiao Ziyai and Lu Changsheng came to the reception hall of Bian Villa. Not long after, the 6 immortal seedlings from Ruai County, except Li Fiyu, gathered together again. Compared with the gathering in the Juxin Tower of Ruai County 10 years ago, the 5 people have changed a lot. 10 years ago, Xiao Zai was at the 9th level of key refining, and now he has broken through the foundation building and become a core disciple of Qingyun Sect. 10 years ago, Lu Changsheng was just the son-in-law of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain, and now he has broken through the foundation building and become the master of a mountain. In 10 years, Hong Yi also became the Ruai Marcus from the son of Ruai Marcus and took charge of Ruai County. Han Lin was promoted from the original low-grade weapon refiner to the upper-grade weapon refiner. Because of Zhao Qingqing's plant body, he changed from the original pharmacist to the spiritual plant husband, and now he has become a second-level spiritual plant master. Everyone, if I remember correctly, it has been exactly 23 years since we met. Lu Changsheng looked at the 5 people in front of him and said aloud. Among the 5 people, he, Xiao Zhao, and Zhao Qingqing all have the ability to maintain their youthful looks, and their appearance and temperament have changed. As for Hong Yi and Han Lin, their appearance and temperament have changed a lot. Especially Hong Yi, who wears a purple gold crown, a brocade robe, a long beard, and a majestic and mature face. Yes, it's exactly 23 years. Hong Yi stroked his beard and nodded. His voice was quite emotional. Thinking back to when the 6 people first met, he was arrogant because of his background and looked down on others. But now, among the 5 people, he is the worst. His position as Ruai Hao is still due to his friendship with Lu Changsheng. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to become the son of Ruai Hao and inherit the position of Ruai Hao. 23 years have passed in the blink of an eye. It's a pity that fellow Taoist Li is not here. If you want to talk about the highlights of these 20 years, it's still fellow Taoist Lu and fellow Taoist Hong. The 5 people smiled at each other, sighed, lamented the passing of time, chatted aloud, and recalled the past. Brother Hong, I plan to let Qingyun stay at home for the next few years. If you want, you can let Xuanji live temporarily in Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng said when he heard Hong Yi talking about his son Hong Xuanji. Hong Xuanji is Hong Yi's favorite son and has high hopes for him. He plans to send him to Qingyun Sect to participate in the Immortal Gate assessment when Qingyun Sect recruits disciples in 2 years. Now that he heard Hong Yi talking about his son's arrangements, Lu Changsheng was willing to help take care of him. After all, Hong Yi has helped him a lot in the past 20 years, so he will just return the favor. In that case, Xuanji will trouble Brother Lu. When Hong Yi heard this, he immediately showed joy on his face and bowed his hands to thank him. If his son can practice in Qingzhu Mountain, it will be better than practicing in Ruai County and Xiafang City. Moreover, he knew that Lu Changsheng was recruiting spiritual farmers, fishermen, and apprentices with spiritual roots to teach spiritual plans, talismans, puppets and other skills. Therefore, he was very happy to let his son stay here and build a good relationship with Lu Changsheng's children. 2 years later, if his son fails to pass the Qingyun Sect assessment, he can also follow the Lu family. In this way, this son's future achievements are likely to surpass his father. Haha, Brother Hong is too polite. Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded. Dao Ialu, didn't you ask me to take a look at your family's spiritual medicine garden? Since I'm free now, why not go over and take a look? It's just right to stroll around this Qingzhu Mountain. At this time, Zhao Qingqing spoke up. The 2 of them were chatting in Qingyun Sect before, and Lu Changsheng expressed that he hoped she could help take a look at the spiritual medicine valley at home and give some planting suggestions. She came to participate in the ceremony this time and gave a lot of spiritual medicine seeds as gifts. But the specific suggestions and planting still need to look at the situation before a conclusion can be drawn. In that case, Fairy Zhao, Brother Hong, Dao Han, let's go shopping together. Lu Changsheng said with a smile when he heard this. Haha, okay. I'll take a look at the beautiful scenery of Qingzhu Mountain too. Several people nodded in response. Soon, Lu Changsheng took a few people to stroll around Qingzhu Mountain, introduced the situation, and then came to Linka Cliff. Mountain Master. Greetings to the Mountain Master. Dad, Uncle Hong, Uncle Han, Aunt Xiao, Aunt Zhao. Linka Cliff was home to some non-Yu family spiritual farmers. Lu Pingyan was also arranged by Lu Changsheng to guard the spiritual medicine garden at Linka Cliff. Well, let's come and take a look. Lu Changsheng nodded and said. The spiritual medicine garden is still the same as before. There are only some ordinary spiritual medicines and unripe spiritual medicines. Friend Zhao, this is Linka Cliff of my Qingzhu Mountain. This area is mainly used for spiritual fields, and this area is used for medicine gardens. Changsheng took a few people to stroll around Linka Cliff and said, Dao Ialu is a second-level talisman master. I think my family will also cultivate and develop in this area in the future. According to the spiritual veins and soil conditions of Qingzhu Mountain, I suggest that some water cloud bamboo can be planted. As for the second-level medicine field, you can consider dragon transformation ginseng, Qingyun flower, and stone dragon root. These spiritual medicines are more suitable for planting and cultivation. As long as they have a certain age, they can be sold for a considerable price. Zhao Qingqing looked at the spiritual field, soil, and spiritual energy in front of her and said aloud. While speaking, she also came to the side and cast spells on the spiritual field and medicine field to check the soil composition and spiritual energy concentration inside. Ordinary spiritual farmers only need to learn one of the spells such as small cloud rain spell, Zhenjin spell, corruption spell, inducement spell, spring breeze and rain spell. But if you want to become a spiritual plant husband, you need to know multiple spells. As for those who want to be promoted from a spiritual plant husband to a spiritual plant master, they must not only practice a variety of spells to the point of proficiency, but also understand and master the conditions of various spiritual plants and spiritual medicines. Water cloud bamboo. Changsheng nodded upon hearing this. He knew that this was a kind of spiritual bamboo, suitable for making talisman paper. As for the dragon transformation ginseng, Qingyun flower, and stone dragon root, they were the materials for the foundation building pill and the rejuvenation pill, respectively, and they were all very valuable. Several people strolled around Linka Cliff, and Zhao Qingqing gave many suggestions, and told Changsheng the cultivation methods of several spiritual plants, and he paid attention to them. I didn't expect that there were so many things about spiritual plants. It really broadened my horizons. Hong Yi on the side. He also had dozens of acres of spiritual fields in Ruai Marcus Mansion. But they were all the most ordinary spiritual fields, and could only grow some first-grade inferior or even inferior spiritual rice. Now he heard the knowledge in it, and he was full of emotion. Indeed, each of the 100 arts of cultivating immortals is profound and extensive. Changsheng nodded and said. Through the system, he clearly knew the profoundness of each of the 100 arts of cultivating immortals. After the group finished their stroll, Changsheng looked at Zhao Qingqing and said, Dao Zhao, are you interested in serving as a guest minister in my Qingzhu Mountain? Guest minister. Zhao Qingqing paused for a moment after hearing this, and looked thoughtful. Qingyun Sect does not prohibit disciples from taking extra income. After all, money, friends, and land, cultivation is all about burning money. Qingyun Sect cannot support all disciples. Disciples like them must find ways to earn cultivation resources on their own. However, they cannot accept this kind of guest minister casually, and must consider whether it will cause trouble for themselves. Dao Zhao, you also know that my family was established in a hurry. My family is not very good at spiritual plants. So if Dao Zhao is willing, you can come to my Qingzhu Mountain to serve as a guest minister. Whenever you are free, come and see the spiritual plants and spiritual medicines, or give some pointers and teach the knowledge of spiritual plants. Changsheng said so. There are currently many spiritual plant husbands in Qingzhu Mountain, but they are all first-level spiritual plant husbands. If Zhao Qingqing, a second-level spiritual plant master, could be invited, it would be of great help to the cultivation of spiritual plants in Qingzhu Mountain. Moreover, when he plants the Lingming treasure tree in the future, it would be of great help if Zhao Qingqing, a spiritual plant master, was there. That's possible, but I don't have much time, so I can only serve as a guest official and come here a few times a year. Zhao Qingqing said so. As a disciple of the Qingyun Sect's medicine garden, she also has many things to do and it is impossible for her to go out often. That's enough. Changsheng nodded and smiled. Immediately, he invited Zhao Qingqing to be a registered guest official of Qingzhu Mountain at the price of 1,200 spiritual stones per year. The other party had to come 4 times a year to give advice and suggestions on the spiritual plants and spiritual medicines of Qingzhu Mountain, solve problems, or teach the children of the Lu family about spiritual plants. Afterwards, Changsheng looked at Han Lin again and asked you if he was interested in serving as a guest official in his own Qingzhu Mountain. As for spiritual plant masters, there are still some in his family. But there is not a single weapon refiner. Haha, I can't. I'm busy in Qingyun Sect, And things like refining equipment are very time-consuming, and teaching is also very time-consuming. Han Lin shook his head and said, as a refiner, he is not like Zhao Qingqing, who can just come down the mountain for a few days. It is very troublesome and time-consuming to teach on the spot when refining equipment. Moreover, as a refiner, his income in Qingyun Sect is not bad. Okay, if there are any problems in this area in the future, or if there is a need for magic tools, I may have to trouble you more. Lu Changsheng didn't care and laughed out loud. Of course there is no problem. Han Lin responded. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng invited several people to stay in Qingzhu Mountain for a few days. And when they left, he gave them small gifts. Xiao Ziyu also returned to Qingyun Sect with Zhao Qingqing and Han Lin. This time she went back. She was going to apply to her master Yun Wanchang to come to Qingzhu Mountain to take charge. At the same time, she used the Qingyun in order to invite a second-level formation master from Qingyun Sect for Lu Changsheng. My dear, this is the family's current expenditure and approximate income. Take a look. That day, Lu Maiyuan took an account book and showed it to Lu Changsheng. It recorded all the current expenses of Qingzhu Mountain and the current estimated income of Qingzhu Mountain. Is the income and expenditure so different? Lu Changsheng looked at the account book and was surprised. But after reading it, he immediately understood why the income and expenditure were so different. Before in Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Maiyuan gave less monthly money to wives and concubines. Only concubines with spiritual roots had 10 spiritual stones. Maids only had 2 spiritual stones. Now, not only have all maids been promoted to concubines, but their treatment has also been improved. In addition, with the increase in the number of children in the family, after they began to practice, they have 10 spiritual stones in a bottle of Huanglongdan every month. As the cultivation level increases, this welfare treatment is still increasing. There are also spiritual rice and expenses provided to secular children. These may not seem much, but when they accumulate, they are not a small amount. And the entire family currently relies on the basic plate of Qingzhu Mountain for income. Qingzhu Mountain originally had a lot of income, otherwise the Yu family would not have been able to cultivate so many foundation-building clan members. But the current external industries have stopped operating due to manpower issues. Lu Changsheng sold many assets during the clan establishment ceremony. Therefore, the current income of Qingzhu Mountain is rent and spiritual rice and spiritual fish industries. Yuner, you don't have to worry about the income and expenditure for the time being. You continue to recruit spiritual farmers, fishermen, and apprentices. Pay more attention to spiritual fields, chalcedony rice, and green rice. The core training method in this area was originally in the hands of the Yu family. Now these spiritual farmers may not be skilled and affect the harvest. The same is true for spiritual fish breeding. Lu Changsheng spoke up and said so. The spiritual stones he has now are enough for the Lu family to lose money for decades. But it is impossible to keep losing money and rely on oneself to support the family. After all, you also have to spend money. Therefore, the family must be operated, the income and expenditure must be balanced, and it must gradually make a profit. In Lu Changsheng's view, it is still a manpower issue. As long as there are enough people, he can start with the most basic puppets and wine factories and carry out mass production. Then find someone to cooperate with the consignment sales, open up channels, and revitalize the store industry under the name of Qingzhu Mountain. Okay, husband. Lu Maiyuan nodded in response when she heard this. By the way, Yuner Lu Changsheng continued to speak, talking about the teaching in the school. Let her organize and arrange these matters. It means that not only the children in the family, but also the concubines with spiritual roots can all come to understand this aspect. After arranging these things, Lu Changsheng came to the Changsheng hall and began to meditate and melt the 9 treasures jade ruai in his sternum. Before in Qingyun Sect, the prying of Qingyun's Henrin reminded him. I feel that relying on the jade pendant given to me by the sister of the Jindan, it may not be able to cover up the prying of others. So I thought about melting this Tongshan Lingbao into the treasure bone of my life as soon as possible. As long as his natal treasure bone is completed and he obtains the 9 great magical powers, he can use the 7th magical power, the forbidden divine light, to seal his own cultivation in aura, so that people cannot detect and see his true and false. Moreover, the 5th magical power of the 9 treasures jade ruai, the healing divine light, will definitely help Ling Xiao's injuries. In addition, he must be on guard against the evil Xiao Hao. As long as his natal treasure bone is completed and he obtains the 9 great magical powers, his strength will be improved to a higher level in all aspects. Chapter 247 Yunwansheng, don't let your senior sister know about Hanli. Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Peak. Master. Xiao Ziyu came to a palace on the top of the peak and bowed. Xiao, what's the matter with you coming back this time? The door of the palace opened with a bang, and a cold and gentle voice sounded. Master, I came back this time because I want to trouble you with something. Xiao Ziyu walked into the hall and told him about the visit to Qingzhu Mountain. But she didn't say it was all because of Lu Changsheng, and she also said that this trip would help her practice. Go to Qingzhu Mountain to take charge. Yunwansheng frowned slightly when she heard this. She had heard Wei Sheng talk about this before, and guessed that Lu Changsheng wanted to ask Xiao Ziyu to go to Qingzhu Mountain to take charge. When she heard this, the first thing she thought of was to refuse. As a core disciple of Qingyun Sect, it was not appropriate for her disciple to take charge of someone else's family. Besides, Xiao Ziyu practiced the supreme forgetting love art, and she would eventually take the path of forgetting love. If she keeps on being in touch with Lu Changsheng, she will have a difficult road ahead and it will be hard to figure it out. But thinking about the relationship between Xiao Ziyu and Lu Changsheng, they have already taken that step. How can they just break it off? Besides, Xiao Ziyu is practicing the supreme forgetting love art, which is currently at the 2nd level of clouds have love, moon has love, which requires the two to complement each other to achieve great success. Master can promise this. But according to the rules of the sect, you will go to Qingzhu Mountain to take charge for a maximum of 3 years. Yunwansheng said so. Thank you, Master. Xiao Ziyu was immediately delighted when she heard this, and she bowed. Xiao, you are so happy just because I agreed to this matter, how can I be assured of you? Yunwansheng saw the joy in Xiao Ziyu's eyes and said helplessly. Although the deeper Xiao Ziyu's love is now, the better the effect of her practice. But the deeper she is, the harder it will be to figure it out and cut off the love with a sword in the future. Master. Xiao Ziyu was slightly startled when she heard this and bit her lip. She also realized that as long as Lu Changsheng was involved, her supreme forgetfulness would be almost ineffective. Moreover, this time she went to Qingzhu Mountain to take charge. Not only could she be with Lu Changsheng, but she could also accompany her daughter, which made her excited for a while. Forget it, you just need to know about this, and I can't say much to you. Yunwansheng sighed and said nothing more. She knew that Xiao Ziyu could only rely on herself for such things. Then she took out 2 3rd-level talismans from the storage ring and gave them to Xiao Ziyu for her to use. After all, the ancestor of the Ziyahao family, Ziyahao Wu, is still alive. If this ancestor Ziyahao sets his eyes on Qingzhu Mountain and retaliates, it would be quite dangerous. She naturally had to give this apprentice some life-saving treasures. Thank you, Master. Xiao Ziyu bowed. Your visit to Qingzhu Mountain is considered as an outing to carry out a mission, so don't disclose your whereabouts. Also, as for Lu Market, you should wait until the new Ji show comes before going to Qingzhu Mountain. Yunwansheng continued. Yes, Master. Xiao Ziyu nodded in response. Then she took out a token from her storage bag. Master, a good friend of mine named Han Li rescued my senior sister on the way to Juxiao Xiansheng. True Man Qian gave him a Qingyun order. I want to use this Qingyun order to invite a 2nd-level formation master from the sect to go to Qingzhu Mountain to help set up the formation. Xiao Ziyu took out the Qingyun order from Lu Changsheng's hand and said aloud. This casual cultivator Han Li is Lu Changsheng, right? Yunwansheng glanced at the token and said directly. She had previously guessed that the casual cultivator Han Li, who saved her eldest disciple, was Lu Changsheng. Now seeing this Qingyun order, it is almost certain. I knew I couldn't hide it from Master. Xiao Ziyu showed a playful smile on her face. She immediately knew that her master had seen through Lu Changsheng's disguise and guessed many things. This made her pause, wondering if her master knew that she had given birth to Lu Wangshu. You are still playing such tricks in front of the master. Yunwansheng smiled faintly. Thinking of her eldest disciple Chu Qingyi, she looked at Xiao Ziyu and continued, your senior sister is still healing, adjusting her state, and preparing to attack the Jinden stage. So don't let Qingyi know about the matter of Han Li, a casual cultivator. Yunwansheng said so. Don't let senior sister know. Xiao Ziyu was surprised when she heard this, not knowing what it meant. She couldn't help but wonder, Could it be that her senior sister also had something to do with Lu Changsheng? Although she didn't have much contact with her senior sister, she also knew that her senior sister was devoted to the sword and had a clear mind for the sword. Wait, sword? At this moment, Xiao Ziyu realized something in her heart. She bowed to Yun Wansheng and said, "Master, I understand. Take my token and go find Master Mo and ask him to go to Qingzhu Mountain to set up the formation." Yun Wansheng took out a token and said to Xiao Ziyu, "Yes, Master." Xiao Ziyu nodded in response. Knowing that this Master Mo is a second-level top formation master. His formation level is superb and he has set up formations for many markets in Qingyun Sect, Qingzhu Mountain, Changsheng Hall, in the retreat cave. Huh? Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and exhaled lightly. He placed his palm in front of his chest and closed his eyes to experience. It will take at least 2 or 3 years to melt the 9 treasures Jade Ruai into the life treasure bone. Lu Changsheng experienced this progress and sighed slightly, knowing that this kind of thing can't be rushed. He didn't close the death retreat, walked out of the hall, and looked at the situation of his secular children. These children will live in Qingzhu Mountain for a period of time. Lu Changsheng visited these children and gave them some simple guidance for the future according to their talents. Now, the Lu family can be completely divided into the Qingzhu Mountain Lu family and the Ruai County Lu family. As for the secular side, Lu Pingyan is now in Qingzhu Mountain, and Lu Wuyu is the eldest son in the secular world. He directly designated the position of the head of the family to his son Lu Wuyu. As for Lu Wuyu's housekeeper, he has been a county magistrate for so many years, and he is good in all aspects of dealing with people. If I have to say, it is that his character is a bit indecisive and lacks courage. But he is just the head of the secular Lu family, and he doesn't need to have any great courage. Wuyu, you will be in charge of Ruai County in the future. If you have anything, you can ask your Uncle Hong more, or write to Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng said to Lu Wuyu. This son had a quiet personality when he was a child. When others were playing, he liked to read alone. At the beginning, Lu Changsheng wondered if this son would become a nerd. Yes, father. Lu Wuyu heard this and nodded with a heavy face. Knowing that after this separation, his father would probably rarely come to Ruai County. This is the arrangement of some rules and regulations for the family by your father. You can take a look. Lu Changsheng took out a jade book and continued. This is the reward and punishment rules and regulations of the Lu family that he had previously agreed with Lu Maiyuan and Ling Zixio. Okay, father. Lu Wuyu took the jade book and responded respectfully. You know it's yes without even looking at it. If you have any opinions after reading it, just tell your father directly. Seeing his son's look, Lu Changsheng patted him on the head and said unhappily. He also knew that he rarely spent time with his son and daughter, and that he had become a foundation-building cultivator. In the eyes of many of his children, he was full of majesty and was very in awe of him. So basically, his children would listen to whatever he said. My son, take a look. Seeing this, Lu Wuyu recalled the time he spent with his father when he was young, and immediately scratched his head and smiled, then opened the jade book and started reading. Father, I think that there will definitely be some domineering people among the children of our Lu family. There are already some signs of this. So in my opinion, we must establish a clan leader to discipline the children of the family. And in terms of money, I don't think we can rely entirely on Qingzhu Mountain. With the relationship between our family and Uncle Hong, and your face, father, we can do business and be self-sufficient. After reading it, Lu Wuyu spoke up and made suggestions. During his years in the secular world, he served as a county magistrate through Hong Yi's relationship. He knew that if his family continued like this, there would definitely be many domineering and unruly young men. And if the secular Lu family relied too much on the Qingzhu Mountain Lu family, this situation would be even worse. Moreover, there are many brothers and sisters in the family now, and the future will definitely involve dividing the family and branching out. In this case, the family will set up a clan leader to supervise the family's etiquette and rules, and the power of law enforcement will be in the hands of you, the head of the family. You can also set up a law enforcement team to enforce the law, punish, and deal with money, business, and finance. You can decide. If the family is divided, the head of the family will also be in charge. Lu Changsheng said after a moment of silence. The situation of children dividing the family is bound to be unavoidable. Apart from other things, the Lu mansion in Ruai County has been expanded once. When these children gradually get married, The Lu mansion in Ruai County will not be able to accommodate them at all, and the family will definitely be divided. Lu Changsheng did not think of putting all these children together and dividing them into multiple branches at will. But as for spiritual rice, you still have to practice martial arts on weekdays, so this cannot be reduced. So you can only earn enough to cover your daily expenses. For example, spiritual rice, martial arts training, and childbirth rewards will still be borne by Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng said. He naturally could not reduce the expenses for his children's martial arts training and childbirth. After all, with spiritual rice and spiritual food, children can make rapid progress in martial arts. And eating more spiritual rice, even if the parents are mortals, the probability of having spiritual roots in the future will be a few points higher than normal. Lu Wuai nodded and continued to add something. After the father and son finished talking about a matter, Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Wuai and the other children, and didn't know what to say for a while. There are too many children, and they spend less time together, so they lack common topics after all. And as the children grow up, they also lack the relaxed atmosphere of childhood. Half a month later. Changsheng Hall, in the talisman room. Lu Changsheng is drawing talismans. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. Congratulations to the host for 20 offspring breaking through the martial arts innate and obtaining bloodline effects. The probability of reproducing offspring increases by 5%, and you get a chance to draw a lottery. There are rewards for 22. Lu Changsheng, who is making talismans, heard this system prompt and smiled happily. 10 children broke through the martial arts innate and received rewards before, so he has been looking forward to how many children he will get in the future. After all, compared to the cultivation of immortals, there is no spiritual root restriction in martial arts. As long as he keeps spending money, all these children can achieve martial arts innateness. It is very likely that not 10 children will contribute once. Now seeing that 20 children contribute, he is a little surprised. System, draw. Lu Changsheng did not think much, and silently said in his heart. Prepare to see what he can draw this time. Suddenly, the light red big turntable appeared with a golden light, and began to rotate for the draw. Congratulations to the host for winning the magic weapon, Qinghe Pearl. The reward has been issued in the system space, and the host can check it at any time. The golden light stayed after the magic weapon column. Immediately, a string of blue gems emerged from the big turntable, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Magic weapon? Qinghe Pearl. Lu Changsheng looked at the magic weapon in front of him and frowned slightly. He still has a magic weapon in the system space gathering dust, and now he has another magic weapon for himself. Magic weapons are just magic weapons. When Ping'an and the others have a higher level of cultivation, if they can practice the 100 refining treasure body art, these magic weapons will gradually come in handy. And once my 9 treasures Jade Ruai melts the life treasure bone, it will no longer be able to assist in cultivation. At present, the Black Dragon Magic Pearl and the Magic Weapon Embryo are afraid that they will be scrapped after my 100 refining treasure body art breaks through the 6th level. Now it's okay to have a few magic weapons as backup. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Then he looked at the system space to see what kind of magic weapon this Qinghe Pearl is. Magic weapon, Qinghe Pearl, grade, top grade magic weapon, description, made of 36 pieces of Qinghe relic pearls. There are a total of 36 pieces. Each one is a quasi-magic weapon. When all 36 pieces are gathered together, it is a top-grade magic weapon that can evolve into the Qinghe Shockwave Array. It's actually a combined magic weapon? A magic weapon of the Dao of Formation. Lu Changsheng looked at the introduction of the Qinghe Pearl, his eyes lit up, and he was surprised. In the world of cultivating immortals, there is a kind of magic weapon called a combined magic weapon, which can be split into multiple magic weapons. In this case, even if the strength is insufficient, the magic weapon can be disassembled to exert some of the magic weapon's power. And this Qinghe Pearl is not only a combination of magic weapons, but also a magic weapon of the formation, which can evolve into the Qinghe Jingbo formation. Extract. Lu Changsheng was very interested in this magic weapon. He did not leave it in the system space to gather dust, but directly extracted it for inspection. Suddenly, a string of 36 baby fist-sized, crystal clear, blue glowing gems appeared. So heavy. Lu Changsheng held this string of Qinghe pearls and suddenly felt his hands sink. If he did not have the strength of body refining, he would not be able to pick it up. After the detailed introduction of Qinghai pearls by the system, Lu Changsheng's eyes immediately showed a look of surprise. If this Qinghai pearl is used as a set, it will evolve into the Qinghai Jingbo formation. If used individually, the usage is very simple and crude, and it can be used to hit people directly. The Qinghai pearl contains the power of heavy water. Not only is it extremely heavy, it can also bloom and consume light, and stun other people's spiritual consciousness and five senses. Therefore, if ordinary cultivators were not careful when facing the Qinghai pearl, they would perish. But what really surprised Lu Changsheng was not the power of this magic weapon. Through the system introduction, he knew that the raw materials of this Qinghai pearl came from the mermaids. This kind of pearl has the effect of nourishing water veins in aquatic creatures. Hiss, even if this Qinghai pearl is not used as a magic weapon, it can only nourish water veins in aquatic creatures. For me, it is a good treasure. Lu Changsheng's face was full of surprise. At present, the main income of Qingzhu Mountain is aquatic products, fish and shrimp in the Bishu Lake. And under the Bishu Lake, there is a first-level top spiritual vein. This Qinghai pearl can nourish water veins in aquatic creatures, which means that it can nourish the spiritual veins of Bishu Lake, the spiritual fish and shrimp in the lake, red blood carp, and green blood carp. Maybe it can also make this first-level top spiritual vein promoted to a second-level spiritual vein. Besides, when Xiao recovers and breaks through to the Jinden stage in the future, this Qinghai pearl can be given to her as a magic weapon. Hey, Sister Miaoj is practicing the Shangsheng Ru Shuju, and this Qinghai pearl seems to be quite suitable for her. Forget it, let's talk about magic weapons later, let's use this Qinghai pearl to nourish the water veins first. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart, and he would talk about the ownership of the magic weapon later. But if you want to nourish the water veins, you can't just put it in the Bishu Lake casually. If it is salvaged by someone, it will be a big loss. Lu Changsheng thought of the time when his son Lu Qingshan ran to dig his golden bean mother. He thought that he should wait for Ling Xiao to recover a little, and then use this Qinghai pearl to set up an array in the Bishu Lake to nourish the water veins. Chapter 248 Repairing the Family Formation, the Su family tames beasts. Jin State, 5 Poison Sect. Sky Spider Envoy, I already know about the situation in Jiang State. It is a blessing that you two can return. As for the heart-eating goo, you can go directly to the Goo God Cave to get it. As for the Phoenix goo, I was seriously injured by Li Duangsun before, and I used the only remaining Phoenix goo. The new Phoenix goo will take 10 years to refine. In the Five Saints Hall, a 7 or 8-year-old girl with a face as white as jade, delicate and exquisite, wearing a silver crown and hairpin, wearing a purple-red dress, and bare feet, spoke out. The girl's expression and words revealed a vicissitude and majesty that was completely inconsistent with her appearance. Master, I encountered an ambush on this trip, and only the Phoenix goo can solve it. Nangguang Li was wearing a purple gauze skirt, with a graceful figure, but there was no seductiveness in her body. In that case, come find me again 10 years later when the Phoenix goo in the Goo God Cave is refined. The girl looked at Nangguang Li with a sharp gaze, and then said in a clear and fragile voice mixed with majesty, "Thank you for your help, Master." Nangguang Li bowed when he heard this, and then said goodbye. After leaving the Five Saints Temple, Nangguang Li turned into Divine Rainbow and came to the Goo God Cave. He explained his intention to the elders guarding the cave and applied for the heart-eating goo. "Xiaojun, this is the heart-eating goo, you keep it. Next, the master will be in a state of seclusion and will not see anyone. All affairs of Qiangzhu Peak will be in your charge." After returning to Qiangzhu Peak, Nangguang Li took out the heart-eating goo and said to his disciple Meng Xiaojun, "Seclusion." Meng Xiaojun was a little surprised when she heard this. Although her master's injuries have not fully recovered, there is no need for seclusion, right? But she couldn't say or ask too much about this matter. After all, on the way back this time, she felt that her master's temperament had changed a lot. She couldn't say exactly what it was. But in terms of behavior, he was a little more cautious and prudent than before. Otherwise, according to Nangguang Li's personality, the two would not necessarily choose to cross the 10,000 Beasts Mountains and return to Jin from the border of Jiang. But after choosing this safe, hard, and time-consuming way, her master seemed very anxious and impatient all the way. Now that he had just returned and arranged his own affairs, he immediately closed himself up, which was very strange. "Yes, Master, you can rest assured to close yourself, and I will handle the affairs of the peak." Meng Xiaochen pursed her lips and responded respectfully. Yet, Nanguang merely nodded, then turned into a divine rainbow and came to his own closed-door secret room, with a complicated look in his eyes as he gently stroked his flat belly. Qingzhu Mountain. A talisman is a spell that is expressed through runes, circulated by spiritual ink, and carried by talisman paper, and is stored in a talisman. If each talisman is regarded as a whole, then each symbol and each stroke is. For example, this simplest cleaning talisman, this part of the rune structure is used to control the direction of spiritual power, this part is used to maintain the operation of spiritual power, and this part is the structure of the spell. In the Talisman Hall of Bian Villa, Lu Changsheng is giving a talisman class to his wives, concubines, and children. Now that he can see the talents of his wives, concubines, and children, he naturally arranges them through simple training, according to their interests, and teaching them in accordance with their aptitude. As long as the first batch of craftsmen in the family are on the right track, he doesn't have to worry about the future of the family. At this moment, Lu Changsheng's mind moved slightly, and he took out the yin-yang sensing talisman, knowing that Xiao Ziyu was here. He immediately asked his concubines and children to study it themselves, and Lu Miaoyan came to popularize the knowledge of spiritual plants. Dao Ziyu. Lu Changsheng came to the mountain gate and saw that in addition to Xiao Ziyu, there was also an old man with a strong body and sparkling eyes and two young men wearing Qingyun Sect's disciple uniforms. He immediately guessed that the old man and the two young men were the formation masters of Qingyun Sect. Dao Ayalu, this is Mo Shoran from my Qingyun Sect. Master Mo is a formation master. These two are Master Mo's disciples, and they are here to set up a formation for Qingzhu Mountain. Xiao Ziyu saw Lu Changsheng and immediately introduced the information about Master Mo, a second-level top formation master. When Lu Changsheng heard this, he immediately knew that his status was not simple. He immediately opened the mountain gate formation and politely bowed his hands and said, "Hello, Master Mo, two Daoists, please come in." Dao Ayalu, you are too polite. I am here on orders to rearrange the formation for your Qingzhu Mountain. I wonder if Dao Ayalu has any needs for the formation. Although Master Mo is arrogant on weekdays, he is still quite polite. After all, he came here not only for Lu Changsheng to use the Qingyun order. Xiao Ziyu, Yun Wanchang and Lu Changsheng also obviously have a good relationship. I only have a rough idea about the formation, I don't know much about it. But my Taoist partner is a formation master, I asked her to come and talk to you in detail. Lu Changsheng invited people to the hall of the villa, and asked someone to serve tea, and then said, I have also heard of the reputation of Taoist partner Lu, so it's naturally the best. Master Mo replied with a smile. He heard that there was a formation master in Qingzhu Mountain. In this regard, he was naturally willing to communicate with professionals. Otherwise, it would be a headache to communicate with someone who didn't know the formation. Especially this person who didn't know the formation also had a bad relationship with the sect. Master Mo, wait a moment. Lu Changsheng said politely. Then he came to the Changsheng Hall and said to Ling Zixio, who was comprehending the art of the talisman formation, Zixio, the formation master of Qingyun Sect is here. Huh? He came so soon, I'll go and see. Ling Zixio heard this, put down the jade book in his hand, and said with a smile. Zixio, in addition to setting up a formation on the top of Bian Peak, I am also going to set up a formation under the Bishu Lake. Lu Changsheng expressed his needs in advance. He took out the magic treasure Qanghe Pearl and told Ling Zixio that this Qanghe Pearl has the effect of nourishing water veins and aquatic fish and shrimp. He planned to put this Qanghe Pearl under the spiritual vein of Bishu Lake. Qanghe Pearl, 36 pieces, each one is comparable to a quasi-magic weapon. Ling Zixio looked at the Qanghe Pearl in front of her, and her beautiful eyes showed some surprise. You know, magic weapons are very precious, and few people can make them. Many Jindans Henren may not have multiple magic weapons. Lu Changsheng actually took out an extremely rare combination magic weapon at random to nourish the water veins. This made her sigh at Lu Changsheng's mystery, and suspected that he had obtained the entire inheritance of a Yuanying's engine. That's right. This magic weapon is made from the Qanghe Pearls of the mermaid tribe. Each one is comparable to a quasi-magic weapon and has the effect of nourishing the water veins. If it continues to nourish, the first-level top-level spiritual veins under the green water lake may be promoted to the second-level spiritual veins. Lu Changsheng chuckled and said so. My dear, This Qinghe pearl is of great importance. Although the formation master of the Qingyun Sect was invited through the Qingyun order, he cannot be trusted. But there are 36 Qinghe pearls in total. You can take one out as the formation base of the Green Water Lake. In this way, I can use this formation base as the formation eye of the Green Water Lake later, and stack the formations and arrange the formations in the formations. If the spiritual vein formation of the Green Water Lake is promoted to the second level, this will also have a positive effect on the overall formation. Ling Zixiao looked at the Qinghe pearl in front of him, pondered for a moment, and then expressed his thoughts. Okay, Zixiao, you keep this Qinghe pearl first, and you can arrange it when the time comes. Lu Changsheng nodded when he heard this, and handed the Qinghe pearl in his hand to Ling Zixiao directly. Since the Qinghe pearl is heavy, he asked Ling Zixiao to be careful. Seeing that Lu Changsheng gave him such a precious magic weapon easily and asked him to be careful with a caring face, Ling Zixiao's heart warmed up. With a smile in his beautiful eyes, he nodded and said, okay. The two walked out of the Changsheng hall and came to the lobby of Bian Villa. Zixiao, this is Mo Shorin of Qingyun Sect, Master Mo. Master Mo, this is my Taoist partner, Ling Zixiao. Lu Changsheng brought Ling Zixiao to the hall and introduced him. Hello, Master Mo. Ling Zixiao was wearing a blue dress and had a pale and elegant face. Looking at Master Mo in front of him, he smiled elegantly. Haha, I have met you, Taoist Ling. I wonder what you think about this family formation. Master Mo glanced at Ling Zixiao and said with a smile. From his complexion, he could see that Ling Zixiao was in poor physical condition. Knowing his condition, it was indeed impossible for him to arrange the family formation. Otherwise, he would not have spent a Qingyun order and used the favors of Qingyun Sect to do it himself. There is no need to rearrange the Qingzhu Mountain formation. Otherwise, the workload is too large and it will take at least several years to complete. So my idea is to arrange it on the original basis of this Bishu Qiang formation. Ling Zixiao said with a smile. The Yu family's Bishu Qiang formation, as a second-grade upper-grade formation, is already quite good. After all, the higher the grade of a family formation, the better. It is also necessary to consider the daily spiritual energy consumption of the formation, the consumption of the formation when it is fully operational, the coverage direction, etc. If so, it would be great. Fellow Taoist Ling, let me take a look at the Qingzhu Mountain spiritual vein and the formation, and then we will determine a plan. How about it? Master Mo smiled when he heard Ling Zixiao's words. If a family formation is rearranged, it will not only consume materials, but also be very time-consuming. If it is rearranged on the original basis, the amount of work will be reduced by more than half, or even only 1 or 2%. If it is possible, he naturally does not want to rearrange it and spend a lot of time on Qingzhu Mountain. Of course. Ling Zixiao said elegantly and dignifiedly. Immediately, several people began to survey the veins of Qingzhu Mountain and the situation of the formation. During the process, Ling Zixiao told Master Mo one by one about his ideas, the layout of the formation, and some minor adjustments to the layout of Qingzhu Mountain. Master Mo usually arranged the formation alone, and he made the final decision after looking at the layout of the spirit veins. This time, because of the relationship between Lu Changsheng and Qingyun Sect, he gave some face and asked for his opinions. But he was still a little arrogant in his bones and felt that he should listen to his suggestions. But now after hearing Ling Zixiao's arrangement, understanding, and views on the formation of Qingzhu Mountain, he suddenly realized that Ling Zixiao was extraordinary in the way of formation, put away his contempt and arrogance in his heart, and communicated with Ling Zixiao on an equal footing about the arrangement of the formation. In this way, after surveying the situation of the formation of Qingzhu Mountain, Master Mo took 2 disciples to stay temporarily in Bian Villa, prepared to discuss a good plan, and then began to repair and arrange the formation. Changsheng, the master has agreed to the matter of sitting in Qingzhu Mountain. After finishing the matters of the formation, Xiao Ziyu had time to be alone with Lu Changsheng, and told him about her sitting in Qingzhu Mountain. Great! Lu Changsheng was delighted when he heard that Xiao Ziyu could come to sit in. He thought that this Qingzhu Henren was quite a reasonable person. He was worried before that this Qingzhu Henren would break up the relationship between him and Xiao Ziyu. But I still have to go to Lu Market. Xiao Ziyu continued. She said that it might take a month or 2 for her to finish the matters in Lu Market before she could come. Okay, Ziyu, when are you going to go to Lu Market? Lu Changsheng asked. I plan to go there directly today, deal with the matters there early, and then come here. Xiao Ziyu said so. Although she wanted to accompany her daughter, she thought that she would have to say goodbye to her daughter after seeing her, so she might as well finish the matters early. Xiao, when you get to Green River Market, help me see if there is a second-level alchemy furnace there, and take a look at these spiritual materials. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng took out a list of materials and said to Xiao Ziyu, alchemy, winemaking, and puppetry. He planned to use these 3 skills and build a few more second-level puppets at home. So there are many materials that need to be purchased. Since Xiao Ziyu is free, he asked Xiao Ziyu to go to Green River Market to purchase for him. So many. Xiao Ziyu looked at the list and was a little surprised at the various spiritual medicines and spiritual materials purchased. You don't have to spend time to purchase them. If there are, buy them. If there are none, forget it. Lu Changsheng smiled and took out spiritual stones from the storage bag and gave them to Xiao Ziyu. He also took out a stack of talismans and gave them to Xiao Ziyu, so that if she didn't have enough spiritual stones, she could sell the talismans in exchange for spiritual stones. Changsheng, do you still want to become a guest worshipper of Qingyun Sect? With your current level of talisman making, you are already qualified to become a guest worshipper of Qingyun Sect. If you become a guest worshipper of Qingyun Sect, there will be many benefits and conveniences for both individuals and families. Xiao Ziyu said this while looking at the talisman in her hand. Guest worshipper of Qingyun Sect Lu Changsheng paused slightly after hearing this, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. He didn't mind being a guest worshipper in Qingyun Sect. After all, it's good to lean on a big tree to enjoy the shade. There are indeed many benefits and conveniences to having the title of guest worshipper of Qingyun Sect. Let's talk about this in a few years. There are still many things to do in Qingzhu Mountain now. I will consider this aspect after the situation stabilizes. Lu Changsheng said after a moment of hesitation. If you become a guest worshipper of Qingyun Sect, there will naturally be some affairs that are inevitable. But now the situation at home is not stable, and he doesn't want to cause trouble for himself for some convenience. Okay. Xiao Ziyu smiled and nodded. She was not thinking about asking Lu Changsheng to join Qingyun Sect. She simply thought that it would be good for him and the family if Lu Changsheng became a guest minister of Qingyun Sect. Ziyu, stay for one night before leaving. Lu Changsheng looked at Xiao Ziyu in front of him, held her light hand, took her into his arms, and said in a gentle voice. In a blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. The repair and renovation of the formation of Qingzhu Mountain had begun. In addition to Mo Shorin and his 2 apprentices, Lu Yunding also invited 3 formation masters to help Lu Changsheng. Regarding the family formation, Lu Changsheng gave full authority to Ling Zixio. In addition to making talismans, daily practice, and melting the treasure bones of his own life, he also taught his children and concubines. Or he would inspect his own spiritual medicine valley, fish farm, and spiritual field. On this day, Lu Changsheng suddenly felt a surge of air coming. He knew that another child had completed the induction of qi into the body. But after waiting for most of the day, he had not received the good news, which child had inducted qi into the body. Could it be? Lu Changsheng's mind moved slightly, and a system bar appeared in front of him. Name, Lu Qingshan, lifespan 11/99, talent, 6th grade spiritual root, Zhengjin body, middle grade spiritual body, cultivation, key refining level 1, talent, sword compatibility, 49%, Qingshan has completed the key into the body. Lu Changsheng looked at his son Lu Qingshan's panel, a little surprised and pleasantly surprised. Immortal cultivators usually start practicing at the age of 12. But because of different talents and foundations, there will be a certain fluctuation. Lu Qingshan has completed the key into the body before he is 12 years old, which shows that his talent and comprehension are both top-notch. After all, it would not be easy for a Jindan's Henren to accept him as a disciple to comprehend the cultivation method. I don't know how Qingshan is doing in Qingyun Sect. Now that he has completed the key into the body, I think his master is still paying more attention to him. Lu Changsheng thought of his naughty son, and his heart was a little heavy. He took a deep breath and exhaled gently. He didn't know when he would be able to visit his children in Qingyun Sect. Yu Kingdom, Qingyun Sect. Xianyang Peak. Lu Qingshan, wearing a golden and white brocade robe, walked out of the hall with a happy face. He saw Lu Qingzhu reading a book in the hall, and immediately stepped forward to pick up his sister, and said happily, "Xiao Zuer, I have completed the key into the body. Brother is so amazing." Lu Qingzhu heard this and immediately smiled. Of course. Lu Qingshan rubbed his sister's head with pride and said, "Don't worry, with my talent, I can break through the foundation building and become a foundation building master in just 10 years. Then we can go home to visit mother." When mother, grandfather, and father know that I have become a foundation building master, they will definitely drop their jaws. Lu Qingshan grinned, imagining the day when he became a foundation building master and went home. Before, he thought that Qingyun Sect and Qingyun Sect were similar. If you miss home, you can go home to visit. But when he arrived at Qingyun Sect, he realized that he and his sister had come to another country. It is very far to go home from here, and I have to wait until I become a foundation building cultivator. This made Lu Qingzhu sad for a long time. So taking his sister home has become one of the motivations for him to practice hard. Yet, come on, brother. Lu Qingzhu clenched his little fist and nodded vigorously. "Xiao Zuer, what do you want to eat today?" "Brother will go to the dining hall to get a meal." Lu Qingshan put his sister down and asked. The entire Xianyuan peak was very deserted, with only Xianyuan's Henren alone. But Xianyuan's Henren is very unreliable on weekdays. He is either in seclusion or out for something, and no one is seen. So the brother and sister can only go to the inner gate dining hall of Qingyun Sect for dinner. "Well, brother can choose it," Lu Qingzhu said with a well-behaved face. "Okay, wait for me at home." Lu Qingshan nodded after hearing that, then ran out of the hall and shouted loudly to the distance, "Crane fairy! Crane fairy!" After a while, a handsome crane, about 10 feet tall, with a bright and fiery head swooped down from the back mountain, raising a strong gust of wind, and said to Lu Qingshan, "Boy, what's the matter? It's time for dinner, take me to the dining hall." Lu Qingshan said to the crane in front of him with a smile. "You kid are really troublesome. You have to eat every day, which makes this fairy have to run with you every day." Crane fairy said so, but still bent down a little and let Lu Qingshan carry her on her back. "There's no way, I'm growing up now, and I can go by myself when I can fly. But don't worry, your 8 treasure chicken, roasted goose, and steamed bear paw will be indispensable at that time." Lu Qingshan said so. All right, stop talking, come up quickly, I'm going to fly." When the crane fairy heard Lu Qingshan's words, saliva flowed down her mouth, dripping onto the ground, emitting bursts of fragrance. Lu Qingshan was prepared for this scene, and immediately picked up the wooden barrel next to him to collect the crane's saliva. "You kid cheated me of my immortal saliva again, are you going or not?" Crane fairy was immediately unhappy when she saw Lu Qingshan's behavior. "Go away, your crane saliva is a treasure, you can't waste it, whether it is used to water spiritual medicine or to take a medicinal bath, it is good. Wait for me to break through soon and be able to fly with a flying device, so you can save trouble." Lu Qingshan laughed, then climbed onto the crane's back, grabbed the crane's feathers with both hands, looked at the surrounding scenery, and flew towards the main peak of the inner gate of Qingyun Sect. In a blink of an eye, more than half a month passed. On this day, the child of Lu Changsheng's concubine Zhang Yongwen was born. This child has spiritual roots, 6th grade spiritual roots, which makes Lu Changsheng very happy. Now with eugenics, the spiritual root talent of his own child has gradually improved. During this period, Zhang Yongwen mentioned the Zhang family of Centipede Ridge to Lu Changsheng. He said that his family is currently in contact with a beast control Su family and is preparing to become a vassal of the Su family. Beast control Su family. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised to hear this name. The beast tamer Su family is one of the 3 great immortal cultivation families in Jiang State. The family has a giant ancestor sitting in the family. It can be said that it is the first immortal cultivation family in Qingyun land. Once in Qingyun market, Lu Changsheng had heard of the great name of the beast tamer Su family. They raised a group of water snakes and fire crows, and the family had a strong foundation. Now Zhang Yongwen actually said that the Zhang family was ready to become a vassal of the Su family. It was not for other reasons. In Lu Changsheng's opinion, even if a family like the Zhang family took the initiative to become a vassal, the Su family might not be willing to accept it. It's just a branch of the beast tamer Su family, the Yushan Su family, and the family has 2 great foundation building cultivators. Zhang Yongwen said so. I see. Lu Changsheng nodded after hearing this, and felt that this was reasonable. However, in his opinion, the ancestor of the Zhang family was still desperate to seek medical treatment. It is estimated that just like when he came from his own family, he chose to be a vassal, or married his daughter, just to preserve the ancestral foundation. But if the Su family is willing to accept you as a vassal, there must be something in mind, right? It is impossible that he would protect you for nothing just for a few % of benefits. Alice, the ancestor of the Zhang family, is completely anxious. He gave up 1.5% of the benefits of the Red Leaf Valley market and divided them equally among the three of us, leaving only 0.5% for Centipede Ridge. My three families have promised to take care of Centipede Ridge for him, but now they have contacted the Su family. Lu Changsheng sighed slightly. At the beginning, the four families divided the Red Leaf Valley market. Qingzhu Mountain accounted for 40%, Banao Lake, Yu family, and Zhang family each accounted for 20%. Later, because Yu Yuanshan had been in charge of the Red Leaf Valley market, Qingzhu Mountain gave 10% of the benefits to the Yu family. During the previous ceremony of the founding of the Bihu Mountain clan, the ancestor of the Zhang family knew that his family could not hold on to this benefit, so he took the initiative to give 1.5% and divided it equally among the three families. He hoped that the three families would be able to help the Zhang family in the future. Faced with this, the three families all nodded, indicating that they could help to the best of their ability. Now that the Zhang family has become a vassal of the Su family, Lu Changsheng can't help but worry. If the Yushan Su family really accepts the Zhang family as a vassal, will it affect their own side? The Zhang family's ancestors also understand that if there is a family force that really swallows up the Zhang family, our three families can't help too much. So try to find a few more people to rely on. At least the Yushan Su family is from the Beastmaster Su family. They won't be too ugly and pay attention to respect. Lu Changsheng shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. He told Ling Zixiao the news and asked her what she thought. At the same time, he sent a message to Qingzhu Mountain and Banao Lake to tell Lu Yuanzhuang and Bai Yunlang. After all, Zhang Yongwen told him about this matter, and I think he would only tell him in advance to avoid getting the news in the future, which would be too sudden. 10 days later, Xiao Ziyu came to Bihu Mountain. She needed to hide her whereabouts and identity this time. So Lu Changsheng directly arranged for Xiao Ziyu to live in Changsheng Hall. Now Lu Maioj spends most of her time in Qingzhu Mountain, and the entire Changsheng Hall is very empty, with only Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixiao. Lu Changsheng often does not spend the night in Changsheng Palace. Xiao Ziyu brought back a second-grade top-grade alchemy furnace for Lu Changsheng this time. When the fire veins in the alchemy room of Bizayan Peak are well nurtured and he has the fire of the earth veins, he can make pills. Xiao Ziyu also bought a lot of materials for brewing wine and puppets. However, Lu Changsheng is not in a hurry to use these two aspects. In terms of brewing wine, ordinary first-grade wine can build a brewing workshop in a wine cellar. But for second-grade spiritual wine, not only are the materials scarce, but the process is complicated. Different wines require different wine cellars, which is very troublesome and cannot be made in a short time. As for puppets, it takes too much time. The materials Xiao Ziyu has bought are enough for him to build 3 second-grade puppets. But in his current situation, it is not known how long it will take to build these 3 second-grade puppets. He has not repaired the second-grade puppet he gave to Lu Maiahun after it was destroyed. So he is ready to take it slowly. In the branch of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, in a valley in a basin, dark coffins were buried one after another. There were many corpses of monsters and blood around, making the whole valley look a little eerie. Huh? Wuxiu is dead, what happened? At this time, in the depths of the valley, a man wearing a black brocade robe and with a slightly stiff face sat up in a black copper coffin, and said in an indifferent and majestic voice, Ancestor Wuxiu encountered a disaster in the Lu family of Bihu Mountain. In front of the coffin, a young man in his 20s said respectfully, I told them before to act cautiously and focus on looting, without being too ostentatious. Xiahao Wuo said with a gloomy face when he heard this. Then he continued, now that Wuxiu is dead, Qingyun Sect must be investigating our family's situation. Pass on my order that no one is allowed to leave the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. You pass on my order and let Wusheng and others be more cautious in Yu's state. Yes, ancestor. The young man heard the words of his ancestor and showed some unwillingness on his face. Xiahao Wuxiu is one of the only 2 late-stage foundation-building ancestors of the Xiahao family, besides Xiahao Wuo. Now his family is wanted by Qingyun Sect and Zhang State, and like a rat in a sewer, they can only hide in the Qingzhu Mountains. But in Qingzhu Mountain, a foundation-building family killed their own ancestor, and Xiahou Wuo did not say anything, which made him extremely frustrated. Xiahou Wuo naturally saw the unwillingness in his younger generation's eyes. But he knew that it would be extremely dangerous for him to go to Qingzhu Mountain to cause trouble. Even if he destroyed Qingzhu Mountain and avenged his brother, he would most likely be killed. Now that Wuxiu is dead, the family can only rely on hunting monsters for expenses, but most monsters are used to train corpses and become corpse breeding grounds. This is not a long-term solution after all. Ancestor. I am not afraid of sacrificing my life to avenge my family and clan hatred, but it is really too much for me to manage the family like this. After the young man left, Xiahou Wuo clenched his fists, his face was ferocious, his eyes were bloodshot, and he muttered to himself. I don't know how long it took, he held a jade slip, dazed, his bloodshot eyes showed determination. Chapter 249, The Evil Head of Wujian, the 6th level of the 100 Refining Body Technique. The Changsheng Palace was filled with warm fragrance. On the white jade bed, Lu Changsheng hugged Ling Xiao's plump and soft waist. The soft and smooth body was white and rosy, covered with fine beads of sweat, making the skin ripple with an attractive luster. Xiao, you have worked hard these days. Lu Changsheng lay on his side, stroking Ling Xiao's snow-white skin with his palm, and said in a warm voice. These days, Ling Xiao not only had to worry about the family formation, but also had to teach the children about formations. As for family affairs, Lu Miaoyan often came to consult Ling Xiao, which was very busy. The beautiful woman's hair was disheveled, wet with fragrant sweat, and stuck to her charming and elegant cheeks. Her pair of autumn water eyes overflowed with some charming style, and her voice was soft and tender. It's not hard, I have nothing to do on weekdays. But Changsheng, you are not only busy and toiling all day, but also have to heal my injuries, and you have delayed your own practice. Ling Xiao said with a trembling voice. It won't delay anything. After these 2 years of busy work, the children at home can take care of themselves, and I can also concentrate on cultivation. Lu Changsheng's palms were full and overflowing, and he said softly. Many things can only be known after doing them. Before establishing the family, he thought he was almost ready. But now that the family is just established, with a basic base of Qingzhu Mountain, he feels very troublesome. If it weren't for the help of Ling Xiao, Lu Miaoyan and others, as well as Qingzhu Mountain, he would not be able to handle it alone. Well, it's good that you have it in mind. Changsheng will go to accompany Xiao Dao. Ling Xiao slightly supported her delicate body and said softly to Lu Changsheng. After Xiao moved into the Changsheng Palace, she naturally understood the relationship between the two. But even so, she found it difficult to imagine how Lu Changsheng moved Xiao, the fairy of the Moon Palace. After all, she had heard a little about this fairy Xiao these days. A disciple of the Jiandans Henrin of Qingyun Sect, he was famous for his coldness and holiness. But this high and mighty fairy not only had a close relationship with Lu Changsheng, but also gave birth to a daughter. She was curious, and even wanted to see the expression and posture of this fairy Xiao when she was practicing with Lu Changsheng. I just want to accompany you today. Lu Changsheng whispered in her ear. Immediately, the two of them turned the world upside down again, and rubbed their ears. Afterwards, the two gradually fell asleep. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. Congratulations to the host's offspring for giving birth to 10 offspring, and get a chance to draw a lottery. 10? Could it be that the number of children in the grandchildren's generation is the same as mine before, from 10 to 20, 30, and 50? If so, doesn't it mean that I can get a lottery every 3 or 5 days? Lu Changsheng heard the system prompt sound, and his eyes showed a little surprise. Since a year and a half ago, with his nod, the children of the secular Lu family have gradually started a family. Now more than a year has passed, and the third generation of the Lu family has been born one after another. If this continues, it won't take many years for the third generation of the Lu family to reach 20, 30, and even 100. If every few dozen systems give out a share of money, this efficiency is much faster than his original efforts alone. Looking at Ling Xiao, who was pale and beautiful, too tired, fell asleep, and breathed evenly in his arms, Lu Changsheng silently said in his heart, System lottery. Suddenly, the system lottery disc appeared. Accompanied by a golden light, it began to rotate. After a while, the golden light stopped at the other column. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the corpse charm, Infernal Ghost Head. The reward has been issued to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A head pattern with a hideous face and disheveled hair appeared with the system prompt sound. Corpse charm? Infernal Ghost Head. What is this? Lu Changsheng was surprised when he saw the reward he drew this time. He knew about corpse charm, which was a general term for practicing corpses. Like the yin corpse of Xia Haomoni before, it can also be called corpse charm. But I have never heard of a corpse charm with only one head. His mind moved slightly, and he looked at the system space. Corpse charm, Wujian weird head, rank, 3rd rank, description, one of the corpse charms of the Qingyun Sect. It refines giant and monks into living dead, and through various secret methods, when their inner demons invade, their inner demons, true elixir, magic power, and supernatural powers are all melted into the corpse. The supernatural powers are strange and unpredictable, and they are not afraid of yang fire and thunder, refined into corpse charm by giant and real people. Lu Changsheng looked at the description above and was surprised. As far as he knew, most zombies were cold and yin creatures, and they were afraid of yang fire and thunder. And this Wujian weird head was really strange. Not only did it have only one head, but it was also not afraid of yang fire and thunder. Most of the corpses are trained in the devil way. This Wujian ghost head is probably a very evil existence among the corpses. If I dare to use this thing in public, I'm afraid I will be regarded as a devil. And as far as I know, the more powerful and evil the corpse charm is, the easier it is to backfire. But it's a system product, so I think this Wujian ghost head should have the so-called master recognition effect, and it won't bite the master, right? Lu Changsheng looked at the Wujian ghost head in the system space and thought to himself. Through the system's explanation, he could roughly guess that this Wujian ghost head was not simple. Not to mention the combat power of the giant, but its means and magical powers should also have some lethality to the giant in real person. But the more powerful something is, the more strength is needed to control it. Forget it, let's put this thing in the system space first and take it out when we need it in the future. Although Lu Changsheng was curious about the magical power of this Wujian ghost head. But in his opinion, it was not convenient to take it out at present. After all, this kind of thing can only be used when you are in danger and will not be exposed. If you use it under normal circumstances, you will definitely get yourself into trouble. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. During this time, the 5 concubines in Lu Changsheng's family who were pregnant all had their babies born. Among the 5 children, 2 have spiritual roots, bringing Lu Changsheng's spiritual root descendants to 43. When all 43 children grow up and become cultivators, the number of cultivators in his Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain can be considered a normal number of immortal cultivation families. However, seeing that all 5 children were born, Lu Changsheng became more and more confused about Nangguang Milli's situation. These concubines of his family got pregnant more than a year later, and all the children were born. Why hasn't the baby in her belly responded yet? Calculating the time, it has been more than 2 years. Even if a giantess henren is pregnant, it is impossible for her to be pregnant for so long, right? Could it be that she has to be pregnant for 3 years and give birth to Nazir? If he didn't know that the system would not make mistakes, Lu Changsheng would have thought that there was something wrong with the system. However, Lu Changsheng is more and more looking forward to and curious about the child in Nangguang Milli's belly. Not long ago, Lu Changsheng's concubine Xia Xiaoyu took the advanced level breaking pill and successfully broke through the 7th level of key refining. Thinking of Xia Xiaoyu's nurturing body, Lu Changsheng naturally took extra care of her, hoping that the other party's second child would give him a surprise. Maybe because he is now a foundation-building cultivator, and Xia Xiaoyu's nurturing body is relatively difficult to get pregnant, so she has not conceived a child yet. But when it comes to difficulty in pregnancy, it is still more difficult for Bai Ling to get pregnant. This little girl was taken as a concubine by Lu Changsheng at the wedding of Qingzhu Mountain. In the past 6 months, Lu Changsheng has loved this little girl a lot. But 6 months have passed, and the 5 elements Yanzong method has been used, but Bai Ling's belly still has no reaction. Lu Changsheng suspects that it should be Bai Ling's blood problem. He and Ling Xiao both check Bai Ling's condition. The other party is likely to have a bloodline reversion, or a bloodline mutation, and belongs to the half-demon, the demon clan. Under such circumstances, the probability of the two of them giving birth to offspring is very small. Lu Changsheng didn't care much about this. He planned to let nature take its course. If he could give birth, he would. If he couldn't, he would forget it. With Bai Ling's current talent, she would have the hope of building a foundation and even forming a pill in the future. Even though she has a serious social anxiety and is timid, she will be a great force in the future. Dad, the spirit beans on your golden potato have fallen off. On this day, Lu Pinggan brought Lu Changsheng a good news. Upon hearing the news, Lu Changsheng immediately walked out of the Changsheng Hall and came to the depths of the Linka Cliff Medicine Garden. Dad, when I was inspecting just now, I saw that all 8 spirit beans fell off. Lu Pinggan saw Lu Changsheng coming and immediately stepped forward and handed 8 thumb-sized golden armor spirit beans to Lu Changsheng. Not bad. Lu Changsheng played with the 8 golden armor spirit beans in his hand, his face showing joy. After waiting for so many years, he finally waited for the spirit beans to mature. See. He pinched the magic formula with his hand and injected mana into one of the spirit beans. Suddenly, the spirit bean rose out of thin air and turned into a tall warrior wearing golden armor. However, this warrior was obviously weaker in size and power than the warrior transformed by the golden bean mother. Hit me with all your strength, Lu Changsheng said as he looked at the warrior in front of him. The combat power of this warrior was relatively simple, and he was a close combat meat shield type, and he did not know magic. Bang! Upon hearing the order, the warrior raised his hand and punched Lu Changsheng. The wind of the fist whistled, and it was known in an instant. Facing this punch, Lu Changsheng did not blink, his expression was calm, and he raised his palm and easily caught the punch. The strength is at the level of the late stage of body refining, and the hardness barely reaches the level of a top-grade magic weapon. Lu Changsheng loosened his fist and thought to himself that he had a general understanding of the strength of this warrior in golden armor. However, in his opinion, the greatest function of the warrior in golden armor is not to fight. Instead, it can understand simple commands and instructions and be used to work. With these 8 golden armor warriors, it will be much easier for him to build a second-level puppet, and many parts do not need to be built by himself. Why, do you want to try it? Lu Changsheng saw his son Lu Pinggan looking at the golden armor warrior in front of him with interest, and laughed. Dad, this golden armor man seems to be different from the one Aunt Yun used before, not that powerful. Lu Pinggan said. When Xiaohaodiman came that day, he also saw the power of the golden armor bean mother. It can be clearly felt that although the appearance in front of him is similar, the momentum is obviously much weaker. Well, that golden armor warrior is transformed from the bean mother. This golden armor warrior is just the spirit bean formed by the bean mother, which is equivalent to a late-stage body refining cultivator. If you are interested, you can try to spar with him. Lu Changsheng said so. Although his son Lu Pinggan only has the strength of the 3rd level of key refining, he has the martial arts strength of a congenital grandmaster. Late stage of body refining? Good. Lu Pinggan nodded immediately after hearing this, and waved to the golden armor warrior excitedly. Come on. You idiot, don't you see where this is? This is the medicine garden. What if the spiritual medicine is damaged? Lu Changsheng looked at his son's appearance, slapped him on the head, and said unhappily. He and Lu Pinggan walked out of the spiritual medicine garden and came to an open space, letting the golden armor warrior attack Lu Pinggan. Bang! The golden armor warrior's figure shot out like a cannonball and crashed into Lu Pinggan. Come on. Seeing this, Lu Pinggan stepped forward, and his fist was full of blood and energy, and he punched out. Bang! The two collided, and Lu Pinggan's steps retreated again and again, leaving heavy footprints. But he was not afraid at all, with excitement in his eyes. He stepped forward, jumped up, and continued to punch the golden armor warrior. The punch was fierce, one punch after another, the wind whistled, accompanied by the sound of tigers and leopards. The golden armor warrior continued to face Lu Pinggan's attack without evasion, and his fighting style was completely rigid, exchanging injuries for injuries. Even though his physical strength was stronger than Lu Pinggan, he could not gain any advantage. Secret technique, Qingyun Wuji. At this time, Lu Pinggan's true energy surged in his body, his muscles were pumping, his fists were like a dragon emerging from the abyss, and he madly bombarded the golden armor warrior, beating him back step by step. Something. Lu Changsheng looked at this scene, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. To be honest, he really didn't know the specific strength of his son. although the golden armor warrior fought a little rigidly. But Lu Pingyan's fighting awareness and skills were indeed very good. Lu Changsheng injected his magic power into the remaining 7 golden armor spirit beings in his hand, allowing them to join the battle one after another. "Dad, what are you doing?" Lu Pingyan, who was just getting excited, saw this scene, and his expression immediately changed and shouted loudly. He was able to suppress the golden armor warrior in front of him, relying entirely on his skills. But 2 fists are difficult to beat the 4th kick. If 7 of them come together, he will have to die here today. "Isn't this adding some difficulty to you?" Lu Changsheng said with a smile. After thinking about it, he only let 2 golden armor warriors join the battle, and the remaining 5 watched from the side. Suddenly, the 3 golden armor warriors attacked Lu Pingyan together. Facing such a siege, Lu Pingyan was a little flustered and a little exhausted in a short while. After all, the fighting style of the golden armor warriors was a bit of exchanging injuries for injuries, and one force defeated 10 skills. If 3 of them attack together, even if you have superb martial arts, it would be difficult to resist. "Stop." Seeing this, Lu Changsheng immediately asked the golden armor warriors to stop. He took out a rejuvenation talisman from the storage bag and used it on Lu Pingyan to dissolve the blood stasis fist injury for him, praising him. "Not bad. Pingyan, you have a good talent in martial arts body refining. When you break through the middle stage of ki refining, Dad will teach you the body refining exercises, and then you can practice both the law and the body." Lu Changsheng said so. "Body training method? Dad, isn't the Ziyang Zhenju that I practice considered a body training method?" Lu Pingyan was a little surprised when he heard this. "Haha, what kind of body training method is this?" "You'll know when you break through the middle stage of ki refining." Lu Changsheng chuckled, and prepared to teach Lu Pingyan the Bailian Bao Tiju when he broke through the middle stage of ki refining. As he said this, he put away all the golden armor warriors and turned them into golden armor spirit beings again. Seeing his son Lu Pingyan looking at the spirit beings in his hand with some envy, Lu Changsheng smiled and said, "Wait for the second batch, I'll give you a few, don't worry about it now." "Thank you, father." Lu Pingyan scratched his head when he heard this, revealing a simple smile. "You continue to take care of that golden armor being, mother, and notify me if there's anything." Lu Changsheng patted Lu Pingyan on the shoulder, then turned into a beam of light and returned to the Changsheng hall. After arriving at the main hall, he immediately came to a side hall to study the golden armor warriors forging puppets. He conveyed his requirements to the 8 golden armor warriors through his spiritual consciousness and asked them to start working. Clang clang clang. After a while, the 8 golden armor warriors started to work. The puppet refining process is roughly divided into 6 steps: refining, smelting, shaping, assembling, melting array, and inscription. Golden armor warriors can do the 4 steps of refining, shaping, assembling, and inscription. It's just that the consumption of refining is a bit high for the golden armor warriors. I'm afraid that after refining a component material, the energy of the golden armor warriors will be almost consumed. And it seems a bit wasteful to let the golden armor warriors do shaping and assembling. So, the most suitable thing for the golden armor warriors is the difficult work of inscription. As long as I convey the required inscription steps to the golden armor warriors through my divine consciousness, the golden armor warriors can complete the one-to-one replica according to my requirements. After most of the day, Lu Changsheng had a general understanding of the situation of the golden armor warriors forging puppets. He had previously thought of using the golden armor warriors to do the most basic hard labor. Now I realize that I can use the golden armor warrior as a CNC robot, and use it to make the most precise core part. In this case, my puppet factory concept can be changed. Lu Changsheng thought for a while. Immediately, he came to the puppet workshop at the foot of Bian Peak. This workshop has not yet taken shape, and there are only Lu Xianzi, 8 monks and more than 10 mortals. Under Lu Xianzi's arrangement, these people began to think about Lu Changsheng's puppet factory assembly line and divided the work to create puppets. Meet the mountain master. Father. Seeing Lu Changsheng coming, these people saluted one after another. Xianzi, come here. Lu Changsheng said to his son Lu Xianzi. Yes, father. Hearing this, Lu Xianzi and Lu Changsheng immediately came to a side hall. Xianzi, do you have a semi-finished puppet that has not been inscribed yet? Lu Changsheng asked. Yes, father, wait a moment. Hearing this, Lu Xianzi immediately moved a beast-shaped puppet. This is just an ordinary first-level low-grade puppet. Usually, they move things for the immortal cultivators, or watch the house, and are cannon fodder. There is no market, and they can't make money. They are purely for training. Lu Changsheng took out a spiritual bean, injected mana, and turned into a golden armor warrior. His spiritual consciousness conveyed the inscription pattern and handed the spiritual pattern carving knife to it. Suddenly, the golden armor warrior took the spiritual pattern carving knife and stepped forward to engrave on this beast-shaped puppet. Lu Xianxi saw this scene and immediately showed surprise in his eyes. This golden armor warrior can obey orders and do some simple work. For example, refining materials, making parts, and engraving formations. Xianxi, I asked you to focus on puppet assembly and spiritual patterns on weekdays. You can also skip the inscription pattern and focus on controlling the general direction and integrating the formation. As for the spiritual pattern, you can directly hand it over to the golden armor warrior. Lu Changsheng said. His idea for the puppet factory is to design the puppets himself, give drawings and steps. Apprentices and employees of the factory were required to wash, shape, and assemble the objects, and then melt the array and inscribe the patterns themselves. But now, with a golden armor warrior, in his opinion, the difficult task of inscription can be completely handed over to the golden armor warrior. Yes, father. Hearing this, Lu Xianxi looked at the golden armor puppet and nodded in response. You keep this golden armor warrior. This is the method of using the golden armor spirit bean. You can usually control it to inscribe the spirit pattern. Let me know when you can create a flying bird puppet. If the energy of this golden armor warrior is exhausted, you can go to your eldest brother and ask him to plant the spirit beans on Linka Cliff for a few days. Lu Changsheng told Lu Xianxi how to use the golden armor spirit bean and said aloud. He gave his son 3 drawings of different difficulty levels and asked them to run in and try to create them. Yes, father, I will definitely not let you down. Lu Xianxi said with surprise and seriousness. Unexpectedly, his father actually gave him such a precious golden armor warrior. When Xia Haomoni came, he saw his own golden armor warrior suppressing Xia Haomoni's yin corpse, and knew that this golden armor warrior was precious. This also made him realize that his father had high hopes for this puppet factory. Okay, you work hard and strive to make the puppet factory the first profitable industry in our family. Lu Changsheng patted his son on the shoulder and said. Although his own puppet factory is still in the running-in period and can't make any money from hard work. But as long as it can stably produce first-level medium-quality puppets and improve efficiency, it will almost be profitable. If it can stably produce first-level high-quality puppets, it will be a good industry. Yes. Lu Xianxi nodded heavily. He knew that if he could really do what his father said, the puppets at home would form a profitable industrial chain. After explaining to Lu Xianxi, Lu Changsheng returned to the Changsheng palace and asked the remaining 7 golden armor warriors to continue working and make parts for him. 2 months later. Changsheng palace, in the retreat cave. Boom boom boom, Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged, the blood and ki in his body surged like a volcanic eruption, the mountain torrent roared, and the sound echoed in the cave, clanging for a long time. If it weren't for the special material of the cave wall and the formation engraved on it, I'm afraid the whole cave would be shaken and collapsed by such clanging sound waves. 100 Refinements Treasure Body Art, the 6th level. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, his body seemed to be cast from gold, gorgeous and blazing, and filled with strong blood pressure. He clenched his fists, his essence was boiling, his blood was gushing, and the precious light was flowing, full of powerful power. Clang. Lu Changsheng took out a top-grade magic weapon from his storage bag and chopped it on his arm, leaving only a faint white mark. Immediately, he took out a low-grade spiritual weapon from the storage bag, chopped it with a little force, and saw that there was only a faint white mark, and then chopped it hard again. Seeing that only a faint red mark was left, Lu Changsheng showed a faint joy on his face. Now it is no problem to fight against spiritual weapons with bare hands. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart. Thinking that one day a foundation-building cultivator would attack him, and a spiritual weapon would come to kill him with a flying sword, he would fight against a spiritual weapon with his bare hands. The scene was simply too pretentious. Now that the 100 Refining Treasure Body Art has broken through the 6th level, my speed in melting the 9 treasures Jade Ruai has also increased. In at most 1 year, I will be able to melt this 9 treasures Jade Ruai into the life treasure bone. Lu Changsheng put his palm on his chest, his eyes sparkling, full of expectation. As long as the life treasure bone is completed, he will obtain the 9 life magic powers. By then, Ling's Xiao's situation will be greatly alleviated. Chapter 250, Dual 4th Grade Spiritual Roots and the 3rd Spiritual Offspring. A few days later, Lu Changsheng consolidated his breakthrough in the 100 refining treasure body art and walked out of the Changsheng palace in a refreshed state. Standing on the Bian Peak, the vast blue waves can be seen at a glance. Many fishermen are fishing in the Bishu Lake. In the Lingshan area, the Chalcedony rice, which is like mutton fat white jade, is bright and crystal clear in the sun. 180 acres of green water rice, like budding green lotus flowers, sway gently in the spiritual field. From a distance, you can see Ling's Xiao, Master Mo and several array masters are still busy with the formation. Lu Changsheng turned into a stream of light and came to his own Lingshan area to check. Greetings to the Mountain Master. Greetings to the Mountain Master. Greetings to the Mountain Master. In the shanty town of the Lingshan area, a middle-aged man in his 30s with a yellow face and a thin figure came forward with several old farmers to greet him. It looks like this Chalcedony rice is about to mature, right? Lu Changsheng looked at the jade-white Chalcedony rice in the spiritual field, looked at the middle-aged man, and asked, "My lord, this Chalcedony rice needs to have fate veins on it before it is fully mature. It is estimated to be more than a month away from full maturity." The yellow-faced middle-aged man is named Luo Jiang, a spiritual plant husband, and was arranged by Lu Miaoyan to be the manager of the spiritual field. Well, not bad. Lu Changsheng nodded, looked at the Chalcedony rice for a while, then looked at the green rice, and asked, "How long will it take for this green rice to mature?" He remembered that the green rice cultivation given by the Yu family introduced that it is mature when the purse blooms like a lotus. "My lord, green rice matures every 2.5 years, and it will take about half a year to mature." Luo Jiang said so. "Take good care of it, and when the harvest comes, you will get a lot of rewards." After checking the situation of the spiritual field for a while, Lu Changsheng encouraged Luo Jiang a few words and walked towards his own talisman workshop. After more than half a year of education, the Qingzhu Mountain Theory School has gradually shifted from theory to practice. In addition to the puppet workshop managed by Lu Xiansi, there are also talisman workshops and winemaking workshops. This talisman workshop is not all talisman masters who draw talismans, but mainly makes talisman paper and spiritual ink. Mountain Master. Mountain Master. Seeing Lu Changsheng coming, the busy monks and workers saluted Lu Changsheng respectfully. "Yes." Lu Changsheng nodded and asked them to continue. "Husband, why are you here?" Not far away, Chu Hansom was refining talisman paper with her daughter Lu Keizhen. Seeing Lu Changsheng coming, she smiled and said she had learned about talisman paper making in Qingzhu Mountain before, so she would come to the talisman paper workshop to see and make talisman paper and spiritual ink on weekdays. "Haha, come and have a look when you are free," Lu Changsheng said to Chu Zhenzhen, and then watched his daughter Lu Keizhen making talisman paper. The production of ordinary talisman paper is very simple. Basically, the spiritual materials are crushed, then boiled, and then continuously purified through the purification technique to remove impurities, and finally the spiritual infusion technique is performed on the semi-finished talisman paper, so that the talisman paper contains spiritual veins. The difficulty of this process lies in the ratio of spiritual materials, the control of boiling time, and the proficiency of the spiritual infusion technique. As a second-level talisman master, Lu Changsheng knows these things very well, and he also invited 2 masters from Qingzhu Mountain to come and guide. "Keizhen, it's okay." Lu Changsheng saw his daughter's little face seriously facing the iron pot and performing the purification technique, and said in a gentle voice, "Daddy." Lu Keizhen then let out a long breath and wiped the sweat. She was called by her mother and was not familiar with it, so she was a little nervous. "How is it? How do you feel?" Lu Changsheng asked his daughter. "A bit boring." Lu Keizhen pouted and said, "Haha, boring is right, this kind of thing, what's fun?" Lu Changsheng smiled when he heard it, rubbed his daughter's bun, and said in a gentle voice, "But mother insisted on calling people here, saying she wanted to find something for me to do." Lu Keizhen pouted and said, "Haha, your mother saw that you were bored at home all the time. Wait a while, when the spirit bees you want arrive, you can try to raise them for fun." Lu Changsheng said with a smile. This daughter has 29% talent in beast control. But she has no interest in raising fish, and said she wants to raise bees. The beast control inheritance he got from Meng Xiaojun originally included several ways to raise spirit bees. In this regard, Lu Changsheng also agreed to her and asked the Ji family to purchase several spirit bees for him to raise for his daughter. "Thank you, Daddy." Lu Keizhun smiled when she heard this. "Humph, just spoil her," Chu Hansun said with a snort when she saw this. "My Keizhun is so sensible, how can I not spoil her? My Hansun is the same, and I will try my best to meet any requirements." Lu Changsheng gently embraced Chu Hansun and said. Lu Keizhun looked at her parents showing affection, showing a helpless and disgusted look, and continued to look at her big pot. There are so many people. Even though they are an old couple, Chu Hansun was still a little embarrassed in public, and shyly hit Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng chuckled and took Chu Hansun to visit the talisman workshop, the wine workshop, and the puppet workshop. At present, the three workshops are in the running and training stage, and they can't make money at all, or even lose money. Only when these processes are familiar, and then according to the plan he gave, can they achieve profitability. Husband, in a few days, it will be the day of the spirit testing ceremony. When Lu Changsheng and Chu Hansun returned to the Lu family mansion, Lu Maiyuan saw Lu Changsheng and immediately stepped forward and said, "Logically, the Lu family only has 3 children to test their spiritual roots this year, so there is no need to hold any spirit testing ceremony. But there are still mortals left by the Yu family in Qingzhu Mountain. Although many people have moved away, there are still hundreds of families. Most of these mortals have a skill, proficient in fishing and growing spiritual rice. So Lu Changsheng let them continue to live in Qingzhu Mountain." Lu Changsheng also settled his children who chose to stay in Qingzhu Mountain in this town and let them manage the town. So this spiritual testing ceremony is not only held for his own children, but also for the people of Hushan town. If these children have spiritual roots, then when they grow up and are trained, they will also be members of his old Lu family. Just hold it normally. Lu Changsheng nodded and said. Then he chatted with Lu Maiyuan about the family situation for a while. At present, all family affairs, spiritual fields, spiritual medicines, fish products, and 3 major workshops have been arranged to manage. But these affairs still need to be reported to Lu Maiyuan. Husband, the talisman workshop and the wine workshop are estimated to break even in the next year and gradually make a profit. But as for the puppet workshop, Lu Maiyuan said to Lu Changsheng, she can understand the talisman workshop and the wine workshop. After all, these 2 workshops invited people from Qingzhu Mountain to help, and the investment was not too big, which made her feel at ease. But the puppet workshop only had the puppet inheritance and Lu Xianxi, the puppeteer, and the investment was relatively large. In this case, she was not optimistic about making a profit quickly. Don't worry about the puppet workshop. It is estimated that it will be profitable next year. Lu Changsheng heard the meaning of Lu Maiyuan's words and said so. No matter which of the hundreds of arts of cultivating immortals, the easiest way to improve is to practice more. So in order to make the puppet workshop run in as soon as possible and improve the proficiency, he has already invested thousands of spirit stones. However, there is an advantage to puppet making. That is, if there is a problem with the parts and components, at most they will be remelted and remade, and some materials will be damaged, so as not to completely scrap it and lose too much money. Yet, Lu Maiyuan nodded in response after hearing this. She was very convinced by Lu Changsheng's words and had no doubts. After all, they have been married for many years, and Lu Changsheng's position in her heart is unquestionable. 4 days later, Hushan town. Since this was the first spiritual testing ceremony of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain, the mountain owner Lu Changsheng, Lu Maiyuan, Lu Maiyuan and others all came to watch the ceremony. Lu Changsheng handed over the matter of presiding over the ceremony to his son Lu Pingyan. Lu Qingqing. Lu Pingyan looked at the list in his hand and shouted, as if he was in another world. He still remembered that he participated in the spiritual testing ceremony of Qingzhu Mountain under the leadership of his father Lu Changsheng and mother Lu Lanshu. Now he has become the person who presided over the spiritual testing ceremony. The little girl whose name was called immediately came to the spiritual testing pillar under the leadership of her mother Yu Yao, dripped a drop of blood, and then held the spiritual testing pillar. No spiritual roots. Seeing that the spiritual testing pillar did not respond, Lu Pingyan sighed slightly and said aloud, "Mother." The little girl saw that the spiritual testing pillar did not respond, and she knew what was going on, and a little sadness appeared on her face. "Xiaoqing is fine. Yu Yao showed a forced smile on her face. She gave birth to 6 children in total and had experienced this kind of thing several times. But seeing that her daughter had no spiritual roots, she was still a little sad. Alice. Lu Changsheng sighed slightly as he watched this scene. He went forward and hugged his daughter to comfort her. Lu Qingxun. Lu Pinggan said the second name. Xiao Yuiao immediately urged his son to come forward. The little boy walked to the spirit testing pillar, dripped a drop of blood, and held the spirit testing pillar. The spirit testing pillar immediately lit up with a faint red light. And there were a total of 10 sections of the spirit testing pillar, and 6 of them were lit. This represents a 4th grade spiritual root. This is a 4th grade spiritual root. Lu Maioyan, Chuzhenzhen, Lu Maiohun and others saw the spirit testing pillar, and their eyes were full of surprise, joy, and admiration. You know, there are 9 grades of spiritual roots, and the 4th grade spiritual root is already considered a middle upper grade spiritual root. In the cultivation family, this kind of talent belongs to the foundation building seed. In the future, as long as you practice well, you will have the hope of building a foundation. At present, among the descendants of Lu Changsheng in the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, there has never been such a good spiritual root talent. The one with the highest spiritual root is Lu Maiohun's son, Lu Qingxun, who has a 6th grade spiritual root. However, Lu Qingxun not only has a 6th grade spiritual root, but also has a legendary spiritual body, which makes his talent higher than Lu Qingxun. 4th grade spiritual root. Xiao Yuiao looked at her son's 4th grade spiritual root. Her eyes were also stunned, her hands covered her mouth, and she cried with joy. She gave birth to a total of 7 children. Among the first 6 children, only 2 had spiritual roots, and they were low-grade spiritual roots. Now, this child actually has a 4th grade spiritual root, which makes her, as a mother, extremely happy and crying with joy. 4th grade spiritual root, the 5 elements are biased towards fire. Seeing this result, Lu Pinggan took a deep breath, and said aloud with some envy. Very good, my Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain detected a 4th grade spiritual root in the first year of the spiritual testing ceremony. This is a good sign. Lu Changsheng stepped forward, patted his son's head, smiled, and said loudly. Even though he had known his son's spiritual root for a long time, he still showed some happiness in this situation. Congratulations, husband. Congratulations, Sister Yuiao. Congratulations, Mountain Master. I wish the young master a long life on the immortal path. Congratulations, Mountain Master. I wish the young master a long life on the immortal path. The wives and concubines who were watching the ceremony nearby, and the villagers of Hushan town all congratulated. Mother. Faced with such a scene, Lu Qingxun was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Lu Changsheng held the child and said to Xiao Yuiao beside him, Yuiao, you have worked hard. The other party gave birth to a 4th grade spiritual root heir, and according to the family rules and regulations he had established before, there was a reward. Not only can she be promoted from a 9th grade concubine, but in the future, Lu Qingxun will be able to make a name for herself and become a mother with her son. Master, I am not tired. Xiao Yuiao said with a trembling voice. She was born in a small key refining family. Because her family was destroyed, she was sold to Baiyu Tower. She thought the future was dark and miserable, but she ended up becoming Lu Changsheng's maid. Over the years, except for having a few more children, her life can be said to be very comfortable. Now her youngest son actually has a 4th grade spiritual root, becoming the child with the best spiritual root of Lu Changsheng, which makes her extremely surprised. The ceremony continues. Wangshu. Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Wangshu on the side, and said with encouragement on his face. Big pot, be gentle. Lu Wangshu, wearing a pink and white dress, was very cute. She jumped forward, stretched out her white and tender little hand, and said to Lu Pinggan crisply. She was raised by Lu Maioj, Lu Maioyan, Chuzhenzhen and others since she was a child, and was loved by Lu Changsheng, so she had a lively and cheerful personality. Okay. Lu Pinggan grinned at his sister in front of him. Then he used the knife to scratch her hand lightly, dripping a drop of blood, and then let her hold the spirit testing pillar. Buzz! The spirit testing pillar bloomed with light green and azure blue light. Among the 10 sections of the spirit testing pillar, a total of 6 sections were lit. This, another 4th grade spiritual root. Hiss, there are actually 2 4th grade spiritual roots in a row. This. When Lu Maoyan and others saw this scene, they were all stunned and full of surprise. You know, in the Qingzhu Mountain spirit testing ceremony, it is not certain to encounter a 4th grade spiritual root in 10 years. Now, when Lu Changsheng's 3 children were tested for spiritual roots, 2 of them were actually 4th grade spiritual roots in a row, which was amazing. This Lu Changsheng is really lucky. Master Mo, who arranged the formation for Qingzhu Mountain, also came to watch the ceremony. Seeing this scene, he sighed. He had learned about Lu Changsheng's general information before, and felt that this person had a lot of luck and opportunity. He could not help but be amazed and sighed when he saw 2 4th grade spiritual roots in the family. After all, in addition to some factors such as parents, luck accounts for a large part of having a baby. 4th grade spiritual roots again. Lu Qingyan looked at the spirit testing column in front of him and looked at it with a look of surprise. Then he sent a voice message to Lu Changsheng, "Dad, this spirit testing column, it won't be broken, right? Can't you hope for something good?" Lu Changsheng heard this and said to his son unhappily. 2 4th grade spiritual roots appeared in his family, and the stupid son actually suspected that there was something wrong with the spirit testing column. He stepped forward and took Lu Wangshu's hand, smiling, and said loudly, not bad, my Lu family actually has 2 4th grade spiritual roots in the same year. This is God's blessing on my Lu family and God's blessing on Qingzhu Mountain. Congratulations to my husband. Congratulations to Sister Mayaoj. Congratulations to the Mountain Master. I wish the young lady a long life on the immortal path. Everyone immediately congratulated loudly. Since Xiao Ziyu's trip to Qingzhu Mountain was a mission, she tried to hide her whereabouts as much as possible, so she rarely appeared in public on weekdays. Lu Mayaoj accompanied Lu Wangshu to participate in this spiritual testing ceremony. And for so many years, everyone also regarded Lu Wangshu as Lu Mayaoj's daughter. Daddy, I'm so great, is there any reward? Lu Wangshu raised her little head and said to Lu Changsheng. Yes, all. Lu Changsheng said with a smile, touched the head of Lu Qingzhu who seemed a little confused next to him, looked at Lu Qingqing on the side, and said, Qingqing, what reward do you want? I want a puppet bird. Lu Qingzhu thought for a while and said aloud. He liked the puppet bird in the Qingzhu Mountain amusement park very much, so he wanted to have one for himself. Okay, I'll give it to you when the time comes. Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded. Then he took the 3 children to sit aside and signaled that the spirit testing ceremony would continue. The villagers of Hushan Town were also very nervous at this moment, and looked at their children with more expectations. They thought that they could also get the luck of the new owner of Qingzhu Mountain and let their children detect their spiritual roots. There were a total of 23 children of the right age in Hushan Town. As they were tested one by one, there were no surprises. Only 2 children had spiritual roots, and both were low-grade spiritual roots. But relatively speaking, the emergence of 2 immortal seedlings among the 23 people was already very good. Sometimes, dozens of children did not have a single spiritual root. Lu Changsheng rewarded the parents of the 2 children and gave them elixirs. He also said that the 2 children could go to the Lu Family Academy for enlightenment learning. Thank you, Mountain Master, thank you, Mountain Master. Hearing this, the parents of the 2 children immediately knelt down to thank Lu Changsheng. At this time, Lu Changsheng also announced the people-friendly policy to the residents of Hushan Town, encouraging childbirth. He said that as long as the child in the family is detected with spiritual roots, not only will he be rewarded, but the child's future cultivation expenses will be contracted by the Lu family. Thank you, Mountain Master. Thank you, Mountain Master. When the villagers heard this, they thanked him respectfully. They naturally knew that even if the child had spiritual roots, he would definitely not be as good as the young lady and master of the Lu family if he was sent to Qingzhu Mountain. But it was enough for his children to embark on the immortal road and he could get real rewards. In a blink of an eye, more than a month passed. With Lu Changsheng's hard work, Xiao Zhiyu finally succeeded in getting pregnant. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but have some expectations for this child. If this child can also have a 4th grade spiritual root, his spiritual root can be promoted to high-grade spiritual root. Changsheng Hall, Talisman Making Room. Lu Changsheng is drawing a talisman. At present, Qingzhu Mountain has been in a state of loss, so naturally he has to rely on his talismans to subsidize the family expenses. Moreover, as his reputation as a second-class high-quality talisman master spread, family forces often came to buy second-class talismans. In response, Lu Changsheng also asked them to line up, and sold 1 or 2 second-class high-quality talismans almost every month. The talismans currently lined up for sale have been reserved until next year. Just as Lu Changsheng was concentrating on sketching the talisman, a strong mysterious throbbing suddenly surged out, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Congratulations to the host for giving birth to the 3rd spiritual child, and get a chance to draw a lottery. Right square bracket. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.